Mate, we're back in the studio. Fucking Frank Raiti, mate.
I'm back. It's been...
Where have you been?
Mate, I turned 50 now. Look.
I know.
Do I look different?
You do look different. You look younger.
The last time we did a podcast was...
It
must have been in March or early April because I went overseas for the 50th in April.
That's right, your 70th birthday in April.
Yeah, and then I came back and you went overseas, so here we are in late July.
We were in the new studio.
Yeah, of course we were. Yeah, but here we are
We've
now
really
in
stepped
July.
it up here, haven't we?
Mate, it's very professional. It's very professional.
We got lights. We do live cams on Thursdays, which is good.
3 p.m.
Now, Frankie, what we're going to talk about, we both just did an overseas trip, so we're going to do a few learnings about...
I did America, you did Europe, so that's
right.
Good. We've travelled the world.
We are, yeah. We're international jet setters. You travelled in economy, I travelled in, mate.
Yeah, well, that's it, mate.
And then we're going to talk through your current position and what we're thinking exit strategy-wise, because you are now 50, Frankie.
I'm now 50. I'm thinking about it. Well, I've been thinking about it for a while.
But it's an interesting dilemma, right? Because you've got this big portfolio. You've just come off fixed rates.
Yeah.
Repayments have changed. You're semi-retired. Your wife's still working because she loves what she does, but eventually that's going to change.
Yeah.
So what that exit strategy looks like. But before we get into the nuts and bolts, mate, learnings from America and the property market over there. What did you see? I mean,
well, I went to
outside of the strippers in Vegas. What else did you see?
Actually, no strippers, but Vegas was obviously fun. Had some time over there with some mates.
You were gone for a while, haven't you?
Yeah, I think it was only 3 weeks all up. But went to Vegas first with some mates. Had a bit of a party there. Yeah, just went to a couple of clubs, mate. Not 20 like I used to, so the recovery was a bit longer.
Frank, interesting. Frank's the first person I've ever known to go on holidays and actually come back from holidays with more money than he went away with, which is interesting.
Had a good time with the roulette wheel, mate.
That's right.
A few wins. And then my mates went home and my wife flew in. It was good. We had my actual birthday there, had a nice restaurant in the Bellagio overlooking the fountains, mate. So that was good. Yeah, and then we went off to New York. Talking about property wise, well, probably everyone's seen the shows, and I've just finished watching Ryan Serhant's latest show,
The Manhattan,
Owning Manhattan.
Yeah.
And it was great seeing all the places that were sort of recognised from being in New York. It's been probably over a decade since I'd been to New York myself. Wow, what a city that is, And you talk about what you think about property there. I mean, that's a global city. It's probably the number one global city in the world, where everything happens. And you look at Sydney, and it's
cheap.
It's cheap, and it's a mini New York. You can see Sydney heading that way in regards to that supply and demand ratio that keeps pushing prices up. It's funny, I think I sent it to you guys, this narrow little house we saw down in the West Village area. We were looking at it and I was taking a photo. And what it actually used to be was where they parked the horse and cart for this particular house. So there was a small, literally 3 meters wide gap. Back in the day, someone thought of parking. Oh, we need to park the horse and cart somewhere. So they parked it there.
Yeah.
Now horse and carts are gone. Someone said, in 3 meters and however many meters high, we can build a little apartment here. So there's this tiny 3 meters wide by 3 or 4 levels. And what was actually funny was there was a little one of those smart cars parked right in front of it. So it matched perfectly. I'm there taking a photo. And this local walks past and he goes, that sold last year for $3.2 million or something. And we're going, just for that? He goes, yeah.
US dollars.
US dollars,
that's
right?
5 Aussie.
Because the West Village is, very expensive these days.
Is it though? Is it expensive?
Well,
it's relative, right?
Relative to a 3 meter wide house, right? It's probably as wide as this room.
Upper East Side, that's probably cheap.
Exactly. And, we went up to the Upper East Side as well and walked, down Park Avenue and Madison and places like that. And that's just a whole other world where you've got these apartment blocks with the doorman out the front and just the architecture is so much different. You look at, and then you watch Ryan Serhant's show and he's selling properties for apartments for $20 million, $10 million, and
there's the first one in the first episode which hasn't sold yet, but on Park Ave, which is $250 million.
Oh yeah, the one in the Central Park Tower is $250 million US.
Hasn't sold yet.
That's at another level. That's at Dubai levels and things like that. But Sydney's not going to get there tomorrow, but in 10, 20 years' time...
It's going to be there.
It'll be there,
New York will be somewhere else,
that's
and
right.
we'll be chasing it. And that's
right.
That's what people they don't think it, right? Because we're in the here and now, but it's like everyone talks about this housing affordability crisis. We should be able to buy a house in Sydney. But
I've seen your post. I know you're very passionate about it.
I just think we're in a global city, right?
We are.
Sydney. This is a global city. So if you are born in New York to a normal family, You don't grow up thinking, I can't wait to buy my first property in New York, do you? Like,
Yeah.
it's a great interview series, Frank. You're on the street of New York. Did you grow up wanting to buy? Because there's people who walk around New York with the, hey, how much do you pay for rent? How much do you pay for rent?
Yes.
It's way more normal to rent there than it is to buy. And then if you do invest in property in America, you're not investing usually in LA or in New York or in Miami. You're investing elsewhere where it's more affordable.
Yeah, and I say the same thing to people in Sydney.
Look that up actually.
Just because you were born in Sydney doesn't mean or give you the right that you're going to be able to afford to buy in Sydney. And it's really come about like that. I suppose when I was a kid, it was like, I'm born in Sydney. I mean, no kid's really thinking about where they're going to live in the future, but they're just probably assuming when they get into the later teenage years, early 20s, I'm going to live close to mum and dad. I'm going to live, in Sydney in the same, area, in the same suburbs, So lucky for me, and my dad sort of, gave me that idea when I started working. You're thinking about buying a property because when you turn 40,
because you did the same thing, right? You had the horse and cart next to the house.
Mate, I didn't even have the horse and cart. I was using my parents' car and living at home. So I bought my first one or invested when I was 19, thinking that I'm going to want to live in the same city as mum and dad. But I've got friends now who have young kids, right? And I say to them, are you investing in property? They're like, no, we're thinking about it. Like everyone thinks about it, but doesn't action it. Where do you think your kids are going to live? You're living here in a $2 million to $3 million house in a nice suburb. Do you think, how are your kids going to afford to buy in and around here or in and around Sydney? And it's a real concern for them. I said, your kids are going to have to go to Brisbane, Perth, whatever. How does that sound? Oh, we don't want our kids to go to Perth, Adelaide. We want them to be close to us. I said, well, how are you going to solve that problem? It's a real issue.
You need a hedge. But that's the learning, right? You learn from going to a global city that is, how old's the US? Like how many years has the US been around? Let me have a look here. Let's get some data up. I also looked at some data just now. The national ownership rate is 66% in the US. This is of 23rd of June, 2024. And 34% rent in the US.
But that's the US in general, right? Now, as we know, unlike Australia...
Here we go. Yeah, let's do New York.
The middle of the US is occupied, unlike Australia, that isn't, right?
Now it isn't, because the US has 350 odd million, which is 15 times the population of Australia.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. In New York, renter statistics. Here we go. Do more people rent or own? New York City is largely a city of renters. Roughly 1.1 million residents, representing slightly over 30% of all New York City households, own their home. That means 70% of people who live in New York rent.
Yes.
Crazy. Yeah. Whereas the total number in the US is 70% homeowner or 68% homeowner, 30 odd percent of renters. Yeah, because that's the way it's going to be in Australia.
Yeah, because in those cities like LA and New York and Miami, you're going to have your renter population being higher. In the Midwest, etc., they're going to be more owner-occupied.
Out of there, girl!
They're going to be more.
Do you go to the Midwest?
Or owner-occupied. No, but after New York, we went down to Miami, right? So Miami is...
Dirt road.
After New York, we went down to Miami, and then you're talking high-rise city on the water, really modern.
Very expensive.
And very expensive. What's interesting about Miami, from talking to some people down there, is the tax system is obviously different there, but Miami state taxes are very low in compared to other places around the US, especially to New York. So people are moving out of New York
to Orlando
and going down to Florida in general, right? Whether it be Orlando or Miami, etc., because the taxes are saving millions on taxes.
Same as places like Texas.
Yeah, Texas is apparently...
a lot of tech is moving there,
yeah. So because of the tax situation. So it's very interesting, just love looking at the different architecture, like I said,
But what it shows
America.
You, and the same as what I'm about to share, but it just shows you that, like, it's not expensive in Australia. Like, if you think about...
Well, it's at a whole another different level of wealth over in, the US and Europe, to a certain extent.
Because it's
obviously there are very cheap properties in the US as well.
Yeah, but there's very cheap properties in Australia.
But it's based on the location, right?
That's right.
You want to go and live in the middle of the US, you buy a house for probably $100,000, if not less.
You can do the same thing if you go buy in, Narrabri in New South Wales. Like, it's true, you can go buy very cheap property. So it's like, it's all relative, right? But I think
if you look at where Australia comes down to location.
That's right. What are we at now? 27 million population. US is in 350 odd million, plus or minus that number. We got a long way to go. But like they're ahead of us.
Yeah.
You can see that clearly, and there's a lot of other global cities where you can see it very, very clearly. Property is going to get to the same price. Just like how people think it's not going to get there blows my mind. If so many global cities around the world that are way more developed than us, have larger populations than us, and don't even live as good a lifestyle as us can get there, then what makes people think that we're not going to?
Well, I only have to look at a prime example being my parents, and there'd be many people, my age, 50 years old, who are the same
50?
my real age. My parents bought their place in where they still live now in Strathfield, 1975. I was only 1 year old or a little bit older.
How good's that inheritance going to be?
Not that good. What did they pay? I think my dad said he paid under $30,000, at $27,500, and he goes, that was top dollar. Everyone thinks they're paying top dollar at the time. Now that house is worth anywhere between $3 and $3.5 million.
Yeah.
So how many times has that multiplied, over 50 years? It literally has been, 48 to 50 years.
And it's so interesting.
That's just in Strathfield, right?
Yeah, but like how much the dollar has devalued since then, right? Like 30,000 was a lot of money back then.
Of course, yeah.
But now
you would have had to borrow for that.
3 million's a lot of money, right? And just the dollar devaluing and devaluing. And I look at this stuff all the time through our portfolio planning software, and it's like I show clients and I say, well, if you want $150,000 of passive income of today's buying power in 30 years' time, you're not chasing 150 because just at 2.5% inflation over 30 years,
work that out.
150 is actually $300,000 worth of income.
That's right.
So essentially what that means is the dollar that we have today over a 30-year period at 2.5% inflation is going to halve.
It's just going to erode.
That's right.
It's just going to erode.
So for people not to think that's going to correlate into property values, it's just stupid. It's ludicrous because as a minimum, we're going to get 2.5%, right? Because the world keeps up with inflation.
Yeah.
And history shows us that things well and truly outweigh.
Yeah, and like anything, if you'd have asked my parents, okay, you've just bought this house for $30,000, in 50 years' time, it's going to be worth, in excess of $3 million. I mean,
because there's
no way would they be able to fathom that.
That's
$3 million wasn't even talked about.
Yeah, but $3 million back then would be waterfront Point Piper.
Yeah,
back then, and that's right. The correlation, right?
Yeah.
How many years ago was that?
That's actually 1975.
75.
So next year will be 50 years. It's 49 years.
1975 highest property value in Australia. Here we go. There would be a record here somewhere.
It wouldn't even be 3 million, I don't think.
Anyway, it would have been something like that. I remember reading something the other day around like the top sale prices and the first house to sell for $1 million and then the first house to sell for 10 million. And then
you talk about housing affordability. I've posted on my socials where, I've seen online headlines from 1956 in the Sunday Telegraph where they say only 1 in 5,
it's the same shit. Right?
1 in 5 young people can afford to buy a house, and that was back in 1956, well before 1975 when my parents bought my house. So this issue, basically, it's always been hard to buy in Sydney, and it always will be. So there were affordability issues back then. They were the same headlines. Well, we're not building enough houses, right? It all comes down to supply and demand at the end of the day. That is, I know, high level. The media and everyone else likes to try and narrow it down to the minute.
We're not building enough houses though, because it's not like the government doesn't know we're not building the right houses, right? They do it on purpose. Like the reason we're not building enough houses is that so there always is an imbalance between supply and demand, because an imbalance between supply and demand in anything continues to make things increase in value, which then is good for the world over the time, right?
Well, they want the economy. They're not only talking about houses or worried about houses. They're talking about the economy in general, growing the GDP and things like that. So they want the economy to keep growing.
That's right.
And things that need to be growing. People need to be making profits. People need to make profits by putting up prices and things like that. So it's the economy in general. Housing is just a part of that.
Exactly.
But everyone likes to focus on the property. And
now, mate, I'll tell you about my learnings.
Yeah, so you went across to Europe. Tell me about that. What did you learn about property and investing?
We started in Singapore for a night. Singapore, very, very expensive.
Another global city, right?
Again, like it makes Sydney look cheap. We went from Singapore to London. Again, like you
Big brother.
You go to places like Mayfair, you go to places like Knightsbridge. Again, it makes Sydney look cheap. And remember, we're in pounds over there, not Australian dollars. And there's a multitude of property over there. In if we're talking Knightsbridge, Mayfair, that's like the best suburbs of Sydney.
Of course, yeah.
But it's so much more expensive. You're looking at 3, 5, 10, 15, 20 million pounds
for properties that are smaller than what you get.
Much smaller than what you get
here.
in Sydney. That's right. So and then you look at the really big dogs, and they're like, you're talking 50 to 100 million pounds
for the castles.
In not even castles, but like big blocks of land, ridiculous, right? Yeah. And there's a lot of people that have that sort of money. That's the crazy thing.
Yeah.
And then I went from London, and we went to Paris. Didn't really do much exploring of property in Paris.
Yeah.
From Paris, we then went on to the south of France, and it's just like a whole nother level over there, right? Like, it's like what we think wealth is in Australia. I felt poor there. Like, I genuinely felt poor in that place. Like,
so you've come down to earth, but you realise you're just a young poor man.
I'm just a young poor man from Sydney trying to get by. But that's the relativity thing. It's like we went to Saint Tropez, we went to Cairns, we went to not Cairns in North Queensland, folks, Cairns in the south of France. Yeah. Nice and Monaco. Like, you feel genuinely poor in these places. It's like, I feel like I should be standing at the door opening it up for people who would like...
The doorman's worthier than you over there.
That's right. It's like they just write my net worth in a check and go, here, don't spend it all on the way home. But it just gives you perspective as to like how much wealth is out there. And whether it's right, whether it's wrong, I don't care what your belief is. It's just context.
Yeah, well, it's factual. There are people who have that wealth driving those, or not driving them, but owning those mega yachts.
Some people in these places. It's like there's just wealth everywhere. Yeah, it's like everyone has... the gold Cartier jewelry and the $100,000 watch, and like everyone's head to toe in designer, and it's like I'm just looking at people going like, what? That's $200,000 outfit you've got on right now. Your watch is 75, your shoes are worth 3.
But that is at another level. That is not the average, right?
We're not talking averages here. I'm just saying there's cash in the world.
This is an upper echelon of places of cities in the world.
This Sydney will be one of those places. Like Melbourne will be one of those places where global cities where a lot of people want to come and live and work, and there's more and more global businesses, and there's higher and higher incomes that are getting paid at the upper end. In Monaco, for example, there's a 5-level penthouse for sale there for $350 million, right? And you're like, oh fuck, that's a lot of money. But it's like when the average, it's like the most densely populated city of billionaires, Monaco, right? Because it's a tax-free economy, and and then we went from there, and then we went to Italy. Same thing, you're in Capri and you're in Positano, even though I think these places are overrated. Just the level of, not from the locals, but the level of wealth that travels
from others around
from global
the world
cities
coming in there to holiday there. That's right.
It's wild, and it's just eye-opening because we often get, most people, and I'm one of those people, like you're stuck in your bubble. You think like, I'm doing all right, and and but when you really get on a global scale, and of course there's like a lot more people doing worse than what we are than are doing better. Like if you look at it on a global 8 billion population, where are we sitting? We'd be in the top 10% of that population. But there's just like when you go to these places, it really opens your eyes up to
It is a different world.
The yachts over there, Zuckerberg was there in his new yacht worth 300. The Qatar royal family was there with their boat. It's 420-foot boat, it's worth somewhere between $400 and $500 million US. And it's like the fuel bills of their yacht are more than my net worth. And it's like, what's going on there? It's just wild.
It's another level. It is another level, mate.
But anyway, the learnings were for me, it's like... people who think that prices are not going to continue to go up, who think that it's too expensive in Australia, like they're delusional. They're completely delusional, and you can believe what you want to believe, but like it's just idiotic.
Yeah. And look, I see the arguments online all the time, and it's been happening for a while, and it will continue to happen. That and I just spoke about my parents. But in 1975 it was easier than it is now because property prices weren't as expensive, and yes, wages weren't as expensive, but it was only the arguments. People can put an argument 6 times your wage to buy a house now. It's 16 times, for example, and that's fine. You can do these comparisons. Me personally, I don't believe you should do comparisons, and whether that's in property, the 70s were the 70s, the 80s were the 80s, the 90s were the 90s.
It's not now.
It's not now, and it's just like in sport. People try and compare who was the greatest halfback of the 80s compares to who's the greatest halfback now in rugby league, for example.
Yeah.
Look, just admit they were both great. Things were different back then.
In their time, that's right.
Things were different back then. Back in the 70s and 80s in rugby league, you were playing with leather balls. You were playing on fields that 5 minutes of rain and the field turned to mud. They were not professional
they were working
athletes
during the days.
They were training 2 times a week, and after a training session on a Tuesday to Thursday, they'd go to the pub and have 6 schooners, and then rock up on Sunday and play.
Times are different.
Yet they were considered legends. They were in the Hall of Fame. They were immortals. And people have arguments in sport all the time. Who was better, that bloke in the 80s or this bloke now? you know what? It doesn't matter. Whether it was tougher back then to buy property or easier, it doesn't matter. My question to the young people of today is, you want to believe it was tougher back then, and you're probably right if you can do the sums and add it all up. Okay, you've proven that it was tougher back in the 70s
How
and 80s.
does that help?
What are you going to do about it?
That's right.
Because you can't hop in a time machine and go back to the 70s and 80s. So that's great.
But you know the funny thing? You know the funny thing about that, and I said it recently in a video, and it's like whether it was tougher or not, who cares? The rules of the game are the rules of the game. You're not going to change them. I'm not going to change them. And all the lefties and the righties and the punters out there who are trying to change them are not going to change them. So if you know the rules aren't going to change and it's continued to get harder, learn the rules. Just learn the rules and play by them.
And the laws of supply and demand haven't changed.
Yeah.
The markets haven't changed in regards to that they are ruled by the laws of supply and demand. That's what fluctuates prices. Governments, yes, try and intervene, and often that's not a good thing, because let the free market forces of supply and demand, as I always say, do their thing, whether that's in the stock market, the property market, or any other market. But okay, you've proven that it was tougher back then. For you know, or it's tougher now. That's great, but what are you going to do about it?
That's right.
It's no use just saying, well, it was tougher back then. Shit, there's nothing I can do, and sit there with your arms crossed like this.
But you know what was it?
Get out there, and you need to come up with a solution.
Exactly. And no one's going to go, yeah, fuck, I'd love to go grow up in the 70s and the 80s. You're not going to do that. No one would go from right now with everything we have available to us.
You didn't have a phone. You didn't have the internet back then.
That's right. No one has live cams.
Didn't have social media back then. I was going to say, not live cams, social media. So, you know, nobody would say, you know, well, if I could put you in a time machine, take you back to the 70s and 80s, do you want to go? You can buy a property. Right? If it's so much easier, get a job for paying, you know, $5,000 and a property for 30. No, nobody will. Nobody will put up their hand up and go.
Fucking expensive property. They'll go like that. That's exactly what they'd say. They go, I'm earning $5,000. The property's 30. Fucking not buying one.
I mean, not even in my parents. When I was 1993. Right, I finished school in 91.
You were 19 in 93.
93.
I'm pretty sure I saw a poster up of you at the Colosseum. Said the great.
No, my dad's from Sicily, not from Rome. But my first full-time job in accounting in an insurance company, $17,000, right? Now, the first property I bought...
Spent that on lunch last week.
Yeah, just on sides. But the property I bought was $82,500. And I try and think back, I think the rent per week was $60 a week. Talk about a rental crisis. I was bringing in $60 a week. Interest rates, I was probably paying about 9 or 10%, right? Anyway, but that was only 30 years ago, right? So you imagine 30 years from now, the people who are struggling today, they're going to be talking 30 years like I am now, going, how cheap it was, would it, you know? But they're not earning $17,000 now. They're earning 70 to 80,000. Yes, property prices are not 80 grand. They're now 800 grand minimum for a unit, and plus. I acknowledge it's probably tougher today. I don't care though. I don't want to go through and do the sums and whatever, because I can't change it. If it's tougher today, I can't go back and make it tougher last time. It is what it is. Deal with it and move on and action it. That's all, you know.
It's all a mindset, Frankie.
That's all you can do.
Now let's talk about what happens when you do action it. You're 50 now, like you've said. You've semi-retired. You come into the office once every couple of weeks, annoy everyone, and then fuck off back home. Now you've got the portfolio, which is what, 15-ish million?
Yeah, something like that.
Give or take. What's a couple of million between mates? And your partner, your husband, wife, sorry.
I don't think she's going to like you calling her husband. My wife.
I like her. And so your wife is...
she still works full-time.
That's right, and she earns good coin, but now you've gone through a stage, which we were just chatting about. Rates have gone from 2%, 1.9.
Yeah, so I've come off 3 years fixed rates. I've fallen off that cliff, as they said it was.
And Frankie, remember, folks, if you listen back to a few podcasts, Frank's loved telling everyone, oh, look how much interest I've saved, eh?
You know, I started calculating it on a spreadsheet, and then it got too complicated because the rates were dropping every month. I said, forget about it. I just know I'm saving a lot of money here. And, you know, I didn't go out and buy a yacht or anything like that. I saved. No, I shouldn't have. I saved the money as that financial buffer, because I knew that, when my 3 year fixed rates come off, what were they at? 2.39%. So they weren't the lowest out there.
Is that a new watch?
I was interested. It's an old one that I finally put a battery in, mate. 2.39%. They weren't the lowest rates going around, but they were fixed for 3 years, and they were interest only on investment properties.
That's right. They've come off now. You've gone from 2.39 to how much?
6.89 or something like that.
And now
still interest only at this stage for another year. I didn't realise I had another year of IO. But they're at like 6.89, call them 7%. Repayments are now through the roof. Luckily, I had that financial buffer there.
Which was just essentially because during that time, 2.39%, your rent was covering all the repayments.
Rents were covering the repayments.
You were positively cash flowed. Plus all the surplus income that you had because you've got a debt-free owner-occupier property.
Yeah.
You don't want to pay down your investment debt essentially because that's tax-deductible debt.
Yeah.
And so you're pushing money into offsets. When you got fixed rates, you can't use your offset accounts.
When I was on fixed, there was no offset accounts. So I was just putting them into
high-interest
savings and bringing in some interest.
Now they've rolled off.
Now they've rolled.
Above rent, so now you're negatively geared. There you go. What do you mean your strategy, your positively cash flow property
strategy? I was going to say
strategy?
that. So the tax outcome has changed because, I was positively geared before. Interest rates go through the roof to 7% from 2.39. Suddenly I'm negatively geared.
Same property portfolio, same level
same.
of debt. All of a sudden, because you've got higher rates, your property portfolio is negatively cash flowed. So now you're tipping money into the portfolio.
Yeah.
It's generating about, $350 of rent a year?
Yeah, my rent's $350 per annum because obviously and thankfully rents have gone up, but that's a whole different cycle of supply and demand in the rental market.
What do you mean? So you're saying that what about the poor renters, Frank? You arsehole.
I'm looking after them, don't worry. So yeah, rents are at $350 per annum, and they're not covering my interest repayments.
That's right. So now the repayments are more than 350 grand.
Yes. So they're negatively geared. So one of the things then I wanted to touch on was, and we've spoken about this before, about how. So then I'm thinking, well, what do I do to improve my cash flow position so I can?
So you bought a GIMP mask.
Shorten that gap, close the gap between obviously.
Frank's gone, this buyer's agency thing is no good. All right, I'm getting on live cams. I got a GIMP mask.
Keep it on track, Jack.
Sorry. I get excited.
The rents and the repayments, right?
Yep.
So one of the things that we've spoken about before of how you can do that if you're a PAYG employee is with a withholding tax variation.
So you're just so people have context, your wife is on a good salary. She pays a lot of tax.
Yeah.
Didn't actually matter previous to this when interest rates changed because you had nothing to deduct because everything was covering us all in repayments.
Well, when we were over the past 3 years on fixed rates, yes.
So you had no deductibility. That's right.
Geared.
So there wasn't really a way for your wife to minimise her tax position.
No, that's right.
Now,
obviously,
negative.
The property's in her name because some are simply in my name, some are in her name. The ones in her name, obviously, she's going to be in a negative gearing position, which means, once we do our tax return for talking next financial year, she'll get a nice big lump sum, which is great, when I get around to doing the tax returns or my accountant does. But instead, what you can do is lodge a withholding tax variation with the ATO.
Now, listen carefully here, folks. So you've lodged a PAYG tax variation.
Yep. Well, my accountant has on our behalf.
With the ATO.
So what the ATO, and basically what my accountant asked for is, okay, Frank, for your wife's properties, because it's only for those in her property, for the properties in her name, what's the forecasted rental income, which we know, what's the forecasted interest expenses, which we know, and your other expenses, strata, land tax, landlord's insurance, etc.
That's right. So they factor that in. They go, your property portfolio over the next 12 months is likely to cost you X out of pocket.
It's going to cost, this property is going to be at a loss of X amount. This one's going to be at a loss of this amount. Anyway, so it's like forecasting your tax return. They lodge that with the ATO and say, okay, well, instead of you getting a large lump sum at the end of the year, we will give you a little bit back in your pay every month that your employer pays you.
Your pay doesn't increase from a gross amount. Your wife's still getting paid the same amount gross from your employer, but instead of her hypothetically paying $1,000 a week in tax, now your tax rate goes from paying $1,000 down to $600.
Yeah, well, I worked it out. I looked at her pay slip, right? And obviously she's on top tax bracket. Now, this is interesting, right? Everybody says, half my pay goes in tax. It's not half. We're on a tiered tax system, people. It's only once you get into the top tax bracket does that portion over that threshold goes into 47, 48 cents in the dollar, whatever it is. So when I looked at, okay, here's her pay slip that shows X amount, here's her tax amount, she was paying 39% tax. Right? Blended rate.
So you earn $100,000 a year, hypothetically, I'm just using this for round numbers, you're paying $39,000 of that in tax, you're getting $61 net.
Yeah. So anyway, we lodged the form, it came back pretty quickly in a couple of days. Suddenly the ATO sends a letter to her employer, sends a letter to us and says, Mr. or Mrs. Employer, instead of deducting her 39%...
Instead of deducting $10,000 a week in tax,
instead of deducting her 39%, deduct her 29%.
That's right. So you save 10 cents in the dollar,
which means more in her net pay. Now, what do we do with that? Obviously, now offset accounts are back. That's more money in our pocket to put against the offset accounts, which saves us more interest.
That's right. So just to give context, so 10% of a $250,000, $350,000, $500,000 salary, whatever that salary is.
Just work it on 100 grand. 10% on 100 and 10 grand.
That's right. But like the higher, for the people who are listening who are on really high incomes, like this shit matters, right? Because the higher the income you are on, the more deductibility matters. Because like Frank was saying, if you're on $250 a year, from 190 from July 1, this has changed from 190 to 250. That's 60 grand.
Yeah.
On that 60 grand above 190, you're paying 47 cents in the dollar. So if you can claim from 190 down, so let's say you've got 60,000 of deductibility, from 250 down to 190, you're all of a sudden getting 47 cents in every one of those dollars back. Because you've
every
brought
month,
that's right, which is
not having to wait till the end of the year. Now, come the end of the financial year, she won't get a huge lump sum. She will still get a small refund because in the forecast I didn't include repairs and maintenance and I didn't include depreciation expenses. And without even doing that, it was enough to reduce her tax by 10%. So she will still get a lump sum refund at the end of the year. It just won't be, instead of being this much, it'll be this much because the ATO has given it to her in her pay throughout the whole financial year,
which is a game changer.
It's massive.
That mindset is thinking about it like a business owner, right? Like the way that business owners get to operate is very different from PAYG because all of these things they can claim all of their expenses before they pay the tax.
Yeah.
Which is like what you're doing as a PAYG, right? Like as a business owner, you pay your BAS every quarter, which is your PAYG withholding from employees plus your GST. Then at the end of the financial year, you do tax returns and that's due in the May of the following year. So you're getting all of the money tax-free up until the point until you pay your tax.
Yeah.
So, and as an employer, that's what's happening, right? You're getting your money back before, you're getting more money back before it's taxed because the downside to a PAYG is you have to pay your tax before you get your money because most people wouldn't pay their tax if they got all their money.
And, the good thing about it is it's not... if you wait to do your tax return, one, you got to wait for the 12 months for the year to pass. Then 30 June comes, you got to wait to collect all your things. You could be waiting 14, 15 months
you get your group certificate, then you give it to
before you
the
actually
accountant.
lodge your
That's
tax
right. Most
return.
people don't get their tax return until the following financial
I'd rather
year.
get a little bit more every month. And like you said, if the higher the salary you're on, that little bit more can be a few $1,000.
Makes a difference.
A few $1,000 in the offset account, sitting in the offset account, that's saving money straight away off that 7% interest rate. And for a lot of people, even if you're on, less than 100 grand, that could be an extra $300, $400, $500.
Regardless of how much you earn, it's all relative to what you're earning,
That's
right?
right.
So $1,000 to someone earning $100,000 means the same as $10,000 to someone earning $1 million, right? It's all relative.
It's all relative, yeah. So withholding tax variation form, people talk to your accountant, say,
I listened to bloody Frank the Tank on a podcast and he told me, mate.
I've got an investment property or more. Is it going to be in a negative position come the end of, the next financial year? If so, let's put a withholding tax variation form in and get some of that money back now
100%.
So that I can put it in an offset account.
Now, I'm conscious of time, Frank, so I got to get to a meeting. But the next thing we want to chat to, so that's a little tax hack, but now it's like the exit strategy, right? Because you're looking at your situation going, well,
exit strategy,
it didn't actually matter before because all the rental income was covering the repayments. So, my lifestyle's fine, it's not impacted. Now it's like, well, the rents have... they're not now covering the repayments. It's costing you money out of your pocket. Eventually, your wife's going to want to stop working. You're going to want to stop working half a day a week.
I'm asking. We're having that discussion now. I'm saying to my wife, because I'm an accountant, I like to plan a few years in advance. Okay, when do you want to stop working?
She said, Frank, I wanted to stop 10 years ago. You haven't
she's one of these weird people who actually loves the job she's working in, Jack. She's been with the same company for 20 years. But if she stops working, neither of us, and I pull up stumps full time as well. Neither of
there's no income coming in.
No income coming
you can't
in.
Pay your,
right, and the rent is not covering the repayments at the moment.
So
let's assume interest rates are staying at that level. How can we retire? We have to sell some properties to reduce the debt. Either we reduce a portion of the debt that allows us to be in a position where the rent does cover the repayments, or we extinguish all the debt, and that'll, we've got to do the sums as to how many properties we would need to sell to do that. Now, the dilemma you have, right, and what keeps going through my mind is, obviously, there's the whole thing of you never want to sell because as soon as you sell, let's just talk one property, as soon as you sell a property, your future capital gains, future capital growth is gone, right? Your rental income that you're currently receiving is gone, right? So you lose that straight away. Yes, you end up with a lump sum of money, which you're then going to pay off or reduce the debt on the other properties, and see what position that puts you in, and can you live off that? That's the question there.
Yeah, so you lose future growth.
Yeah.
And the capital that you get, obviously you're going to decrease some of the debt, but eventually then it's like...
And bearing in mind, we're only 50, we can't access our super till we're 60, so we've got another decade there.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? And now
it's a bit of a dilemma, but you know, it's a good dilemma to be in.
You also have a portion of your net worth tied up in your owner occupier property, right? Which is like, do you want to sell that? Do you not? And this is the thing that people forget. It's like, the one thing is getting from where you want to be to the position where you can have the income that you need, and then it's like, well, how long until we need it? Because most people then delay it, right? They're like, I don't really need it. But eventually you're going to get to a point where you go, your property's 50% leverage or 40% leveraged. You've got a lot of equity sitting in it, but you're still carrying debt. The rental incomes are not surpassing the debt. We're going to have to get rid of some of that debt, which means our portfolio value might go from 13 to 14, 15 million like yours, down to 7 million, but now it's 7 million debt free as opposed to 15 million with 6 million.
And this is where my focus comes from, being heavily capital growth focused over the time to now more cash flow focused.
That's right, because you've gone from growth to consolidation and now income, because
now, okay, it's just my wife and I, we've got no children. How much more capital growth do we need, do we want? It's more about, okay, well, we just don't want to work, so that means we need income coming in. So it's that, you know, that balance of, you know, and deciding on which properties do you sell. Do you sell the one that's maybe not growing as well but bringing in pretty good rent because of the location that it's in? Or do you sell, like I said, or do you sell
one that's growing really, really well?
Growing really well, and you know, well, shit, that's going to double in the next 7 years, or I really want to sell it, but it's the rent's not as good. And like I said, but it's all, you've got to blend that in, that strategy, that exit strategy, in with what we actually want out of life. How much do we want to travel? How much is that going to cost in future dollars? Like you said,
that's right.
You know, 100 grand of passive income today is not going to be 100 grand in 10 or 20 years time.
Well, hopefully your rents increase in line with inflation at least.
That's right. Yeah. But it's, look, like I said, it's not
first world problems, huh?
It's first world problems. It's a good position to be in.
It's the key though, right? Because like we're at two other ends of the spectrum. I'm growing.
Yeah.
You don't need to grow anymore. And it's interesting to see, like, you get to a point where you've got enough, and you now have to start to sell down, and that's how you get to a point of income, as opposed to trying to get from where I am to where you are and have income along the way, right? Like the fastest way to get there is to have the portfolio that then doubles in value, sell down half, pay down the rest of it, then have income, as opposed to what a lot of people do, which is like, I want to get a positive cash flow property along the way so it pays for itself, which we know is not reality.
Yeah, but I mean, going back to, you know, when I was 19 and bought that first place for 83,500, whatever it was, you know, bringing in $60 a week rent, the whole thing was, you know, my dad told me, you'll thank me when you get to 40, you know, and definitely when you're 50, to be able to be in this position. I don't think my dad thought I was going to buy as many properties as I did, but the more I got the bug and I just got into it and learned more over the last 30 years, was to be in a position like I am now. Now I can look back and go, wow, this is what the goal was, to be able to get to 50 and make that decision for me and, you know, my wife. You know, we've got the option to retire
15 years earlier than most people do, right?
Like 10 to 15 years earlier.
Most people don't retire at 60. Most people are way after 60.
Yeah, look, and look, some people are still working into 70s and 80s.
We see it all the time.
It's all that people love work, love running their business, and I say good luck to them. I'm not that type of person.
What? So you're telling me you don't like work, Frank?
No, I like what what we do.
Come on, tell the truth.
Look, but I'd rather be holidaying in the south of France, mate, you know, for 3 months of the year. Because, you know, time is finite.
Life is short, huh?
Mate, I just had another CT scan this week, 2 days ago. Because,
what happened?
Well, nothing's happened. It's been 10 years since I've had my open heart surgery, so did my annual
puts it into perspective,
annual cardiologist checkup, and he's like, yeah, maybe
and he said, fuck, have you even got a heart in here? Let me have a look around.
He said, you know, it's been 10 years, let's have another CT scan. You know,
what did he find?
That is
You're still in love? Did he tell you that or not?
He hasn't found anything yet. I'll get the results next week. But I'm sure he said, you know, it's all going to be okay. But, you know, shit happens, mate. We're not going to live as much as everybody says about technology. I see people on the news every day. This person died at 67. This one died at 74. We're not living till 90, 100, you know, like, you know, maybe 1 out of 10 are. So, you know, we only have a finite time on this earth. I want to enjoy it as much as possible. This is the reason why I sacrificed the things I did when I was 19. I didn't move out of home till I was 28. I didn't buy a car till I was 28. People talk about rent vesting. I was home vesting because I wasn't renting. I was staying at home, and I had 2 properties. By the time
You were
I moved
still staying
out,
in your mum and dad's bed, weren't you?
my mum and dad's bed.
Oh, no?
Different bedroom, mate.
Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
But of course it was easier back then, Jack, when I was 19. It's very tough now. We'll leave it there.
Frankie, thank you. That was a pleasure, mate. It's good to have you back in here.
Thanks, mate.
It's always
Thanks.
a good laugh. I'm assuming the listeners will get a good laugh out
Very
of
good.
that.
Is it time for lunch yet?
This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDFs beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm back in the studio with Spearsy, mate. You're already looking more confident as well. I can see it.
I'm back,
Shoulders
mate,
are down, arms behind the
bit
body.
more relaxed. Yeah.
How would you think of the last one, mate?
It was good. Yeah, like I said, I didn't know what to expect, but it was good fun, mate, and it came out well. So hopefully there's some more
lot of value in there.
Yeah.
Of value in there. Last episode we covered off sort of the 101s of being a business owner and lending and all the things you've got to consider. People you need to have on your team. Difference between a non-bank and a major lender, and all the variables. And now we're going to sort of niche in and talk about each of those little factors in much more detail, which I think is going to add a lot of value as well. So today we're going to cover off, I guess, what the overall strategy looks like for a business owner, and from your experience, how you've seen the most successful business owners grow their wealth through property, where they've started, whether it's owner-occ investment, how they transition through that period, when they maybe go into commercial, what a self-managed super fund lending look like? Can you operate out of your own business or your own building inside of your self-managed super fund to run the business out of, and everything in between?
Absolutely. And look, I think, there's not one recipe for every business owner, right? But there is, I guess, a theme that I see which comes across, with a lot of different business owners in how they approach, where they're putting their time and their energy to be able to have that, I guess, ultimate wealth creation through the business, through property and through their other investments. So I guess the first thing that I probably see where a lot of businesses, need to put their time is, into their business. It's into generating that cash flow, because as we know, if you're not continuing to earn the same money, which as a business owner, it can go up and down, or growing that cash flow, you're going to hit a wall when it comes to serviceability. So
which is what happens with employees, right? Like employees go through a stage in their career where they're earning all this money and probably growing, and then they get to a point where they may plateau for a little while. And if interest rates stay consistent and serviceability doesn't change, then you sort of tapped out.
Exactly right. I guess that's the thing that business owners have that I guess PAYG or salaried employees don't, is they've got the ability to potentially earn more if they invest and market and do what they need to do to grow their business. So the first thing we sort of look at when we're looking at a business owner is, where is the business at today and where do you want to take that tomorrow? Because if we can take the business from 200 grand to 300 grand, that 30% of additional profit, we could look to leverage that, next year or the year after into that next investment property or into that, trophy home if they're wanting to upgrade. So I think the first thing we need to look at is where is the business today and where do we want to take that business, and how can we look to strategically fund, any type of CapEx or any type of investments that's going to grow the top line and leave us with more profit for us to use the next year. Yeah,
absolutely. And I know I've just gone through this with my accountant. It's looking at the previous 12 months, looking at the start of this year and what we've generated and what that likely looks like projected out, over the next 6, 7, 8 months of this year, and then again planning for the future after that. And if you've got a really good broker on your team, like a Spearsy, you should be able to work out, well, if we hit these numbers and all things stay equal, like rates and everything else, this is what servicing could look like. And if servicing looks like this in 12 or 24 months time, meaning this is how much money you can borrow, if you wanted to use that, then where are we going to generate the capital, or where are we going to get the equity from for deposits to use that servicing?
100%, and that's where you want to sit down with your broker and say, hey, these are my numbers. I've had a chat with my accountant. This is where I think we're going to land. What does my serviceability look like if we were to land on this number? And again, that's when you can work backwards and go, okay, well, if I'm going to hit, 300,000 in profit or whatever it may be, that's going to give me X amount of borrowing capacity. I actually don't need that much. So maybe I can go and talk to my accountant about looking at ways that I can minimize my tax and potentially move things around through different structures and entities to avoid paying as much as I would if I was just to let that run out. So
it's so true, right? If you don't need $1 million or $2 million or $5 million worth of borrowing, then you don't necessarily need to show that profit.
Exactly. And that's where, again, the planning is so important, because if you don't plan, you could just be donating extra and you don't want to.
To the beautiful ATO.
Exactly.
Lovely
We give them enough. So, don't give them any more, but planning is key.
Do you usually see that most business owners that you've worked with in the past have started in resi as opposed to commercial and other assets?
The majority do. So once we've sort of nailed down the business, the next step is usually residential, just because the barrier to entry is lower.
And when you say barrier to entry, like deposit amounts you need, right?
Exactly. So, we can start with 5% deposit for investment and, owner-occ in this day and age. So there's different government grants depending on, which state you're in and what you're looking to do. But residential is the easiest way to get leverage. It's a lot cheaper than commercial as well. You're not paying establishment fees or big valuation costs. So resi is definitely the place that we'd start.
And would you say most people, as they start growing a business, go, I earn more money now, let's go get a better family home or a bigger family home? Or do most people go, let's actually maybe rent or stay in a smaller family home and start investing?
Depends on the person, I guess, and it depends on the conversations they've probably had with their advisors. So, and this is where, again, that having the right team is key. Because if you have a clear view on where you want to go, then the decisions you make along the way become a lot easier. If you're, I guess, in your business and you have a great year, and now you're like, well, I'm going to do this, that may be great. And if that's what you want to do, power to you. But is that going to get you to where you want to be from an investment perspective? If you want to have $10 million worth of assets in 5 years' time, is buying the home going to allow you to continue to invest after that? Or are you going to suck up all your serviceability into that asset? So,
of which really, other than putting a roof over your head, has no utility, right? Like it's not
correct.
like you can just go and sell the lounge room and cash out.
Exactly.
And I think I was actually talking to Ben Nash on the podcast earlier in the week, and he said the same thing. He's like, what he sees is people, whether they're high income earners, whether they're business owners, they go out there, they start earning some money, and because they earn money, it's like, well, I want to reward myself by having the home in the suburb that I want to live. But then they tie themselves to this mortgage for 20, 30, however many years it is. And they often tie up probably 60 to 70% of their surplus cash. And then with the other 30%, that goes to all the other things in life. And it's sort of that chicken chasing or the egg chasing the chicken, whatever you want to say, where you could potentially do it a little bit more strategically. And I think something that I know you've done personally, and I know a lot of successful business people do, is if you do have the owner-occ, maybe using some of the business profits to pay down the debt on that owner-occ, and then using the equity as a release from the owner-occ, so it's tax deductible, to go and buy more investments, as opposed to getting all this cash that you've had as profit, or might be sitting in your business account, drawing it out and then using it as a deposit on the investment property. So you've got lower deductible debt as opposed to lower non-deductible debt.
Exactly right. I think the aim of the game is we want to be minimising our non-deductible debt as much as possible, and paying that down and using that line of credit, so recycling that debt from being non-deductible to deductible, and purchasing assets. So again, I think you need to map out your plan. What do you want to achieve from your investing journey? If you want to buy a home, that's totally okay. But what is that home going to do to your borrowing capacity moving forward? So for me, for example, I rent vested for a decade, and that's all I wanted to do. The only reason I looked at
life.
Exactly. But I wasn't interested in buying a home because I was like, well, I'm just going to keep on leveraging myself up and buying as much as I can and investing. But the only reason I looked to switch and buy an owner-occ is because when rates were at 2%, I was just like, well, if I'm going to rent something, where I like to live, the actual repayments on something in that area is going to be similar. It might have been 20, 30% higher. So I said, well, I'm going to actually pivot my rent vesting strategy and purchase this owner-occ. I'm going to renovate it. So I'm going to manufacture some value, and I'm going to continue to pay down that debt and look to recycle that equity out to invest in other assets. But I knew my borrowing capacity and what I could do after I bought that asset. So I had a clear view on, okay, well, this is part of my strategy now. I'm going to sell this asset in probably 2-3 years, capital gains free, and then I'll look to roll it into another asset, and then actually port that debt that I have, the investment debt, from the current house over to that next house. So when I buy this, next principal place of residence, I may have a new loan, which is non-deductible to buy that bigger place, but all the debt that I've paid off and recycled, I'm just moving it from the asset that I sell to that new asset, and that's called a portability. So there's different ways that you can look to leverage the bank policy to still get you where you want to go, but you just need to understand your lending runway.
Let's talk a little bit more about that, because that's like probably a more in-depth strategy that people have never even heard about before. Sure. Portability. Sounds like a Portaloo, but slightly different.
Slightly different. So I guess portability simply is you've got a loan against a property, and you're going to sell that property and substitute that property with a new one. So it's also called a substitution of security. So what you could do is you've got a home, let's just say a lot of clients at the moment might have a fixed rate that they don't want to break. They've got a 1.99% interest rate. Most of them have gone, but they've got a great fixed rate, and they don't want to look to break that because their repayments are great, but they want to upgrade their home, and they've got cash that they can look to put towards it to help with buying that next one. So what we can actually do is go, well, we are going to actually sell this property and buy this new one, and we're going to swap out that existing property that you live in with this new asset. So what we're able to do is actually keep that fixed rate without disrupting it or breaking it.
So let's say you've got a $1 million loan on the initial property. That's fixed. You don't want to sell the property down and pay that loan out because you're going to get rid of that fixed rate. You want to go buy fixed rate, but you want to go buy another property.
Correct.
But it's $3 million.
Correct.
So you need to increase your debt by another, say, 1.4.
Correct.
Okay, so you can move that $1 million loan onto the new property, plus then add 1.4, which wouldn't be on that fixed rate, but it would be 1.4 of a new rate, but you're not getting rid of that 1 million.
That's exactly right. So what we've done there is we've retained that fixed rate. We haven't broken that and moved that to a variable, but you've taken on a new variable to cover the difference, and we've swapped out the property behind it, which is going to support those facilities.
Amazing. I don't think a lot of people know that at all.
Yeah.
Is there like certain criteria and qualification that you need to have for that?
Depending on the bank.
Right.
So it's mostly LVR. Most banks don't retest serviceability unless you're looking to borrow additional funds. So if you're just looking to swap an existing asset, most banks don't actually need you to retest, but then you'd need the cash if you were upgrading to cover that difference. To cover the difference. Yeah.
Right. Interesting. Okay. Portability. Very, very good. Now, Resi sounds like the way people go. Some people go investment, some people go own a rock. There's no right or wrong by the sounds of it. It's what's right or wrong for that particular person. I think what I got from that is what is very important. And I think what is the common denominator is making sure that you're being tax effective. So if you're generating all this cash flow through your business, maybe paying that off the owner occupier as opposed to using that cash to go buy investments, because the owner occ is non-deductible and the investments are deductible. What about commercial? Like a lot of business owners that I speak to always are fascinated by commercial. Maybe it's because their business operates out of a commercial premises. Maybe it's because their friends who also own businesses have commercial. But what do you see in the commercial space with business owners?
Look, I think commercial plays a really important role in your overall strategy if your game is property and you want to grow that out, to be a big portfolio over time. So again, it's about time and place. When do you look to introduce commercial? Because if you do work out of a commercial or industrial asset, and you wanted to buy that asset, there are tax effective ways you can do that.
Right.
So looking at SMSF lending and purchasing something in your SMSF may have a lot of benefits. You'll need to check those with your accountant, but it could be a really tax effective way to pick up an asset that you've been operating out of for a long time, and instead of you paying rent to a third party, you're now paying that rent to yourself tax effectively. So commercial from that sense can be a great investment for a business owner. Commercial investment also has much higher yield than what residential does when you start getting up the deal curve. So when you're sort of 1, 2, 3 mil plus, your yield is going to drop off from a residential standpoint, but from a commercial standpoint, it's going to be fairly stable throughout the asset classes. So
you could be getting your 6-7% net yields, not gross, $10, $15, $20 million assets.
Exactly. And that's where the recipe of really get the business firing. Then look to residential and look to buy the home if you want and build the residential portfolio is the steps, and then the next step is really commercial, where you could look to be using the cash flow the business is generating, or the equity that you've pulled out of the residential portfolio before you hit the servicing wall, to put deposits into those commercial assets, which we can fund on a standalone basis, through a lease stock facility.
Because that's one of the biggest barriers to entry into commercial, right? You can't just go in with a 5% deposit, and if you're a certain employee or you're working Medico, you might not have to pay LMI. Like, generally speaking, for commercial, do you see it's 25-30% deposits plus costs, plus everything costs along the way, right? Like your valuations you have to pay for, and your inspections and all the rest of it. It's a much longer process, and it's generally much more expensive.
Correct. Look, they don't miss in commercial lending. So your max LVR you're probably going to get is 80% on a owner-occupier property. So if you're working out of that property, the banks are willing to go up to 80% for the most part. Investment, there's some banks, depending on the actual size of that property. So if it's $1 million and below, they could look to do 80% for that funding. Most banks for the bigger assets, 2-3 mil plus, are looking at 70% is where they like to play.
So 30% deposit needed.
30% deposit, but again, there's some industries that the banks like more. So if you're a doctor and you're looking to buy a medical practice, there's some banks that will fund 100% of that purchase.
Right.
And sometimes you can actually lend against the doctor's income and actually cover the costs as well. So cover the stamp duty and whatnot. So, but there's more fees. You're paying establishment fees, you're paying valuation fees, your rate's going to be higher. But because you're getting that higher yield, it may be something you want to explore. It
usually covers majority of the cost. I think that's another thing as well. Like, people think by going into commercial, it's just going to start producing cash flow from day one. But I think the variable there is whether you're taking on the 100% debt, the 70% debt, the 60% debt, right? Because if you're using equity, so you've started to build the resi portfolio, you've gone and bought the owner-occ, you've leveraged then off the owner-occ to go and buy a few investments, and then to get into the commercial, you go leverage off the investments to get the cash to then go buy the commercial. You've essentially still taken on 100% debt. You've just got 70% securitized, say, against the commercial and 30% against the resi.
You are.
So at a 100% loan to value ratio, it's unlikely, unless it's a very special asset, that it's going to be covering its
That's right.
costs.
It's if you're putting in a true 30%, 40% cash deposit, then you're going to be positive from day one.
Yeah.
But more often than not, where people are getting those deposits from are from your residential portfolio. So if you get to a point where you've fully maxed out the equity that you can get out of the residential portfolio, and your business is firing and generating enough cash to pay for those deposits, and that's great. And that's a lot of the strategies that we explore is, well, the business is earning, a couple of $1 million, and we want to look to put that in a commercial asset. Let's put that into a company and invest via that company, keep it up at a company tax rate, with guidance from the accountant on how we do that. But that's a strategy that we employ to go, okay, well, this is a true cash deposit into this asset, and this is going to be the yield and the passive cash flow that we get from that property from day one.
So if you, for example, like from your experience, some of the clients you've worked with, if they're running a proprietary limited and then they go buy another commercial asset, say through another proprietary limited, is there a way that they can push pre-tax funds across to that PTY to then be able to use as a deposit to go buy the asset? So it's like net funds essentially?
Yeah, so we had that advice from a client that we're working with last week, where they're generating great income, and we're sort of deciding where can we best deploy that cash? Is it residential or is it going to be commercial? And the discussion was around, well, if we're looking to take that deposit or those funds out of the business, we're going to have to pay the marginal tax rates for the beneficiaries we're distributing to. So part of the strategy was, well, let's look to take X amount out of the business so we can continue to pay down the home loan debt and look to recycle that and use it for deposits. But then let's look to take this amount of cash, put it into this entity, and look to buy a commercial property with. So,
and would that be pre-tax going into the other entity?
So it's keeping it within a business tax realm. So
right.
Instead of coming down to yourself as the individual at a marginal tax rate,
which is usually, if you're a business owner, the highest tax rate if you're running a good business, so you're 45 cents plus Medicare.
Exactly. So keeping it in a business entity.
So 25 cents usually is.
Yeah, 25, 28 and a half depending. That's where your tax rate's going to kick in on that deposit.
So just reiterating that to people, like, just by doing little things like that, and that's not a super complex structure if you've got a good accountant, but instead of pushing it out of an entity, whether it goes into a trust, whether it goes directly into your personal name, like, you're paying tax on it higher than you're paying in a company, regardless of where it goes to. You're paying, let's just say you pay 40 cents on the dollar blended tax rate. So instead of doing that, you push it to another company, for example, even if it is post-tax to another company, then you're only paying 25 cents, which essentially just means you've made 15% on that money because you've saved 15 cents on the dollar tax as opposed to pushing it out to your personal name and then using that money.
Well, that's right. And this is where, again, the power of the right advisors come in to go, look, this is where we're sitting in this financial year. You know, what can we do now to actually save ourselves money? Because often once the financial year is over, you don't have the ability to go back and change anything.
Retrospect, yeah.
Exactly. You need to be pre-planning in the year that you're in with your broker and with your accountant. And again, you can save yourself a lot of tax. You can look to use different beneficiaries, but as we spoke about last time, if you get too creative about who you're transferring that money to, it could dilute your borrowing situation.
That's
so
right.
Again,
So you're trying to save scratch and save here, when in the reality is you're costing yourself 10 multiples of that at the other end.
Exactly right. And that's where, if you don't need to borrow for the next couple of years, then take your accountant's advice and move things around, you know, as best as you can to get the best tax outcome. But if you're going to need to borrow, get all those advisors on a call in the same room and say, hey, this is what we want to do. And they can be very clear on what they need to see to be able to help you get what you want. And
then on the commercial, you mentioned lease stocks. Obviously, self-managed super fund is one area where you can buy, you know, a commercial asset, potentially operate out of it yourself, and be tax effective. What does it look like if we were doing a lease stock loan out of the self-managed super fund, but just going to buy a commercial asset where maybe the business hasn't shown a lot of profit, and we're in one of those years where we're trying to minimise our tax? How does a lease stock differ from a standard loan where you've got to show servicing and all the rest of it?
Yeah, so I guess if we look at the different avenues that a commercial investor has to borrow, so SMSF, the main driver for serviceability there is the superannuation guarantee payments that you're making into your self-managed super fund, and the rent that's coming through from that property that you're buying.
So your contributions plus the rental income that the property will generate.
Exactly. So that's what the bank is looking at when we're looking at serviceability in SMSF. When we're looking at, I guess, a commercial purchase, we can do it two ways. We can do one where it's a holistic full doc serviceability assessment, where we're looking at, this is what the business is generating, this is what your partner may be earning as a salary, these are your liabilities that you can service, this is what's left over, and this is what can look to service this new commercial property investment. So that's, I guess, what we see probably 60-70% of the time. But then there's lease stock where it's just in that ring-fenced entity, and you're putting cash in as a deposit, and based on the debt that's remaining, generally it's about 60% to make the ratios work. If the rent coming through can cover the interest payment at the ratio that bank's comfortable with, then the bank's happy to lend.
So essentially they'll lend based just on the rental income. So if you've got the right LVR, so you can't be getting 90 or 100% loan to value ratios, you might have cash or equity that you've put into that entity. That's the deposit and costs, and then you're only carrying, say, 60% on that entity. The bank will look at it in isolation and go, well, it's going to be generating X amount of dollars worth of income. We're comfortable with that based on our policy. You don't need to show any personal servicing or company servicing. Exactly.
So if you've been playing a tax minimisation game and you know you don't have, I guess, the full doc capacity, then SPV or lease doc lending is something that could be an avenue you could explore.
How often do you see that, and usually when do you see it?
Look, quite often, I guess, when we've had business owners looking to maybe wind down their business, so they're looking to step back and not go as hard as they previously did. So their profitability is coming down, but they've still got the same level of debt. Then we might say, hey, you know, you've sold this asset, you've got this amount of cash just sitting there, you want to buy another property. This is an avenue that we can explore, where we're going to take that cash, put it into this transaction, and you know, you're going to open yourself up to get this debt and buy a quality asset that's going to give you this yield.
So for example, someone who may have exited out of a business, had a big liquidity moment, all of a sudden then they go to the bank and they say, hey, can I borrow money? And they say, no, because you've now got no income. This could be an avenue for those people because they have a lot of cash sitting there, of which they can use as more chunky deposits than what they would usually do. But if you can still get 60% off a lender and put in 40%, you're still getting more than double your money in leverage, and you don't have to show any servicing for it.
100%. And that's something I guess I get as questions from clients a lot, saying, look, I've got $4 million sitting in a bank account. Why won't a bank give me any money? And the bank is hamstrung based on needing to see your income and use that income in an assessment to be able to provide you those funds. So the Responsible Lending Act guides pretty much everything the banks do in terms of lending money. So for us to be able to have a policy that says, hey, we know that traditional borrowing may not be the best avenue for you, but you've got a really healthy deposit, and the asset you're going to buy is going to be covering the debt that the bank's going to give you, could be a great avenue for them to explore.
Very, very interesting. It's a funny thing, because from my experience and from what I've spoken to other people about, lending was a little bit different 10 years ago, right? Your equity meant more than what it does right now. If you had a couple of $1 million worth of equity in a property, but you had a low income, there may have been avenues for you to be able to go and borrow based on your equity position. Where now, for a lot of the majors, it's very different to that, right? You could have $10 million worth of equity in a property and minimal to no income, and they won't lend you a cent.
That's right. Majors, and second tier lenders, they need to see income. The income is driving the outcome. Unless we're doing a property development transaction where, we're building a bunch of units and we've pre-sold a lot of those units, and, the sale of those units are going to pay off and leave us with a comfortable end position. 90% of the way the banks look to run their metrics is based on the income that they can see. So that's where, using second and third tier lenders to do some low doc or no doc type of lends is an option. But then you're not going to be getting the best terms as what you get elsewhere. Well,
let's talk through that. Like, there is lots of different lending products out there for business owners, which maybe not a lot of people are privy to. What does it look like from a cost point of view? Obviously, there's different costs for commercial as there is for residential. Inside of each of those, you've got interest only and principal and interest. You've got, different tiers to whether you've had full doc loans, whether you've had, low doc or no doc loans, and they've all got different rates and risk assessments attached to them. So generally speaking, like, what do you see in the resi space? What are most business owners going for? And then on the commercial space, again, with costs and rates and everything in between?
It's a good question. I guess it's changed a lot within the last sort of 5-7 years. So, if we wind back 7 years ago, your home loans and your investment loans were very, very similar rates. But then as time went on, we started to have a bit of a gap because the banks needed to hold more capital against different type of products. So with principal and interest repayments on a home loan versus an investment loan, you're looking at about a 30-point premium for an investment product versus a home loan product.
So you might be paying 5.8 on a owner OC or P&I, and you might be paying 6.1, 6.2 on an investment.
Exactly. So, the 30-point premium is there when we're looking at P&I repayments. And then if we go to interest only, we jump up again. So when we're looking at interest only home loans versus interest only investment loans, there used to be about a sort of 20-30 point gap. Banks have actually brought that down because a lot of people were taking their home loan products and then moving it to interest only to get a better rate. So they've looked to actually bring that pricing closer together. But that's with the major banks. So when we look at the second and third tier lenders, the pricing goes up as the risk goes up for the bank. So it's all risk adjusted pricing. So if we're looking at a second tier lender, we may be looking at sort of mid 7s for, say, interest only investment, could go up to 8 depending on how we're looking to actually frame that application. So are we doing low doc where we're using the BAS to evidence the income? Or are we using an accountant letter to evidence that income? Or are we using bank statements to actually say, hey, this is the credit and debit flows and the surplus, and this is what we can actually look to lend on. So it depends on how we're using those banks and which avenue we're using for, income verification. And that's going to depend, that's going to impact the end rate that we look to get.
So essentially, the takeaway from that is the higher the risk the loan to the bank, the non-bank, whatever it is, generally the more you're going to pay.
Correct. And that's income, but it's also LVR as well. So the best pricing you're going to get from a bank is sub 60% LVR for a home loan. That's where the banks, that's the debt the banks
Which is like minimal risk to the bank, right? Worst case scenario, you can't pay your loan, they sell the property and they're still up 30 or 40% even in a bad market.
Exactly. There's plenty of change for them and for you, and that's why they can be really bullish, and especially if the deal size is over $1 million or $2 million, the banks really want that debt because it's generally a really risk adverse customer that's got great income that has that kind of debt. But when we go up the risk curve, there's a premium for those products that we take on.
Interesting. And the fees on top of, so obviously rate is one thing, but then when we start getting into non-bank territory or commercial territory, you've got things like line fees, you've got things like establishment fees. A lot of people get scared away from these things. It's like, I can't believe I've got to pay 10, 20, 30 grand to get a loan. You know, like, what is this?
That's right. That's right. So, you know, when we're looking at resi, there may be risk fees associated with it, and the risk fee could be, you know, 50 basis points of the loan amount to 2% of the loan amount. So on $1 million loan, that could be 20 grand. It's a lot of money. But if that $20,000 is going to unlock access to purchase an asset that's going to grow and provide a lot of upside, again, it's an investment decision to you to say, well, you know, this 20,000, is that worth the upside that I could potentially get from this investment?
Something interesting, which I know I plan a lot with my finances and my purchasing of property to an extent. I think a lot of people look at things through a plain lens of, oh, why would I go and use a non-bank now, or a lender which is going to charge me more and an establishment fee. But if you were to use that product, for example, to get into the market 2 years ago, your business might have been suffering during COVID, for example. You might have been well capitalized but had no servicing. If you could have used a non-bank or a lending product which would have allowed you to buy the asset, would have cost you a bit of money to begin with, but then had 2 years of holding that asset, growing the next, 30, 40, 50% in value, and then your business improves, and then you're able to refinance that loan which you originally got with a not so or an expensive product, and then refinance it back to a normal lender, and now all of a sudden bring that down. Like you said, it's an investment decision, right? You might have made 500 grand, it's cost you 150 in fees, but you're still net 350. Whereas if you wanted to go through the normal channels, you maybe couldn't have done that for another 2 or 3 years until your business improved.
That's right. And again, that's it comes down to the strategy. You know, if you're going to buy this asset or buy this business, you know, the majors may not have appetite for that. And in 2021, 2022, they definitely didn't, because there was COVID, there was a lot happening that they weren't comfortable with. But there were lenders out there that were. So, you know, Judo, for instance, we helped a client look to grow and acquire multiple businesses, and they were able to take those businesses and create a lot of upside. And now we're looking at the portfolio to say, well, we've gotten what we need from those facilities. Do we look to optimize those facilities, you know, with Judo and change how we're structuring those, or do we look at other banking options to actually get our rates down to where the market is? Then we can take that saving, and we've still got that upside that we built, you know, from the businesses and the investments.
It's very, very true. This is why the strategy component of it's so important, right? And actively working with your partners as opposed to just having a broker for one transaction and thinking you can do it all yourself. Generally speaking, with resi and commercial and an overall portfolio, when do you usually see people transition, or why do you see people transition, right? Like, I don't own any commercial personally myself, but when do you usually see business owners go from building a big resi portfolio to then maybe getting to that next level and going, hey, let's push all this money now into commercial?
Look, I think it depends on the individual. You know, some people have a desire for commercial. It's what they like, it's what they know. So they may start, I guess, the commercial investing part of their journey earlier than most, and maybe go commercial first, then into residential. But more often than not, I see people look to commercial when they're starting to hit that servicing wall. Or if they're looking for an element of diversification from their business or from their current property portfolio. So what we look to do for a client is we've been looking at finding the right commercial property for a while. And the reason we're looking to find the right one is the business is continuing to do really well, but they want to look to diversify and de-risk because the business has some elements of risk to it. So if that business were to hit a roadblock, the drop in income could be significant. So our view is, well, let's find some great solid commercial properties that are getting high yields that we can look to invest in and actually look to amortize that debt over time because we've got the cash flow. You know, interest only is a great tool to help you stockpile cash to further your investing. But if you're a high performing business owner, you might not need that additional cash from interest only because you're generating that cash from your business. So our view is, okay, well, let's pick up some great commercial property assets. Let's actually look to amortize that debt down over a 7 to 10 year period. And we're doing that with the residential portfolio as well. So we're enhancing the yield or the net yield we're getting out of the different assets. And in 10 years time, we may still have the business in its current form, or it could be doing a lot better or a lot worse, but we've mitigated our risk because we've built a really solid passive income flow from the properties.
Very interesting. And on that, to then grow off the back of a commercial asset or commercial portfolio, how does one, if they're not using cash in the business, then get the cash out of a commercial asset? Is it easier to refinance a commercial asset? Like, can we just go and get a NAB desktop valuation every 6 months and pull out a few $100,000 like you potentially do with a good resi asset? Or is there more to commercial assets and releasing equity from them, and how often you can do it and all the rest of it?
Look, it's a good question, and I don't think people probably know the answer to that, but it is more difficult than it is with residential.
Yeah. So you can't just get a desktop valuation?
Can't get a desktop valuation. Look, there's actually some lenders who do have internal valuations,
right,
which can be cheaper and quicker than an external party, but for the most part, a commercial valuation is from a third party to the bank. So they could be engaging CBRE or JLL or HDW to go out and do that valuation for them, and it comes at a cost.
Yeah.
We got a valuation quote last week for $30,000 for a big pub, but that's a big complex asset that requires a lot of review. But in terms of getting the equity out, it is a very similar process to residential, but there's more fees.
Yeah.
So you get the valuation. We'll have a look at where that actual value is sitting. We'll have a look at the LVR against that asset at the moment, and then we'll look at the income and go, okay, well, if we've got the ability to access more income because there's more income from that property or from the holistic serviceability assessment, then we can look to take that money out and use that as a deposit for something else.
But for something like a pub, for example, I couldn't imagine there's too many comparable sales of pubs just getting around, right? It's not like a 3-bedroom house or a 3-bedroom terrace in Paddington where one sells
Correct.
every week. So how is it something you can probably do every 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? Like, I couldn't imagine there's a lot of trade in those kind of assets for value to be go, oh yeah, that just sold for this just sold for that. Like, I think the last 3 or 4 years has been pretty good, especially in industrial. But like, if it's flat now for 3 or 4 years in a low volume marketplace and potentially a decreasing marketplace, it might be a little bit more challenging to get equity out of, right?
Look, it can be, but again, it depends on how the valuation is done. How they do a valuation in the commercial sector is very different to how they do it in the residential. There's still an element of comparable sales, but there's also looking at the rents. Has the rent increased? And the value of the property is often linked to the rental it's generating. So if you've been able to increase the rent by 20% based on the CPI increases, or you've been able to develop that commercial property and increase the net lettable space, you're then able to actually revalue, and there's probably going to be a substantial uplift in that equity that you can look to take out. So comparable sales play a part in the valuation, but it's also looking at the rent, it's looking at the cap rates and understanding, okay, well, this is what's out there being rented and what's sold, and this is the the end val this valuer has picked. And it's a little bit different to resi, where it is more just direct comparisons to, okay, this is a 4-bedroom house, this is a 4-bedroom house in the same area, and this is where we see value.
It's very interesting. So in recapping, it sounds like most important part is the strategy piece, right? Like understanding your business, understanding the trajectory of your business. When are you going to be very profitable? When are you likely to be not so profitable? Then planning out what the overall portfolio looks like, not just this next purchase, but what's purchase 2, 3, 4 look like from here. How are we going to fund those? Are they going to be in personal entities? How do we, minimize our tax, but then still access it as profit, for example? So making sure you might be able to move it from one business to another business and buy property through that business. And then it sounds like what some really successful investors do is build up their capital base through maybe a stronger resi portfolio, and then start to diversify some risk and start to generate some more income by pushing that then into a strong commercial portfolio, which over time will start to pay itself down, produce more and more income, and then maybe you're not as reliant then on your business as you once were.
100%. And again, that strategy comes down to advice and proactively engaging with your advisors as well. So, you should be talking to your broker or your accountant, every quarter or at least every 6 months to say, hey, this is where we're at. This is what we're looking to do. What do you think? I find myself often a sounding board for a lot of clients who are sort of going through the motions of the business, and then they want to take a step back to go, okay, well, this is what we're doing here, and this is the trajectory. We're actually realizing on the projections that we set. What do I want to do with this income? Or it could go the other way. Go, look, business isn't doing well. We're looking to, make these shifts internally. What can we do from the portfolio standpoint to either support the business? Do we need to liquidate an asset to get more cash in there? But again, it's planning, and it's keeping your advisors engaged to make sure you're getting that advice.
Just one last thing, actually, 2 last things. A lot of business owners run, lines of credit or facilities where they have access to capital. when they need it. Do you often see that business owners who have portfolios of property, whether it's commercial or resi, have those line facilities attached to an asset? So maybe the rates are cheaper than attaching it to, or not attaching it to anything and having it as unsecured?
Yeah, look, they do. A secured overdraft is going to be a lot cheaper than an unsecured overdraft.
Yeah.
But you've got to ask the question of the opportunity cost of tying up that equity to that facility if your business could get unsecured lending or cash flow lending. And again, it's about, where do you want to deploy that equity if we were to take it off the asset and have it unsecured? So a secured facility, could range from, sort of 7 to 9% depending, and an unsecured is probably going to be double digits, up to 15% depending on the lender.
Yeah.
So it's about, are you using that facility? Do you need it? And if you do, can we actually deleverage your properties to free up that equity for us to use elsewhere?
Yeah. Yeah, so essentially, again, back to the initial piece, which is strategy and advice, making sure you're getting the right strategy and the right advice, because it may be the right thing to do, but it also may not be the right thing to do because you could use that capital or cheaper capital elsewhere.
That's right, and it's getting it frequently. So you shouldn't just set and forget your plan. Your plan can evolve, and I think if your plan needs to evolve, you need to be engaging with those advisors regularly just to make sure it's going in the right direction.
Spearsy, as always, mate. You're getting better and better at this. Second episode in. By episode 5, mate, you'll be interviewing me.
Appreciate it, mate.
Tell me, Jack.
Thank
Very
you.
good. Thank you.
Cheers.
This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDFs beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. Oh, what a way to start an episode. Flamingo Property Investing. We're back. New series. We've got Jett Elliott, client on here.
Yeah.
It's good to see you, mate. You nervous?
I am, yeah.
Would you like an Oreo to kick us off?
Why
there
not?
we go.
Yeah, we'll have an Oreo. Why not?
Let's have an Oreo together. Now, folks, this is a new style of podcast. We're not interviewing Frank the Tank or Matt Spears or Jordan Bett. We're interviewing a fellow property investor. First podcast appearance. First of many, I think.
We'll see. We'll see how we go.
So, just quietly, the new Oreo double stuff. There's nothing worse. You know, in an Oreo, you eat an Oreo and there's never enough of the cream inside.
The cream, yeah.
Fixes that issue. Anyway, so Jett Elliott, very interesting story. You work in the Navy. Mm-hmm. Bought your first property
2022.
2 years ago. How old are you?
24.
24 years old. Young go-getter. Avid runner, was a client first, now become a good friend. I thought, what better person to get on the potty than Jett? And what we're going to do, we're going to run through all the issues that people have. You're going to run through your situation, how you solve them, which was how you save for your first deposit,
Yep.
how you bought your first property, how you're in a position now to buy your second property, how you're focusing on increasing your income, and everything in between.
Let's
so, mate,
do it.
run us through it. So run us through your 30-second story. So you're 24 now.
Yeah, 24.
Where'd you grow up?
Grew up in Lane Cove of Sydney.
North Shore?
Yeah, born and bred. Was pretty much, born bred in Sydney. Joined the Navy 5 years ago.
Did you finish school? Year 12?
Yeah, finished school.
All the way
year
through?
12. Yeah, finished school. Went to Epping Boys.
Which boys?
Epping
Boys.
Yeah, went to Epping Boys.
You blokes there.
A few blokes.
All blokes.
Only blokes. So joined the Navy, did the gap year in the Navy. So
you finished school at, how old were you, 17 or something?
18. Finished school 18. My first job.
Straight into the Navy?
Yeah, pretty much straight into the Navy.
And did you know you wanted to do the Navy or go into like the Special Force? What is it called? The Defence Force?
Defence Force. No, I didn't really know. That's why I did the gap year.
What's the gap year?
It's pretty much a year where you get to experience every job that the Navy has to offer.
Oh, right. So you went into the Navy and then did a gap year as to which one you got.
Yeah. And then that's where I fell into diving, and then that's where I am at the moment.
Pretty interesting job. Tell us what you do. You fucking go very far into the water, very deep.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, go down and
you went 60 metres the other day.
Yeah, 60 metres, yeah. takes 3 minutes.
That's wild.
40 to get
I'm
down.
not sure if anyone's been underwater before, but you go 1.5 meters underwater and you look up, you're like, fuck me, I'm a long way down.
Imagine 60.
60.
Pretty dark down
A lot
there.
of sharks, a lot of stingrays,
Yeah.
a lot of bad shit.
A lot
And
of
you,
bad shit.
you check for mines and stuff, yeah?
Yeah, exactly right.
Right.
So go down, check for mines, and dispose of
Not
them.
the mines that I was working in, not digging for mines.
No, not.
Mines that blow
Yeah,
up.
that's exactly
Right.
right.
So, did the gap year, worked out, yep, Navy was for you. What sort of money were you earning when you first went into the Navy, like in that gap
Probably
year?
like 80.
80 grand?
80
Decent,
grand.
decent
Yeah,
quote.
it's pretty decent. But obviously before the Navy, always been an avid saver. So first job in a bakery, pretty much saving since I was 13.
So this was when you were still in school?
Still in school. I was 13, yeah.
So you got your first job at the local bakery,
a local bakery.
Plain Cove Bakery?
It was, in Carlingford actually. But I was making pies. Pretty
Pies.
much making pies.
You actually told us this story the other day
Yeah,
at breakfast.
making pies and yeah.
And how much were you earning then?
Oh,
Do you remember?
probably like $10 an hour.
And you were working just weekends or after school?
After school, yeah. I'd get the bus home
Yeah.
and just walk from home up to the local bakery and start making pies.
3 or 4 hours of fucking lemon meringue making.
That's it,
and
$40.
then-
I thought I was rich.
And you started your savings then? So you started saving?
Yeah,
when
pretty
you were-
much. Yeah, started saving.
And where did that come from? Like where did the saving...
I
'Cause I think some people, from what I've seen, either have the ability to save money or they do not. There's nothing in between. You either can save or you can't save. So it sounds like when you were...
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe from my parents at a young age, probably instilled something in me to save.
Oh, yeah?
But my sister, she does not save at all.
Mate,
So there you
story
go.
of my life. Me and my brother. Is it,
I'm
it's the
just a
same.
saver. She's
a spender.
not.
I think
She's a spender. Yeah.
It's it's in your DNA. So 13, you're saving money, you're working at the bakery, $10 or so an hour. How long did you work? Like, were you working all the way through your school?
Yeah, working. Yeah, so
Always at the bakery, or did you upgrade
so
jobs?
I went from the bakery to like washing dishes at a cafe.
There we go.
And then I went from that, or from washing dishes
Mm-hmm.
to actually making coffee. And so I had the bakery and
So you're working 2 jobs?
2 jobs.
Right.
And then,
After school, weekends and stuff like that?
Yeah. And then ditched the coffee shop, worked at Foot Locker for a while.
Selling Air Jordans.
Air Jordans, yeah. And then pretty much ditched that and then finished school.
So these were all
and
the
then
jobs
straight
you were
in.
doing while you were in school? And
Yeah,
obviously
just saving my...
because
like
you're young,
saving, yeah.
you were living at home, right?
Yep.
Most people are still living at home when they're 13, 14, 15 years old.
Yeah, exactly right.
And how much did you save during your school? Like when you finished school, did you have a bit of savings behind you?
Probably had like 20 grand.
Decent.
After, yeah.
For 18-year-old?
18-year-old. Yeah, exactly right.
So then you got into the Navy, you had 20 grand, and then when you were in the Navy, still living at home, obviously? Or did you move out by then?
Yeah, so I did my basic training down in Cerberus in
Yep.
Victoria, and then just...
And you live on campus or something down there?
Yeah, for X amount of weeks.
Yeah.
And then, just saved. Obviously, you don't spend... From getting, $10 an hour to getting actual...
80 grand a year,
Yeah.
which is worked out to be what?
It's like $2,000
A fortnight
a
or something?
fortnight or something.
In your hand?
In my
then
hand, yeah. So straight in my bank account. Didn't really know what to do with it.
You bought the Red Rocket.
I did buy, yeah. I've got a little Honda Civic. Shout out the Red Rocket. Yeah. $9.5 grand.
Yeah.
But apart from that, didn't really spend anything. So just kept saving, and then obviously as I've gotten older, just kept on saving.
And then so you went from being a saver, when did you get interested in investing, property, all that type of stuff?
Well,
Cash, essentially. When did you get interested to cash?
no, I think I've always been interested in property. Like when I was younger, my parents, like I think we moved probably like 12 times.
Fuck.
So
When you were young, yeah,
they
that's
were
it.
like fixing the houses and then selling it. So pretty much flipping the houses, and then that kind of got me interested in.
Would your parents like tradespeople, or
No,
they
Dad just
enjoyed
does,
that stuff?
yeah, Dad just. Mum was the finance guru, and Dad was just.
He was on the tools.
He was on the tools.
Yeah.
Mum was sitting down.
Which is usually the way it works.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. So obviously going from different houses, it's like townhouses to actual big houses. So just
All on the North Shore of Sydney?
yeah. So like Beecroft, Epping,
Right.
and then Lane Cove.
So they'd buy the houses, they'd do some works to them.
little
and then they'd sell
renovation,
them.
nothing like
Major.
not gutting the place or whatever, and just
But you had exposure by the sounds of it to property. And
yeah. So I think I was exposed at a young age, and that probably got me interested in property.
Right.
at a young age.
And then when you were saving all your money from working at the bakery and cleaning the dishes and the coffee and all the rest of it, and then when you moved into the Navy, did you know you were saving for something, or you were just saving your pennies?
I think I was just saving. I thought I wanted to go into stocks. I think I had my pop is very
You told me
heavily,
about Pop.
yeah. So he's very heavy into stocks, but like
Pop's just
yeah.
it.
He's got a bit of money in shares.
in shares.
But the problem with shares that I found out was you need a lot of money in there
To make money.
to get money. But then obviously with property, you can leverage off like a small amount of money, which we've actually found out.
Which we're going to run through.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, when you started working full-time at around 18 years old, we bought the first property at 22. What happened between 18 and 22? Because if you read in the media right now, young people will never get into the property market. It's too hard. It's too expensive. I'm pretty sure I heard something the other day that 40 years or something before you can buy a property. So, for you to get in there from 18 to 22, mate, you fucking must be a miracle worker.
I think it's just mindset at the end of the day. Like if you say that you can't do something, which a lot of these young...
You're probably right.
Yeah.
And if you
A lot
say
of
you
people...
can.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying, or spending their monies on the pokies, or, you know...
Did you ever go down and have a splat?
a couple of weekends. But, like, a bit of fun here and there, but...
Because that's interesting. So, did you still enjoy, like, when you turned 18?
Yeah.
I know when I turned 18, mate, first weekend I was 18, I'm down at just a local brewery. And I'm down. I'm down.
Yeah, you're getting amongst it.
Is that what you did? You like
No,
that job?
I think I enjoy myself, but also in the back of my mind, I was like, I worked 2 jobs when I was younger. Like, I knew pretty much, like, I was spending... I didn't want to spend too much of my money.
Yeah.
Especially, like,
So
it's easy to tap your card and get drink after
Oh, yeah.
drink, but you in your head you kind of go, actually, that's like me working an hour shift.
So that's
right?
that was your
Yeah,
thinking
that was
around
my
it.
thinking.
That's
yeah.
interesting. So you essentially knew how hard it was to earn the money,
Yeah, exactly right.
and if it would take you 4 hours of working your job to make $100 or whatever it was, and you could tap that once, and you're like, fuck, that's 4 hours worth of my work, and I'm just going to drink.
That's
that.
exactly what my mindset
No,
was.
that's exactly how I used to think. I would be like, fuck me, that's going to cost me 20 hours of work.
Yeah, especially the way you party.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so you had a mindset around money. You obviously knew how hard it was to earn the money. When did you decide I'm going to buy my first property?
I think I was on
How old were you? When?
I
What
was-
happened? And then
throughout
what
the years. So obviously starting in the defence, a lot of people talk about like property. There is which is good, especially in like the branch that I'm in.
So just
the
like
diving.
other people like who work in the Navy?
and like just overhearing conversations and stuff. Yeah, I just thought, and especially like scrolling on TikTok and Instagram, your algorithm kind of
feed you more of what you look at.
exactly right.
Interesting.
So then, once upon a time,
You come across some punter on TikTok.
yeah, I was like, who's this guy? And then dive deep, watched a bit of your content, and pretty much gave you guys a call. Like, I think I was probably
He said, hey
watching.
mate, Jett's the name, and mate, I fucking have worked out that by me paying your fee, that's 17,000 hours of work. So
Yeah, exactly right. But I knew that you guys did some good stuff, and
So how much money? So you 18, you bought your first one at 22. I'm assuming you probably started getting more serious about buying your first one, around 21?
Yeah, probably
Between 21 and 22?
Yeah, exactly right.
How much money did you have saved when...
I had 80.
80 rand.
Yeah, 80.
Let me actually... Let me
Work
get
it
into
out,
the
yeah.
CRM right now, and I'll tell you. We
Then
started
that's
talking to you, Jett Elliott, on the 3rd of August 2022. Literally 2 years ago, almost to the day that we're recording this. Here we go.
That's funny, isn't it? 2
Look,
years.
these are all the notes from your situation. That was when you first spoke to us. So it sounds like from when you left school and got into the workforce, you probably had $20,000 give or take, and from the time you left and you bought your first property, you'd saved another 60 odd grand.
Yeah.
Which works out to be about right. If you were, what's that, 2 years? When did you leave? You said you were 18. Oh no, probably three years. You saved 60 grand, so 20 grand a year, $400 a week on average.
Yeah. And I was also investing as well.
In shares.
In shares, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
I do recall that. Now, you were earning around 80 grand a year.
Yep.
Did that increase between when you started in the Navy and when you bought your first property, or did it work out to be about the same?
Yeah, probably maybe a 10, probably 90.
Yeah, right. So
Yeah.
not a massive
Not
difference.
a massive, yeah. Not a massive.
And you also moved out of home.
Yeah,
In
exactly
that
right.
time,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So just if there's young people listening, you didn't not party. You still had fun and enjoyed
No,
your
I
life.
had
You just
fun,
didn't go
yeah.
over the top. Did you do any travel or anything like that? Did you go overseas or
Obviously, the occasional family holiday, but
Yeah.
nothing like...
no like Kentucky tours?
No,
or
no.
Didn't blow the doors off. Okay,
No,
so
no.
you sacrificed
Not
a
yet, not
little
yet.
bit of holiday. You bought yourself a car, the Red Rocket.
Yeah, 9.5 grand.
You
yeah.
didn't get a car loan for that. Cash you paid for the car.
Yeah, cash.
That's right.
Hard money.
That's another learning.
Another thing people do is they get this big, obviously their first paycheck with their 90 grand or whatever, and then they get a loan for a car.
That's
which
right. Why didn't you do that?
'Cause it affects
we
your
know
serviceability.
why we don't do that, but lots of people don't know that. And I have conversations time and time again with young people who go, "Mate, I got the Ford Ranger, I got fucking 60 grand car loan on that."
Yeah,
bad boy."
exactly right.
So you didn't do that. You bought
No,
a 10 grand car, or just under 10 grand.
Yeah, yeah.
You paid cash for it.
Yep.
Did you have any loans, any personal
No,
loans, any
no
credit
loan,
cards? Right. A lot of good takeaways here. So you didn't have any bad stuff. You sacrificed.
Yeah.
You still had fun. You still partied. You still enjoyed your late
Yeah, of
teen
course.
years and early 20s. And then you moved out as well, because a lot of people, when I talk about how I saved for my first deposit, it's easy when you live at home with your mum and dad.
Exactly
because
right.
everyone wants to give or say the reason you're doing something and give themselves an excuse as to why they didn't do something. So you moved out of home
Yep.
and you lived with some friends or something.
I lived on base actually.
On base?
So
Oh, yeah. So
Still pay for
Yeah.
accommodation. But yeah, lived at our
Which is the
Balmoral.
perks of that role, right? So
Exactly right, yeah.
whether it's you're in the Navy, I was obviously in the mines, we lived away a lot, we obviously got accommodation paid for, or whether it's something else. Every single role and I guess the situation has a slightly different scenario, but you took advantage of being able to.
Yeah,
live
I think
on
it's like
base.
$300 a week, which
So
isn't.
you was paying $300 a week.
Yeah, so it's still
Still an expense, right?
expense. And I mean, these like younger people, like my age, like 24-year-olds, they can live in a share house and pay $300 as
Speaking
well.
my language, Jetty boy. So
So-
$300 a week was your expenses, and then you said you're roughly earning 90 grand a year.
Yep.
Divided by 52, $1,730 per week. Let's minus 30% off that as tax. So you probably were getting roughly $1,200 a week.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yeah, roughly that. Yeah.
Less or more?
Probably a little bit less.
Less. Okay, 1,100 a week, maybe.
Yeah, probably.
11. Okay, you were getting $1,100 a week. 300 of that 1,100 was going to rent.
Yep.
You're left with 800. What were you doing with the rest of that 800
Saving.
saving? What
Pretty
else did you?
much.
What other expenses? Because you didn't have a car loan, which means you don't have weekly expenses going at it. You would have had a little bit of fuel money, I'm assuming, but like nothing major.
tolls, just what everyone has to pretty much get around
Normal.
Sydney, just to live. Like, obviously, go out, have breakfast, have dinner.
Because you got a missus too,
Yeah,
huh?
exactly right. Yeah, so
And we know they
They're-
cost cash.
they're yeah, exactly right. They're expensive.
Hey, Joel. So, of that $800 that you had left over after you paid your rent, how much do you reckon you could save every week? Do you reckon $300 you were spending on expenses?
Yeah, I could.
And
Yeah,
you'd probably save $500 a
yeah,
week.
easy.
There you go. That works out. So you're probably saving about 20 to 25 grand a year.
Yeah,
There you go. That's simple maths. And you were still living.
I was still living. Yeah,
All right, then we saved up. We saw in the notes there back in August of 2022, you had about 90 grand saved. You come and seen us. What made you? Because most people, and I know for my first property, I bought it by myself. I didn't even really know buyers agents existed. What made you, instead of going out there and doing it by yourself, explore like working with people, regardless if it was with us or anything else? Like, what made you think like that?
well, I think I was a first home buyer, so I didn't really understand the market.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously you guys are in it day in, day out, and I thought, obviously I got to pay the fee,
Yep.
but if you guys can secure me an off-market property, then
Offie Banoffee. I didn't even know off-market property was a thing when I bought my first
well, there
one.
you go. Well, yeah. So if you guys could secure me an off-market property, I could potentially save that fee. That's sort of how I was looking at it.
So
And
your
obviously-
mindset was, it's not a cost, it could potentially be an investment, because if I spend this amount of money,
Yeah.
I'm going to get the benefits of the service, they're going to give me the education, and if they buy me the right property at the right price, I can potentially save that money.
And it was my first property, so I didn't want to
But that's a
stuff that
unique
up.
way. Yeah, but a lot of people won't think like that, right? A lot of people. Well, I mean, I know the fact is like 98% of buyers in Australia, and this would be across the board, buy their own properties, because only 2% of transactions Australia-wide, give or take, have a buyer's agent and a selling agent.
Well, that's interesting.
Why did you think like the 2% as opposed to the 98%? Like, did your parents influence that?
No, not at all.
Other people
I don't think
around
they've
you?
ever used a buyer's agent.
Interesting.
I think it was pretty much just.
And what about, did you talk to them about you wanting to get help, and did they like say, nah, not too keen on that?
What, like talk to my parents?
Yeah, like most people would obviously bounce things off their parents, right, at that age?
No, not like. Yeah, I talked to them. Dad was like, yeah, no worries. Go get a... Like, Dad had no idea.
get a tiger.
He's like, yeah, go on. And then Mum's more like, oh, send me all the information and let me read it. And
Yeah.
so...
Looking out for you, right?
Yeah, looking
Like
out for me.
parents do.
Yeah, exactly right. But obviously, she was like, yeah, if that's something that you want to do, it's your money. It's your first property.
They were supportive of it.
Yeah, 100%.
I like that. Okay, mate, that's interesting. So, anyway, we did what we did. We bought you a property.
Yep.
Was it off market?
It was off market.
There we go.
Exactly right.
There we go. It was
There
off
you go.
market. Now, we were obviously creative with how we bought this, right? Because you were a first home buyer.
Yep.
We're able to take advantage of the first home buyer incentives. Obviously, abiding by all the rules and that are around there. But of that $90,000, you didn't actually need to use all of that $90,000, right?
Yep.
Which is a big misconception for a lot of people, because you see it all the time. People think they need to save 20% deposit plus stamp duty.
Yeah. I didn't even need anywhere close
So
to
what
that, really.
what was the deposit? What did it end up? How much did we end up paying for your property? Firstly,
665.
665.
665.
And we used a 5% deposit.
5%. It was like
Which was
35.
35,000
Yep.
of the 90. So you still had 55 left over. You obviously had to pay our fee and everything else.
Yep.
So you probably still had about 40 grand left over or something like that, 30 or 40 grand.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So you only used about half of the money.
Yeah, exactly
And
right.
and you got into the marketplace.
Exactly right. Yeah.
And we bought an apartment,
Yeah, 2 bed, 1 bath in the hill.
small block,
Yeah, that's it. Cracker.
absolute
Cracker.
thump. Now another thing on this, obviously with any property in today, or most properties I should say, in today's market, the rent you're getting doesn't cover obviously all the repayments.
Yeah, exactly right.
So what does that look like now? I mean, you've owned that property for 2 years now. You're obviously out of the first home buyer thing now, because we refinanced away from that, and we'll explain that. But what does the rent look like now in comparison to what your mortgage repayments are?
Yeah, I think I'm paying out of pocket like $300 a week.
A week,
Yeah.
$300, which is not a small amount of money.
Nah, but like if you're savvy with your money.
But what do you? Like, a
$300
lot of people go, fuck. I want the property to pay for itself. Fuck. I don't want it to eat into my lifestyle. What's your thinking around? Well, I'm happy to pay $300 a week on owning a property, as opposed to maybe what other people your age would be spending $300 a week on.
Yeah, exactly
Which,
right.
goes straight up the old clack dogs. You know
Yeah,
what I'm talking
exactly
about?
right. Yeah.
Because that's how I look at things. It's like $300. I can guarantee most young people would be spending $300 a week. Or every
Easy on
second.
drinks and
Piss and
Yeah,
all the stuff that
exactly.
goes with it. Yep. So what's
Exactly
your
right.
thinking around, like, I'm happy to spend it on a property, but maybe not as happy to spend it on?
Well, I mean, the property that you bought for me was it had a track record of performance, and obviously with that comes
Just-
the capital growth.
Also on this, Jett sounds like he's a paid performer right here, but we have not paid him for any of
No,
it.
not at all.
He's just consumed a lot of Jack Henderson's content.
That's exactly right. I probably sound like you, which is probably maybe a good thing or a bad
Mate,
thing.
it's a great thing. Yeah, but so you're okay with spending a little bit of money because it sounds like you know that you've got an asset
Yeah, exactly.
that is
right.
going to make you a lot more money than the $300 a week it's
Yeah.
costing you, right?
Yeah.
What's $300 a week times 52 is about 15 grand, give or take.
Yeah.
Now, we paid $665 for it in
Yep. In 2022.
2022, it must have been.
Yeah, and it was
End of
December.
22,
It was December.
Now, recently, that property got revalued.
Yep.
How much?
800. It was
800.
actually a year after. 2023, we
Oh,
got
okay.
it revalued. Yeah.
1 year after. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
'cause
pretty
it's
much,
2024 now.
yeah.
Shit, yeah. So, got it revalued at 800,000
Yep. 135.
of increase.
Yeah.
Now, just on that, folks, $135,000 of increase, and you only put how much? 35 to 40 grand into
yeah.
the property. So you essentially like 3 to 4 extra investment. Now,
Exactly right.
obviously, you know, we had a point to play in that, but at the end of the day, regardless of whether you used us or not, you put in a small amount of money, the property's grown by 4 times the amount you put in, essentially, and there's not a chance you would have been able to save that amount of money in that period of time.
No. Yeah.
Then you refinanced on that new valuation?
Yeah, so I pulled out 30, I think it was actually 30 grand or 35 grand to put in the offset account. So
That's
pretty much
right.
my initial
Cash that you put into the deal.
I took out, yeah.
So that's the awesome thing. So after 12 months, refinance the property.
Yep.
Because you're no longer on that 5% first home buyer scheme anymore. You refinance to an 80% loan to value ratio.
Yep, exactly right.
And essentially that initial money that you put into that deal, you've pulled now out of that deal.
Yeah, and now it's cash in my offset account.
So you've essentially got no money, none of your own money in that deal.
Yep.
And it's now a pure investment property because you're at an 80% loan to value. You've owned it for over 12 months. So, mate, that's like awesome story. Now you've got tenants in that property.
Yep. $550 a week.
$550 a week on a $665 purchase price. That works out to be. Let me just have a little quick maths here. Quick maths. Joel knows I'm good at quick maths. 28,000 over a 660. Mate, that's a 4.3% rate. So you're not bad.
Not bad at all.
Very good. And now you're obviously in a position to purchase your property number 2.
Yeah, obviously saving still.
You've still saved.
I probably always will. But yeah, still saving.
But now you obviously you're still renting.
Yeah, still renting. Yeah, in Crow's Nest.
You still got the red rocket.
Still, yeah, I know.
You haven't.
Sometimes it hurts me, you know, like I'm in a $9,000 car and these guys are in their 80 grand Range Rover.
Well, let's talk about that because you obviously go to work every day. You've got societal pressures like we all do.
Yeah, exactly right.
What's held you back from like going and getting? Because you can obviously go and get a car. Or why haven't you done that?
I'm just looking in the long term.
Because you run with Jack on Saturdays and he says, "Don't you fucking buy a car."
Yeah, he persuade me not to. No, sometimes I want to. You know, I wake up one morning, I go, "Oh, today's a good day."
Because you love cars.
I do, I really do. But I mean,
and vintage plates as well. You love vintage.
The heritage,
plates.
Yeah,
that's
heritage
right, heritage plates. Yeah.
Let me know if you're selling one. Anyone?
you haven't done that, which is obviously you're. Alex Hormozy actually says one of the key traits of a successful person is they have control of impulse control.
Yeah.
Aha, you see? But you have that, right? Because a lot of people go, "Fuck, I bought a property now. You made 130 grand or whatever in 12 months."
I could easily buy not every car. Yeah, I could.
I would. What you wanted to buy.
Yeah, exactly right.
You want to buy a Golf, right?
Yeah, Golf R. That's what I want.
50 grand, are they?
Yeah, 50. Easy. I could go out right now.
Your property's made you double a Golf in 12 months.
Yeah.
But you haven't done it.
No.
You still haven't got any loans.
No credit cards, nothing.
So you've done everything correct, and you're 24 now.
24,
so it's 2 years after you bought the first one. And you're other than the money that it was costing you obviously to own the property, you've still been able to save during that time, right?
Yeah. So just saving pretty much every week. I don't know how much I'm saving every week, but I'm up to about.
You pulled the 30 back out of the property?
Yeah, I pulled the 30 back out. And
you also had some shares as well?
Yeah, yep. Still got shares.
Right.
I got like 60 in shares.
So that's 90 of cash, and then you've also got other savings, yeah?
Yeah, I got savings at the moment.
Right, so you've almost got enough for property number 2.
Yeah.
At 24.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
That's it.
And you really, like, at the end of the day, haven't done anything extraordinary. At the end, it's not like, everyone loves to say, "Oh, you had rich parents," or fucking. You have had no support financially from your parents. You obviously had a really good upbringing and all the rest of it.
Yeah.
You're essentially self-taught and you've learnt yourself. Like, you put yourself out there, you got in contact with us.
Yeah, exactly.
You're like an avid listener of podcasts, all the content
whatever
online.
you consume, you hang out with 60 heads, you'll become the 7th.
But then the other smart thing, which I always talk about this stuff, and I did the same thing, with Chris Gray, is like you've gone out of your way to build a relationship with me as well, which is smart, right?
Yeah.
Now I get hundreds of messages from people monthly about, "Oh, can we have a coffee? Can we do this?" But like, you were smart enough to be a client. Then you love running and fitness.
Yeah, I just message you.
That's right. You said, "Let's go for a run." And now all of a sudden, you go out of your way. You come to my fucking place at 4:30 in the morning. You meet me wherever.
Yeah.
And you've got to meet some other cool cats who also run with me, right?
Exactly right. Yeah. Networking.
So let's talk on that as well, because that's what a lot of people don't see is like, I think one part of being an investor and trying to grow your wealth is obviously the implementation of the stuff we're talking about, good saving habits, actually doing the investing and not just thinking about it. You're keeping your expenses low, blah, blah, blah. But then the other piece is like getting around the right people, learning. Table's a bit wobbly. Sorry
it is.
about that.
No, it's all right.
So was that like a conscious thing that you did, which was like, okay, now how do I get closer to people like this?
No, I think I just, obviously, by using you guys as buyer's agent.
Yeah, but I got hundreds of clients.
Yeah, but
and not
like,
many people want to come for a run and fucking hang out on the weekends.
I thought that we kind of had a good relationship over Zoom. I actually never met you.
Never met.
No, never met. Just over Zoom.
Over Zoom, and then you work with Sam, obviously.
Yeah, work with Sam, and then I was like, you know what? He likes running. I'll just message him, and then
was that the first time we caught up? Was running?
That was running. Yeah.
Fuck, there you go. See,
exactly right.
And then you've gone one step further, and now on Saturdays you love coffee and shit like that. So like you work with us and do the coffee on Saturdays that open for inspections. I think the thing that like I reflect so much on my own journey is like, fuck, it's all those little things that you do that compound to the big thing. Like no one sees all this stuff, right? It's like
no one
going out of your way to build relationships, meeting new people, fucking doing shit like this.
And as you said before, waking up at 4:30. I don't think everyone wants to do that on their Saturday morning.
Especially when I sleep in for half an hour and say, hey, sorry,
I'm just left down at Bondi by myself for half an hour.
Which literally happened on Saturday.
Yeah.
I said, I'll meet you there at 4:30. Then I woke up at 4 o'clock and then snoozed my alarm. And then I woke back up at 4:35 and I was like, fuck, be there at 5.
Yeah. That's all right.
But like at the end of the day, you're now surrounding yourself with fucking people who are obviously in the game, are doing things, you're learning, you're being able to ask your own questions in like an environment which is doesn't feel like you want something out of it, right?
Yeah. And as you said before, like meeting people that you take running as well, like you're just catching up and not
you've met some fucking pretty cool people now. Like good mate of mine, Frank Grief, sold his company for a couple of $100 million. You're running with him.
Yep.
It's mate, it's literally the blueprint, which is like get into the marketplace, get your money working for you. The funny thing is that property's probably made you more money by you just owning it than you going to work for 50 hours every single week.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And now you're in a position to buy property number 2.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Mate, it's pretty fucking cool. And you obviously have a lot of people at work and stuff that you talk to property and. Like now people come to you, right? Or
Some people just come up to me, ask me for my advice.
Like your experience shares.
Yeah, just like, how did you go, and like how did you go about it? And I just explain to them, that was a good process. Is what I did. This is what I want to do, and I'm still learning, obviously.
Of course, I'm still learning. Everyone's learning.
Yeah, exactly right.
Just learn at different levels, right?
That's exactly right. So just still learning and. Ready for property number 2.
Let's chat through property number 2 because you're essentially, you obviously have increased your income since the first property, which is good, which is like most people. Like I always say, when you are early in your career, the great thing about getting into property is that ideally you're at the lowest amount you're ever going to earn, right? So then you continue to increase your income. You have the equity from the property growing in value as you get into the marketplace, so that's helping you with your deposits. And then all you really need to focus on is making more and more money. And the same thing actually with your own situation, which is you've got your 9 to 5 Monday to Friday job, and then on Saturdays you're obviously doing the stuff with us. You're getting extra money. So you're still working 2 jobs, and you're working 6 days a week. And then you also love a bit of fucking Facebook buy and sell.
Oh, marketplace. Sometimes.
Tell us about the bike you bought and resold.
Oh, yeah.
The fitness bike?
Yeah, found a bike on council cleanup. And then I just...
So it was free, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was free, yeah. I was like, it's a good bike. So then I just put it... And I looked it up online. I was like, these are like $400. So then I like cleaned it up, It took about 5 minutes. I just got like just spray and wipe. Yeah. Sprayed it down.
You pick it up in the Red Rocket?
Yeah, it fit in the Red Rocket, yeah. Brought it home, took some photos, sold it, and then just put it up for, I think it was like $300. And then some guy, I had a couple messages, sold it to one guy, and then he rode it home.
There you go.
And that's just one of many.
But that sort of stuff is like, it's like the go-getter attitude of, because all those little things, you do one of those every couple of weeks or, one of those every month or something like that, and all that money helps. That is your money when you want to go out for dinner or you want to go
you want to go on a nice dinner or buy some drinks, that free bike,
That's right. The free bike you just made 300 on,
Yeah, I can make a pay for a round.
That's right. But now we're looking at property number 2. Income has increased. Your property number 1's with a major lender, isn't it?
Yep.
Your debt, yep. We've got the cash sitting there, and then now what are the conversations that you're having with the broker? Because serviceability is an issue for everyone at the moment, obviously.
Yeah, exactly right.
You're obviously working with one of the Henderson brokers.
Yep.
So what's that conversation look like, and then roughly what are we looking at for borrowing capacity for property number 2?
I spoke to one of the brokers.
Jezza?
Jeremy. Shout out Jeremy. So basically, my borrowing capacity with the place that I'm living in at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So my rental, I'm paying like $720 a week.
And then you get some subsidy, right?
Yeah, from work, which helps. So borrowing capacity is $500,000.
Mm-hmm.
But then if
on top of existing debt.
Yeah, exactly right.
So you go buy another property for $500,000, which means you'd have a portfolio of give or take 1.3 mil.
Yep.
At 24.
Or
how do we increase our borrowing capacity?
How do we increase? Oh, with your
decrease your rent, right?
Exactly right. Yeah.
And what were the numbers if you decreased your rent to $500 a week?
Yeah. So if I moved into a place worth $500 a week instead of the $720, my borrowing capacity goes up to $50,000.
Which means you can buy a property for $750 instead of $500.
Exactly right. And that's what I'm considering doing at the moment.
For sure.
I'm on realestate.com
scrolling.
But for $500.
Mate, Nick Feltram wants to actually get a place. You and Nick could live together in a studio apartment in Paddo.
We could, actually.
$400 a week combined. You could just lie head to toe in the bed.
That's, yeah.
Oh, well, Joel, you said to have a roommate, wouldn't you?
Yeah, Joel.
So again, you're going that extra step. You've got a missus.
Yep.
You obviously, she stays over and all the rest of it, and she and you stay at her place. So you're willing now to step out of something which is obviously a nice apartment wherever you're living, into something that wouldn't be as nice to then get you in the door of that next property.
Yeah, exactly right. Just like the car.
That's right.
In a crappy car, but
you got to sacrifice, right?
Exactly right.
And then you go to that $750K purchase price plus the $800,000 apartment, which is probably worth more than 800, but let's say it's worth 800 now. You've then got a portfolio worth $1.5 million.
Yep.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, not too bad.
All from starting off by learning $35,000 investment.
That's it.
And then by the end of this year you'll have 2 properties at $1.5 million. And then we know what's likely going to happen. Your income now is not going to dramatically jump, right? Like you've had probably your biggest increase from starting to obviously where you are now, and then now you're thinking about ways of how you can make
even more money. That's why I'm doing the coffee cart on the weekend.
That's right.
Doing
some learning on as well, courses and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly right.
Because we know it's a progression. So people who start building out their portfolio or start buying property, that's where their interest in money comes from, right? You see it all the time. People start out, they buy their first property. Now you've probably got more of an interest in, not just property, but wealth creation overall. Then it'll be property number 2. Then you go, how do I get number 3? Oh, now I need to earn more money. What does that look like? Business, new role, whatever.
Yeah, and especially listening to podcasts and, surrounding yourself with different people, just learning about trusts and how to structure your money, and that's something that I'm thinking about, but I need to talk to the mortgage broker to try suss out how I can actually
suss it.
Yeah, use it. And
where did the self-development interest come from? Could you, hypothetically speaking, or not hypothetically speaking, actually speaking, you obviously get up in the morning early. You usually train in the mornings, don't you?
Yeah.
Because obviously you're in the Navy, so you got to be fit and healthy. You work till what time most days? 4 or 5 o'clock or something?
4. Yeah.
4 o'clock. Fuck, take it easy.
Yeah. It's sometimes
4:53, mate. You're working overtime today. But then when do you fit in the personal development stuff? What do you listen to? And I guess how has that changed over the last 3, 4, 5 years?
I think I'm just curious about it, really. And I don't know where it comes from.
What do you listen? What do you do? You read books or no?
So I'm not a very, very good reader.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do read a couple books.
But not often.
But yeah, not often.
Podcasts mainly?
Podcasts, yeah,
right.
Mainly. Very, yeah.
And what sort of podcasts do you listen to generally?
A lot of just real estate stuff.
Just investing stuff?
Investing.
Yeah. So obviously listen to our podcast. What other podcasts do you listen to? Just for the punters out there to have a...
Rethink
Investing. Scott O'Neill talks about commercial. And Obviously, different
Property
scale.
Couch. There's so many. There's
The
so
Property
many.
Couch, Ben and Bryce,
Yep.
absolute gangsters. That's where I learned a lot of my fundamental knowledge from outside of Chris.
Obviously,
OGs
when
in
I was
the industry.
younger, Rich Davenport. Rich,
Oh yeah, Rob Kiyosaki.
That's it. Grant Cardone.
Grant Cardone. Yep.
Alex.
Hormozy.
Yeah,
the
yeah.
big fella.
Yeah, your man. But yeah, just
It sounds like you just listen to everything that you can to be able to learn.
Yeah, and as I said
Of different
before, like
people.
the people you surround yourself with, it contributes to like
what
who
you become.
Yeah, exactly
How you
right.
think.
Exactly right. So sometimes I've got a sauna at home, so I sit in the sauna and instead of like instead
You
of
haven't even eaten your fucking full Oreo.
instead of sitting in the sauna and having listening to music, I'll put on a podcast or and I'm doing a Cert 4 in real estate, so
On top of everything else,
yeah,
you're
yeah,
learning.
yeah. So when I get home from work, I just go on the couch and smash out maybe an hour and a half of work.
You're going to eat that or you're just going to hold
Yeah, I
it?
am. I got to finish talking first.
No, so again, it's all these little things that you don't see, right? It's like
yeah.
you've been working since you're 18. You're 24 now. It's been 6 years. And during that time, you've learnt, you've met new people, you bought a property, you've learnt more, you met new people. And you look, you're 24 now. Fast forward 6 more years to 30. And like, it's like the hockey stick, right? It doesn't feel like you're making much progress until all of a sudden one day you just shoot up the hockey stick and all of the stuff.
Yeah, like
all that prep work.
compound growth, yeah.
That's right. And it's exactly what happened to me. I was like, you're doing all the learning, you blah, 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 and then all of a sudden one day it just feels like your life's completely different because you've spent those, years and years and years and years doing the stuff.
Yeah, a bit of sacrifice goes a long way, especially
That's right.
when you're younger.
You can drive a McLaren.
Yeah, exactly right, yeah.
You love it, don't you?
I do.
Mate, it's super inspiring. I love it. What about like, you've obviously got younger friends, or like friends similar to your age, just
Yeah.
younger people. They're, I'm assuming, doing some traveling, doing other shit. What, like going partying?
Sports bet.
Oh, fuck it. People love a punt, don't they?
Yeah.
I've never got into punting,
Couple of the
fortunately.
boys at work love it, yeah.
Do they?
On the dogs and
Oh,
and the horses.
on the horses.
No good.
On a Friday.
I had a mate-
Get up there, you bastard!
I had a mate come over yesterday to have a sauna, and he was saying that he spent $1,200 on the weekend
Having a punt.
having a punt.
Have you seen that bloke? Have you seen that
bucks.
bloke on Instagram? He does 5 cents for every follower on the last odds of the day.
He's actually made a bit of money.
It's what you see online. He's made money, whether it's true or not.
That's exactly.
Yeah, but how do
right.
you not get caught up in that? Because that's a pretty big thing, right? Most people have obviously friends and people around them who do certain things, and it's just easy to fall into that because that's what people do, right? So how do you not get caught up on a?
I think the boys at work and my friends from like home, they know that I'm there for a good time, but then I'm not.
backdoor it, eh?
Yeah.
Have you always been the sensible one though?
Not always, but like some of the boys are pretty loose, but so I'm more responsible
Yeah, right.
than them. Yeah.
So that's what you got to do, eh? You can't fucking bet on the dogs or the ponies. Keep on the straight and narrow, and then backdoor it early
Backdoor early. That's it.
before midnight. You reckon?
Yeah. Oh, I got to wake up at 4:30, right?
That's right, to go fucking run.
There's
it.
been a couple times where I've gone to bed at like 1 and we're running at 4:30.
That's right. And I'm there, shoes on.
Yeah. Bit late.
Usually late. I'm not good with my timing. I'm actually very bad at it. I heard David Gonski talk the other day, who's like an advisor to, or has been an advisor to, like nearly every billionaire in Australia, like your Packers and Kerry Stokes and fucking the Lowy family. Anyway, he talks about how important other people's time is and how you should never be late to things, and I did a lot of self-reflecting, and I thought, need to up my game.
When did you see that?
On Friday.
On Friday. And when did we run? Saturday.
Yeah. So really,
Yeah, right.
it's sunk in.
Yeah.
sunk in.
It really,
It sunk
really
in.
took that
I took it on board, but then, mate, I'm fucking telling you, it's hard to get out of bed for. You're very good at time.
Yeah, I think that's
Why
something
is
that the Navy or the
It teaches you,
Defence
right?
Force, yeah. If
You're
not-
always early somewhere.
Yeah.
That's good.
If you're not 5 minutes early, you're
You're
5
late.
minutes late.
Yeah.
That's what they say at work.
Or if you're not 5 minutes early, you're an hour late like me.
Yeah. So the Navy's instilled that in me.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing and
It's
a
a very
bad
good thing.
thing because sometimes I stress about like making it on time. I've got to be there.
Your girlfriend gets upset at you, doesn't she?
Yeah. We're like always there 15 minutes before an event and we're always the first ones there.
Yeah, when you do the coffee carts on a Saturday, if the open starts at 9, you're there at 7.
Yeah.
Just brewing up. Just making sure the coffee machine's
Warm. It's got to be warm.
And the opens get called off before they you're there, and the opens then get called off. And Jett goes, fuck. Lucky I was there early, eh?
Yeah, exactly right.
Mate, what about closing words? What's the goal longer term? Obviously 24, 2 properties, be circa $1.5 million in assets. Not bad.
Yeah, I
You
think
compound $1.5 million out. Let me have a look here. All right, initial deposit. So let's say that we get to $1.5 million in assets. Regular deposit, none. Number of years, 20 years. You're 24 now. Let's say by 40. Actually, let's say about 40.
Yeah, let's
16
go
years
40.
from now, at the average Australian growth rate of 6.7% per annum, how much do you reckon it'll be? 1.5 mil today.
for 20
By
years.
40
Or by 40.
at 6.7%.
Oh, I don't know.
What do you reckon? Come on, where's
5
Oh.
mil?
just under 4.368 million bucks.
And that's if I don't do...
That's if you do nothing else. You buy one more property and they only grow at the Australian average.
It's a track record.
Track record, we know they'll perform at higher, but let's just say 6.7% per annum. $1.5 million today at 24 years old. Jett literally doesn't. He just all the bad things he said he doesn't do. He goes and punts on the dogs. He buys
Spend all my money.
He buys the new car, or he just makes sure he makes the mortgage repayments for the next 16 years, and it's going to be worth 4.368 million bucks. Now, let's assume also that you didn't pay any of that debt off, so you still had 1.5 million bucks worth of debt in 16 years' time. What's your worst case scenario? You sell the properties down, you pay out the debt, you'd be left with about 2.8 million bucks. 2.8 million bucks at a 5% return would get you about 120, 130 grand a year income.
That's
bad.
doing nothing.
Not bad, eh? Obviously 130 grand a year in 16 years is not going to be the same as 130 grand a day. Probably similar to 90 or 100 grand a year in today's buying power. But long and the short of it is, you haven't really done all that much. And if you did nothing else, Jetty Boy's going to be sitting pretty, eh?
Yeah, exactly right.
Now imagine if you add
A couple more properties to that,
That's right.
which is the plan.
That's the plan.
Wouldn't mind.
Well, let's do it. Let's say that after the next one, we bought another one for about 600 grand.
Yeah.
And we got to 2.1 million bucks worth of assets. And let's say we got to 2.1 million bucks worth of assets by 26.
Yeah.
Two years from now.
Yeah.
Then we go 14 years from there, so still 40. Holy dooly.
Where is it?
Looks a
I'm
bit
leaning
better.
over.
Looks a bit better. So, with the 2 properties, 1.5 million bucks, 6.7% over 16 years, got us to 4.3 million. 2 years' time, you add a $600,000 property, so then you got 2.1 million of total holdings. 14 years, so still the same age of 40, 14 years, gets you to 5.35 million bucks. Minus your $2.1 million worth of debt, if you were to sell it in 14 years' time, you'd be netting 3.2, which would be about $160,000 a year of passive income.
It's pretty good.
Not bad.
Doing
Now, let's say that you said, hey, Jack, I don't want to retire at fucking 40 because that's too young. So let's go 24 years and we try at 50. Holy shit!
what is it?
I can't even count that high. So same thing, 2.1 million bucks. By 26, you stop buying property. You go and punt on the horses. You spend all your money. You just make the mortgage repayments.
How many properties is this?
Just 3 properties.
Three, yep.
$2.1 million worth of gross assets. That's why we don't focus on the amount of properties, because all that really matters is the dollar value of the properties that you're holding. That compounds at 6.7% per annum over the next 24 years. So if it was 26 when you stopped buying, 24 years would take you to 50, which is probably 15 plus years before most people retire. And you'd be sitting on 10.4 million bucks worth of gross asset value.
That's the goal.
And we're assuming you haven't paid any of that debt back as well. It's just interest only repayments for the next 24 years. You've still got 2.1 million bucks worth of debt Worst case scenario, sell the properties down, pay out the debt, you'd be left with 8.3 mil. Pay a bit of CGT.
That's exactly, that's where I want to be.
350, 400 grand of income off that. Not
Pretty
bad.
good.
And all you got to do is start. All you got to do is leave school. No, not leave school. You just got to you got to start working at 13, making pies. Get out of the pie making. Get into fucking cleaning dishes.
Yeah.
Then get into the Navy. Save your pennies. Buy your first property at 22. Take advantage of the first home buyer schemes. Buy your second property at 24. Buy your third property at 26. Go and punt all your money on the horses and come back in 24 years' time.
And you're good. How good's that?
Pretty simple. Mate, any closing words? You've done very well for your first podcast. I'm very impressed.
No, that's good. I'm bananing Oreos.
I know. Sorry about the noise as well, everyone, if you're still listening.
Jack's just consuming a Chobani yogurt.
I've already had one Chobani. I've had a little bit
got
of sushi. A few Oreos. I've polished off some coconut water. And I'm just finishing off my second one before I go run 20Ks.
There you go.
So,
closing words. I think surrounding yourself with like good, like-minded individuals is huge.
It's key.
And pretty much
not getting caught up in what everyone else is doing by the sounds of it as well. That would be
exactly
my big
right.
takeaway.
Yeah. So obviously surrounding yourself with like-minded individuals is the biggest thing I can say for people my age or even older.
And actually this is a really good, interesting thing, because a lot of people go, well, I don't have people like that around me, so how do I do it? You didn't have people around that. Yeah, podcasts. That's what I was going to say. It's like, even though those people aren't like actually connected to you, you're still listening and consuming all their information.
Exactly right. Yeah.
And the reality is, I call them digital mentors, because that's what they are. Like Gary Vee was a digital mentor to me. Warren Buffett, like all that, because you can consume so much free content now that it feels like you know these people.
Yeah, you just put on a speaker and walk around your house or
with no
your
gear
room.
on.
With no gear on. Exactly. Well, that's a good thing about having your own place.
iPad. Yeah, but that's very interesting. So making sure you're putting the right information in your head, and over time, it obviously builds that mindset.
Exactly right.
Jett Elliott, very good, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
God bless. This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDFs beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. Jordan Bear, back in the studio. Mate, it's good to see you again.
Likewise, Jack.
Still in the country, which is also very good.
Hey? For a little while.
Mate, what we're going to talk about, I mean, let's recap what we've covered off. First thing we covered off was, I don't remember. What was it?
Borrowing capacity.
That's what we had. Borrowing capacity.
Borrowing capacity.
We covered
how to
off,
maximise borrowing capacity.
That's right. There we go. I knew Jordan knew. And then from maximising borrowing capacity, we covered off last time how the structuring component works of it and rent vesting.
Yes. So then preserve capacity.
That's right. Preserve capacity and don't go tie up a lot of borrowing capacity to a big owner-occupier home, because that would be silly. And funnily enough, I did a talk yesterday out in Penrith to a lot of the locals that I grew up with. And mate, they're all very intrigued in terms of rent vesting. They were like, Jack, how do you rent an $8 million property for $1,900 a week? I'm like, mate, you got to know how to scale the market. Just on that, there's an $8,000 a week rental at the moment, which seems like a lot of dough, and it is a lot of dough, but the house is worth $60 million on Coolong Road, waterfront, direct waterfront in Coolong Road, Vaucluse, for $8,000 a week.
It's not bad value, is it?
$400,000 a year to rent a $60 million.
What's the yield on that?
$400,000 on a $60 million home. Well, on 10 mil, $400,000 is 4%. So if you times that by 6 and divide, it's like less than 1%.
0.06.
0.06%.
All right.
On a $60 million home. It's right next to where the menu log guy has his house, where he brought all those houses together and then built that big bopper. They reckon it's worth $200 now. Anyway, if you want to have a look at that. And mate,
talking about that, I had I ran the numbers, when we were talking last podcast about the variance.
Yes.
So I actually ran a whole bunch of scenarios.
Okay. So let's give people context on the variance. So the variance was, what would it look like if you went and bought a $1.5 million home in your personal name with a $300,000 deposit and 1.2 worth of borrowings?
Yes.
And then what would it look like if you used that same $300,000?
Yes.
Instead of buying in your personal name owner occupied investments inside of entities?
Yes.
How much further could you get? And then what would that look like?
Yeah, of course, over a long period of time. But even before doing the entity stuff, on a like versus like, I think I ran it on a 2.5% yield, which is reasonable, I guess, at 1.5 mil in Sydney, give or take.
Yeah.
And the variance at the lower end, kind of like sub 1 mil, the variance started at probably about 5 to 10% borrowing capacity variance.
Positive in the investment favour?
Positive in the investment favour.
Which means by same income, same deposit, you'd have 5 to 10% more borrowing capacity from an investment point of view.
Correct.
As opposed to owner-occupier. And you'd go and rent the same owner-occupier.
Correct, for the same amount that you'd rent your investment for in a like-for-like scenario. And then I ran the same at 1.5, then 2, all the way up to about 4. And at about 4, the variance was about 20 odd percent.
There you go. Which means if you went and bought a $4 million owner-occupier property, you could go and rent that owner-occupier property for $4 million.
And then buy
then go a $4.8 million investment.
Yes.
Now, imagine how good the numbers would look. You run it at a 2.5% yield. Imagine if you said, I'm going to rent in Sydney, but then go and invest in another location where yields are higher, and you used our strategy, like the dual occupancy strategy, where it's like a 5.5% yield. Because that's what we're getting on dual locks, right? Because as we start to go higher in purchase price, we try and keep our yields tight, because as you go higher, the gaps get bigger and it becomes harder to cash flow. So we always go down the dual occupancy path, usually when we go above $1 million purchase price, so it's easy to cash flow, and we try and then bump those yields up to 5, 5.5, 6% if you build them yourself.
Yeah.
So imagine how big the variance is then.
Or on a 60 mil property renting for $8,000 a week.
Crazy, right?
Yeah. So I looked at I wanted to rent this apartment for, I think it traded at 24, 25 mil in the city. It was renting for $5,000 a week.
Wild, huh? 250 grand a year, which is obviously like, it's not a small amount of money we're talking about here, but in comparison to the purchase price, it's a small amount of money.
Right. So this was like half the floor of a building.
Yeah.
And I know that a single apartment strata would have been, I think, $3,000 to $4,000 a quarter. This would have probably taken up maybe 8 apartments. So I'm assuming the rent would be
Strata's probably 100 grand a year, 150 grand a year just in strata fees alone. Then you've got
half of it would go.
If it's an investment for that person, then you've got the land tax component. Even though it's apartment, I'm assuming the land tax will still be XE as.
Yeah, because you own a decent part of the apartment.
Crazy, right?
Yeah,
Same in like one Barangaroo. You know, I bought an apartment in there for a client a couple of years back for 22.5. That's probably worth 30 million now. You know, one Barangaroo is arguably the most prestigious building in Sydney at the moment, and you can rent that apartment for probably 5-6 grand a week. Crazy. And the same thing, the strata on here is like having 2 full-time staff. It's like 80 or 90 grand a year in strata, and then you got all these other fees on top because it's that building. Mental. So anyway, when you get to that level, you're paying cash for things, so you're probably not worrying about rent.
That is true.
But
until then,
until you're paying cash, rent. Now, what we're going to talk through today is if we were to go back now, well, you bought your first property at
2015.
How old were you? 22 or something, you said, right? Was it 22?
No, much older. 26 or 27.
Okay, so you go back to being 26-year-old, 27-year-old Jordan. I go back to being 18-year-old Jack in 2015. That's our variance in age. There you go. What would we do different knowing what we know now? Right, because you've got that, 8, 9, 10 years worth now of experience, lessons learnt, what works, what doesn't work. Obviously, you'd probably go and buy a few more apartments in Fortitude Valley. If you haven't listened to the episode where Jordan talks about his journey, which is the first episode we did, go back and listen to that because it's very funny. So let's do that. Let's do maybe top 5 biggest learnings and the things that we change. I mean, you and I were just chatting about it off air. You've got the majority of your assets held in your personal name, so I'm assuming that's probably something you change, right?
Yeah. Wish I didn't listen to this podcast, I guess. And
why would that be? So let's run through it. You just said you had a goal of buying a home in Vaucluse only a few short years ago. You have the deposit. Home was worth 8 mil thereabouts of then value, maybe more now.
Yeah, 15 now probably.
And what was the reason you were waiting? So you had the deposit, right? And then you were waiting because you needed serviceability?
Correct.
Okay. And then rates went up?
Yeah, so when I was looking actively, rates were still at the bottom.
Yeah.
2-ish. I thought based on all the fun stuff in the media, rates wouldn't rise to 2024.
Yeah.
I think I had about 4 mil borrowing capacity, give or take, at the time. And I figured, I worked out how much income I need to earn to get that borrowing capacity to be able to leverage up to, say, 70% on a 8 mil purchase.
So you had a goal, right?
Had a
You're like,
goal.
if I want 8 mil, I need to earn X, and I'm going to go and earn X now.
Correct. And then, whilst in that process, rates went up sooner than I guess a lot of people thought they would.
Yeah.
And they went up obviously quite quick. And I guess I couldn't get to X as fast as the rates were increasing.
Yeah.
And I use it as an example just so I can explain to clients, because a lot of clients call us and they're like, oh, I got a pre-approval 2 years ago for 2 mil. And then we tell them, oh, sorry, now you've got like 1 point something. And they're like, well, I'm earning the same amount of money.
Now. So, go and look at Mackay.
Yeah, so my Fortitude Valley, you can buy it for 400 grand. So I think I started at 4, and by the time rates hit, I haven't tracked it for probably 6 or so months, because the borrowing capacity dropped to like close to 1 point something mil. So now I'm way off target. Plus, apart from getting further from X, the property value's gone up even further.
That's right.
So I'm well now behind of, I guess, this goal that I thought I was going to potentially do in 18, 24 months. Yeah.
But let's say and the learning from this, and this is why we're talking about it. If you went back now to 25-year-old Jordan, 26-year-old Jordan, whenever it was you bought your first property, and instead of going and buying all those properties in your personal name, because you've got 20, 25 million bucks worth of assets and a lot of debt in your personal name, you could have all that debt inside of trusts, still have the ability to go and service all the debt that you're servicing now, and you would have been able to buy that house, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So like that's the thing, and that's why we talk about this stuff, is because you're likely going to have life circumstance change. You're going to want to do things, and the power of property and the power of leverage is the longer you can hold the assets for, the better you're going to do. But if all of us, that's right. But let's say in your scenario, if you really wanted to go buy that owner-occupier home, you would have had to sell down all your assets, then rebuy.
Correct.
So you would have had a lot of costs. You would have then been out of the market as well with all those assets. And often people have that, right? They go and start investing. I only had a client message me the other day, but he's only got one property. Hey man, I'm thinking about selling it down because I want to go and buy an owner-occupier. It's grown at 5 or 6% per year since I've owned it. I think he's owned it for 18 months. And I said, dude, don't fucking sell it, right? You're going to regret that shit down the track because you materialize a gain then, right? Where next year, if we have 20% growth, the 3 years, instead of looking 5 or 6% per annum, now looks at 9% per annum.
Yes.
But with the right structuring, you can still do all the stuff you want to do in your personal name if structured right from the get-go.
Yes.
Very important, right?
Yes, absolutely. Good to have a plan.
Yeah, that's right. It's
And a
about
strategy.
thinking about all this shit. Because when you don't plan, what do they say? If you fail to plan, you plan to fail. I've fucked that one up a few times, haven't I, Joel? I'm like, if you plan to plan and you fail to plan, then your plan's fucked. Very good learning. Very good learning.
All right, so top 5 learnings.
That's number 1.
Number 1.
Think about your future.
Yes.
Protect your borrowing capacity at all costs. And I wanted to run through that little scenario that you had. You were saving to get to an asset value that increased faster than your ability to save and your ability to create the borrowing capacity. We had a mutual client that we were talking to last week, and they were in a scenario where they have a couple of $1 million in cash. Almost an identical scenario to you, right? You should have shared your experience share with them. $2 million in cash or thereabouts, and $2 million in borrowing capacity. So they had $4 million of purchasing power, or just under it by the time you factor in stamps and all the rest of it. They wanted, very similar to you, the $10 million home in Vaucluse. Almost have the cash to get there, don't have the borrowing capacity to get there, and they've got some other assets in their portfolio. And they said, Jack, how am I going to get to this position? Right? I'm going to do anything it takes to get to this position because I really want to go buy the house. And I said, okay, what you don't want to do is you don't want to go and put that $2 million worth of cash into a $4 million owner-occupier home, because all things being equal, that $10 million home is going to go from 10 to 15, grow 50%. Your $4 million home is going to go from 4 to 6. Are you further away or are you closer to your goal? You're further away, right?
Yes.
So my advice to this prospective client was, instead of trying to go buy the owner-occupier home, wait for that to grow, wait for your income to grow, wait for rates to come down, and then get into the owner-occupier property when that happens, try and leverage that $2 million as far as you can because the higher the value of the assets you can buy with that 2 million, so he was only going to take on 50% debt, which is not a maximizing that 2 mil. You really could go and take on 8 million bucks worth of debt or thereabouts and use 2 million as a deposit. So you could get to your 10 mil gross asset value, which is the same as what the home's worth. And then as that 10 mil grows, all things being equal, your equity position is growing at a rate of 10 mil times 10%, as opposed to 4 mil at 10%. And you're going to get much closer to that goal, because then as your borrowing capacity increases, your equity position is increased in line with the value of the property that you want to buy, and then you can just trade it into that home when the time comes. It's a very, very important thing, which you could have done also, right? If you go back, you could have used that cash to get you into X amount of dollars worth of assets. That would have grown, then you could have sold them down and moved into the owner rock if you protected the borrowing capacity.
Yeah, if only someone told me.
Fucking bastards. Should have known Jack then, right?
If only we knew, innit?
If only. Number 2, what is it?
Number 2.
Don't buy a frozen yogurt shop. That's probably one of the things, but
that was good learning. Good learning. Not a good way to spend the money, but good learnings out of it.
Good learning. Expensive learning. I could have taught you that much
Expensive
for
learning,
a much lower amount of money. I would only charge you $200,000 to teach you that lesson.
Number two. Don't buy for the sake of buying, I think. I
let's
did a lot of
unpack
that. Yeah, so I think out of my 13 properties, I probably only bought 3 really with intention.
Right.
Everything else was based on parameters of what I could have done, what the bank told me I could have done, and I then bought within those parameters, even though it might not have been what I thought was a good investment for a long period of time.
Which we see that a lot, right?
Yeah.
You go buy one really good investment, then because you feel the social pressures of, like, if you're in the investing world and you're looking at all these investors and you hear people growing their portfolios, you're like, fuck, I want to grow my portfolio too, right? So you go to the bank or you go to someone like Jordan and you go, hey, what's my borrowing capacity? And they say, oh, you've got 350,000. And you go, oh, I need to go use that 350,000 because that's what I've got.
Yes.
And then sometimes when you use that 350,000 or it's 800,000, whatever it is, you use it, you buy the wrong asset, and it actually gets you further away from just not doing anything at all.
Yes.
And that sounds like that's been your experience, right?
Yeah, I've done it multiple times. Good fun.
So give us an example of that, and then the alternative, if you wouldn't have done that, and then looking at your life now, the next year you probably would have been able to double the servicing, right? And then actually bought something of value.
So I guess the one we spoke about, the first property I bought in off the plan Erskineville.
Great asset,
yeah. So if I didn't buy that based on some advice received, and I was to hold off, I kind of always knew land is what appreciates, buildings depreciate. I don't know, people talk about it here and there, and I picked up a few things. But even then, I still, even though knowing that somewhat, I was like, well, if this is my borrowing capacity and I wanted to get those first homeowners grants, this is worthwhile. And I bought it, and then I assumed, well, if I'm going to buy it as a stepping stone, if it goes up in value, then I'll sell it down and I'll finally be able to buy a house. And very similar, I guess, to what you said. On the assumption I did buy a good asset and it did grow, and then I could sell down, fair enough, like that client that we spoke about trading in. Unfortunately, I bought a bad asset, and then the potential good asset I would have bought kept growing, so I was getting further and further away, whilst my asset kind of stayed still for a good, half a decade, give or take.
And then you look so that's your capital not appreciating at the rate of the marketplace or what you wanted to buy appreciating. And then the other thing was, people don't know what the next 2 or 3 years is going to hold, right? In your scenario, your life got better and better and better from an earning potential.
Yes.
So your serviceability continued to increase, but because you had this debt that was tied to a dud asset, you couldn't actually then go use that plus the increase. You could only then use the increase, which is limited, right?
Correct.
And right now is a great example of that. There's probably a lot of people that are holding some not so great properties that they've bought 2, 3, 4 years ago. Servicing's dramatically decreased, but they haven't got enough servicing between what they currently own and what the free serviceability is. So let's say you bought something for 500 and you've got 500 worth of debt against it, and you've got another 400 worth of servicing. 400 is really not enough to get you something good, right? You're going to buy a shit box. So if you sold the 500 down, you then have 900 worth of servicing. 900 worth of servicing would probably get you, let's just say it assumes that it actually gets you the same quality asset as 500. But now you've got a $900,000 asset. 900 growing at 10% is 90 grand a year. 500 growing at 10%, 50 grand a year. we pay our bills with dollars, not with percentages, right? So
Yes.
it's much better, and I just had this conversation with a client, to buy a lower amount of assets of higher dollar value than a higher amount of assets and a lower dollar value.
I agree with that.
Because people talk about how many properties they have,
Yeah.
not the value of their
Yeah.
properties.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. So we get that a lot as well. We get clients call us. They're like, oh, how do I get to 10 properties? I'm like, what does 10 properties mean? Like 10 $300,000 properties or 10 $2 million properties? It's like, oh, my mate's got 10 properties. I've got one. I'm like, well, what's your PPOR worth? And we work it out. It's like his one asset's worth like 8 of his mate's $300,000 regional properties or something like that, right? But yeah, definitely. Going back to your point, yeah, if I had not bought that flashy apartment and tried to go for all of that stuff, such as government grants, and limit myself purely because of that, and I held off a little bit, I would have had a larger deposit eventually. Probably, like, I was saving out a good amount. I was living at home, didn't really have any expenses. Finally closed the yogurt shop, so rent wasn't bleeding me. And would have had, I was lucky at the time because I worked at a bank, so I get some staff benefits, like you put down 10%, no LMI, things like that. So I could have leveraged at a higher level than your average kind of consumer avoiding LMI. And I think I ran some calculations because I did a comparison of that versus the first landed property I bought. And using the same growth rate, I would have had double the assets in, I guess, like a 5-year period.
Which is crazy, right?
Yeah. And then you re-leverage on that. And then assuming you know a few things about trust, like then, yeah, the end position I would say would be drastically different.
Millions and millions worth of difference. And the other thing is that just on this piece that we see all the time is someone will get, you know, even if it's their first property, they get their serviceability calculations. I saw this the other day, and a client said, oh, well, I don't want to use all that money because I'll keep a little bit for my next property. And I'm like, what do you mean? Like, oh, well, I've got $1 million worth of servicing. How about we just spend 700 and then I keep that 300 for the next one? I'm like, well, that's retarded. That's stupid. Why would you do that? I think people think that if they keep the 300, they might be able to then add another 300 and then they'll be able to go buy something for 600. Reality is probably not likely. From what I understand is, and what I've learned, if you have $1 million worth of servicing right now, and let's use your case from lesson 1 as the example, use all of it, because there's a good chance that it may not be there in a few years' time, because rates will go up, your income could change, well, the way banks look at servicing could change. And if it does, and you only bought something for 700 when you had $1 million worth of servicing, that $300,000 gets thrown in the bin because you can't go and get it again. And again, all things being equal, $1 million grows at 10% per annum, you make 100 grand. 700 grows at 10%, you make 70 grand. And if you would have looked at your own scenario, even if you only had $4 million worth of servicing back then, if you would have used that 4 mil, instead of not using it, well, now you're 2.5 behind and you've only got 1.5, right?
Yes.
So like, that's a big thing, is like, make sure when you've got the servicing of, if your goal is to grow the largest asset base you possibly can, or grow the most amount of wealth, just take it off the table, because then if it's not there, like it is not there now for most people, like when it was a couple of years ago, you're behind now, not in front.
But that's on the assumption you buy
Good assets.
a good asset.
Not shit boxes.
Yeah. Like for like growth,
That's
right?
right.
Otherwise, don't take it off the table.
Yeah, as long as you've got enough
yeah.
servicing to get good
Correct.
quality.
Yeah.
Like, not 200,000 or 300,000 worth of servicing here, right? Max what you can borrow. For me, I would say if you've got 500,000 to 600,000 plus, you can get something okay. Sub that number, I wouldn't do it. So if you've got $1 million worth of servicing now, use that whole mil. Don't use 400 or 500 of it and then keep 400 or 500, because that 400 or 500 may disappear. If you've got 4 million, use 4 million.
Yep, makes sense.
Lesson 3.
Lesson 3.
Well, let's talk about, I think there's a lesson in, you said you only bought 3 properties with intention. What's the difference between the ones you bought with intention and the ones you didn't buy with intention, in terms of like quality of the assets, performance?
So the ones I bought with intention would be based on where I wanted to buy, location based, what I wanted to buy, asset type, and what my plans were with that property over a long period of time, such as accelerating, I guess, something that I can do something with it, such as develop, renovate, manufacture some type of equity to give a bit of a boost compared to standard market growth, compared to just got X amount, what can I buy with X, Australia-wide, for example, right? Yeah. So whereas those 3, because I actually sat down and thought about, well, if my borrowing capacity is X, assuming this is where I want to get to, assuming a growth of X, what do I need to then do to try to get to that position, and what parameters, I guess, I can somewhat control, right? And I've definitely realized thinking about not just what I'm buying now, but what impact it has on what I want to buy next is something worth thinking about. And I think a lot of people don't think about that. A lot of people just kind of think, well, I'm going to buy, like you said, I'm going to buy asset 1, and then my borrowing capacity can go up. I'm going to buy asset 2, then asset 2 becomes asset 3. But in reality, it doesn't always work like that. And you want to really plan that out from asset 1. Yeah,
that's right. So maybe the lesson is the importance of asset selection as opposed to just any asset,
yes.
right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the difference between one of your best assets and one of your not so great assets.
Yeah.
Just high level differences. Well, obviously, you've bought a few off the plan apartments. Not great.
That's an easy answer, actually. So I bought one in a trust, which is the only one I have in a trust. I paid $1.5 million for a house in Mascot.
Yep. Mascot, for people who don't live in Sydney, is a couple of k's from the airport, a couple of k's from Maroubra Beach in the eastern suburbs of Sydney.
Yep. I think it was good timing, and the property had been on the market for a while, and I got a bank val 3 weeks later at 2.1. So I took the full deposit out, and then that's how I then bought the next asset, because I got a big jump in equity position straight away.
So let's talk about that. That's a lesson in itself. Bought it for 1.5.
Yep.
Did you do any bank vals prior to purchasing?
I did one of the things we do quite a lot for our mutual clients.
Yeah.
Went to a bank number 1.
Listen to this, folks. Rewind this if you don't understand it. So we're going to purchase a property. This is what happens when you've got a good broker. You're likely to get financed with one bank.
Yep. Or multiple banks, hopefully.
Yeah. But there's going to be another bank that value it differently from the bank that you're buying with. This happens all the time. Like, we got valuations done the other day. There was a 40% variance in what a bank valued a property. So let's just say you're going with bank 1 to get the finance. They've valued it on purchase price of 1.5. But before you've purchased it, I'm assuming, you've ran a few different vals as if you own the property already, and they were potentially doing an updated valuation.
I didn't do that, actually. I just bought. I knew I was getting a decent deal because I think at the time it was below median for the land size, things like that. So it's a very old rundown house on a decent block, right? So I bought with Bank 1, came back at contract price, full valuation. And then I re-ran the valuation with Bank 2. This time it was an automated valuation based on data in the background, which means...
So land size, how many bedrooms, how many bathrooms, and what else is selling in the area.
Correct. So no one's walking through the property, and the data spit out a much higher number purely because of what you said. Like, I think it's on 600 squares, so 600 squares in Mascot.
So the automated valuation would go, what else is selling in Mascot and surrounding suburbs on 600 square meters, and what does it sell for as an average, for example? And they're selling for a lot more than what you paid for the property.
Correct. So then I revaled, 600 grand increase, took out 80%, which is what, 480, which was more than the deposit I put down. So
because a 20% deposit on 1.5 is 300, plus stamps is another 75, 80. So you're in for 380, settle it with 380, get a reval at 2.1, pull out 480.
Yes.
100,000 up.
Plus
now you're playing with house money.
Plus a deposit.
That's right.
Plus the deposit, plus the property.
And that's the power of what we do with the accelerator strategy. We know what's going to val well and not val well. So if you can buy an unrenovated property that with a full valuation, vals up at purchase price, but when you then compare it to everything that's selling in the area on similar land, similar bedrooms, similar bathrooms, the AVMs don't know whether they're renovated or not. They val much higher. There's a little tip for you folks.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the issue with full valuations, or this is my personal issue with it, and it's actually very, very interesting thing that I've observed. So when we go do an accelerator property, we're renovating for an outcome. We don't give a fuck what it looks like. Well, I mean, we care what it looks like, but we don't care about all the things you care about as an owner-occupier property, because all we care about is what do we pay, what do we spend, what's the val at. When you get a full valuation done, you've got Mr. or Mrs. Valuer coming through the property. I don't get this. They all go to the same university, degree, whatever it is. They get the same qualification. They go through the property. They all look at the same comparables. But then one valuer values it at X and one valuer values it at Y. I'm like, how can that be? The reason it can be is because they go in there with their personal preferences, their personal biases. So it's not really the value of the property. It's the value of what John the valuer thinks your property is because of his preconceived idea. Now, what I find really interesting is obviously we go and value a lot of properties. The one I just mentioned before, we had a 40% variance between 4 different banks. Wild. 40%, folks.
Yes.
Value 1, a mil. Value 2, 1.25. Value 3, 1.3. Value 4, 1.4.
Yep.
Some of those automated, some of those in person. The one that come back the strongest, in person, female.
Right.
You know why females value our renovated properties high? This happened multiple times now. Because they appreciate a good renovation. They look at things differently to a man. And this is probably a generalization, but most valuers are men. Like, there's a lot more male valuers than there are female valuers. But every time we get a valuation done on a renovated property, a female values the property the highest.
Right.
And I've just observed that. And I'm like, why is that? And you look at it and it's like, when a couple does a renovation, who appreciates it more?
The female.
Of course.
Makes sense.
So they go through a property and look at it and go, oh, the kids could do this, and oh, that's a beautiful kitchen. And when men walk through and they're like, yep, bang, and they value it down, and they usually value it well under what it's actually worth of what it's to sell. But it's just really interesting. So
yeah, I've never noticed that. We definitely see the variances. We've seen 40%.
It's like how can all of you
Very
people
common.
go to the same school and learn, and then go through the same property, and there'll be a 40% variance? It's like, what the. And you're all looking at the same comparables. Like, they're not different. It's bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah.
How much impact do you think the bank has on that? Like, are they putting pressure on valuers, or is like their head putting pressure on the valuation firms to like give them their understanding of what their risk appetite is in the marketplace right now, etc.?
They definitely do have guidelines they need to adhere by, and there's very strict turnaround times they have agreed with the bank.
Right.
And sometimes, I guess, because of that, let's say you're valuing, let's say Jack the valuer values in a suburb with a small population, right?
Yeah.
But let's say you're sick. Now they can't just say, oh, Jack's sick, we're going to come back to you in 2 weeks. They still got to either cancel the valuation, which means they lose the fee the bank's going to pay them, or they're going to replace that valuer. And let's say they then send someone out who lives 50 k's from you because it's a small town. That guy might not know the town the same as what Jack would.
That's right. The streets.
Correct.
Why there's a variance of a main road property selling for
Correct.
20 or 30% less than these properties on quiet streets.
Absolutely. And then that's how sometimes you can get huge variances. We've even seen examples where I have this one property that hopefully no bank credit managers here. I've got this one property. It's a beachfront house. It's got a gym attached to it.
Yeah.
By finance standards, that's a commercial asset, which means on that asset, I'm putting down 30, maybe 35%. If I wanted to do standard traditional full doc applications, things like that, right? I knew that buying that asset, and that was always going to be a risk of finance. I bought under auction conditions.
Yeah.
And one of the things, even though I work in finance, my biggest fear was, well, how the fuck am I going to get a loan for this? And I don't want to put down 35%. I want to put down 20%, like a normal residential property.
Yeah.
I ran 6 valuations on it. 5 of them came back saying it's a commercial asset, which means no residential loan.
Yeah.
One of them came back saying it's a normal residential loan.
That's right.
Normal residential property, actually. And because of that, I was saved, and it was like 3.5 on my asset, say 15%, which then means that 15% I go elsewhere. Now, if you imagine I just went direct to a bank and not a broker, and bank number one said, this is a commercial asset, you put down 35, I'm loyal to bank number one. That's a difference of another property, right? If you've got the serviceability. And then repeat that bank 2, 3, 4, 5 until I got to bank number 6. That's when I actually realised, bank number 6 is going to give me as a residential property.
And that's
very powerful.
And that's probably another lesson, right? It's like not all finance and people in finance are created equally, right? Like, that's a lesson.
Absolutely.
I remember myself, went to ANZ Property 1, ANZ Property 2. The local bank manager, Jody was her name. Jody number 3, Jody says, no, sorry, no more lending. I was like, what do you mean no more lending? My name's Jack Henderson. I don't get answered no, okay? I find things. And then, you go to broker 1. Broker 1 said, yeah, I can get you the finance. Go back to broker 1 for property 4. Broker 1 says, sorry, no more finance. You go, I'm Jack Henderson. I don't need to get no for an answer. Then you go to next broker. All of a sudden, there's more finance. And that's what I learned. It was a lesson that I was learning along the way. I'm like, you just don't get no for an answer. Or if you don't get the answer that you want, there might be a yes, but. It's like, well, yes, sorry, I just knocked over my San Pellegrino. You get a yes, but. And you're like, that yes, but is not the yes, but that I want. Let's go get another. So we got a client at the moment. Complicated scenario. I've actually referred this client to you. You stayed with the same broker. We've gone and spent, $350,000 on a reno. Can only go to one bank to get the valuation done.
Why?
Because of the scenario, right? There's a lot to it, financials, all the rest of it.
Right.
And I'm like, well, that valuation doesn't make our reno look very good, because we know that 2 doors up just sold for $2.1 million. And when I say just sold, like 2 months ago, 3 months ago, your val should be 1.9 to 2 million every day of the week.
Right.
And we just need to find the broker that thinks the same as us,
Right.
the valuer that thinks the same as us. And NAB doesn't have that valuer. So we need to go find a valuer that does. But now we can't, because you have to stay with NAB, or you have to stay with the bank because of the scenario. And I'm like, it's just not, it's not cool. That's why planning's so important, right? Like, if you know you're going to do this stuff, you need to be able to go to 4 or 5 different lenders, because if there's a 40% variance at a $1.8 million valuation, 40% at 1.8 is 700 grand. That's a lot of dough.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So
choice is power, right?
That's
choice
right.
is power. Yeah.
And this is why, I guess, going back to one of the other lessons, is like, planning is very important. Where are you going? Why are you going there? What's the strategy going to look like? When we do these scenarios with our clients and we're like, you said you want to get to here, great. You know, this is how it's going to be structured. This is going to be the lender selection based on current credit policy, and these are the reasons why. It's not always based around the lowest interest rate.
Yes.
You know, it's lowest interest rate or hundreds of thousands of dollars in equity uplift often don't correlate.
Yes.
You're going to get more equity from one lender, maybe a lower rate from the other, but lower amount of equity. What's more important to each person at that point in time? Often there's more equity, right? Because that gets you into that next property and the next property. So it's that planning piece.
Yeah, yeah. And on that piece, we also kind of say to our clients, especially the very rate sensitive clients, we say, like, in a perfect world, you're going to get the loan with the bank you love, branding wise, internet banking system. Based on their calculator, your situation, they're going to give you the highest amount of borrowing capacity. That lender's also going to send the valuer out there that's going to value the property at the highest. And then that lender also suits any other personal requirements you might have, right? Construction loan, foreign income, any kind of outside the standard box type of stuff that you need to tick. Plus then they've got the cheapest rate in the market, plus hopefully a $5,000 rebate for saying thanks as to be a client.
And they'll give you an offset account, and they'll let you set up your kid's net bank, and
All of the above, right? And in reality,
that don't happen.
It rarely ever happens,
That's
right?
right.
And I guess that's why back to your piece on planning is so important, to make sure that when you do go through your planning, you're not planning based on one lender selection. Because if that turns around and becomes a roadblock, well, your plan's gone to shit, right? And I think that's also something I would probably say as part of my learning is, I'll do my calculations, borrowing capacity, let's say up to 4 mil, and let's say the second bank is 3.5 mil. I do everything based on a 4 mil borrowing capacity. Then I need to do something, and let's say I get a shit valuer at that bank. My plan at 4 mil can't come to fruition, because now I've got to go to another bank that gives me 3.5. Right, so it's important to kind of build in those kind of selection choices.
That's right.
Because some of these things are out of your control. Like your client at NAB, he didn't ask the valuer to value it low, right?
That's right. And the valuation for that still come in on renovation spend, but it's like, we should be getting 300 or 400 grand extra on that valuation. The reason we're not is just because of the limitations. And there's a few things now you're going to have to go to and replan, right? Which I've let that client know. So it's interesting. It's very, very important, all that stuff. And people don't think about this. All right, let's jump into lesson 5. So lesson 1 was all around not just buying properties for the sake of buying properties. You used, those apartments as the example because they were there and you could buy them. You thought was a good idea. In hindsight, not buying them would have been a better idea. Lesson 2 was around maximizing the serviceability that you have and buying the best quality assets you can essentially buy. Very, very important. Not just leaving serviceability on the table if it's not enough to then go buy another property. $1 million worth of servicing, buy something for 700. Is 300 enough to go buy another property, or would it be better spent on the one asset? Lesson 3 was around the importance of asset selection. Very, very important. Lesson 4, not all banks and brokers and valuers are created equally. So give yourself selection, pre-plan, structuring, understanding lender selection, building in some risk tolerances and all the rest of it. Lesson 5.
Buying for investment purposes, don't treat it as an owner occ.
Yeah, interesting.
So, remove the emotions. Don't be so tied up in it. Maybe don't even look at the asset if you could. And
that's an interesting one, because if you look at what you live in right now, and we spoke about this in another episode, you live in a high-rise apartment in the city because it's convenient and you love it. Just because you're convenient and you love it doesn't mean it's going to be a good investment long-term, right? Now, there's a caveat to this lesson, because I think if you're someone who lives in an owner-occupied property in Vaucluse, probably okay to buy a few of those, right? But not everyone lives in Vaucluse, right? I'd say the majority of people in Australia don't live in areas that have performed really, really well, areas that are going to be conducive to good long-term performance, both from a yield and a growth point of view. And often what you want to live in doesn't represent a good investment with yours. And so if you look at your portfolio, you just said before, the ones that you've bought that have done the best have been bought through, professionals, and you haven't even seen them. And then you look at the vals on them and they've done the best for you.
Yeah. So out of my 13, I've seen 3, actually. Yeah.
There you go.
And coincidentally, the 10 that have performed the best, I've never seen them, which means...
They actually don't exist.
Maybe. Which means then, because I haven't seen them, I haven't had the opportunity to be emotional about it, because I don't even know what it looks like. I'll look at the video, sometimes not even that.
Yeah.
And coincidentally, the 10 that have performed the best, I also then used a professional which removed me from the transaction, which allowed someone who's not emotionally involved to make that decision purely based on the numbers. Which is, I guess, what I'm looking for. Like, if I'm buying an investment, I don't care about if there's a crack in the wall, etc. I want the property to perform at its highest level. And if I'm not the one making that decision and I'm not the professional looking at properties every single day, I think that makes a big impact. And
Huge impact.
I wish all 13 were done through a professional.
That's right. And I mean, like, I always say to people, and this generally runs true, most people actually buy their owner-occupier home okay, because they do buy it with emotion. And then if you look at, like, their owner-occupier, and you probably see this all the time, it's probably done really, really well, and then you get some vals done on their investment, you're like, what happened here? So if you're one of those people and you live in a good area and you buy a good owner-occupier property, that emotion part is, I think, okay. If you live in a good house in a decent suburb, that's probably going to do okay over the long term. Then when people move into the investment frame, they usually remove that bit, and then they go, okay, I'm just buying this as an investment, and then they get caught into that, sometimes the off the plan.
But I think a large reason behind that is, I think you've mentioned before, when people buy their own rock, they buy the best own rock they can afford.
That's right.
So when time comes for the investment, they normally don't have, say, the serviceability left to buy the type of investment equivalent to their own rock.
That's right.
So that takes a bit of a sacrifice and hit, right? Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it? It's very interesting. Mate, that's some good lessons right there. If you just follow that, folks, you're fucking going to be okay, all right? Buy good assets. Make sure you've got a good lending team on your side, because assets is one part, borrowing's the other part. Structuring is very important. Asset selection is very important. Removing emotion and not buying shit boxes is also very important.
Absolutely.
You probably heard those. Most people would have heard those lessons before, but for some reason,
easier said than done.
there's going to be a lot of people who going, "Fuck, I wish I heard this podcast a couple of years ago." I've got a lesson that I want to share, but I look at my own journey, and I think the things that have, my journey's been okay. It's been fruitful, but I've put myself under a tremendous amount of stress for no reason. And I think it's very important to make sure you keep buffers in place, so you're not like back up against the wall. This is very stressful, because I've had those scenarios. It's like you've like at the top of the world, business pumping, lots of cash, reinvest all that cash, something changes overnight, and you're like, oh, it didn't turn out the way I thought it was going to turn out, and then you stress. Like, that was my year last year. I was like very reactive, and that's not a good position to be in. And a lot of people sit on a lot of equity, like I was sitting on a lot of equity. When it's sitting in a property, it's useless to you, because you're sitting there. You can't go and sell the lounge room and then take a little bit out and go, pay some bills with it. So I think when serviceability is strong, and this probably ties a few of your lessons together, when there is a lot of serviceability on the table, pull that equity out of properties, sit it in offset accounts. Even if you'll never use it, never touch it. I'd rather be looking at cash than looking for cash. Then when times get a little bit tight, like I'm assuming there's a lot of people in pain right now. It's lean times in the economy. It's hard to get money from the banks, and this is usually when you need money.
Yes.
So if you need money now, you've got a good asset base with strong equity. It might even just be your owner-occupier home. Rates go up to 6%. You don't want to sell your home, but you're now forced to sell it, or in a very tight position where you got to go ask for money of friends, family, etc. Not a good position to be in, especially when you got $500,000, $1 million, sometimes multi-million dollars worth of equity sitting in a home. That's just sitting there. So I think like having buffers in place. The bigger the buffer, the more risk you can take.
Yes, absolutely.
So I always look at like, what's my baseline for a year's worth of costs, like from servicing debt. You know, mine is many, many hundreds of thousands now, like between the rent and the mortgages. You get $1 million sitting in an offset account, $2 million sitting in an offset account, and you cost you $300,000 a year to hold a portfolio. You might have 3 to 6 years worth of servicing buffers. If you can't sort your shit out in 3 to 6 years, there's something wrong, you know?
Yeah.
So I think that's a very important piece. As you start to get more debt, take on more risk, have some strong buffers sitting there, because that's the thing you'll be happy about when times get lean. And I'm assuming there's probably a lot of people like that. Because I learned that lesson like last year and the year before for me. I was like a lot more stressed. Now it's okay. Business is going really well. Equity sitting there. It's all happy and dandy. But that lasts for 2, 3, 4 years and you haven't got that grit and determination to get through it. Shit's pretty fucked.
How old were you when you bought your first?
18.
So 10 years you've been behind?
9 years, because I was 18 turning 19, where I'm 27 turning 28 this year. So it's been 9 years this year.
9 years.
9 years about this time. I bought my first one, exchanged on my first one about this time.
Right.
It's just before I turned...
How many assets?
Now?
Including sellers? 15?
Coogee, Maroubra, 2 Bar Beaches, house in Bar Beach. That's 5. Penthouse in Newcastle East. House in Merewether. House on the river. Settlers. What am I forgetting here? Office building that just got sold. Another penthouse that is almost finished building. I'm forgetting something here.
Good problem.
I think there's definitely one I'm forgetting.
It's about 12.
Yeah, 11 or 12.
Oh, so we're similar journeys.
Similar amount, yeah.
12 properties, 10 years.
Fuck, what am I forgetting? There is one that I'm forgetting. I can't fucking think of it.
But you're at 35 and I'm at 25.
35, yeah. And the
Asset
reason that
selection.
scaled so quickly is because I started to go higher dollar value assets as I moved through the journey, instead of being like, and I had a talk yesterday where I mentioned the same thing. It's like, as you start to earn more money, you shouldn't buy the same thing you bought when you were on 80 grand a year. That's silly. Like, as you earn more money, you have more serviceability, put it all into a good quality asset, right? Park it. As you earn more money, good quality asset, park it. Not like, I see these guys that got like 50 and 100 properties, and I'm like, I try and get finance now with like 10 or 12 properties, and it's fucked. You know?
Yeah.
Like, could you imagine going with 50 loans? And you're like, yeah, well, I've just got like, can I just request 50 loan statements? And on 50 properties, you probably got 100 loans because you got loan splits and shit, right? So can I just get 100 loan statements, please? 100 sets of council rate? Like, that's wild.
Yeah.
You know, like Nathan Persh, I think, has like 200 or something. Could you imagine getting finance for that guy? It'd be like it'd take you a year just to get all the documents together. People don't think about this stuff. Like, a lot of properties is not better. A lot of asset value is better. You know, and that's why you see people start to make big money. You know, Scott O'Neill's done this really, really well. He's like transitioned out of resi assets then into higher dollar value commercial assets. You have less of them, but you got a higher dollar value. And then you really start to sell down some of those lower quality assets and put that into higher dollar value assets, because the lower the amount of assets, the better. The higher the dollar value of the assets, the better. You just got to be able to cash flow it all and tie it all together. And then, you know, you got Triggerboff, who's got 5,500 apartments or something, doesn't he?
Lucky he doesn't need to get finance.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. Mate, very, very good here.
Awesome.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDFs beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. Ladies and gentlemen, Flamingo Property Investing. Jeremy, you were just giving me a lesson on how to pronounce your last name. It is Jeremy Iannuzzelli.
Yeah, almost.
Is that it?
Iannuzzelli. So
Iannuzzelli,
no,
mate. It feels like I'm back in Positano.
yeah, well, no Y in the Italian alphabet, so that IA together gives you that ya. So Iannuzzelli.
Mate, it's been in the works for a little while, this podcast.
It has been. Yeah, we've been we've caught up so many times around the traps, and I've been watching a couple of the socials and the TikToks and stuff like that, and I have to say, you're doing a pretty good job telling everyone about structures. So pretty impressed.
Well, mate, now I've got one of the men in the room that actually understands it and is qualified to talk about it more than anyone. So I just regurgitate what I hear from you and other people. But mate, that's what we're going to chat through today. Give us your 30-second story. You run a big big accounting firm, you look after some pretty heavy hitter clients, and you also look after some normal mum and dad clients. So you're across the board. Run us through that, and then we'll run through the nuts and bolts of what we're going to chat.
Yeah, so we been in the industry now for almost 15 years, enjoying every day of it, love it, what I do, and still love to work in that small to medium enterprise space. And for me, I love to be, we're talking about, I'm in the weeds every day, and I love to still do all the work as much as I can. I still talk to clients on a daily basis, and I feel it gives me a really good understanding of what's happening on the ground. And I always tell people every day, I get paid to learn. I get to see so many different people, and I get to see all the buyers agents, where you're all buying and what you're all doing, and I get to absorb
how much cash they're making.
And I get to absorb it. I get to absorb all these great areas that you guys are going into well before many other people get a chance, and get to really explain, with clients why they're doing it and what they're doing, and the data behind it. So I love my role. It's factual. We talk about numbers all day, and the beauty of what I do is numbers never lie. So
very true.
It's a lovely profession, and I enjoy it.
You are pretty well known and well versed specifically in property, right? Like, I've seen you pop up in many property circles over the 8 or 9 years I've been an investor as such. How did that come about? Because like most accountants are not property specific, right?
We're traditionally very risk adverse, right? So we don't generally take on a lot of leverage. We love to look at the money in the bank. We love to see some slow growing, burning assets, traditionally in shares, managed funds, ETFs, obviously, that have come into the market over the last 10 years. And that's where an accountant really puts their time and effort. We're so busy with our clients. But for me, I think it comes back to a little bit of the Italian background and the people I surrounded myself with growing up as a young man, and everyone was in property and I wanted to aspire to do it. I was a seminar junkie as a young man as well, 18 through to 21. I would attend a property seminar at least once or twice during the week at night.
Wow. And
at least once on the weekend. And when you have a passion in something, you just want to absorb it and do everything you can to take all the information in.
Yeah.
I did it. I won't say that it was perfect. I made some mistakes, and as a young guy, I thought I wanted to have 30 properties and I would buy $50,000 or $100,000 properties to get there. But somewhere along the line, things changed, and I understood.
I'm keen to unpack that.
Yeah, well, quality is a big thing for me now, and using property not just as a form of investment, but as a form of income is quite important. But that's how it all started. It was just a rug rack running around and absorbing as much information as I could. That, in line with being an accountant, it just blended so well. And then organically started to share my story, and as my portfolio grew and my experience grew and the war stories grew, that's when the following and the accounting practice off the back of it started to really flourish. And I love it today as I did when I first started in the industry all those years ago.
So fascinating. So you were an investor first, then become an accountant? Or were you studying accounting while you were getting into the market?
Yeah, studying accounting, working 3 jobs. So normal bring up, went to school, tried my very best, went to uni, got a graduate position. So that for me was the starting point of my career.
Yeah.
Worked at a wedding reception centre on the weekends, and I loved my soccer or football for any Europeans that are out there, and refereed. So I, was saving as much as I could, and then got my first property in the mid 2000s, and then from there things started to grow. It was a very different lending time at that stage.
Yeah.
Loans were 98% including LMI, so the deposit that was required wasn't a lot.
Oh, good.
But purchase prices obviously at that stage weren't very high, but in comparison with incomes, things are very much similar today.
Yeah.
So that was the start, and then I just had this insatiable appetite to continue to invest and learn. Again, coming back to what I said earlier, it was about the number of properties for me at that. I love to tell friends and family how many I had, and
there's still a lot of people out there like that.
Yeah, and I think you'll learn very quickly if you are doing that the number means nothing.
Yeah.
It's all about the quality of the asset, and the better quality you can get, in my personal opinion with my story, the better quality I got, the better returns I started to see.
So what did that look like? Like you started out going to seminars 18, 21. When did you buy your first property? How old were you?
I was just at the back end of 19 years of age.
So
I bought my first property, mid 2s or late 2s at that stage.
Whereabouts was it?
Southwestern suburbs.
Right, in Sydney?
In Campbelltown, Sydney. Yeah. It was just an average 5% yielding property. And
house or apartment?
House
Yep.
At that stage. 530 square metre block of land, which I still own today. It's very sentimental to me, but yeah, at that stage the rent was $300. It was a 5% yield. looking back today, you know, the yield on cost is probably over 21, 22%. So that's just how the compounding return works over the years of ownership. And then, from there, started to buy the real cheapy stuff, the townhouses in Queensland. And,
Right.
and
What was the cheapest property you ever bought?
$119,000, a 2-bedroom townhouse in Queensland. And that was probably the cheapest today's date.
Yeah.
And it came with its headaches at that stage as well.
What were some of those headaches? I think a lot of people miss this stuff, right? Like you said, number is very important to people when they go around and go, yeah, I own 10 properties, 15 properties, whatever it is. But I'm the same as you. What I've found is all my assets are really good quality assets. But I think it's 14 or 15 properties now in the portfolio.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's a fucking full-time. I literally have someone full-time who works for me who just manages all that stuff. Land tax, tenants, all that shit that goes on with it. And I could not imagine. I see these people with like 30 properties, 50 properties, 80 properties. I'm like, I could not imagine what it's like to go do a refinance.
Yeah, it would be a lot of work. But
It's like crazy.
I learned a very early, well, I didn't learn very early, but midway through my investment career, I learned what the denominator means. And when you're buying a $120,000 property, the roof costs the same as a $500,000 property. The kitchen probably costs the same as a $500,000 property. But when you start to take that as a percentage, Jack, you know, that roof is now costing you 30% of the asset value. That kitchen is now 20% of the asset value. So what you may look at on a lower costing property may being a really great yield, when you start to really net some of these expenses off, in the end, we talk about net yield as being what you take home, but not very strong net yield. I remember I've got lots of war stories and I share this with many people. I remember seeing clients early on buying $50,000, $60,000 units in far north Queensland back in the mid-2000s.
Places like Cairns.
Absolutely. And rents were being, you know, $12,000, $13,000 a year. So you look at it and you go, wow, this is a 20+% return, telling your friends at a barbecue. But once you start to look at, you know, $6,500, $7,000 body corporate fees, $2,500 council rates, 11% property management fees, water costs, and then just general repairs that occur to a property like that, all of a sudden you've now bought a property where the net yield is negative. So your 20% gross turns into maybe a 1 or 2% loss negative. That's a property that you're purely banking on growth as opposed to having holding income to help support it. So I wanted to balance that out, and I got told very early on that, you know, wealth comes through growth and the ability to hold wealth comes through cash flow. So focus on one first, and then you start to really bring the other one in, which is your P&L side as you start to go through your career and your property investment journey.
I love that. So it's build the wealth through growing the asset base, whether it's through property or something else. And then the cash flow essentially allows you to hold that asset base and obviously enjoy life.
Yeah, so that they say the capital growth makes you wealthy and the cash flow keeps you wealthy. But I think a lot of people try to maybe change that up or try to have
both at
the same time, and it becomes really tricky. So that growth aspect of your portfolio will be a way that you can accelerate things a lot quicker if you've got a strong income, you've got the ability and buffers to hold, and you've done your budgets accordingly. And then that pivot and rebalance, which I feel still to this day not a lot of people get it right. And I've got some great stories I'm sure we'll share a bit later on of a successful pivot, but that pivot has to occur at some stage.
What pivot are you referring to?
That pivot of looking at your investments, not just from a balance sheet perspective, but now a P&L perspective.
Yeah. And
a really good example I share, and I think you may have heard this one many years ago when you and I were at a seminar. I had a client with $35 million worth of unencumbered property. We're talking 5 mil properties in Northern Beaches, North Shore, the city areas, inner western suburbs. And this is a guy that came from earning millions of dollars a year when he owned a very successful business, sold it, bought these properties, paid them off cash.
Yeah.
Thinking that, wow, I'll probably have my $2-3 million a year and life just continues on. But these properties weren't getting fantastic yields. They having significantly high land tax bills, older properties with lots of repairs and maintenance, and he was generating about $200,000 off his $35 million portfolio. But significant amount of return came from that portfolio from growth.
That's right. So just the $200,000 return, folks, is less than a 1% net yield.
Less than a 1% net yield,
which is under inflation.
But the growth that he had on those properties, he'd probably have a purchase cost relate maybe about 18, 19 mil, and the value went up to 35. So if you take that growth as a return, fantastic numbers, but he couldn't live off the growth. And having no job, became rent reliant. Banks were finding it a little bit tougher to finance him. So he pivoted and started to move his portfolio into different directions, where he still kept some really good growth assets, but started to really pigeon pair that with some really good cash flow assets, where today he's a happy man, having the benefit of both worlds, some still good growing and some still good cash flow.
What did the transition look like? So he transitioned obviously some of those resi assets, I'm assuming sold them down. He had no debt on them to begin with, and then pushed that into, was it commercial assets or outside of real estate
bit of
altogether?
both. Yeah, bit of both. Commercial assets, and we talk about commercial assets not just being hard tangible stuff, but some really good REITs as well.
Yeah.
Where you just get to enjoy the benefits of the cash flow, but you don't have the the painful sometimes things of tenants, although you lose the control, of course.
And that makes sense as well, people, when you're not taking on debt, right? So this person's unencumbered, so whether he invests in a real estate asset himself, commercial, or you just invest in a REIT, the return's likely to be very, very similar, but one's going to have less headaches.
Absolutely. So a bit of diversification started to occur in his particular situation, and that was then the benefit of both worlds for him. He really started to pay some tax, obviously, on the sale, and started to generate a good cash flow. So I find that pivot and rebalance probably doesn't occur enough. And as accountants, it's something that I really try to talk to clients about, saying, hey, based on your budgets and buffers, if we're going to hold these things at some stage or another, this is actually not going to be profitable for you to continue to hold. It's not going to give you what you want, which is your ability to earn a passive income from this particular property. It's all right to sell. It's all right to pivot and move it into a better performing asset or a different class of asset. But you just got to have your time, and you got to know in your strategy when to do it and do it successfully.
Generally speaking, when is that time? Like I always talk about, when you get to a certain net asset value, if you need 5 million or 10 million or 15 or 50 million dollars worth of net assets, when you get to that point, the more you have doesn't necessarily mean it's going to give you a better lifestyle, right? There's a point of like diminishing returns.
There is, yeah. And I think it comes back to the individual themselves, working with their professionals, whether it's a financial planner, accountant, or even internally inside their family unit. But there needs to be a point in time where you start to realise to say, I can't go into Woolworths anymore and give them my balance sheet. Woolworths only accepts what comes out of your bank account in most cases, and checks are gone, Jack. They don't exist anymore, so
you can't bounce them.
No, so there needs to be that period of time in your life where you start to say, I'm happy with my asset base, my denominator that I've created.
Yeah.
Maybe work might be slowing down, or you might be at that stage where you want to really start to focus on family rather than career. But I always encourage people, when you've got a job and it's there and it's secure and it's safe, and you've got a good back and a strong mind to continue to do it, use that income, use that cash flow you're getting from your employment to put that and hold that into some good quality assets
to grow. And then when income becomes more important than growth does, that's when you transition them out.
Absolutely.
What does your property portfolio look like now in terms of not value, but like what does it look like with the kind of assets you're holding when you went through that transition period from growth to or lower dollar value properties into maybe growth, and then maybe into cash flow?
My strategy now is I'll make my money through residential as a tool of development, as opposed to a tool of holding. So I've partnered with some really good people. I've got a great town planner who I do a lot of work with. We own stuff together, and we'll buy land or an old home, we'll do it up, we'll chop it off, we'll knock it down, we'll build duplexes. So that's where I start to make money now from residential development. And then I'll park that money into properties where I see an X factor to be able to have an opportunity to make some good cash flow.
Right.
So that's for me now. But very early on at the start, it was just about the number, Jack. I wanted to have 20 properties. I didn't care how I got them. I didn't care about the value. I just wanted to tell people I had 20 properties. And then, costs started to come in, repairs and maintenance started to come in. Being in lower socioeconomic areas, it came with its challenges with tenants. And I started to realise that these lower denominator, cash flow orientated properties that I thought I was buying were dog boxes. But the one thing that I did, probably looking back quite well, is I was able to recognise it, and I didn't wait for a time to sell it. I cut it off straight away. Hindsight, holding them, I would have maybe doubled my value holding them for 10, 12 years, but it was holding me back. It was killing my cash flow and my budgets, and it was stopping me from progressing and buying better quality assets. So now I look for properties where I can add lots of value, use my brain, use my knowledge and my experience.
So you do a lot of renovations, developments.
Yeah.
And then generally selling those properties off, or holding them?
We'll sell those properties off. And the basis and theory of why I do it is I might buy something and I look at yield on valuation now as opposed to yield on cost.
Right.
So if I've bought something, developed it, and it's worth $2 million, and the rent might be only $1,000, then that's a gross return of about 2.5%. Take away the net costs, it might be only 1% net yield.
Yeah.
So I didn't make my money, or won't make my money, by holding that property long term for cash flow. I've made that money from the capital return of being able to sell it,
Yeah.
and then moving that money and recycling it into doing other things. Where people go wrong, and I've seen it as an accountant, is they will make their first big chunk of cash and they'll go buy their Ferrari, or they'll go splurge it on a $50,000 or $100,000, $200,000 holiday. I never wanted to do those things. I said, how can I just continue to recycle this and continue to use this capital to do bigger and better things? So that's really where things ended up.
Yeah.
But yeah, looking back, it was a numbers play at the start. I just wanted to have as many as I could, and I learnt very quickly and got burnt very quickly.
And generally speaking, with obviously if we're talking personal name, holding things in your personal name, capital gains tax is a lower tax rate, generally speaking, than income tax, right?
Correct, yeah.
So a lot of people don't think that, or they don't realise that if you can realise capital on something as opposed to realise income on something, the capital that you realise is going to be taxed at a lower rate than income.
Yeah, so yes, half of your capital gain, if you've held an asset for longer than 12 months from contract date, is added to your income. But essentially speaking, at worst case scenario, Jack, 23.5% will be the tax rate on the entire capital gain if you've held it for longer than 12 months, which is 47% on 50% of the profit.
That's right.
So, to me, 23.5% is unreal in terms of, make $1 million profit. If it's in your own name, you're only going to be paying $235,000 tax.
It's cheaper than company tax.
It's cheaper than company tax at 25%, and definitely a lot cheaper, on revenue basis. But it's what you're doing and your intention with an asset, which will determine and dictate what tax you pay. So many people, if you're going to buy property and you're going to develop it and you're going to sell it, well, you don't want to do that in your own name because you don't get a 50% discount. You're carrying on an enterprise in your own name, and you'll be paying tax at your own marginal rate, which could be 47%. So you've got to really match, and I think this is where people don't do enough of it, the business strategy of what you're looking to do with the asset you're buying, and then matching that to the right structure, so ultimately you can gain the most efficiency and the best outcome for yourself. And that's the importance.
That's what we're going to chat through now, right? Like, everyone wants to know about trusts and companies and self-managed super fund and all the structuring that goes into that. So let's unpack the structures. The trust would be probably one of the most common ones. You've got your company structuring as well. And then obviously self-managed super funds are still a form of structure. I'd say they're the three we hear most about. So from your perspective, who are using trusts, who are using companies, and why would they be using them? And I guess what are the pros and cons of each of those kinds of structures?
Yeah, so I think we'll go back even one step and understand about individual ownership as well.
Yep.
A lot of people want to get into sophisticated structure straight away, and they don't realise the cost attached to it, the complexity, potential land tax implications as well, based on a state-by-state review. So it's really good to maybe do things quite simple at the start. Buy that first couple properties in your own name, absorb some of the land tax threshold, absorb some of the negative gearing if there is any in these high interest rate environments, and just really get a feel if this is for you. You don't want to go into a very complex structure straight away and waste your time and waste your money. But once you've got a good feel that this is the opportunity, this is the journey you want to take, and you want to invest your time and your money and take it to another level, then that's when you've got to start looking at some structuring and looking at trusts, which is more common in today's market, in today's times. Trusts are a really great way, and the three things we look at is, number one, being asset protection. It's a separate legal entity that you do not own but control. So you get the benefit of being able to obtain the fruits of your labour, but you don't necessarily collateralise it with your own internal risks. So trusts are a fantastic way to protect your assets. Second is a really good way for tax minimisation. Legally, not a Part 4A, which is a tax avoidance, but a legal way to plan. And if you've got an opportunity where traditionally you've got beneficiaries, kids, could be grandchildren above the age of 18, Australian tax residents, not people overseas, because foreign trusts get taxed a lot of money. But if you've got that opportunity, later on these properties will start to be positively geared, hopefully, and that's when you can really flow through the profits to people at lower tax rates that are intimate to you. Obviously, you don't want to go too far and too extensive to the wider family.
So essentially, instead of pushing all the income to maybe you as an individual, like you would have to do if it was in your personal name, if there's $300,000 worth of income there and you've got 5 people inside of the trust that are beneficiaries, you can disperse that maybe out to 5 of those people.
Absolutely.
In even sums or,
Yep.
or
Or odd
uneven
sums, yeah. And you
yeah,
can start to smooth out that tax. And a lot of people don't know, but you can actually distribute to corporate beneficiaries, which are entities you do control. And that's a really good high income earner strategy of reducing tax. So you can literally, and otherwise known colloquially as a bucket company, but
Yeah.
you can distribute stuff to a company and the tax rate on that would be 30% because it may not pass some passive income tests. So there's a lot of cool things in there with the structure, and it's just being able to really expand that and see the vision behind it and also match it with what you're aiming to achieve.
So is it what the most common trust structure generally would be? Family trusts, discretionary trusts?
Yeah, discretionary trusts.
Yeah.
Unit trusts is a great way for two parties that are coming together which want to have a defined level of ownership.
Yeah.
So fixed trust, unit trust, but traditionally speaking, discretionary family trusts are the normal.
If we were
normal
talking,
entities.
say, an individual, let's use me as an example, I could own something in a family trust or a discretionary trust. Obviously, have people to disperse it to. I don't have anyone to disperse it to because I've got no, family or partner that would be in there. Whereas with a fixed trust, you get no land tax threshold in those kinds of
Discretionary,
trusts.
yep.
Where in a fixed trust, I might get the land tax threshold, and if I'm the only one that's involved in the purchase, could that be beneficial?
Yeah, it could be. So
Yeah.
if you're the individual unit holder of a unit trust, then
Yeah.
you're the one who essentially at a unit level gets the land tax threshold, and it is based state by state, obviously different rules.
We'll
But
talk New South Wales focused.
yeah, New South Wales. So you will get a land tax threshold because it's assessed at the unit holder's value. But there are little things you can do, and then a lot of brokers are getting very involved in structuring these days. And some of the other benefits that you're hearing from brokers at the moment is the ability to negate debt if it can stand on its own 2 feet.
Yeah.
So it's a way that you can preserve things later on in the future, but there's a lot of parameters that need to be met. It needs to be in a position where the entity itself is positively geared or positive cash flow, able to meet all its own commitments without any capital required by, say, trustees, directors, or beneficiaries. So it's a caveat that's attached to it. It's not a given, and
Yeah.
given where we are in the interest rate environment, with a lot of people borrowing 80 or 100% depending on using equity, is a lot tougher. One of the things I reiterate to many people is you're not necessarily buying property with a 5-year vision attached to it. You're buying property for the long term. So as I shared with you earlier on about one of my properties where the yield on cost at the moment is about 20% because I've owned it for such a long time. It's a significantly positive cash flow property, but when I bought it, interest rates were 8%.
That's right.
So it was very
Probably
negative.
wasn't. Yeah,
It
yeah.
was very negative, and the loan hasn't changed because I really haven't drawn out any equity out of that property. So that's something that today, if it was inside a trust, it would provide a substantial amount of benefit. It's not. It was in my own name. It was my first purchase. So I really, encourage people that have a greater vision. Don't look at the numbers today, because you look back in 20 years' time and you go, oh, why didn't I do it?
That's right.
So that vision and that business strategy.
And we
is
talk about
behind
that
it.
with the properties covering their own costs or washing their own face, standing on their own 2 feet. It may not do so right now, but with some interest rates coming down, some rental income increasing, maybe some debt reduction, that property will cover its own 2 feet. And if it was in your personal name and using up $1 million worth of serviceability, for example, very hard to hide that debt or get rid of that debt and obviously clear up your servicing. But if it's in a trust, potentially that could, in 2 or 3 or 4 years' time, then all of a sudden cover its own face and then be excluded from serviceability calculations.
Absolutely.
And it's a very expensive thing to be able to move a property from my name into a trust name.
Stamp duty and capital gain tax.
That's right.
You
Two
got to
beautiful things.
get your foundations right early and
Yeah.
and your strategy right early. But one thing's, a couple of things people need to know is land tax thresholds. Again, different states have different thresholds for trusts. New South Wales being none.
Yeah.
So that becomes a very expensive cost very quickly, 1.6%. And the ability not to be able to use negative gearing personally. So if you have got a trust and it is costing you money, those losses are carried forward. Will be utilised when it makes a profit, but not necessarily is it going to give you a direct cash benefit today through a reduction of tax. So there's a stage when to do it. You don't want to do it too early, but at the same time you don't want to do it too late. And that's where consulting all your professionals, planners, brokers, accountants, and your property strategists to really understand strategy with the property and the structure and blend them together.
100%. Now that's overall trust. What about companies? So we see a lot of our self-employed, business owner clients now potentially using company structuring because it's a way for them to be able to push their retained earnings into a bucket company, like you said, as opposed to out into their individual names to then go and invest that money.
Yeah, so companies generally, you would probably say, are more of a trading vehicle. So really great if you're looking to use property as a tool of business, carrying on enterprise. So if you're developing property, really great way to minimise tax. But yeah, for many people that have built up many retained earnings inside corporate entities or might have a loan strategy between entity to entity, it could be a great way for you to buy a property as well. Not necessarily having to use after-tax profits to fund it, but at the same time, you don't get any capital gain discounts with inside a corporate entity such as a company.
Just on that, which I actually didn't realise, the company tax rate used to be higher than what it is right now, right?
It did, yeah.
And that's why everyone, from my understanding, was so gung-ho on trusts. But now when you look at the company tax rate, even on a capital gain, which is about 30%, right? It's no longer that much different to your 23.5 cents in the dollar.
Absolutely, absolutely. So many years ago, and this is now going back to when my father was an accountant, I remember the stories, but company tax rates are 50%.
Yeah.
So a lot of legacy old businesses, a couple of clients that I've got, they actually operate their business through a trust. And the reason for that is that tax rates are actually lower individually than it was inside a company.
Yeah.
So it's quite interesting how it's all evolved.
I only realised that the other day because someone said it to me. He said, hey, did you know that the reason trusts are so common a lot of the time now is because people, like a lot of older people, still have that mentality, when the reality is the difference between the two is not that different.
It's not that different. And again, there's passive income tests and all those other things, but you're corporate entity tax rate, whether it's passive or non-passive, will float between 30 and 25 depending on what's happening at that time. But it still is quite a cheap rate, and that's come through over the last 10 years. I remember it being over 35% when starting in the industry, and it's ticked down little bit by little bit to where it is today, being 25 if you trade him.
That's how it should be.
I love lower taxes.
That's right. And then, so we've obviously got our company. It sounds like the majority of the people that would use a company structure would be people who run their own trading entities, right?
Absolutely.
You wouldn't see too many PAYG employees setting up company
No,
structures.
not at all.
I did a video the other day about company structures and how you loan money from company to companies. I used my own scenario as an example, and I had all these people going, "Oh, can I do this?" And I said, "No.
Go and get your advice. That's it, 100%.
And then the other structure, which we're seeing a lot now because of people's personal serviceability being capped. They might have $200,000 or $300,000 or $400,000 in their super, and they go, "Well, this is a way we could potentially buy another property through self-managed super." So. Run us through how self-managed super generally works.
So it's again, you're going on that journey and you start to hit those hurdles with borrowing, but you've got that burn and that desire to continue to buy property, and super is a great opportunity to do it. Often you see super funds become established quite a bit through the thickness of it all, when you start to see returns from industry funds dropping, or people just get sick and tired of not being able to control their own money. But it's a great way that if you can and have the time to cherry pick the assets that you want to buy, you can potentially do quite well because you're in control, and vice versa can happen if you don't spend the right time and have the right strategy and support. I've seen them go just as poor, if not worse than what some of the worst industry fund rates are.
And what generally speaking, if we talk about some of the car crashes of self-managed super funds, what kind of properties, or what are they doing with that money to have?
People are gambling with it.
Yeah.
They're simply saying that I'm not going to touch it till I'm 67 and a half. So let's just throw it all to the wind and see what comes back. It is your money. It's your future's money.
Doesn't feel like your money, right? Because you don't see it.
That's it.
Doesn't hit your bank account like your pay does.
And Jack, honestly, I probably speak to 80% of people who can't tell me what their super fund balance is. They just don't pay any attention to it. They don't go review how their contributions are being invested, or even what their super funds invested in. So I really encourage them, get out there, look at it, understand it. And that's what's going to lead you into a better position. But supers, as an accountant, we love them. They're the best entities from a tax perspective, especially as you start to retire, that you need to look at and look very closely at, because when you retire, convert it to pension phase, any earnings you make from super after pension phase, tax-free. Now, might change in the future.
We're going to talk about that, though. My parents have just gone through it, and I learned a lot about it during that process, and I want to unpack that.
And it might change in the future, but again, contributions that go into the fund, 15% tax rates. Any capital gains made in the fund, if you've held the asset for longer than 12 months, have an effective rate of 10% on the total capital gains. So it's a great entity to really extract all the benefits that you can if you make some really good decisions As an accountant, we don't talk too much about what you do with your money. Our role is to make sure that things are being compliant with the SIS Act. So a couple of the things that I get asked all the time about super is, can I borrow to build a granny flat? Well, unfortunately, under limited recourse borrowing arrangement and SIS Act, you can't borrow for construction, but you can use the super fund's money if it has enough capital to do so. If you wish to, you can't borrow for renovations, but again, you can use the super fund's capital to do so. So you don't want to
what you're saying there is, if the super fund builds up enough cash inside of the fund, you have to borrow the money. You can use the money that's in the fund to do a reno or to build a granny flat.
Absolutely.
Or to do any work you need to do, which I think is a really big misconception. I speak to so many people and they go, "Oh, we can't do any property. You can't do any work to a property in super, can you?" And I say, from my understanding, which is what you just said, you can if the money is in the fund.
Absolutely. So you can't borrow for it. And that's probably one of the main things. But again, 20 to 30% deposits are required in most cases. A lot of people using their super for different things, whether it's residential or commercial, REITs, shares, whatever they decide is going to get them the best bang for their buck today and obviously in the future. But accountants love super. People probably don't, and I use the word adore, but people don't probably adore super the way that they should. It is a fantastic strategy to make sure that net after tax you're in a far better position, because if you've got two like-for-like portfolios, one inside super and one outside super, I can guarantee you net after tax, the one in super at pension phase, retirement, is going to perform much better because it doesn't have to pay the tax.
That's right. And even during that phase, right? Like you're not paying your whatever you are on earnings outside of super.
30, 40, right. 47%. So
inside of super, you're paying 15% on earnings, which means there's more money going back into the fund to then get reinvested and compound over time, which I think a lot of people don't see that. And when you're 28, like I am, and you go, I don't know, whenever I can access my fake super, it's probably back at 75, but they go, it's just so far away, it doesn't matter, right? But they forget that investment takes time anyway.
Yeah.
And the earlier you start, the better the effect is going to be.
Absolutely. And, the quicker you can start to realise that, the better you're going to be. Now, I know there's some caps involved. There's some super...
Yeah, what is the cap at the moment? Do you know
about 1.8 or 1.9 mil. So essentially...
Per super fund or per individual?
Per member.
Right.
Per member.
So you've got two people in a fund, 3.8.
Yeah, that will index over the years. So call it close to $4 million. That's the amount of wealth that two members, say, with inside a fund can have. Now, it's not split evenly. It's obviously up that cap each member, but that's a huge amount of money that can be invested with inside assets in super.
Tax-free.
Running at tax-free status.
Crazy.
So if you can get 5% on $4 million worth of super, that's $200,000 net, no tax.
Which is like earning 320 outside of super.
Absolutely, if not potentially more, depending what tax rates are in the future. So, yeah, you've got to have one eye on what you're doing today, and you definitely got to have one eye on what you want to achieve in the future. And I think if you can get that blend right, you will be, and hopefully will be, very successful. But you've got to pay attention to everything that's in front of you.
It's very interesting. Just with overall planning, you obviously have all the different areas inside of your business. You've got legal, you've got tax, you got financial planning.
Financial planning.
So you see all facets of clients, right? You work with clients in multiple different parts of the business. I see this a lot with strategy where, people think that when they want to retire early or grow wealth and not have to go to work, they think that money needs to last them forever, but they forget about superannuation, right? But my theory and my premise is, if you retire at 45, so I did a webinar last night where I built out a very basic property portfolio, starting at 28 years old, which is my age, 140,000 of cash and two people earning $92,000 incomes. And I built a portfolio which over 15 years replaced an income of 150,000 indexed to 2.5%, which ended up being 220 of income at retirement. Now they retired at 15 years, 43. That money doesn't need to last you till 80 or whenever you live to. I believe it really only needs to last you to when you retire, from when you retire to when you can access superannuation. Because that's what would make much more sense from where I'm sitting, to have a majority of your wealth tied up in super at that age, because then it's tax-free.
Yeah.
Where on all the income up until that point, you've been paying tax.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. So a lot of the people that I see, especially towards the later end of their careers, they're actually fighting with me of how they can get more money into super, whether it's concessional, meaning tax deductible, or non-concessional, which means that it just goes in net after tax. And the reason why they're doing that is they do want to have a bulk of their wealth inside super. When it is generating a return, it's going to be generating a return. Let's say, for argument's sake, you're well over the caps. Worst case scenario, the value of your wealth outside those caps will only be paying tax at 15%, and below that, no tax when you convert it to pension phase. And you've got to do a drawdown of your super each year, minimum drawdown. But that's important. And one of the things that I tell everybody, you've got this ambition in life where you think you're going to be spending $250,000 a year when you're 80 or 90 years old. I've got elderly grandparents, and I can tell you now that a cup of tea, a little bit of bread, and some dinner, and your couch,
$25 a week.
Yeah, you're happy in life. But that's where I think where people don't consult enough with financial planners. They've got this unrealistic vision of they have to have an X amount of wealth, and when you've got a financial planner involved or in your team, they can really either dumb it down or shorten it down, or maybe expand on it to give you much realistic numbers so that you're working towards something that's achievable. Everyone's got this vision that they have to have 10 million by the time they retire, while they've been earning 80 or 90,000 for the rest of their life.
It's so fascinating, isn't it? We see that all the time. We have our strategy sessions with our clients, or our clarity sessions, we call them. And you'll see their incomes, and then you'll see what they want to retire on as a passive income, and it's 2 or 3 times what they're earning right now. First question I ask, I go, guys, like, where did this number come from? And this is what you're living on right now. And when you retire, you're meant to have no debt. You're meant to have no, just your costs outside of discretionary spending. Run me through that. And they go, I don't know, it was just a number I thought about. And then you actually break it down. And you're like, you don't need that much. You probably need less than what you're earning now, because you don't have all the costs associated with life.
And it forces people to potentially make the bad decisions, because they're chasing something that they actually didn't need to chase. So I think it's getting intimate with your numbers, getting intimate with your strategy, and that blend of really good people around you that person to tap you on the shoulder and say, hey, you don't need to do that. This is where you probably need to be looking, and you justify it with some really good data and examples. You've
been an accountant for 15 years now, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Out of that 15 years, you've worked at some of the biggest firms in the country. Obviously, you've started your own firm, which would have been very small, I'm assuming, when you started.
Very small.
Bigger firm now. You've seen, probably lots of different people, lots of different businesses. Generally speaking, what are the commonalities between all of the most successful people? Obviously, everyone has their own success within their business, but then you look at the investing side of things, and who are the ones that do the best? Because I'm assuming if 15 years, you've probably been working with some clients for that whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. So the 3 things that I would say define a great entrepreneur / business owner is an insatiable work ethic. The people that think they're going to start their own business and work less than what they were as an employee, you've got a reality check coming to you.
Like doing a podcast at 10 to 5 on a Friday.
That's it. And that just doesn't exist. You have to have an insatiable work ethic. You've got to be prepared to put in the hard hours, and you've got to be prepared to show you or your employees around you that you're the first in and last out. I think that's quite important. The second one is being comfortable with debt. I do see very openly a lot of property investors transition to business owners much better compared to someone without debt or out property, because they've understood how to manage money a little bit better. They've got loans, they've got bills and everything else. So moving themselves and transitioning to business, they are and do become quite successful in most cases. So that familiarity around debt.
It's a fucked word.
But that's important. And the last thing is the ability to be on instead of in all the time. I feel that so many business owners never make the transition well to be on your business as opposed to be in. And when I say on, that's working on your business, putting all the systems and procedures together, being strategic as opposed to just working hard all the time. So that transition from insatiable work ethic, being comfortable with debt, and then being able to work on your business, they're the 3 things that you'll really start to see where an entrepreneur goes to another level. And the same can be for property. You need to have that insatiable work ethic, be comfortable with debt, and then the ability to work on your portfolio, not just work for your portfolio.
And with the business owners that have those 3 qualities, are ultra successful, what are they generally then doing? Because a lot of people don't get to a point, sell their business for many hundreds of millions of dollars and kick back on a beach, right?
No.
Like, very few businesses actually sell for enough money that you'd actually be able to, kick around. So there has to be some investing done outside of the business, right? What are they generally doing? And where is the wealth when they get to the point where they need it? Is it in their business or is it in their investments?
Yeah, so what I see is, and again, this is important, a lot of people think they've got this dream of being a full-time developer, and 99% of people don't get there.
Never happens.
You need to have that cash cow. All the successful investors I work with and account for, of course, they've got this cash cow. They've got this business which is just generating wealth, capital, borrowing capacity, and deposits. Now, there's 2 things you can do with that. You can spend it or you can invest it. The ones that spend it generally aren't business owners for very long. And the ones that invest it, well, all of a sudden within 10, 15, 20 years, actually start to see that their portfolio that they've created is now worth substantially more than their business. But that cash cow just kept coming in and helping, assisting them to hold their properties or their assets through many cycles. And that's given them now a significant nest egg, which actually, believe it or not, is far larger from a value perspective than their business ever could have been. So it's that directional movement of capital from working it to now investing it, and that's what you need to get right.
So fascinating. And if you know, as PAYGs listening to that, the business or your business is your job, right? It's your job is your business. Your job is your cash flow. You need to continue to earn more and more and more money and push that earned income into investment, which eventually will be worth a significant amount more than what your job is worth or what you're making. Just as we finish up, you got to get to a meeting in the city.
I do, yes.
Is it a meeting with beers, or is it
no, this one, it could be actually. It's a cocktail party for a client's opening of their office. So,
there we go.
Yeah, no, looking forward to it. They've worked incredibly hard to get there.
The tax hacks or some, I guess, tax tips to finish. We've just come out of the end of financial year. Most people would have had the same financial year. Like, most people are not prepared. They don't really think about, you know, doing things that are going to have a positive impact on their tax position. As we now move into the new year, what's some of the advice or some of the things you're working on with your top clients that maybe you weren't working on last year, or that you're really starting to double down on? Because I know there's been tax changes, been tax cuts. People's positions slightly different. There's been an increase in super contributions from employers.
Absolutely.
A few things have changed. So what?
So additional super contributions, a further 2,500 has been added. So 27 moves to 30,000 now. Unfortunately, the winding back of the tax cuts really put a fork in many accountants' tax planning, because for years I've been working with clients to retain profits for when their threshold increased to 200 grand at 30%. It was going to be a great opportunity to get more money out of your company at a significantly lesser rate. That's changed. But actually what I'm doing quite a bit now, especially with the smaller individual clients, is helping them and assisting them with the cash flow. And I think you spoke about it, and you mentioned one of your topics and did it so well, was PYG variations. It's really giving people an opportunity not to be scared, giving them an opportunity to be able to hold their portfolio, especially during these longer and higher interest rates than we all expected, so they can get through the other side. Because if rates start to come down, depending on what's happening with the economy at that stage, because some economists will say rates coming down is a disaster compared to things going up, but there's always negatives and positives in each saying. It's just giving them an opportunity to see through the next cycle. So I'm working with a lot of clients on that. Preserving capital is quite important, and budgeting. This is a time where the people who have done the hard yards to budget, plan accordingly, they're going to have a very successful turn in the cycle, which will give them an opportunity to really grow when it kicks in.
So have good buffers in place, make sure you're on top of your cash flow, and improve that cash flow with PAYG tax variations. People don't know what they are. High level, get a $20,000 tax return at the end of financial year. People like Jeremy go, well, instead of getting the 20,000 in a lump sum, which usually goes on a holiday to Fiji, how about we get a portion of that in every one of your pays, whether it's weekly, fortnightly, monthly, and that increases your net income. Your gross income doesn't increase. You don't earn more money from a gross income point of view, but you just pay less tax every week, fortnight, month.
And if you're smart with it, can put in the offset account, and you now start to make money from what maybe the ATO was making by having your money in their account. So
that's right.
You can be really savvy with your finances, and there's so much material out there. And I was having a joke with you before saying you could do the job of an accountant because you're doing some really good videos, but that's important. It's just not necessarily having to follow everything you hear, but just taking the best things from it and then being inquisitive enough to see where it leads you.
I think it's fascinating. Like the people don't realize, because they don't see it actually come out of their bank account. It happens before it goes into their bank account, but like tax is your biggest expense.
Absolutely.
Most people are paying 30 to 40% in tax, and there's no other expense in your P&L, whether it's business or personal, that you'd be paying that much on one individual line item on.
Absolutely. And tax is a reduction of your wealth.
That's right. So it's like, if you don't have the ability to increase your income from a top line point of view, just optimize what you're paying in tax. If you can optimize that by 5% or 10% per annum and pay less of it, you're going to have more of a net income, which is essentially a pay rise.
Absolutely. And in the end, net income is what we use to live off. So
that's right.
It's all well and good to make it, but if everyone else is enjoying the fruits of your labour, then what are you doing it all for?
That's right, mate. Go and enjoy some cocktails. Now let's just practice your last name one more time. Jeremy?
Iannuzzelli.
Iannuzzelli.
Done. Perfect.
Thank you, mate.
Absolute
Ciao.
pleasure, mate.
Pleasure.
Thank
Ciao.
you.
This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDFs beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. Mr. Wrigley, we're back on the Flamingo Property Investing Podcast. How's it feel, mate? You look excited.
I'm excited to be back again. I think this is episode number 3 that I've been on now with you. And I was just saying, there's been the odd. It is. There has been the odd person that's called up or booked to speak with me, saying, "Hey James, I heard you on Jack's podcast," and blah 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 blah. We then go on to whatever it is that they're calling about. So it's a bit exciting. Thanks.
That's good, mate. We was just talking offline, and one of our episodes, top 20 in the Australian Business Podcast. So either people have no taste in podcasts, or we're talking about stuff that people find valuable. One of the two.
I'd love to get the info from you afterwards about which one it was, because whatever it was must have been of interest to people. And
I'll get you the data, mate. I'll get you the data. But today's episode, we're going to talk about a topic which I think, to be factual, that a lot of people, I think, have this wrong idea around how much money they need to actually have an early retirement if they wanted to retire in their 50s, 50, 55, whatever it is. People think they need to have all this cash in their personal name, and if they don't have it, then they have to keep working. When in reality, when you work with experts like yourself, there's probably a more structured approach where you need probably much less than people may think. So that's what we're going to talk through, what that looks like, and the strategy around how you transition from personal earned income into retirement and accessing your superannuation.
Sounds good. Perfect.
Let's do it. So let's hypothetically say Jack Henderson, 28 years old, comes to James and says, "Mate, hate what I'm doing. I don't think I can do it until I'm 60. Would love to retire when I was 50, and I want to go travel." What would that look like?
So if so 60, I guess maybe what's the point of age 60? Let's just explain that bit first. So currently, you can access your superannuation benefits at age 60, whether you're working or not. The vast majority of the population will have their superannuation in an accumulation style fund. And for the moment, everyone has access to their money at 60. If you're still working, you can do what's called a transition to retirement pension. You can access up to 10% of your balance each year. If you've changed jobs over the age of 60, and so you don't actually have to retire. You just have to. I use the example of Coles and Woolworths. If you finish working for Coles on Friday and you go and take a job for working for Woolworths on Monday, it might be the same job working on the checkouts. But as far as superannuation is concerned, you're considered retired. And so if you're doing that change of jobs over the age of 60, you then have full access to all of your money. So important point, what is this age 60 we're referring to? Currently, that's when you can access your super. Now, Jack, you're 28 years old. Chances are that's probably going to be higher than age 60 by the time you get there. There's a whole range of topic for another day. It's all about demographics of the Australian population. We can't afford to have people retiring terribly early. Anyway, that's another topic. For this bit about retiring early, you need to just make sure you've got enough money to live off between when you call it quits from the job and the salary stops coming in, and then when you can access your superannuation balance. Now, if you're retiring at age 50, for example, you stop working, no further contributions are being made to your superannuation fund, but that money's still invested. And if your balance earned an average 7% return or more, you can generally expect your balance to double every 10 years without any further contributions. So if you had $1 million in super by the time you're 50 because you've been aggressively contributing during your working life, it's fairly safe to assume that $1 million balance would be $2 million in 10 years' time. Now, inflation erodes the purchasing power and all the rest of it, but roughly your balance will double. And so then you can build into your numbers to say, okay, my $1 million super balance at age 50, I'm expecting that to be worth about $2 million by the time I'm age 60 when I can access it. What do I need to live off outside of super between the ages of 50 and 60? And that might be a level of assets that you're actually spending down. So you start off with money in a bank account, for example, and you've got this, you're spending your $80,000 a year, $100,000 a year, $150,000 a year. Depends how often you want to go over to Europe, like you've just been following on your Instagram stories. I'm sure that wasn't a cheap holiday. Depends how many of those you want to have in that 10 years as to how big that number needs to be outside of super. But people that talk about retiring early, they say, oh, I want all this money outside of super because I can retire early. But statistically, you will be 60 eventually. Most people live until their mid-80s. So you don't need to have all of that money sitting outside of super. You just need to have enough to get by on until you can touch your super balance.
And generally speaking, when people do have money sitting outside of their super fund, that's not selling down their owner occupier home, what is it generally tied up in, and do they liquidate down, everything at once, or do they try and progressively do that? What does that look like?
It's either one of three things. It's either some cash savings that they've got in a bank account. It's either property or it's shares. It's one of those three things. Now, if you're wanting to retire early, because retirement at any stage, ideally you want to own your own home outright, so you don't have the ongoing cost of rent that you need to deal with, from your asset base. So you want to own your own home outright by the time you call it quits to retire, and then enough money and other assets to support that retirement. So if we assume that person's got their own home paid off already, or fully offset, same kind of thing, then that money's either sitting in cash accounts if they've just saved it up. Maybe it's sitting in some property, or it's sitting in some shares. If it's in the property or shares, it's quite likely there might need to be some liquidating of those assets to be able to fund the retirement. Like your $1 million investment property, it's paying you $30,000 a year in rent, less all the other expenses and stuff that go with it. It's nice, you've got a good income coming in, but it's not the $100,000 a year that you need to live off. So you have to sell that, put the money into something else to live off. And the same is true with your share portfolio. Your $1 million share portfolio might be paying you a little bit more in income than what the investment property is, but it's certainly not paying you $100,000 a year in income. So you're going to need to sell part of that portfolio off, whether you do it in one go at the start of the retirement, or if you did it progressively over a period of time. You're going to need to sell down those assets so you can get your hands on the cash. Retirement, the number one thing that matters is the access to cash to spend. Second is the level of assets that you've got to support that.
And from a cash flow point of view, you just said then obviously if we've got $1 million asset, a real estate asset, it's probably giving you a 3% or thereabouts gross rental yield in a premium market. If you had it invested in some shares, you might get a slightly higher yield. What do you see as being a good yield? Like if someone had $1 million and they didn't want to spend the capital down without taking on unnecessary risk, generally what would they be able to achieve, or what would the maximum be that they would achieve as an income off that $1 million, say?
4 to 5%. So you could, your absolute risk-free rate right now, and it's only good right now. Who knows how long it'll last? You could put your $1 million in a term deposit with a bank and earn high fours. Great. It's not going to grow. Arguably, that interest rate will probably go down in the not too distant future. Inflation's eroding a fair bit of it. And importantly, there's no capital growth on your money to help deal with inflation over time. If you've got a bit of a mix of assets, some cash, some term deposit type assets, maybe a bit of a share portfolio, you're going to be in that range of 4 to 5%. The Aussie shares will then come with the benefit of franking credits. The whole kind of tax system. Commonwealth Bank pay some tax before they pay a dividend through to you, and you can claim that back. If your income's low, you can get that refunded back to you in cash, or you can use it to offset some tax bills. And depending on the level of assets, there may very well be a property in there as well. We've got plenty of clients that are retired and are funding their retirement part from the $30,000 or $40,000 a year rent they get from the investment property, part from drawing $80,000 a year down from their superannuation, and they got their $120,000 to live off. Happy days. So.
But obviously you need a much larger asset base for that, right? So Jack's come to you at 28. Let's assume nothing changes. He can retire at 60 years old, even though that likely won't be the case. It sounds like if you wanted, say, that $150,000 a year between when you retire at 50 and when you can access your super at 60, you really need that money or equivalent in cash between. So if you wanted 100 grand a year for 10 years, you'd probably want $1 million in net assets before you then packed up shop.
That would be the least risky way to do it, is to just do that simple maths to say, I want $100,000 a year times 10, I need $1 million. Now, appreciate that your $1 million, if you did that, your $1 million sitting in the bank account is going to generate, call it $50,000 a year in interest today. If that was split between a couple, there's next to no tax to pay on that $50,000 interest, because it's only a bit above, it's only $25,000 each. So not a whole lot of tax to pay. But then you'd only then be drawing down on your capital at a rate of $50,000 a year. So you wouldn't spend your whole $1 million over that 10 years. You would put a bit of a dent into it, but you certainly wouldn't spend it all. Then you could roll the balance into your super. You could, if you really wanted to, get into the maths and put some numbers into a calculator to say, if I assumed a 4% interest rate on this money and I spent it down at a rate of $100,000 a year, it's just an equation. What do I need? But then you're kind of crossing your fingers and hoping that the assumptions that you've made in building that calculator hold true. We'd like to see a little bit more fat in the numbers than just what the calculator suggests.
You'd hate to get to 58 and have to go back to work, huh?
You would, absolutely, you would. After you just told all your friends you've been retired for 10 years, only to...
Retired early. Another thing that I find super fascinating, we obviously work in the property sphere, and we see a lot of clients. Like, I just got off the phone with a client then who, has got the owner-occupier home in the Northern Beaches, debt-free, worth, $5.5-6 million bucks. Another house in Paddington, also debt-free, worth mid-threes. And the reality is, if they sold that Paddington property down, there'd be a lot of capital that'd come out of that. They pay some CGT, but they'd be able to invest that into something that'd produce a lot of income and that'd give them a lot more lifestyle than what the property is currently giving them. How often do you see that, where like people will get to that age, they've got a really, really strong owner-occupier property, it's debt-free, but they won't sell it down, and they have no other assets or very minimal assets outside of that property?
It happens from time to time. Like I had a meeting with a client a few months back now. We just did an initial meeting with them, and he lives in Melbourne, had a house worth, I think, probably 4 million, close to 4 million. Owned and operated his own business, but had pretty much nothing else outside of the home, next to nothing in super, next to nothing in savings. And he's talking about how do I retire? And I said, well, you can't, unless you're going to sell the house. The money has to come from somewhere. And I had to have this, and I feel uncomfortable being so forward with the way that I had to be with this client. I'm not normally like that with others, but I said, you've got a choice to make here. You either have to keep working for the rest of your life, or you sell the house. They're your two choices. There's no magic wand here. We can't magically come up with some money. But hey, if you sold your $4 million house and you bought a $2 million house, you can retire tomorrow morning, because you've just told me the business that this guy was operating wasn't making terribly much money. They were living off not very much at all. If they sold the $4 million house and bought a $2 million house somewhere else, they would have more than enough money for them to retire today, see them out for the rest of their years, leave some inheritance for their kids. The kids would have gotten the $2 million house anyway. Like, things would have been fine. But he was so attached to the status symbol of, I own this $4 million house in a suburb in Melbourne. Look how successful I am. But we get to, and you would be the same, you kind of get to see behind the curtain to say, well, it's all well and good, but you've got to live somewhere. Whether it's a $400,000 house or a $4 million house, the $4 million house just puts you further and further away from retirement, because there's so much more upkeep with it. Even if it's just council rates and insurance, that's a whole lot more expensive than the $2 million house that he otherwise could have bought. So it happens, but I'm seeing more and more people, the vast majority of people, well and truly comfortable with the idea of downsizing their home. Now, the reality of the downsize is a little bit different, and this might be interesting. It's happening a bit now. People selling the expensive house, buying something cheaper, and there's some money left over. That's happening more frequently today than what I've ever seen it happen before, and I've been doing this for nearly 17 years. Outside of the last couple of years, the previous 15 years, we used to always say to clients when they would come in and say, oh, I'm going to downsize in my retirement, I say, yeah, that's nice, but you're not actually going to have any money left over. You will buy a smaller house. Yes, I agree. But you're going to spend all of that money that you sold your house in the suburbs for buying a newer house, a smaller place, closer to the city, close to the beach, whatever it might be, but you're going to spend all of it. Very rarely did anyone ever have any money left over, except for the last couple of years. Now, most people that are doing the downsize are actually doing it from a financial perspective. There's money left over for topping up their super, retiring early, whatever it might be.
Interesting. So previous to that, people obviously didn't have the greatest assets that had an extreme amount of growth, or they continued to upgrade all the way up until when they retired, and then
well, they just stayed in the house. They stayed in the house for a long period of time, and they might. No, I'm in Melbourne, so if we go back, 5 years ago, a typical house in the suburbs of Melbourne, you might be selling for $1 to $1.5 million, and then they'd go and buy a $1 to $1.5 million apartment in some low-rise block that was built 100% for downsizing retirees in some of the parts of Melbourne, and their whole $1.5 million was gone. There was no money left over from it. So we needed to make sure in their plans that they actually had enough other resources to be able to fund their retirement, because they couldn't rely on money coming out of the house to do it.
Interesting. So if Jack Henderson made that choice and he downsized at 50, he'd have to make sure he'd have it a lot. You've got a lot of equity sitting in that asset, and you downsized into something where it has enough cash left over.
Yeah, and that's why your strategy of you're doing your whole rent vesting. I know you're kind of quite vocal on that on your socials. I'm sure at some point in there's a decision for you to buy your own home to cut that expense out.
Yeah, I'm curious around that actually. Like, hypothetically speaking, if I was to rent vest forever, what impact did that then have on the overall retirement budget? You've obviously got to factor in that portion, and it's going to be probably an ever increasing number because of inflation and prices of things. But do you find many people do that?
No. So I don't find very many people that do it at all. And now whether that's just the type of client that I'm working with, possibly, I dare say that's a lot to do with it. But those people that have the means to own their own home is a different story. If whatever cards you've been dealt through your life, you can't afford to buy your own home, that's a separate story. But for those that have had the means over the years to buy their own home, I'm typically finding by retirement that they do. I can remember a little while ago, I did some advice for someone. This is a number of years back. She was in Melbourne, had some family in Perth, but she said, I don't want to own a home in retirement. I want to be able to move around, to spend some time in Melbourne. I'll go over to Perth. I might live in Bali for a couple of years. I might go over to Thailand, and I'll come back to Australia. Like, she wanted that flexibility about it. And I said, well, that's fine. Perfectly fine. Understand whatever it is that you want to do with your own life. We then just need to make sure you have that much more in retirement savings to be able to continue to pay rent wherever it is that you end up living. And that's fine. We just build that into the plans. The drawback of that is that if you're borderline qualifying for an age pension, the way the age pension system works in Australia, you are far more incentivized to own your own home than rent. So that's a consideration for people with lower levels of assets that may be qualifying for a part age pension or full age pension. The system works far better if you own your own home than if you don't.
Let's pivot a little bit. Something I've been talking more and more about in content and to clients is, we're super residential focused. Main reason for that is because you can get more leverage on it. It generally has more consistent long-term growth. It appeals to more people, and more people understand it. But the example you just used before around you have $1 million asset, it's probably going to bring you in 3 or 4% gross as a rental yield, plus then you've got to minus all your expenses out of that. We've been building out strategies for clients recently where they use residential assets in the start of their journey. So they might go through a 5 or 6 year period where they acquire, say, 3 really good quality resi assets. They then go through a period of holding. We call it incubation, where they sit there, they allow the marketplace to do its thing. And then when they get to that net asset value that we need to get to get to their income goals, we then slowly start to sell down those resi assets and then transition it into commercial assets, which, you know, aren't known for having as good a growth as resi. You do need higher deposits to get into them, but then net cash flow off those properties is significantly higher because generally your tenant is paying all the outgoing. So it's like a accumulation, incubation, then we go through sell down and we transition that capital into commercial assets. Do you see many clients as they get through their journey go into commercial as opposed to other forms of assets that generate income like shares and other things that we've mentioned?
So it is somewhat common to see, you know, that kind of building journey that you've just been explaining, where someone goes on this journey of buying a whole range of investment properties to then eventually move into commercial. I think that's just a natural progression. From our side of things, it's not something that we see a lot. Certainly, you know, property advocates like you and others that I know often talk about it happening, but I think it's just a difference in the type of client that we're working with. We most commonly see clients owning commercial assets where they run their own business, and so they'll I don't know, they've got a plumber or whatever, and they've got a factory somewhere, and they store their trucks and all of their gear there. They'll go and buy the factory in their self-managed superannuation fund. So we see that a lot. They'll set up a self-managed super fund, roll over any external money into the self-managed super fund, and then their business will pay rent into the self-managed super fund, and that's an incredible strategy. Particularly then later on, when they get to retirement, they may very well sell off the plumbing business to someone else, but the person that's bought the business then takes over the lease on the property, and they're getting huge amounts of cash flow into their self-managed super fund from the commercial property. Exactly as you said, that the tenant's paying all of the outgoings, so they're just getting 10 grand a month. Rent is dropping into their SMSF, for example, and that then becomes part of the income stream that they're using to live off. In my day-to-day, don't often see people that have done the whole 3 or 4 investment property thing and then selling off and moving it into commercial. They're often not coming to see a financial advisor because they think the financial advisor is going to tell them to sell all of their property and go and buy Commonwealth Bank shares.
Only the ones who listen to the podcast, you see, they'll come and see, because they know it's all about having a diversified portfolio. But how about the overarching strategy, like the accumulation phase? You go through obviously a phase of holding and letting the marketplace do its thing, and then transitioning from more growth focused, I think you call it accumulation, into more cash flow producing. Is that generally the strategy that most advisors would use?
100%. Yeah. Exactly it. And now the tools that you use or the investments that you use to kind of fill that process, it's going to differ from one person to the next. Yes, but absolutely that's the journey that people will go on. The accumulation phase is going to be a combination of 2 things: paying down the debt on your own home if you have one. There's this kind of repayment of debt and building up assets. And that, when you plug it into like a net asset calculator, it really rockets forward. And you say, well, how the hell does this work? It's because I did some numbers for someone just the other day. They're paying down they've got $1 million mortgage on their own home that they're earning a fair amount of money. They'll pay off the $1 million mortgage in the next few years. They're starting out from their asset base looks really low, but the pace at which they're able to pay down the mortgage and then invest at the same time, their net asset position goes from very close to zero to north of $3 million in the next 5 years. It's this asset accumulation phase that you're saying. And so that will either be, if you're doing it in the property world, it's going to be, you're buying another property, you're sitting on it, letting it grow, as you were just articulating. If you're doing it in the shares world, you're going to just be buying and buying and buying and buying more shares. You're not going to be investing any cash in cash. There's no point. You may as well just have that in your offset account, for example. So you're going to be pushing the money that you choose to invest. You're going to be investing that in growth assets for a period of time to build the capital up. And then there's a transition that has to happen, whether it's you're selling down your residential property and buying commercial property because it's a higher yield, whether you're transitioning your share portfolio to have a bit more in the cash and term deposit type areas so that you're not so exposed to the ups and downs of markets. You've got a bit more liquidity in there. for everyone, there's a transition that goes on. And even if you just, as simple as it may be with super funds, a lot of young people will have picked the high growth investment option in their Australian super fund for now. You're probably not going to sit with the high growth investment option when you're 65 years old and retired, though. You're going to transition that as well. So everyone needs to go through that stage.
So generally, when we're talking, when you go from growth to cash flow, give us an example of, say, the kind of return you'd be looking at from a growth point of view. I'm assuming it's higher capital value appreciation as opposed to a share that's going to be producing high dividends and producing a lot of cash flow. And then what does that generally look like on the flip side when you will go and decrease the growth assets? Or how would, say, Australian Super look at it when you invest in the higher growth as opposed to lower growth and cash flow? Because the philosophy, I think, is the same between property and shares.
Yeah, and so it's less about like in the superannuation world or the shares type world. People will often think about, I'm going to high growth companies or low growth companies, but that's not really it. It's more what the reference to high growth or to balanced or to conservative, if you're looking at those labels on a typical super fund, all that's referring to is the mix of assets between what you have in shares at one end, being the high growth type model that will be primarily in shares, whether it's Australian or overseas, property trust, whatever it might be, and what you've got in cash and bonds. And it's only that mix of assets that differs. It's not as if there's different shares owned in the high growth option versus the balanced option. It's just the ratio of what's in share markets versus what's in cash and bond markets. So the cash and bond markets are often considered less risky, more conservative, although they've had periods of time where they've been fairly risky too, but generally considered lower risk. And so you have more of the lower risk assets and less of the higher risk assets being the shares.
Interesting. So it's not like you buy CBA as opposed to, Netflix or something like that. It's how the assets are actually allocated between the overall, segments.
As much as that, transitioning to retirement stage, cash flow is important, but so is the growth. Like you still need that capital base to continue to grow to help deal with inflation over time. If that capital base is growing over time, you should expect the income that's being generated from that capital base to also continue to grow, and you need that to deal with inflation. Putting all of your money in a bank account, selling all of your properties and putting it in a bank account because you don't want the risk of the market or the tenant or anything like that to deal with anymore once you get to retirement, that creates a risk in itself. The risk is that you don't earn enough of a return on your money, that you end up spending it before you leave this earth.
Interesting. Very, very interesting perspective. What's a strategy or a concept that you're seeing at the moment? You obviously produce a lot of content. You know what hits with people, what doesn't. You read the comments. You know what people maybe aren't as privy to, and things that are common knowledge. Is there something that you're seeing a common thread of now or in the past that people maybe should be aware of that aren't aware of, and it's a simple yet beneficial strategy? You're smiling. It's got to be something there. I can see it.
There's a couple of things that just always do well, and the first one is when I argue that you're not paying too much tax. So people always love that. People always love that one, and it's often, I get these phone calls all the time. They work wherever they work. They're an employee earning $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $700,000. Someone the other day, $900,000 a year as an employee. You've got a great income, but there's nothing you can do about minimizing your tax. You can lease a car, saves a couple of dollars. You can negative gear an investment property. You can top up your concessional super contributions, but by and large, there's not very much that you can do. Whereas if you were the business owner, that your business was generating $900,000 a year in profit, there's a whole range of different things that you can do about the distribution of that money to lessen the tax burden. So that kind of comment comes up in the comments every now and then, and I know whenever I do a video about it, I know it's going to do well. Like Instagram gave me a notification this morning to say, oh, your reel's done better than the average one. And I went back to see, I was like, this particular reel had done 110,000 views. It was me sitting on the couch saying, you're not paying too much tax. You're just paying the tax based on whatever your income is. Most of my reels are getting 20 something thousand views, and this one got 110,000. So that one's always a good one.
Just on that piece as well, I remember when I was in construction and mining, I used to have people go, oh, no, I'm not going to go work another job, because if I work another job, like a second job to earn more money, I'll pay double tax. I've heard that so many times. And I used to think that was true. I was like, yeah, fuck, why would I work another job? I end up getting this double job tax. Is that a fallacy?
It's not. There is no double job tax. The worst it gets is you earn another dollar and the ATO will ask you to pay 47 cents in tax, and you'll keep 53 cents. So for every extra dollar that you earn, there is always more money in your pocket from the marginal tax rate system than there is. And now if you've got young kids with childcare and all the rest of it, you need to factor that in, because your childcare subsidies are going to wind down. It does get a little bit more complicated. What you can only do, though, is you can only claim the tax-free threshold. So the first $18,000 that you earn, you can only claim the tax-free threshold from one employer. So when they're loading up your tax scales in their pay system, when they pay you, they're going to tick a box to say you can't claim the tax-free threshold from this second job. Now, something that that is a bit of a, and I didn't realise this, and I don't know if it plays out or not, but my wife works two jobs. My wife works in a hospital for half of the fortnight, and she works for some doctors that work out of the hospital for the other half of the fortnight. So she's got two different jobs. She's paid from two different places. Both jobs, she's kind of just maybe paying a little bit of HEX, or maybe just under the HEX threshold. It depends which shift she works from one fortnight to the next. So there's not a whole lot of HEX being deducted from either employer, because they don't have to. Her income is kind of there or thereabouts the HEX or help debt repayment threshold. But when you add it together, which we just submitted everything to our accountant the other day, when they're added together, her income's going to blow well through the caps for HEX, and so we're anticipating that there's going to be a big tax bill for her, because the ATO will say, oh no, you earned $100,000 or whatever she earned for the year. You have to pay HEX on your combined salary, whereas the payroll deductions that she's getting from either of the jobs are nowhere near the HEX that she'll have to pay. So that's something that I didn't realise until we're experiencing it with my wife. Well, I'll let you know what the outcome is when we get the tax returns done.
So if you weren't in the cash position, let's hypothetically say you were spending both of those incomes, and then it gets to you end of financial year like we are in now, and then they say, hey, just on that, you owe us 30 grand. You've got to be able to find that money, right?
Yeah. So we identified it. She identified it through her pay slips early on when she first started doing the two jobs. So it's only been the last financial year she ended up working in two different places, and we identified it in the pay slips. So we've been putting some money away every week. So it's $100 every week goes into a particular bank account that's labelled HEX.
That's the financial planner coming out in you, huh?
And look, if we have to spend it on paying the HEX debt, then great. If for some reason, I don't know, we've got it wrong, we're reading the pay slips wrong, and the right amount of HEX is being paid, fantastic. There'll be a few $1,000s sitting in a bank account that we can use for something else. But yeah, we've done financial planning on it.
I thought you just look under that bed behind you and pull out there's got to be a few stacks underneath that, I reckon. The
second one, I've been banging on a bit about super through this podcast, and I just did a video last night about it, and I posted on a few different places. Is this separation between superannuation is not an investment. Superannuation is a tax structure through which you hold investments. So someone had commented this idea of putting your money in super or having it outside for an early retirement. It was a continuation of that thread of comments that I had recently. Someone had said, do you have any evidence that suggests that returns inside of superannuation are better than the returns outside of super or something to that effect? No, the returns on the super fund are better than the returns on investments I can make in my own name. And I said, well, it's not the return on the super fund. It's the super fund's just the structure. If you've decided to leave your money in a cash account in your super fund, well, you're going to get a low return. Or if you've put it in I don't know, if you bought the factory in your business, then you're going to have a higher return. So there's a separation. The tax structure versus the investment that you choose to pick. People, I've done that video numerous times, and there's always people going, oh, wow, I didn't know that. I didn't know that that's how I didn't know that there was a separation there. So
that's interesting, isn't it? There's so many people who have no idea, one, how much super they have, two, whether it's being paid, and then three, where that money's actually being invested. I find that so fascinating.
Yeah. Just by looking at those three things, you can make a big difference to your retirement, paying some attention to it. First of all, make sure it's actually being paid. That's the first thing.
That's number one. They're very much, the ATO or whoever monitors that now are very much onto superannuation as for an employer.
Yeah,
it's soon go to, in the next couple of years, and actually it's going to go to like the same payday deposits. So if you pay your employees weekly or fortnightly or monthly or whatever, as a business, you're going to have to make the super contributions at the same time. Whereas right now, you only have to do them once a quarter.
Bastards. Now we'll just wrap up. I think one of our best videos was around the $150 million lotto. Someone won $100 million last week, I believe, James.
I saw that. Someone messaged me the day after. I think I'd seen something. I think it was a female that won it, and someone messaged me something, and I replied back saying, "Was it you that won the $100 million?" And no, it wasn't. It wasn't them. Yeah, those videos always do well. People love to dream about winning the 100 million or the 150 million, and what would they do with it if they did.
That's right. Well, we know, folks, what we would do with it. You got to go back and listen to that podcast. You definitely make your you'd top up your concessional contributions. You'd use a family trust, and there was a multitude of other things that James said you should do. Make sure you pay off your HEX debt. Decrease the HEX. Mate, as always, very insightful episode. Any closing words?
No, all good. Thanks, Jack. You can find me on Instagram and TikTok if you want to see some of my videos.
Some lawn porn.
Yeah, I've got to fix up the lawn. I'm just waiting for it to get a bit warmer down here in Melbourne. So the probably middle of October, I've got to give the grass a big cut right back again and get it growing. It's not looking too healthy right now.
I love how fascinated grass makes you.
I never had any interest in gardening whatsoever, but again, it's the financial advisor in me. I spent a fortune doing the garden in this house that we moved into a couple of years ago. I don't want to just let that money go to waste, and so I spend a bit of my weekend maintaining it.
That's right. You plant someone's sitting in the shade tomorrow because you planted a tree earlier. There you go.
That's it.
James Wrigley, thank you very much, my friend.
Thanks, Jack. Good to chat.
This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDS beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. All right, let's go. Ready to rock? How's it feel, mate? Back in the podcast studio.
Good to be back.
We've even got a live cam now. So this is for live videos, and also we're getting into OnlyFans content because the market's a bit tough.
It is. Rates are high.
The jungle
what you
out
got to
there.
do, yeah.
Mate, today we're talking self-managed super fund lending. I've had a lot of people ask me about it recently, how it works, what they need to consider, how to continue to grow your portfolio in super. There's a few different rules, regulations, and not many lenders that operate in that space as well. So let's unpack the 101s of self-managed super fund lending, and then we'll unpack whatever else comes off the back of that. Sound like a plan, Batman?
Sounds good.
So we're actually just talking about a client, and we were saying, mate, they might not have enough of cash inside of their super fund. So let's talk through what are the things people need to consider when they're thinking about potentially buying property in their super fund. Like, what sort of cash are we talking? How do banks look at serviceability? And then what would be the process for someone to be able to go down the path and get the, approvals happening?
Yeah, for sure. So I think in SMSF land, assessment of an application is very similar to when you go for a loan application, just if you're buying a property in your own name. So same kind of fundamental criteria applies. So clean credit profile,
Yep.
no red flags, that type of stuff.
So anything that's in your personal name will still affect your borrowing inside a super.
Yeah, absolutely. Because
Right.
you're still the ability for the super to pay its debt is going to be heavily dependent on the contributions of that individual. And if that individual is unable to pay their own debt, that's a reflection of course, then what's going to kind of follow, right?
Right.
It's kind of like if you have personal credit issues and you go set up a company, you go for a loan, like it's still based on you because you run the company, right? So same kind of theory behind it.
Right.
Then from a deposit perspective, same type of stuff, except there's no LMI in super fund lending. So it's usually...
So no even ability to get the
doesn't
smaller
exist.
deposit sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You
so
can't do
it's-
5 or 10% deposits inside a super.
No, so
Right.
it's 20% plus, plus costs, of course, etc. Some lenders also require you to hold a bit of liquidity within the super funds. You can't essentially use all the cash.
Right.
Some lenders don't these days.
So they want to see you with 50 grand or 100 grand, say, of cash in the fund to make sure that there's some shortfall
It's usually
money
like
there.
a percentage of the debt, percentage of the property value.
Right.
But a lot of lenders have removed that.
Right.
And then the borrowing capacity side is based on the rental income of the property that the super fund's going to buy,
Right.
plus then the contributions made within that super fund, which is driven by the members of that fund, right? So it's usually husband and wife. Let's say they earn 100 grand each. I think super guarantees now 11.5%.
Yeah.
So it's 11,500 per person being contributed plus the rental income of the property.
So say 23,000 of contributions,
Yep.
plus then if they bought a property for 800 grand and it's getting
Yep.
a 5% rental yield, they say another 40,000 of income. So
Correct.
total income in the super fund of give or take 60,000.
Correct. And the borrowing capacity, I guess there's two methods. The first method, I guess, which is probably the most common, it's viewed within the environment of the super fund alone. And I guess the rationale behind that, it's regardless what's happening in your personal life, let's say you're PYG earning 100 grand, doesn't matter if your cash flow is good or bad, you're still going to have to contribute 11,500 a year because you don't have a choice, right?
Yeah.
So if that 11,500 a year plus the rental income is sufficient to cover the debt after stress testing in the super fund environments calculator.
Yeah. Is it still the same sort of calculator, like, a four
Similar.
to 5 times DTI in super, or?
I'm not too sure. We don't really measure DTI too often, but
Right.
like same type of stress testing kind of applies. And then if that amount of income is enough to service the debt after stress testing, then the lender essentially doesn't look at any debts in your personal name. So
Right.
you could be completely leveraged up, no borrowing capacity left in your personal name. That could be then a way to potentially purchase a property using a super fund. And I think that's a lot of the times we get clients approach us. That's one of the main drivers of why they want to use super fund lending to buy a property, because often we get customers come to us, property's done quite well for them and they're maxed out in terms of capacity, and then they realize actually we've got X amount of cash in super, we could use that to buy one more property because it doesn't look at our personal capacity side of things, right?
So they've hit their personal borrowing capacity and then they go, well, we've got 300 or 400 grand sitting in super. We could go buy another property there if we really wanted to.
Correct,
Yeah.
correct. So that's the, I guess, most common method of super fund borrowing capacity assessment.
Yep.
Then the second method of how they calculate borrowing capacity in the super fund is if you don't have enough borrowing capacity within the super fund to service the debt, you can then, there are some lenders where you can actually prove that you've got additional capacity in your personal name
Right.
to make additional contributions into super, and which then gives you a boost in borrowing capacity. So let's say in that example, 23,000 a year contributions for husband and wife earning 100k each is not enough. If we can prove in their personal name they've got a surplus in their current personal borrowing capacity that they could contribute another, I don't know, 10 grand in total.
Yeah.
And then what we can do is we can go to the lender and say, hey, although they don't have enough using the 23, here's evidence on their current personal capacity on your calculator that they do have an extra 10 grand surplus a year, and they can contribute an extra 10 grand into super, and then you can use that extra 10 grand for servicing the super fund.
Right. And do they have to actually contribute that amount of money, or they just have to have the ability to contribute that amount of money?
Ability, yeah.
All right.
Some lenders will get you to sign like a declaration, kind of confirming like if one day the super fund does require it, you will do it.
Yeah.
But it's more so just, I guess, in theory, again, stress tested, like they don't just take your word for it, like you still provide all your documents and stuff as if you're going for a traditional loan.
Yeah.
And then we show the lender, hey, they can make that additional contribution. Yeah.
Right. So generally speaking, let's say that there is two people on I don't know, 150 grand a year or something like that. So it might be 300,000 of combined income, and they're making their contributions at 11.5%. So there's probably like, 30, 35 grand of income going in there, plus the standard rental income off a $800,000 property. What would they generally be able to borrow, give or take? Or what's the most common loan size that you'd see inside a super? Because I'm assuming people are, going to try and get max borrowing in there, right? Because generally people aren't sitting on millions of dollars worth of superannuation.
Absolutely. I think so.
Or the most common purchase price that you see inside of a super fund?
I would definitely say the purchase price within super is a fair bit lower than, I guess, purchase price in your personal name.
Yep.
And I guess maybe in context, kind of think of it, it's if we go down the traditional method of assessing what's in super, right? Mm-hmm. So if you imagine someone walks in a bank, says, hey, I earn 300 grand household income, no debts, I've got a decent deposit, you'd assume borrowing capacity is going to be relatively healthy.
Yeah.
But if you imagine someone
so that person, if they had 300, no debts, probably $1.5-2 million, give or take.
Yeah, give or take.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if you imagine someone walks into a bank and says, actually, I'm earning, what's 11.5 or 300?
About 35,000.
35 grand, right? So I walked into the bank and say, I earn 35 grand, I want to buy an investment property.
Yeah.
How much do you think I'll borrow? It's not going to be a whole lot. And that's essentially how it works.
Yeah, right.
Right? Yeah.
So let's say that it was 35 grand plus 30 grand of income. You might only be able to borrow, what, 300 grand or something like that?
You might get, maybe a little bit more.
Yeah.
I'd probably say, it'd probably be less than 400. Yeah.
Wow. There you go.
Or less than 5, maybe. Something around those marks, yeah.
So you can't get a lot of borrowing inside a super unless you're probably making max contributions.
Even then, I guess, even like max contributions, what's that, 27.5?
30,000 now.
Okay,
yeah,
so let's say 60.
Yeah.
Plus then rental income, so you're still probably less than 6 figures, right?
Yeah.
So again, if someone walks into the bank, I'm earning 100 grand, you're not buying a $2-3 million property, right?
Interesting.
And then I think in addition to that though, like if you're currently earning 300 grand,
yeah,
as a couple, it also probably means you've previously earned less, which then means over time you're contributing. Your super fund balance is probably again not going to be very big to buy again a multi-million-dollar property, right? So I think in my 7 years as a broker, excluding I guess a few specific clients like those in the medical industry and stuff, like your kind of mum and dad type of investors, it's very rare we would do $1 million purchase in super. Wow. I would say sub 750.
So most of them are probably taking on what, 50-50 leverage or something like that, or 60-40.
Some will go up to the 80.
Yeah.
Some will probably do it early enough, like some in their 30s and kind of early 40s, that they might go to 80% leverage. But I guess just a combination of like how much they would have in super because of what they've earned over the past 10, 15, 20 years, plus then how borrowing capacity kind of works. It's very rare we would do like $1 million plus purchase. Whereas I guess in personal name, $1 million these days doesn't get you very far, right?
It's your studio apartment in Paddington.
Yeah.
Let's I don't know, probably not.
Probably not.
Let's workshop, because I rang you about a property that we're buying for an office building. That's a $3.25 million purchase, and I was quizzing you around like what cash would we need to contribute, what's borrowing capacity going to look like. So let's sort of do a live workshop on that deal. $3.25 million purchase. Let's say there's 3 people in the fund, which are 3 shareholders of the company. How could we workshop that deal, and what would it look like from a cash contribution point of view, and how do we get max borrowing?
So this is an office space, right?
Building, yeah.
Okay.
So inside a super, we'd buy it inside the super fund, and then we would operate out of that building.
Right. Okay. So if it's on a commercial lending basis, I think it's a little bit different, because I guess normally for super fund purchases, it needs to be an investment, can't be owner occupied, on the exception that if it's commercial, right?
Yep.
So if it's commercial and you use a super fund to purchase the asset, that super fund can then rent the asset to, I guess, your business in this example. From a lending perspective, you would need 30% plus costs within the super fund.
Mm-hmm. So on $3.25 million, we'll need 700 grand, give or take, plus then your stamps on top. So say 850, 900.
Yeah. And then the borrowing capacity of the remaining 70% debt, assuming you can reach that capacity amount, would be based on the contributions of the 3 members. Mm-hmm. Realistically speaking,
contributions obviously for 3 members can only be 30,000 max each, right? So you've only still got 90,000 worth of contributions.
Yep. So most likely in a scenario like that, you would need to then prove that second method, where you can prove to the lender in your personal capacity of the 3 members, there's additional surplus there to make additional contributions to the super fund if required. subsidised by the rent that the super fund will receive from the office that's going to rent it.
Interesting.
For the business. Yeah.
So it would potentially still be possible.
It could be possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would the lenders then still look at your max non-concessional contributions per person per year, because you can still only make 110,000, I believe, per person per year on top of your non-concessional of 30,000.
Yep.
So then, if you can't service based on the 90,000 of concessional with the 3 members plus the 330 of non-concessional, then it probably won't service. You probably have to tip in more cash, right?
Cash.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So generally, would you say most people are buying resi inside of self-managed super from what you see, or are they buying commercial?
We do, I think, a bit of a mix.
Right.
A lot of the commercial we do is owner-occupied, like the example that
So
you're
business
doing.
owners that buy something that they can operate out of in their own business. And how do you see that work? Like I know I've seen it be pretty advantageous, right?
Yeah. So from what I understand of it, it can be quite a powerful kind of tool.
Yeah.
And I would definitely do it myself if I needed an office space from my understanding of the benefits.
Just in Bangkok.
Yeah. Apart from, I don't need an office, which is probably why I haven't done it. But the rent that the business pays that goes into the super fund, I think there's a few requirements under the SIS Act that allows the super fund lending to kind of be put in place.
Right.
But I think where a lot of people tend to do that is where if they need to buy an office space anyway, and they've got the ability and they've got the cash in their super fund, and because they can then rent it to themselves, I think, plus then I think there's a lot of tax benefits on the way out. But I think that's probably where you'd probably need a financial planner to really unpack a lot of that stuff.
Yeah.
And an accountant.
I mean, some of those tax benefits that we see from the conversations that we have is, you get to retirement age or preservation age where you can access your fund, and there's zero capital gains tax, right? Which is pretty incredible. So outside of super, if it was in your personal name, you'd be paying, give or take 20 to 25 cents in the dollar as a blended rate. Inside of super, it'd be tax free if you sell in that period of time, which is pretty incredible, right? Your net return is much stronger. What does the structure look like? Because obviously people go, and we had the client the other day who was, I want to buy a property inside of super, and it's not just like you can go to the bank and go, hey, here's some documentation and get, pre-approved tomorrow. There is a process, a certain structuring that needs to be set up. So generally speaking, if someone was starting and thinking about super today, what would you usually want to see in the fund as cash? Or what's the most common amount of cash that you see people have? And then on top of that, when they've got that cash, what does the process look like to set it all up and then obviously get an approval in place?
So we would normally suggest as an end-to-end process, if you've got a thought of wanting to buy a property in an SMSF, ideally before you go and set it all up, because it can be quite an expensive exercise, you'd want to speak to a broker to get some initial indicative calculations, right? So let's say Jack thinks, hey, I want to buy another property in my super fund. Before going to your accountant, setting it all up and then rolling all your funds over, you want to know roughly what you could get, right? So let's say we did the calculation, like, hey, Jack, you can borrow 300 grand. You're like, actually, with 300 grand, I don't want to set up an SMSF. Then you've saved yourself X amount of dollars for doing the setup, right? Yeah. So get the indication done early in the process before you've done it, just to get a rough idea what it would potentially look like. Then from there, you'd want to go and get the right advice around that, your accountant, your advisor, to make sure in line with your kind of risk appetite and you understand the pros and cons, the costs of moving everything from an industry fund to a super fund. Yeah. Then once that's set up, then we would then go through the formalities of actually getting a pre-approval for a client. Now, with regards to lender options and stuff, so once upon a time, super fund lending was dominated by most of the big lenders. So we used to do a lot with Westpac, St. George, CBA, Macquarie, AMP. They did a lot of super fund lending.
So they were essentially all in the game. Yeah, right.
All in the game. One by one, they started pulling out. So a lot of them still have super fund lending on their balance sheets, but it's just like a grandfathered product, but they just don't offer it as a new loan anymore.
Was there a reason for that?
My personal opinion would be, I think, first and foremost, because super fund lending, you're playing with someone's retirement fund. So I think the regulation around that is relatively a lot stricter. It's also like a bit of a specialized skill. So when I used to work at a bank, we did a bit of SMSF lending. It's very different to traditional lending, which then means like you could have 100 lenders, but not 100 lenders could do super fund lending, right? So it'd be like a smaller component of it. Plus what we just discussed then, because the amount of cash people have in super and the amount of borrowing capacity they have in super is not going to be the same as in personal name. In terms of the loan sides, it's probably going to be smaller than the average kind of loan when you're buying a property in personal name, right?
So I probably didn't make, for the amount of time and effort that goes
Correct.
into it, it probably wasn't
Yeah,
very...
so the bang for buck is probably not the same, right? So it's
Yeah.
a harder loan to establish. It's probably more paperwork, requires more
risk.
people,
Yeah.
more risk, higher skill set, and
less
then
cash.
for less cash, right? So I think one by one, that's probably why some of the banks would have pulled out. I don't know. And then now, none of the major lenders, or I guess traditional banks, offer super fund lending anymore. So all the super fund lending currently is done by non-bank lenders that have kind of entered the space.
Right, so like specialised lenders for that
Specialised
particular product. I
Yeah.
know there's one called Granite, I think I've had a few
Granite
clients
does
at
it.
Granite, yeah.
Yeah, so Granite, we do First Mac, Latrobe,
Yeah, right.
Blue Babe. Yeah, those kind of lenders that most people haven't even heard of. Like if you're just kind of buying your first property, it's usually not the type of lender you'd go, hey, I want to buy my first house here, right? But there are options in there, but they're just not your banks.
And what is like a rough interest rate? Because it's obviously higher than your standard, resi
Yeah.
investment loan.
It's probably about 1% more
Right.
than the equivalent in the resi world.
So you're paying what, mid to high sevens at the moment,
to high
maybe into
sevens.
the eights, yeah.
Yeah, which is something you also want to consider.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So then once the super fund's established, then we go for the pre-approval, and then the rest of it's very similar.
Yeah.
When you do find the property though, and I think this is where it's very important to get proper advice, is there's so many specific things you can do with the property in super fund. I believe, for example, like there's like specific renovation clauses and stuff that you can't do, and then there's repairs that you can do. There's specific type of properties that has to be in like a single acquirable asset that you can do, and stuff that you could buy in personal name is not always possible if you buy in super fund.
Right.
And I think that's really important to ensure you get the right advice. You're not going down a path of, hey, this is what I think I'm going to do, and then hit a massive roadblock. Like we've had people call us and say, I'm going to use my super fund to buy my first home. And I'm like, oh, you probably talk to someone. I'm not an advisor, but I don't know if that's possible. So
I highly doubt you can do that. Yeah. Okay. And in terms of loan structuring, like there's things called a bear trust, where it's like the debt doesn't actually get borrowed by the fund, it gets borrowed by the bear trust or something like that. Is that like what is the actual loan structure? I mean, it's probably technical details, but it's interesting to me.
It's called a limited recourse borrowing arrangement,
Yeah.
where there's two trusts. So you've got the super fund, which is I guess trust one, and then it's got the trustee, so trustee one. Then you've got the bear trust, which is trust two, and then the trustee, I guess, which is trustee two, right?
Yeah.
So the bear trust is the entity that purchases and holds the asset,
Right.
and then the super fund is the borrower, and then there's like a cross guarantee type of structure that's put in place.
Right.
Yeah.
Long and the short of self-managed super fund borrowing is it's highly likely you aren't going to be able to borrow anywhere near what you could borrow in your personal name if you had zero debt. What about cash contribution? Generally, what are people having in their super funds from a cash point of view before they then get into buying a property? Because we spoke about one before, and they had give or take 200,000, and it wasn't likely going to be enough to buy what they wanted to buy, which is around a 750 purchase price.
I think most people that would approach us would be minimum 200, I guess, as a
Right.
balance. I think once upon a time, some lenders also had a minimum balance requirement, and some of those were around that 200. I'm not too sure if that still exists,
Yeah.
but I think anything kind of less than that, after you do the calculations, you're probably not buying a property above 400 grand or so. So then it might
Might
not
not
really
make as
make
much sense.
Yeah. So I'd say 200 is what we are used to seeing as a minimum.
Yeah.
And then a lot of the time then when the cash balance is quite high, like on the flip side, they might be then a lot closer to kind of retirement preservation age. And then they might then get advice to say, hey, it might not make sense to go through this whole process now.
If you're already in your 50s or whatever. Yeah, right. And then how often do you see that people buy multiple properties in their super fund over, let's say someone buys their first one in their 30s, somehow they've gotten a lot of super in their fund, they might be a government worker or whatever it is, and then they buy one property. How often do you then see that super fund maybe buy 2 or 3 properties like someone potentially would in their personal name?
Very rarely.
Right.
Very rarely, yeah. So you can't, my understanding is you can't do a refinance and then do a cash out. I don't think it's a lender thing. I think it's an actual kind of regulation type of thing.
Yeah.
So your additional deposit that you have is essentially your contributions. And I guess if we compare that to lending and building a portfolio in your personal name, a lot of the time that the deposit for the second property may be assisted by the equity of the first and then the third.
Are highly unlikely you're going to continue to use cash for more and more and more deposits, right?
Correct. Whereas in the super fund world, that's what you would have to do.
Right.
Which then means if it's taken you 15, 20 years of work to get to a balance by your first, by the time you've done the same thing for the second, it's going to be quite a while, unless people are making additional voluntary contributions. And there are going to be a category of clients that would do that type of stuff, like I guess business owners.
Yeah.
We have a lot in the medico space that do stuff like that, where they're buying that higher purchase price, but it's like a group of doctors kind of coming together and then trying to buy like a practice, etc.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, for the traditional mum and dad investors, I would say 9 out of 10 that we deal with would only just have, in super fund lending, would only have one.
They would buy one. Yeah. We look at a strategy inside of super when we're, I guess, starting with clients when they're buying in their super fund early. That instead of obviously being able to refinance away from the property or refinance out the deposit for the next one, if we can get a property that, you know, they buy for 500 or 600 grand, hold that from when they're 35 to 45 and it doubles in value, they've probably still got a little bit of debt sitting against it. We could then sell that property down, obviously pay out the rest of the debt, split whatever we have left over into two, and then obviously get borrowing again to go and buy more. But again, it's limited then by that borrowing capacity, right? Because if you can only still borrow $400,000 or $500,000, if you split that into two, you've probably got $250,000, $300,000 of borrowing each, and it's, again, it may not make as much sense. But it's usually sold down, pay out debt, and then split whatever capital you've got sitting there if you wanted to go again.
How many clients out of say 100 would talk to you about super fund?
I would say it's becoming way more common of people asking about self-managed super, for sure.
What do you think that
I
is?
would say 40 or 50%. I think the main reason at the moment people are thinking about it is because a lot of people can't do anything in their personal names, right? So they feel stuck and they get itchy feet and they're like, oh, I wonder what we can do here.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot of people buying the wrong things and getting the wrong advice around what they should do with their super, right? It's I mean, we see it time and time again. They buy the off the plan or the fucking house and land package, and it does absolutely, jack all. And really, it's something you want to get very right because
retirement fund.
That's right. I mean, most people don't have a significant amount of money to retire on, and that is their retirement. And if they fuck that up, it's not going to look as crash hot when they get to that age, right? But yeah, it's way more common. Lots of people are asking about self-managed super, and a lot of people just don't get the basics of like, how do I start? You've obviously said the way that you start is to go and speak to a broker first to get an understanding, well, if you did have a self-managed super fund, how much could you borrow? Because that's what you really want to know first. Then when you know how much you can borrow, you then obviously compare your borrowing capacity with how much cash you've got sitting there. That'll give you an indication of how much you can then spend on a property. And I guess if that makes sense to you, that's when you then start to get the advice around setting it up and all the other ins and outs, which you speak to an accountant and a financial planner about.
Yeah, and I think the advice piece is super, super important. And I think it's one of those things you get what you pay for. Like, you don't want to just go get someone to sign something for you. You really want to understand truly what the pros and cons are, what the costs are, the ongoing costs as well, plus then what you can and can't do within super before you go down that path. And we see a lot of time people try to skip that, and we would definitely suggest otherwise, especially like you said, it's not something you want to get wrong.
No, they end up in the wrong place and they go, fuck.
And the returns of industry funds they're not bad, right?
They're very good over a long enough period of time, right?
Yeah, so the benchmark's quite high. So if you want to be doing this, you need to be able to outperform that, right?
That's right. And confidently outperform it, not just maybe. Mate, what else is happening in the lending world before we wrap up?
The lending world.
It's obviously, there's globally some rate cuts going on. There's been chit-chat in the industry, I think, of potentially some rate cuts in Australia. I mean, a couple of months ago, it was potential rate rises.
Yeah, this month.
What are you seeing out there from
this
the
month?
coalface?
Glad this month didn't go up. All the recent ones didn't go up because I think there was a bit of chit-chat about it might have gone up. That would have probably...
pushed some people over the edge, you reckon, huh?
Oh, just for confidence levels, I think.
Yeah.
I think because it's been stagnant for a while, people are starting to enter back in, and then I think as soon as one more goes up,
scares them.
Scares a few people.
Are you? I mean, you obviously speak with banks regularly. You probably do a lot of their education evenings and seminars and all the rest of it. What are they talking about in terms of rate cuts, or is there any?
I think most of the banks are predicting they will start to go down towards maybe end of early next year.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Some banks have started to reduce some of their fixed rates for owner-occupied and things like that. I think that's a good indication. I I guess, because a bank has to forecast what the rate's going to be. If they're forecasting it's going lower, that's a good sign. They're still not where they once were, but I guess time will tell.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
Indeed. Yeah.
And are you seeing, I guess, any more people or people who maybe don't have much borrowing with major lenders now starting to explore your non-banks and your second tier lenders so they can continue to buy? And then I guess off the back of that question, what's generally the disparity you're seeing in terms of what you could borrow with, say, a Westpac, NAB, ANZ in comparison to what you potentially could borrow with a Pepper or a Liberty or something like that?
Since rates have been going up, non-bank lenders' market share has been growing and growing.
Yeah.
A lot of that is because of that borrowing capacity side. So people go to non-banks not because they want to, it's usually because they need to.
Yeah.
And the reasons people go to non-banks would be if they've got credit issues, or alternatively, non-banks are offering a product or a policy that a bank wouldn't, which would be things like self-employed low doc. And then the main one, I guess, that we're now seeing more and more of is people just going there purely because the borrowing capacity calculator could be a lot more aggressive.
Yeah.
The disparity is very case by case though, because it really depends on the transaction at hand and the customer's personal circumstances. Like if you were a first home buyer and you went to a non-bank on your just simple PYG, no debts, and then you went to a bank, the disparity is actually quite small.
Right.
Whereas
so it's very similar.
It's relatively similar. It's not huge. Whereas if you are living at home, have multiple investment properties, all your debt's deductible, and then you go to a bank for your third property as an example, and then you go to a non-bank, this disparity could be like 30, 40, maybe 50% sometimes,
right?
Depending on how your debt's structured and things like that. Like if it's interest only P&I.
So it can be massive.
It could be huge, yeah. So for people that are investors and they really want to push, going down that non-bank path will usually get them one more, maybe in some instance, two more.
Yeah.
We did one.
But you're paying a premium for that, obviously.
Yeah, and the premium, to be honest, the premium's not that bad. The premium is maybe 0.75%.
Right.
And the fees and stuff are again, very palatable, nothing too out of like acceptable terms, like maybe $1,000 compared to $400 at a bank.
Yeah.
So it's not too bad. And if you think the property is worth paying getting one more property to pay 1% extra interest is worthwhile, then a lot of people are now starting to consider things like that. So we did one last week, like I think he had 6 properties. He could borrow like $100,000 at a bank. We got him like over $1 million at a non-bank, and he went and bought 2 more properties.
So it was like 10x the difference.
10x, yeah.
Wow.
But because he has a decent sized debt, decent sized portfolio. So I think where non-banks, the disparity gets bigger and bigger would be if you've got more and more debt, I would say. And
the more complex situations, right? Like if you're a PAYG, if you're a self-employed person and, you go to a not major lender, some lenders won't even look at you.
Yeah, so that's more policy related stuff rather than calculated. Yeah, so like if you don't have your 18, 24 months ABN, there's non-banks out there that'll do like one day, 3 months.
They'll just give you cash.
They'll just give you cash.
Mate, very, very interesting stuff. Any closing words before we wrap up and get into the Friday?
No, thanks for having me again.
Mate, unreal. Thank you. This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDS beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. Cameron Murray, welcome to Flamingo Property Investing.
Thanks for having me, Jack.
You're looking very sharp. I really do like that blue blazer.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, it's, you've got to have a little bit of a branding, right? So it's the long hair and the blue blazer. Everyone should remember. I wear the same thing to every event.
That's right. Mate, I reckon you could chuck a surfboard under the arm and walk down to the beach and people would think you're a surfer as well. Do you surf?
Maybe. I've got my combi here in the background, keep it.
And the guitar up the top left as well.
That's right. No, I'm a terrible surfer, mate. I love the beach, but I actually snowboard more than I surf. If I can get to the slopes.
Love that. Well, mate, we met and I heard you talk at a venue very far away from the slopes in the Gold Coast called Urbanity, which is all around developing and building and everything to do with property. And You had a very, very interesting take on the property market, which was very much aligned with the way that I think about it. And it spiked my interest. And then I sent you a message on LinkedIn. You replied straight away. Then I ran out and I ran into you out near the toilets. And mate, a few weeks later, here we are.
Yeah, great. Oh, I'm glad it's all come together.
So let's start from a topic in which you are very, very passionate about, which is this constant chatter around the supply in the marketplace and, how the marketplace thinks we're not building enough houses. But if we build too many houses, then there will be too many houses for the people to live in those houses. So let's start there and then we'll dive into all the things around that.
Yeah, sure. Well, what do you reckon, Jack? Do we have a supply crisis? Because if I read the news, I feel like we've got the wrong number of homes. We've got about 11 million, and for some reason it should be 11.2.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? And then they say, well, with all this immigration coming in, there's not enough houses, and we're going to be 12 million behind when we only, are at 11 million before you know it. And it's been a common theme for many decades, right? It's not a new thing, this supply issue.
No, it's been an issue for a long time. So I'm going to give you two facts to kick us off. Firstly, 1836, population of Sydney, less than 20,000. What do you think the most common complaint in Sydney was?
Not enough houses?
Not enough houses. Charles Darwin, right, biologist, father of evolution, arrived in Sydney in January 1836. And his diary entry on his first day doesn't say, wow, there's kangaroos in Australia, this is the most amazing thing. No, it says, the number of homes recently built is truly astounding. Nevertheless, everyone complains of the high rents and difficulty in procuring a house. Like, that's the number one observation if you visited Sydney near on 200 years ago. And here we are again. We didn't have enough homes then. Apparently, we don't have enough now. Friedrich Engels, the German political scientist in the 1830s, he also wrote of the housing question, like, why aren't there enough homes in Europe in the 1830s, right? And here we are again. So that's my first sort of anecdote. This is not a new thing. We are constantly tricked into thinking we have the wrong number of homes. Let me also share a tidbit. In 2022, we had the most homes, the biggest, best, largest homes per capita than any point in history, right? Now, that has changed a little since we've had this huge immigration spike. Yet, at that point where we had the most dwellings ever in history, suddenly rents increased and suddenly we had a crisis. And in fact, if you look at the historical record in Australia and abroad, we get the most homes per capita at the end of a cycle, and that's when things sort of spike. Same is happening in the US right now. Right, so the US had the most homes per capita in 2004-05, right, when homes had recently shot up. And then they had a crash. And you know what? During the early 2010s, there were fewer homes in the US per capita, but prices were pretty low and pretty stable for nearly a decade, right? And now there's the most, we've broken the previous record in the US. Now there's even more homes per capita, bigger and better than ever. And we're all of a sudden got a supply crisis again. So we are very bad at looking through the cycle. We are very good at pretending the thing that happened yesterday, rents went up 50% in 2 years. Oh, no, that's because of decades of undersupply. Like, what? How does decades of undersupply materialize in March 2023? Why? Like, it's surely that increments up for 2 decades. It doesn't have a boom and a bust, another boom and a bust, and they go, oh, now it's this structural problem. So we're really bad at recognizing the cycle, and we're really good at imposing stories that suit our proclivities, our financial interests, onto where we are in the cycle. And I think, if you can acknowledge that, you'll read the press very differently when it comes to housing.
And what do you reckon the reason for that is? Whether it's Australia, whether it's other parts of the world, is it because it sells newspapers? And especially in Australia, we're all very, very pro-property, and anything that has something to do with real estate or prices or boom or crash or any of those words that, that are based around the property market, they sell, right? I mean, I've only got to look at my own content when I'm talking about why rents are not too high, they're where they're meant to be, and why property prices are not too high, they're where they're meant to be, and they're the posts that do the best.
Yeah, so I definitely give the media a hard time. So, my new book, The Great Housing Hijack, has a chapter on the media, and it literally says, well, if you have record high rental growth, there's a headline. If you have record rental declines, well, there's a headline. It doesn't matter if you were totally inconsistent with last Friday's headline with this Friday's property headline. Last Friday's can say record rental declines, investors leaving Sydney. And then this Friday's can say, which suburbs grew the most? Which suburbs, are the best for investors in Sydney? I'm like, well, okay, you're just having your cake and eating it. You're just saying anything, right? Because there's always a best suburb. There's always a worse suburb. And there's always somewhere increasing and somewhere declining. And you're just rattling off headlines that will sell with no focus on consistency. And if I was a punter trying to understand the property market from the media, I would be completely bamboozled. I'd have no idea.
I'm considered slightly above a punter with my property knowledge, and I'm still bamboozled. So there you go.
Yeah, well, I guess this is the thing. Even once you realize the media is not doing a great job, there aren't many groups who have an interest to elevate the conversation and get into the details that don't have their own financial interest, right? So I'm actually pretty critical of the academics on this, right? A lot of housing academics they're very concerned about housing. And so if you say the market is where it is and bad luck, people are becoming homeless, this is not abnormal. This is the market functioning as normal. You can't really say that. So you've got to have some kind of story there. Now, there are quite a few good academics, and they say, hey, look, property markets have always done this. As I've just said, those who, can't be housed or have trouble being housed, we should have a pretty decent safety net. And I think that's sort of a sensible conclusion. But the idea that the market is wrong, and now we have to orchestrate some kind of Rube Goldberg machine of a tax break here and a credit there and this here, and then orchestrate all these property developers are going to jump 10 hoops like a bloody dolphin at SeaWorld. And at the other side, we're going to have a nice show and a round of applause when houses are cheap. That doesn't seem to make sense to me, right? Because property developers build when it makes money, not when it doesn't make money. And
Exactly.
That's as simple as it is, right?
And we heard that, right, at Urbanity. Like, that was the common theme, which was like, there's issues with planning. We can't get things approved. And even if we can get things approved, then the feasibilities don't work. Like, and that's a common theme.
Yeah. And I think I mentioned it at the conference, but I'm surprised how little it penetrates the conversation. We've got this idea. I don't know who came up with this. We need to build 1.2 million homes in 4 years or something, right? You've heard that number?
Oh, yeah, I've heard it.
I don't know where it comes from. But there's this idea that we need to build more homes, right? On the other hand, and I'm saying as an economist, my two-handed economist, on the other hand, literally 12 months ago, we were like, the construction sector is resource constrained and we can't all build houses at the same time or we'll get more inflation. So what we need to do is put interest rates up to make it more expensive to buy and build housing because we need to stop building housing. So on the one hand, we're like, the housing sector is constrained by construction. We need to make it more difficult to buy and build housing and more expensive. And on the other hand, we're like, we need to build 1.2 million houses. I'm like, which do you want, right? Because I can tell you, if you put interest rates back down to zero and you can borrow at 2%, by magic, you'll get more homes built. Just like we did during COVID, right? Everyone decided that to build and buy houses all at once. And that was global as well, right?
Everyone turned into a renovator in COVID times. Wasn't there even a subsidy from memory where you could get money to renovate a property? That was a thing, I swear. Yeah.
So if you had a construction contract over 100,000, you would get 25 for free from the government. So that could be for renovation or a new build, right? And we spent something like we thought there'd be 3,000 of them taken up, and there was something like 30,000 taken up.
Close number.
Home Builder was meant to be I'm going to make up some numbers. I might have to quickly Google it, but it was meant to be like a $3 billion subsidy that turned into a $23 billion subsidy or something, and of course that's leveraged by at least 4 times by the private, accelerated spending on construction. So we did that. But again, in the US, just the 0% interest rates were enough to stimulate a massive construction boom there. And I mean, even Europe's had a construction boom as well. So that's what works because, and let me get into why, because, building and buying a house is allocating into one asset class from any other. And if you make the returns to cash much, much lower, makes the return to going into property or other assets relatively higher. So there's this big wave of money transferring out of cash and into assets where you can use a lot of leverage like property. And that's why interest rates are so sort of powerful. In fact, if you look at the construction cycle in Australia historically for residential construction, it's literally a plot of the inverse of interest rates, right? You drop interest rates, construction goes up. You raise interest rates, construction goes down. That's what it looks like for the last 30 years. And so we're in this weird pickle of sort of wanting more houses because we've sort of opened the immigration door after COVID, but at the same time not wanting more houses because we actually had a huge construction boom during COVID. And now we're in a bit of a pickle. And that's also true in Canada, for example. They've had a million migrants in 1 year, and their construction's falling as intended. And they've in fact started cutting interest rates now. So that might work itself out in the next cycle.
So the thing that I really loved about, and what I love about how you talk, is it's very common sense, right? It's like the market does what the market does. It always has done what the market has done. And I guess trying to either manipulate the market to not do that, or bet against the market generally doesn't work, right? Even just saying, or looking at what you said before, which is like rates have gone up, construction progress stalls or gets slower, rates go down, construction generally is stimulated, and that's because of the amount of cash that can flow through that. How come you're an economist? There's lots of economists out there. I'm assuming every economist does a similar degree. How come economists all see, different points of view? You've only got to look at like when the major banks go, our prediction for interest rates to go up or our prediction for interest rates to go down are never the same. They're always different. Why is that?
You've noticed, have you? Yeah, look, that's an odd one. A few things. Well, economics in general, you're trained to think in equilibrium. So you're trained to think that things converge to a stable point, and economists actually don't really have a good theory of change. Like, why do things go up and down, right? Because our models are saying, well, there's a trade-off between, cash and housing. They should, converge and become relatively stable. Yet what we see in reality is property cycles, and everyone who works in the property industry learns pretty quickly that things go in cycles, and you've got to be, your balance sheet's got to be prepared, right, for things to go down and then be ready for the next boom. So economists don't have a really good set of tools for understanding cycles. And so I think that's where we end up with a lot of financial interests and personal, gripes being filtered through an economic, static toolbox of this equilibrium idea, and then those opinions sort of coming out, right? So that's why some economists are saying we need interest rates to go higher because I don't want more inflation, and others saying, well, we need it to go lower because construction's really turned sharply, and it takes a while for the interest rates to flow through and the next cycle to pick up, and how much of a downturn do you want until that point, right? So economists aren't well trained to understand variation in cycles, and that's sort of, I think, why we end up here. But I mean, there is a good thing about economists. I think, compared to other social scientists, very good at communicating to each other and knowing why someone has a different opinion and where our assumptions differ. Whereas in other areas of social science and academia, you can actually go around in circles and use terminology and jargon and really not understand what the other person's saying. So economists do disagree, but generally we understand why.
Right. And if you were an average punter out there in the marketplace and you're listening to, 10 different economists, how do you decipher what is more likely to be right than something else, right? Because, like you said, it's very, very confusing for a lot of people. And then, the so-called experts then also don't agree with things. So it's like, well, who is right and who is wrong?
I think you do have to hold people to their forecasts. So, I predicted prices would go up in May 2020, and everyone thought I was a kook, right? Because at the time we were worried about 30% price declines. That's why we dropped interest rates to zero. But I am a sort of student of the cycle, right? So I'd seen, the second half of the 2010s was a big decline in prices and rents. Now, we're not going to have a crash after a big decline, and we've just stimulated the market with low interest rates. So hold people to their past predictions, and I think that gives you a clue. I mean, my worst prediction during COVID, I said, probably inflation won't be such a big deal because people are not going to all spend at once. And, it ultimately ended up being temporary, but probably more inflation flowed through than I expected because people just had literally so much money and they spent it all. Like, I thought people would withhold spending, but you know what they did? They bought a caravan, they toured around Australia, they renovated their house.
They did a reno, yeah.
They did it all. Like, domestic tourism was off the charts. They did it all at once. And of course, if that's what's happening, then you're going to get inflation. And I thought people would smooth that out a lot more than they did. And globally too, right? I think the disruption to the supply chains because of the huge shift in what people were building and buying underestimated that too.
But I guess that's the information now for if we see it in our lifetime, when something similar happens, I guess you'll take that knowledge on, right? Like, human beings, when they have a lot of money that they didn't work hard for, they will spend it. Easy come, easy go, right?
Even if they're locked at home, they'll come up with something, right, to spend it on.
I want to. I have this philosophy around real estate. It's my investing strategy. Is what we do for our clients. That we're not trying to predict what the future is going to hold. We're very much focused on, well, if we can look at 30, 40, 50, 60 years worth of a track record, say, of a location. You're based in Brisbane, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So we look at the best suburbs inside of Brisbane, and they're generally the suburbs where you're going to have the longest track record of like consistent capital growth, right? And my philosophy is, if we can invest in those locations, it's highly unlikely that the next 30, 40, 50 years will be worse than the last 30, 40, 50 years, because generally when the population grows, these good areas get better. There's a lot more wealthy people who want to live there than there are properties in those locations, and that naturally will continue to put pressure on prices over a long enough time horizon. I'm interested to hear what your take is on that philosophy. And then the second part to that question is, how much information of history do you use to I guess, make future forecasts, right? You spoke about Charles Darwin, about the 1800s. There's a lot of history between then and now. So how much of that then, helps us predict what's likely to happen in the future?
Yeah, I'm a big fan, I guess, as you are, Jack, of the keeping an eye on the past trends, right? And not betting against the big stable trends. Like, there are cycles, but there are big stable trends. What you've actually just described, we call in economics agglomeration effects. Basically, it means as cities grow, that not only do they get bigger, but they become relatively more attractive than other areas. So your fast growing cities will generally rise in their relative value compared to other regions more quickly. So, and that's what we call agglomeration effects. Essentially, when things grow and people move together, the location becomes more valuable relative to other locations. I think betting on that has been the right thing to do in Australia for a long time. So one thing I think we miss in today's, especially the affordability debate, is we have in mind these suburbs, which are now high status inner city suburbs, but 40 years ago were not high status inner city suburbs, right? They were actually the crappy new estates where people didn't want to commute from. And now people say, well, I can't live in this suburb. See, I should be able to live there. ignoring the fact that that suburb is now the fancy one and the equivalent suburb today is much further out. And if that trend continues, then that new suburb, right, is going to become better and relatively more attractive over time if the city keeps growing. So if you're in a growing area. So I think we do sometimes, and I don't know why, we just overlook this trend. So we'll go, oh, you know, terraces in inner city Sydney, you know, why can't I live there? I'm like, well, because this is the most super premium suburb now, right? Do you know why terraces were built here? Because they were the cheapest, crappiest thing you could build. And do you know why they're here? Because it's the furthest you could walk to work in a day when it was built. This used to be the crap. This used to be the outer suburb dives that no one wanted to live in. It just so happens in a growing city, now it's good. So you can't expect the same physical dwelling. So the same physical dwelling doesn't stay at a constant place in the sort of status hierarchy, right? So your dwelling might start here. You might go, oh, I'll buy like a tier 3 suburb. Then the city grows and now your dwelling hasn't moved and now it's in a tier 2 suburb, right? Because there's all these extra suburbs out there. So I think people forget that when you buy a dwelling, you're not buying the average of the market. You're actually buying something in a growing area that might increase in its relative location value over time if the city's growing. So, and that's been the long history. And if Australian cities keep growing, that will be the history for a lot longer as well.
So essentially, you know, and this gets to a point around the, oh, I can't afford to live in Sydney thing, right? Or I can't afford to buy a house in wherever it is. Do you think it's because people go, I can't afford to buy a house in an area where my parents could afford to buy a house 40 years before me? Or, you know, and I think that's the case, when the real question should be, where can I afford to buy a house in this city? It's just not going to be in the same location as where my parents were.
Yeah, and there's two dimensions to what you're saying, Jack. One is the location, which of course, as we've just talked about, you know, the fact that your parents could buy there, they compromised as well to get there, right? And it wasn't a nice place. So my neighbour here in Brisbane, he keeps telling me, everyone thinks I'm rich, but I only bought here because no one wanted to live here and there's heaps of crime and it was the cheapest house I could afford, right? And now it's a fancy suburb. I think, so there's the location dimension, but there's also, as cities grow, the dwelling type changes, right? So what used to be a standard, you know, detached home, in Sydney, you know, 2/3 of homes are apartments or attached, right? So your standard home now is probably a townhouse in a middle ring suburb or an apartment in a more inner city suburb. So the idea that, oh, houses are expensive. Well, yeah, because houses now aren't average, they're premium. The average is now an apartment or a small townhouse. And that's just the nature of a growing, densifying city, right? And I think, again, we forget that, and we don't forget, a lot of investors know, oh, I'm buying a detached house, because not only does the location improve relatively, but there'll be fewer detached houses relative to apartments as areas grow and densify. So therefore, there'll be more of a premium, right, on having the detached house.
So it makes the asset more scarce in nature, right? Which then it obviously increases the value even further.
So that's the classic buy a big block on a corner in a blue chip suburb, right? Because your suburb will densify, bigger blocks become more scarce, plus you got redevelopment potential, or et cetera, et cetera. So you're right. There's definitely a forgotten fact that cities change and our benchmark needs to change.
And then on, you know, the affordability thing as well, it's like, I always see these headlines, which is like Sydney's the premium one, right? Like Sydney is unaffordable. And again, I think that what is forgotten is unaffordable is relative to the individual, right? Like if we look at your places, like let's talk the eastern suburbs, our office is in Paddington. We look at places like Point Piper, Vaucluse, most expensive areas in Australia. Houses there range from 15, 20 million, you know, to north of 150, 200 million. And to the majority of people in Australia, that is unaffordable. But to the niche demographic who live in those areas, unfortunately, for most people, that is affordable, right? Like it's affordable because they're continuing to sell week in, week out. On that, do you think that those more premium areas where, they do appeal to the wealthiest individuals in Australia, and if you look at, global cities around the world, that those assets are the ones that are likely to continue to do better over time because those individuals are the people who can control their own incomes, and someone who's worth a few $1 billion spending $150 million on a home is not actually a lot of money, right? In comparison to someone who's on $100,000 a year spending $1 million on a house.
Yeah, I think the answer to whether they're likely to hold their value. So there's two questions. One, will they grow in relative value to the rest of the market more quickly on average? And two, will they be less volatile over the cycle? Hard to know the answer to either in a way, because I think they have grown relatively more than other areas simply because wealth and income inequality has grown a lot in the last 40 to 50 years. And so as that happens, the top 1% of locations, people with the top 1% of wealth and income buy it. That just happens to be a heap more wealth and income relative to the average these days. It's also true, however, that during downturns and big recessions and depressions, that the wealthiest people have the biggest hit to their balance sheet, right? Because they own the most shares in property and businesses. And so they've sort of got leveraged exposure to economic growth on their balance sheet. The flip side of that is that they're typically are less likely to be forced to sell. So you see less panic selling in these high status suburbs, whereas the sort of working class new suburbs where a lot of people have recent mortgages, that's where you can end up with a lot of panic selling where people have to sell because they're like, I can't pay these interest rates. I can't keep this mortgage. I just got to sell and rent somewhere cheap for a while or downsize. So yeah, it's really hard to know because the trend of, overall wealth and income inequality could reverse in the next cycle. Australia might want to protect its property market from international buyers more, and that might break a bit of the sort of attraction to the top end of the market as well. So those are the risks. But yeah, I think the previous trend has definitely been because of the high status elite suburbs and areas have definitely risen in value, as you would expect with the wealth of the people buying in those. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right?
And if I guess we look at the current marketplace, I'm assuming you know quite a bit about history. Is there a time in history that reminds you of right now? I know you mentioned there was a time around 2010 where there was probably some headlines and things that are reflective of right now, but I guess maybe even more previous to that time, where we can reflect back and go, that's a very similar time, very similar headlines, very similar macro economic challenges, and I guess we come off the back of that.
Yeah, so it's funny, the 1880s land boom in Victoria. Let me just give you, there's two periods that I think have good lessons. The 1880s land boom in Victoria, after the gold rushes, they had a huge cycle. They had interest rates down at 2%, so you could get a 2% mortgage and speculate on land in Victoria in the 1880s. Then interest rates went up to 6%, and everyone thought, "Oh, this is the end of the boom. It's all gonna fall apart now." And then it didn't. There was a sort of year-long pause, and then there was another boom at 6% interest rates, even though yields were down at like 2.5%. And it astounded everyone. And then there was obviously a massive crash in the 1890s. So I think the lesson there is that, we have this idea that property values are related to interest rates in the construction cycle. But when you raise interest rates, there's actually sort of a lagged effect, right? Because it slows some people down and then it attracts others who actually can borrow money at that high rate or have a different sort of investment horizon. So that's that lesson. I think today's not dissimilar from the 1980s in terms of the cycle as well. So the 1880s, yes, and the 1980s as well. So there was an early 80s boom and then a bit of a pullback in sort of 86, 87, and then another little post, a second phase boom as well at very high interest rates relative to what yields were, right? And of course, the end result of that was the 1990s recession. So I do feel like it's hard to say with COVID, right, interrupting things, but I do feel like we've had this pattern of Australia didn't have much of a correction after the financial crisis. A little bit of a correction. Then we had the construction cycle in the 2010s, like a lot of places. Interest rates declined, right? Had another little bit of a construction cycle. Interest rates went up. Still sort of property prices kept going a little bit. Yeah, I think we might be similar to sort of 1990 in 2025, 2026.
Where there could be the potential for a recession.
Correct. But it's very hard to know, right? Because each era has a different sort of underlying, what would you call it? Underlying balance sheets of people who so to tolerate a correction. So obviously the 2000s in the US, right, at the financial crisis, everyone was really leveraged, right? A lot of recent buyers, heaps of mortgage debt. And so when things turned, there was a lot of panic and a lot of forced selling. Now in the US, there's not much mortgage debt, right? They actually paid down billions and billions of mortgage debt. So now the US housing market is not very highly leveraged, and there aren't that many people holding huge debts. There are very few people who've recently bought. So they could probably weather a downturn better than Australia in this cycle. So it's hard to know, but the big lesson is be prepared for those cycles. But also take note, if you're in the construction business, the 1990s, there was a big construction boom in the early 1990s in the recession we had to have as well, right? So it's not like a one-to-one thing. The construction cycle moves a little bit quicker, right, than the overall macro cycle.
Interesting. And if people want to learn about this, though, because I always get asked about, where we get access to all of our data from, historical data and all the rest of it, like, how can people learn, probably not as in-depth as you would have learnt through your studies and through, how you, I'm assuming, constantly learn, but, like, are there certain books or certain things that people can get educated around, high level, all this kind of information? I mean, I've read Ray Dalio's The Changing World Order. I'm not sure if you've read that book before, but he talks very much around thousands of years worth of history and how there are common trends and themes. Do you have any resources?
Oh, look, I just ask my mates, what should I read? And so I've got actually a book here, The Land Boomers, from the library, So that's my sort of like classic old library book documenting the 1880s Victorian land boom. I think, you just kind of got to start reading, right? You got to be curious. You got to start digging. There are a lot of people who follow Henry George. So I'm not sure if you know who Henry George is, Jack.
I don't know. Fill me in.
He wrote a book in 1879 called Progress and Poverty. He was an American journalist and political economist, and it was the most popular English language book after the Bible for nearly 2 decades at the turn of the 20th century. And his thesis was that the boom and bust cycles of the 1800s are caused by the land monopoly, and we need to tax land and untax incomes to sort of make the economy fairer. And he was extremely influential. But the reason for mentioning him is that a lot of followers of Henry George around that time and since have really followed the property cycle very closely, right? Can we invest based on this cycle? Can we understand, economic recessions and booms based on the cycle? And do you know what? Some of the people are pretty good forecasters now. So, that's sort of where I'd start. Henry George and anyone who's into property cycles. And
your new book as well, right? Like, that's got to be a place you could start.
Yeah. The Great Housing Hijack. There's a few copies behind me there.
As he searches for a copy around his desk.
No, I've put them all up on the shelf near the guitar there.
The red ones. So run us through, I guess, the premise of that book. What was the underlying catalyst for you to write it, and then I guess at a high level, what are the issues and topics that it covers off?
So I started writing it in beginning of 2023, and the reason for writing it were essentially the headlines we talked about, just completely incoherent headlines day after day. A lot of the conversation about what do we do about housing. And I just thought, if anyone's able to just talk plainly with some coherent economics about why the property market's doing what it does and how you can understand it, that's me. So I better write it down and sort of share what I think I've learned. And so the book is it sort of does a few things. It talks about, firstly, a coherent way to understand property markets. And there's sort of five, I call them the five equilibria, but that's just a word for five trade-offs, right? Unless we have a coherent view for understanding all these dimensions of property, we can actually get ourselves really tied up and confused. And so that's what I thought, I've got to write this book and put something coherent out there. So that's the first thing it does. It says, here's a coherent way to understand the property market, what it can and can't do. The second thing it does is it looks at all the interest groups, the media, property developers, the academics, the YIMBYs, and all these interest groups, and how they hijack the debate, for their agendas, and how there's an interest amongst these groups for not having a coherent view of property, right? The last thing you want is everyone understanding the market well. You want to have everyone thinking that your financial interests are the important thing to look after. So you need tax breaks, or you need this. So that's the hijack part of the housing hijack. And then the last point is, well, how do we look after people when the market doesn't perform? So I look at education, health, public roads, and go, you know what we did? We kind of just built things for people. We built schools in every suburb and said your kid goes there for free. And we solved education, right? Used to be private, used to be supported by churches, but we said, you know what, everyone needs this. And so I talk about, well, if people are getting left behind, build them some houses. That's the only way historically that we've kept people off the street in a property market, is to subsidise people who need it into homes. I have a proposal in the book called Housemate, which is copy Singapore, where you sell subsidised housing to people. But I'm pretty agnostic really on the implementation, right? It's just that, you need a bit of a buffer stock to catch people during those periods, because the market goes in cycles, and during those periods, as I said, nominal incomes went up 20 or 30% in 2 years, but not everybody's nominal income went up 20 or 30%, right? So if your income didn't go up, but everyone in your neighborhoods did, still got to pay 20 or 30% more rent to stay exactly where you were, even though your income didn't rise. And so that's what I think the real acute issue is in housing. And that's where we can have a bigger safety net when it comes to houses.
So it sounds like the overarching theme of the book is it unjargonizes all the jargon that's out there and gives you an unbiased look at, I guess all the levers that control the market in a way.
Yeah, and I would like to think it's unbiased, Jack, but I'm sure.
Just some high level statistics that you just, rattled off around the 20% of total income goes to rent, and it has been like that for a very, very, very long period of time, all the way since 1911. Just on that, actually, a lot of the stuff we're seeing now is to do with rental prices, but then there's also a lot of stuff to do with, and I see this shit all the time on social media, it's like, well, 40 years ago when the boomers could buy a property, it was X amount times their income. Now, if they buy that same property, it's X amount. So what's your thoughts on that? Because obviously property prices in certain locations have increased, a lot faster than the proportional incomes of the median income. So what's your take on that? And is there any data to maybe, counteract that argument?
Look, I think the best argument for buying homes becoming less affordable is that the boomers, for example, in the 70s and 80s, were buying interest rates during high inflation and high interest rates. And what that meant is that the transition from that to the low interest rate environment essentially bailed out their mortgages, right? This is what we do, right? When there's a downturn, where you decrease interest rates, everyone who's got a brand new big mortgage gets cheap repayments, and their price of their house goes up. And
the value of that debt, evaporates in comparison.
Yeah. Correct. So there was a big once-off sort of decline in interest rates since the end of the 1970s to the mid-2000s, right? 2003, 3-4 period. And yes, everyone who was mortgaged in 1980 benefited from that. They also had pretty rapid increases in nominal incomes, right, during the 80s into the 90s recession. So yes, that's true. However, you can look, for example, at the data in the United States coming out at the moment, and you find that in the last, like in the post-COVID housing boom, it's actually the millennials that saw the highest gains in their equity of housing, right? Because the millennials are the more leveraged into housing. Interest rates went down, they refinanced cheaply, and the price went up. Those equity gains, right, sort of leveraged exposure to the housing market was predominantly for millennials, those sort of age 43 to 30 to 43. So every generation, I think, will get some period of their life where they get those sorts of gains. I guess an open question is this: how will the next 15 or 20 years go? Because if we're in a high inflation environment, we'll have higher interest rates, and that might keep nominal prices flat, right? But maybe that means that your income rises quite quickly, right? And so it becomes easier and easier to repay something if you've gotten in. So there's sort of a grain of truth that yes, boomers were exposed to a particular couple of decades where had they bought a house, it got easier and easier. And those, for example, who've bought since 2000, maybe not. But even then, right, I was paying over 9% interest in 2007, right, on an investment mortgage, 9.8 or something. By 2019, you know, it was 4%, right? And you could get a owner-occupied mortgage for 3 point something, right? It was actually relatively cheap to buy in 2018 and 2019 historically. And it wasn't the boomers buying then, right? It was their children's generation.
And they've benefited from that, like you said.
Yeah, exactly. So if let's just say, you know, you bought $1 million house in 2018 or 2019, you borrowed 800,000, so you got 200,000 of your own equity put in there. Now your house is worth 1.5 million. All right, well, your 200,000 equity is now 700,000.
Not a bad investment, huh?
In 5 years. So it's good, right? But that's the nature of leverage, and it's the nature of those periods in the cycle, right? You know, it's not great. It's not great if property prices fall 30%. But we, you know, it's also worth keeping in mind our macroeconomic settings are very tightly linked and tailored to the housing market, right? We try and manage the whole macroeconomy via the price of mortgages. And I do fear that we've been doing this since the early 1990s when we started doing monetary policy. I do fear that there's sort of, what would you call it? What do they call it? Adverse selection. There's a moral hazard issue here, right? Everyone knows, oh yeah, well, I can borrow now at 7% and buy in. And if prices start falling, it doesn't matter because I'm going to get bailed out and my refinance at 3%, right? So I do ponder that idea. Is there a moral hazard because we bail out the macroeconomy via mortgages that people are willing to take on more risk than they otherwise would? Yeah, but it's a bit hard to know how important that effect would be if it's real at all.
But that's why you have to play the game, right? And not hate the rules.
Well, yeah, there's a bit of that, right? There's a bit of that. Like, you know, I've invested in property, and that's just how it is. You know, I actually did. It's funny. I did some research on pricing of property, and I used translations of ancient stone tablets from Mesopotamia, like where Iraq is, right? And these were property trades, you know, carved into stone, and I could sort of get the prices there. And a lot of the price patterns we see today were evident, you know, 3,000 years ago in ancient civilizations. So my point being, property, if you have a private property market, it's going to, you know, be over the long term a good investment to get exposure to the growth of that economy. Right? The property market sort of reflects the growth of the macroeconomy. So that's why people want to own a part of it.
And I guess if you're in the market, amazing. The big issue at the moment, and this is what we're going to close on, is everyone's worried now, as they probably were. I've read the headlines in the papers. We've all seen those reshares on LinkedIn and stuff where it's like, back in the 1950s, housing unaffordability and all the rest of it. So if you are a young person today, you're 18, 19 years old, coming out of university, coming out of high school, getting your first job or whatever it is, and you're reading all this shit, like, I'm not sure what it was like when you was 18, 19. I was 18, 10 years ago. I got into the property market. Like, obviously, times have changed. But, like, what do those people do? And do they get caught up in the jargon that's out there? Or do they buy your book, get educated, and I guess find a way, right? Because it doesn't seem like it's going to get any better anytime soon. And I think a lot of people might just sit on the sidelines and go, oh, well, maybe the market's going to crash, or maybe it's going to get easier in time. And history shows us it doesn't.
Well, it does come and go in periods. So just remember, 2018 and 2019 were very good times to buy houses relative to the 10 years before that. The probably best time before that was around 2000, 2001. So there are periods of time where it's better to buy than other periods of time. So, I have that dilemma now, right? My oldest son's, got another year of high school. And the question is, well, what do I do? Now, my dad made me buy a house when I was 19 in the very cheap suburb. And that was really, it worked out very well, not only for teaching me the responsibility of being a landlord and fixing stuff up and managing tenants and dealing with all the crap that comes with it. But it's better to get in early in a place that you can afford if you want to be investing in property. I think you don't want to just leverage as much as you can into the place that you really want to be. You want to start somewhere else. Start where you can afford. Buy an old house on a big block in a reasonable suburb, and find some quality tenants. I think that is a good strategy. The question really, though, is would I do it today, or would I just save for a couple of years and hang tight? And so this is the $1 million question, right? I think for me personally, I'd wait another couple of years just to see what plays out, and I'd be saving my money in 2025 and 2026. I just think you're going to have such a cash flow cost at the moment, borrowing above 7%, that it's going to stretch any young person on a sort of young person's income to keep that. So look, it depends on your circumstances, but I'll encourage my son to get in. I'll help him out probably in a few years' time, and we'll find a cheap place in a up and coming, outer suburb, and see what happens.
Wait and see. Cameron, mate, that was an awesome session. Really appreciate your time. Where can people find you? I know LinkedIn is where you're found. Do you have Instagram or anything like that?
I'm on Twitter a lot, at Dr. Cameron Murray, Dr. Cameron Murray, and fresheconomicthinking.com is my website where you can put your email in and get my newsletter for free, or pay for the fancy detailed analysis as well. And that's where you'll find me. Please reach out.
Greatly appreciated, mate. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me, Jack.
Legend, man. Thank you. This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDFs beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. Mister, is it Holoubek?
Just Holoubek?
Holoubek.
Yeah, Holoubek.
You ain't no Holoubek girl.
This
mate,
shit is been... Sorry.
It is. No, it's good, mate. Welcome to the podcast.
Thank you.
Last time I heard you, I think you were talking not about property, but about pizza.
The last podcast, yes.
Oh, property and pizza.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Go really
yeah,
well
yeah,
together.
right. It's all about meat lovers and Adelaide real estate.
Margarita for me, very simple.
Is it?
Yeah, you keep it
Margarita.
real simple.
Shout out to Todd Sloan.
Yeah, we
Great
love him.
man.
We love
He's
him.
also from Adelaide.
He is.
Mate, you head up the Adelaide division for Henderson,
It's true.
and you're actually a rapper as well.
How did you find this out?
Well, mate,
You find out everything, don't you?
there was a story recently about what's the fella's name? What's his
That man Scoop.
Fat Man Scoop, yeah.
Fat
and
Man Scoop,
mate,
pass.
R.I.P. Fat Man Scoop. But what people forgot to tell about that story is Holoubek was there. He picked up the mic as Fat Man Scoop fell down.
I was
and
the
just
body
said,
double.
That's right.
Got on, took the shirt off.
I'm ready to go. Mate, funny stories. So, mate, we are going to talk today about the Adelaide property market and in specifics, your story about buying, renovating, flipping, learnings,
yes.
all of the things
Yep.
in between.
Yep.
And there will be a pun or a joke or two that we will chuck in the mix.
We should.
So, mate, let's kick us off. Give us your 30-second story because you are an Adelaide local. You have done a lot of buying, a lot of renovating, a lot of selling. That's what you do for our clients now down there. Scrap the selling part, but a lot of buying and renovating.
Yeah.
So run us through your story, background, how it come about.
Yeah, I started in construction after school.
Similar.
Loved timber work though, right? So when I look back on my career, I go, if I didn't take the pressures of society, I probably would have done carpentry, right?
Dead set.
Would have done it. But you just, when you're into the maths, the sciences, they make you feel like to be successful in life, you got to do something better. You got to go to uni, right? So I went to uni, did engineering.
You went to uni.
I did.
There you go.
3 years.
How was it?
It was okay. Yeah, civil engineering, pumped it out. Did one last year. Just did over the summer breaks.
And it was
Got it done.
And it was good.
Yeah, it was good. Then I went in construction, so you can
Civil
either,
engineering. What is that? For the punters like me who don't know.
civil.
engineer
It
sounds
could be
very-
roads, bridges.
And what is the engineering component of that? Because I used to be in construction as well, but so you were
That's
the
right.
smart people on the site. I had the fluoros
We
on.
were in the office and the aircon.
Exactly,
Yeah,
and
you're
I was out
outside.
there just, going,
Getting it done. You were doing the real work at the end of the day. Like, look at these hands on the camera there.
They're nice hands.
No work in there.
You
They're like-
you actually have an OnlyFans page for your hands. Is that awesome?
It's a niche.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm finding.
It's-
Yeah, untapped for all those people out there. Don't worry about the feet these days. It's all about
It's
the
all
hands.
about the hands. Yeah, you do have nice nails. They're manicured.
Just
So
before
civil
podcast.
engineering, you did that. That's all around making sure that.
You can do design
Yep.
or your on-site management. And so I didn't want to be behind a desk
Mm.
doing the sheer diagrams, bending moment diagrams. I wanted to
Mm.
get out amongst it, speak to people. So got in construction
Yep.
in 2010,
Right.
and I was doing that for 13 years. But then during that time, I got into the renovating as well.
Yeah. So earning decent money in construction, obviously.
Yeah, good money.
When did you
and
buy your
then-
first property?
It was in 2013.
Right.
Got on the renovating bandwagon. This was
Yeah.
two better, 183,
Is that
2013.
when you bought that and started renovating, is that when you thought, fuck, I wish I did carpentry as opposed to civil
Totally,
engineering?
and that's what I'm saying. It was transferable skills. I could have built my own properties.
Because they don't teach you how to tile a bathroom when you're a civil engineer, right? They teach you what the
No, they
square,
work
the square
out how
root
you
of
can work out the slope. That's what they teach you there. So yeah, you can't really apply it too much. But like, there's problem-solving skills and management skills you learn. So I could apply that. But yeah, that first unit that I did, 183, working on like after work, smashing it out, doing it all myself as much as I could, apart from electrical,
right.
plumbing, tiling. Wouldn't do that. You need a license, apparently.
It's frowned upon if you don't have a license.
Yeah, frowned upon. Yeah. So I did that, then sold it for.
You paid 183.
Yeah, sold it for 272.
What'd you spend on the reno?
Oh, geez, because I was doing a lot myself. It would have been like 25k at the time.
And what the difference? So 183 purchase,
Yep.
bit of stamp duty, probably what, 10 grand give or take. You're in for 193, 25 on the reno.
Some holding costs.
What do you see? You're probably in for what,
I think we made about
230, 240?
made about 30k.
In how long?
About like 6 months.
Not bad.
So it took a bit long. It was the first one I ever did.
Good. So you're in. You've made
But
a
I
bit
paid.
of
I
cash.
paid actually someone. It was like 10 grand back in the day to learn this,
Right.
and it's like fucking a lot of money, right? 10
Yeah.
grand.
Learn how to flip.
Learn how to flip. And that's the thing, you got to leverage off people that have already done it. Paid that 10 grand, paid it back straight away on the first flip.
There we go. Who'd you pay?
A guy, local guy.
Oh, right.
Yeah, in Adelaide. Yeah.
So you paid him, he taught you, you told it, bang, in 183, spend, little reno. What did you do?
Investment. Not bad.
It's strong. It's strong.
300%.
What did you spend on the reno? Sorry. What did you fuck, I've lost my train of thought. What was the question I was going to ask? I was going to say,
The course?
No. I need to work out what I was going to say because it was going to be a good question.
I know it would be.
I got cocky for Rocky, you see. That's the issue. I've used all my brain.
You got the beret. It just blinded you.
I was going to say, you said paid this guy for the course, and then I was thinking, okay, you bought it. What did you buy? That's what I was going to ask. And where did you buy it?
2-bedroom unit.
2-bedroom, where?
The suburb was called Northfield.
Northfield. How far from Adelaide?
You'd say it could be like 20 minutes from Adelaide.
Okay.
Yeah.
So relatively close to the city?
Yeah, not
Bought
too
an
bad.
apartment too. Okay, so and then when you...
Single story complex.
Yep.
Yeah, old.
Boutique?
Yeah, old. It was only like 3 in the block.
Three in the block.
Yeah,
That's
3
the
in
Henderson special, that one. So then you rolled out of that, got your cash out. What were the learnings from that first flip that you did?
It was buying well, firstly. You got to buy well. Like, that's where you make the money.
Yeah.
Doing a lot of the stuff myself was tough. Needed to utilize other people, leverage off their time. Because while you work in construction long hours, it was rough going. But the other thing is with Strata, that there was actually a parcel of land at the front of this unit complex. The agent didn't even realize. We're going through the Strata plan. He goes, oh shit, like, oh, you got all this land as well. Oh, good luck to you. So I actually encapsulated that and made a bit of a courtyard.
There we go.
Which is cool. So there's sort of things you can do with
So
Strata.
value add, created value add aside, outside
Put a
of
little,
just renovating.
And a car spot actually at the front. There's a little space there, paved that. It was just dirt. So a little car space at the front. So yeah, some cool stuff you can do.
And then what was next after that? So you bought the first one, 2013, flipped it 6 months later, got a bit of cash.
Yeah. Did it again on another one. And then I thought, let's get
Another
into...
apartment?
Yeah, it was another... Yeah, it was just units at the start because it's just low barrier to entry.
Price,
purchase price, the money I had at the time. And then I got into houses. And so this one at Engle Farm I bought, we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
248 was the purchase.
Is the purchase price.
Was the purchase price. And that one, when I was in the thick of construction, I was working 6 days a week, 10-hour days at least, coming home.
You were showing up to work for 10 hours a day. Engineers, I wouldn't say they work 10 hours a day personally.
It's debatable, yeah. That could be on another podcast.
You show up.
Yeah,
you're in the office. You
bring your
away.
iPad. What I found, you bring the iPad and just run to most places.
That's
so you
right.
look busy.
You're always busy. Don't talk to me. I'm an engineer. I'm busy.
Heaps, like, get the real A0 pieces of paper
Big
and
ones.
roll that up under the arm.
Yep.
When you walk to site.
Hard hat on.
So good.
Yeah. Okay. So you were showing up to work 10
showing
hours a
up
day.
to work in body, but mine was not there. And then I would go to the reno project, smash that out for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
And then go home. Thank God Mum had cooked dinner. Just like live at home as long as you can. Right?
It's the hack.
Yeah, it is. So
And if you can, take 50 or 100 out of your mum and dad's wallet every week and just save for your house deposit as well.
yeah, that's a good tip. Good hack.
You never see that in any of the best ways to save for your next.
Why isn't that in any books?
I don't know.
Could be
It's like if there's 50 on the table that mum's just chucked on the table after coming home from groceries, like pocket that.
That's what you could do back in the day when it was all cash, wasn't it?
100%.
I don't know, Mum, you lost it.
It's like, Mum, I don't know.
Check the pockets in the
That's
washing.
right. I don't know where it is. But then before you know it, you've got your next house deposit.
That easy.
That easy. Ingle
Don't
Farm.
have the avocado, smash avocado, and steal the parents' money.
That's right.
On the counter. Love it. Yeah, so Engle Farm, smashing that out. It was like a 12-month reno project, though.
Yep, so bigger. This is a bigger reno?
Bigger reno, 50K. Turned it from a 3-bedder to a 4-bedder.
Right. Paid
248.
248, spent 50,
248.
so we're in for about 300 plus stamps.
Yes, yeah, stamp duty. Sold that for, it was 354.
Right.
And it was literally, I think it was just over a year when we settled.
Right.
So when it was, and that was 20K profit. It was around that. So a lot of freaking work. A lot of work. Like I was moving walls there, Jack.
So you did a lot of work.
Optimizing
What
the
year
floor
was
space.
this? 2015, 2016, was
Yeah,
it?
2015.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. So you made 20 grand for a year's work. How many hours do you reckon you spent there?
Oh, countless.
Yeah.
Would hate to calculate it.
So you could have earned the same amount of money showing up to engineering, feet on the desk.
Well, I was still earning that money. That was a great thing. This was just a bonus on the side. So it's not terrible. A lot of learnings, but you know, it's just a nice little bonus at the end of the project. Still 20k at that time. It's good.
It's good. Yeah.
You'd love 20k as a bonus.
100%.
Pay as you go
Thanks for coming.
as an employee. So it wasn't too bad.
And then because you were rolling all the capital from the other flips that you did, right?
Yeah,
You
saving
roll
hard,
first
living
one
at
into the next
home.
one, rolling and then you actually come out with your 20k profit plus you get all the cash that you put in
that's
the deal
all,
back out.
including all expenses gone, like net profits, 20k.
That's good.
Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad, but a lot of work. That's what I found. I was like, I cannot keep doing this.
Yeah.
It's getting too much. So then I sort of had to pivot. Still didn't learn my lessons. Still tried to do as much as I could on the tools, getting down and dirty. Have you ever got down and dirty?
Me?
Yeah.
Occasionally.
Yeah.
Both on the tools and off the tools.
For property?
Yeah. Have I got down and dirty? Well, it's a good question. Personally, have I gotten down and dirty on any other properties? To a minimal effect.
Minimal at the moment.
Yeah. Settlers Rest, the wedding venue, I'm down and dirty there.
I've seen you.
I'm in there.
Yeah, I've seen you there.
Thrusting
Yes.
hard. Yeah. Which is good.
Dirt's flying.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, that's cool. Why there? Why do you get down and dirty there?
Because I enjoy it. Well, I haven't really. I have people. If I've renovated, done work to anything else, I've always paid people to do it. It's
Smart.
pain in the ass, you know.
It's a
Where
smart
up
way
there,
to
I
do it.
really. There's a lot of people doing a lot of work up there, but there's things that I can do on the weekends, and I
Because you're
enjoy.
chilling there anyway.
That's it.
So why not get on the shovel
Or the Bobcat.
or the Bobcat? Even better. So that's good. I'm glad we clarified you have got down and dirty, but in certain situations.
That's right.
Great.
Usually after the work's done, I guess.
That's right.
Where did we go from Ingle Farm in 2015 after you sold that, netted out a profit? You haven't lost money yet, which is good.
I've never lost money, fortunately.
There we go.
With any of the
Warren
renos,
Buffett's
which is
number
good.
one rule.
Don't
Never lose money.
Yeah. What's his second rule, by the way?
Don't forget rule number one.
Is that Fight Club? Are we getting confused with Fight Club? Or was Warren Buffett in Fight?
He was in Fight Club.
Yeah, maybe.
94 he turned this week. What a legend.
Jeez. He's
What a
younger
legend.
than my nana. My
Like
nana
you can
just...
see Joel, he's like learning a lot from this chat. It's profound.
Yeah, he's not even listening to it.
So we went from Ingle Farm.
Yes.
You learn a lot from that. It sounds like you didn't actually optimize though and put those learnings to place. Did you do another flip?
Wish I held that, obviously, but we'll talk about that later. And then I just kept doing flips while I was working construction.
Yeah.
As my side hustle.
And
Just
what was the
building up
best?
cash.
What was the best flip that you did in terms of like net numbers, net profit?
There was one recently this year. So Main Road, we would never buy for someone Main Road. It's not a long-term play. This was just a short-term. It fitted the strategy of renovation. So Main Road, busy. It was like 3 lanes either way. 3-story complex.
Yep.
This is on the top floor. To get it, you had to go through 2 flights of stairs in this dingy stairwell.
Yeah.
So not the greatest going for, right? But it was a purchase price of $280.
Right.
So very good buy. And then renovated it. Ended up selling for $520.
Right. Good flip. Time
It
frame?
was the right strategy for it. Oh, it was like a 7-week reno for that one. 6-7 week reno.
Crazy. So that's
And I
interesting.
didn't do anything.
You just said we wouldn't buy this for clients because it's on a main road, 2 flights of stairs, very noisy, I'm
Yep.
assuming.
Yeah.
So
Imagine
you
lugging up
wouldn't-
your shopping. Like people
That's
put
it.
off, and that was some of the
Or
feedback. With
imagine
the furniture, the shop.
poor guy you've ordered click and collect having to lug up your shopping.
Yeah, you won't see it. He'll just leave it at the bottom.
That's right.
Someone steals it.
It's
It's
not
gone.
on. And the reason we wouldn't buy one of those properties long term for a client is because of things like main roads.
Yep.
Right.
The negative
That's
objections
right.
that
They'll
are coming
hold the
up.
long-term growth back of the property, but it sounds like you bought the property at the right price. Like you said before, one of the biggest things with a flip is buying it at the right price.
Yeah, that's right.
What'd you spend on that reno?
Would have been, there was like a whole bunch of junk in there. We had to spend $3,000 alone just to remove all the crap.
Yep.
This was off market, so you couldn't do inspections, just loads of stuff.
Yep.
The reno cost was about 48
Right.
in the end.
So you're in for say 55 total, 280 purchase,
55.
55 total spend. Is that
With-
right? 48 plus 3,000.
48 was including the 3.
Oh, right. So you
3K,
spent 50 grand, say, round it up.
Yep.
And what did you spend on the purchase price?
280.
In for 330 plus stamps on 280 of what? 10 grand, 12
Yes,
grand?
5%. You sort of 5-6%
Yeah.
between that with all strata fees, etc.
Okay. So you probably netted out what, 150, 160?
Yeah, it's about 150 150 and 140, something between there. Yeah,
Very
yeah,
good.
Yeah, you're like,
In
great.
7 weeks
But
too,
like,
right?
And it just shows when you got the right strategy for that particular property. Like, again, I wouldn't hold that long term.
Yeah.
There's minimal growth. And it'd be interesting if the valuer came in to value that, would they have got the 520? Because the comparables weren't quite there, but it just shows when you renovate it well, the emotional attraction pushes up the price.
So that
I love it.
Have you got before and after photos of that?
Yeah.
Let's
definitely.
get that up.
Yeah.
Let's get that up on the Henderson
definitely.
socials.
Yeah, it looks good.
So you obviously have learnt a lot because you just said your most successful flip was the most recent flip. So
Yeah.
from those years, from 2013 to now, 9 years, you've obviously learned a lot. And it's paying off. But we were chatting in the car on the way back from Bondi Beach this morning. We were down there. Mate, chin-ups. You were animal.
You were watching me, were you?
Everyone was watching you. You had no clothes on, which was interesting. And you said that's what they do in Adelaide. You just strip down and...
Yeah,
you're on
we
the
do
bar.
it. Yeah, it's a common thing. So I was just in my element. I forgot where I was, Jack. So.
You were just in the moment. Go on, has anyone got any...
Normally
any
we have
flips?
someone then spotting you as well for chin-ups,
Which
but
is
you don't
not-
do that here.
No, it's weird. I think we need to implement it. So we're driving back from Bondi, and you were just talking about your story, flips, and you said, Jack, one of the things that I've learnt is, I wonder how much money I've essentially left on the table by not holding some of these good assets. Maybe not the last one you flipped, but the other ones where you have renovated, you've added some value, you've sold down, you've had the exit cost, then you've had the re-entry cost. Takes a little while to find your next deal as well, right? Because these flips are not easy to find. So run us through some of those learnings, because you've obviously made some good money out of flipping, but what do you reckon you potentially could have made if you still did the renos but didn't sell them down and held the good assets?
Yeah, and that's right. You got to make sure the property that you're renovating is the right for long-term growth. Because there was one actually, I wrote down this, where that first property I renovated, I sold it for 272, and then 3 years later sold for 2k less. So sometimes, like when the reno's fresh, you can get that higher value, but it just shows not always they're good to hold long term. But you're right. Sometimes the asset, like the Ingle Farm one, if I had held that 248, spent the 50, it'd be worth 700 plus.
So you would have been, and when did you do that one? 2015, was it?
2015, yeah.
So you would have held it now for what, 9 years? You would have been in for would you say it was purchase price was?
Yeah, so 300 plus, a bit over 300k.
Yeah, and now it'd be worth 700.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah, and what'd you sell it for?
At the time it was 354.
350. So it would have doubled in value. So you would have got that instant uplift from the equity that you would have created from the reno.
Yeah.
Of which you probably could have refinanced out, pulled the money out. You probably would have got more out of the equity release than you would have got from selling it, because you wouldn't have had the sales cost.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, exactly.
And you'd be 350 up now from growth, right? Because that's the right asset. Added the instant equity, which is what we do with the accelerator strategy. You buy, you renovate, you get that initial uplift. You get a uplift in your rental yield as well. Then you roll that capital into another property, and then you get the long-term growth off that property, because that's where the real money's made, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like to make 350 off a flip, what would you need to spend? You made 150 off the last one, so it's 3x that, right?
Yeah. So that would have been for that particular property. Yes, I should have held that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't always work like that's not every property I would renovate.
Yeah.
And the other thing we were just talking about is when you sell a property, you got to get back in the market, right? So I've sold that. I'm looking for the next deal. Sometimes it could take someone 6 to 12 months to get back in, and particularly in a hot market, we'd say 10% over 12 months. You've just missed out on that growth. You can be putting your head on the pillow at night, and that property's still working for you.
That's right. It's out there.
Whereas you got to be active on
It's
that.
still
You got to
doing
find the deal.
chin-ups every day.
It's doing the chin-ups. Doesn't need the spotter.
It's growing that summer body in winter.
Constant 24/7. It's
That's
growing.
the thing.
It's working for you. So that was the thing. So if you are looking to renovate more full time, you've got to be on it. You've got to have the next deal flowing. But what I would say is also use other people's money though. Like build the portfolio up initially. You can still do the renovating. That's why I use other people's money when I'm renovating as well.
Yep.
And I've built up the portfolio, and I can do that as well.
Interesting. Let's run through that. So to get you started at the 180. Was it 180 purchase price?
183, yeah.
183. How old were you when you bought the first one?
25.
25.
No, sorry, 23.
So younger person, smaller income, smaller cash deposit, but you got into the marketplace, and essentially that flip would have helped you build your capital, right?
Yeah.
So then you would have had all that capital to roll into the next one.
Yep.
Probably would have had a slightly higher income again. You would have had more capital.
Mm-hmm.
When did you get to a point where it made more sense than to hold a property, say, as opposed to flip a property? Or do you still think that flipping, is
Like
the way
flipping,
to go?
and I'm not saying flipping is bad. Like flipping can be done well, but it's hard. Like if you're starting out, I'm just talking about for the people just saying, well, I want to flip property. They see the fantasy. They do the first one and then they're not back in for another 12 months. Or
Because it's hard to
plus.
find deals, right? People don't
Totally.
get that. Like,
Stock is low.
it's
especially in
hard to
Adelaide.
find. There's a lot of properties you could renovate. Lots.
Yes,
Not a lot of properties you could renovate that'll make money.
for profit. That's
right.
exactly right. So yeah, when we're looking at the accelerators and you're doing the FISO on that, because you're pulling out the equity, you're not taking you don't need the selling costs. Exactly what you're saying. You don't need to take all that into consideration.
Right.
So
You don't
it's-
have capital gains tax payable
capital
when you
gains.
sell. Because if it is an investment, it's not an owner-occupier property. You're selling out within 12 months. You're
Yeah.
paying full freight capital gains.
Yep.
And then you got to get back into the market. Then, like you said, you lose that growth in the market as
Yeah.
well. Where,
Stamp duty again on the new purchase.
That's
All
right.
that sort of stuff.
where if you have a good asset that will grow long term,
Yeah.
really good to be able to hold that,
Yeah.
cash out that equity. That Eagle Farm property is that where the race course is? That's Eagle Farm. Eagle Farm's not in Adelaide, is it?
Yeah. No, that's right.
Where is that?
I don't know.
Pretty sure that's a race course, isn't it?
There's
Or
Morpheville
horses.
Racecourse.
Morpheville. You ever get down and have 50 on the nose of a pony?
No, I'm not a punter down there.
I'm not a punter either. There's a good day at the races. Mate, it's like flipping. You just take a punt.
That's right.
Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. And usually as you get towards the end of the day, you're having bigger bets, 500,
Double down.
1,000, few
Double down.
thousand, just keep going.
That's
You
what
ever
it's
seen
like.
that guy on Instagram actually, where he puts the 5 cents for every follower on
Yes.
the last odds of the day?
I've seen that.
What a pisser. That's essentially how we flip at Henderson. If you lose money on one, you just double down on the next one.
Go harder, buy in at like double the purchase price.
That's right. Double
'Cause
the
that should
reno,
equal
double the
more
purchase
profit.
price. That's right. And hopefully you get it.
You'll get there.
Works for him.
Yeah, you'll get there.
So if you look at the properties that you flipped, what would be the difference in those properties and properties that you'd buy for long-term hold?
Well, like the Ingle Farm, I think that would have been a good long-term hold.
Yeah. What was it about that property outside of retrospectively now looking at how much it's grown? What was good about that property that made you comfortable to want to hold that long term?
Because I made it into a 4-bed, so I optimised the floor plan, and I do that for the accelerators. You're optimising the floor plan so then you could get a better rent.
Yep.
Subdividable land. It was in a cul-de-sac.
Quiet
sort of
street.
Quiet street.
Owner occupiers in that
Yeah, that's
marketplace.
right.
Yep.
So there was a lot of like exit strategies as well. If you want to do, if you knock it down, do a development.
So it was a good asset. Had a lot
It would've
going
been,
for it.
yeah.
Ticked a lot of the boxes that we
Yeah.
would tick for a long term hold. Plus, it had the value add potential.
Yep.
Now compare that to something that you wouldn't hold longer term. I mean, we mentioned that apartment that you just flipped.
Yeah.
Main road, no good. Few flights of stairs, probably no good. Did it have outdoor space?
Nothing. No, it was top floor.
There
So
you go.
even a shared balcony.
Yep. So
This
there's
wasn't
things about
desirable.
that where you're probably not gonna long term have someone want to pay big money for that, year in, year out.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. It'd be typically an investor buying something like that.
So when you look at a flip, what are the main things you're looking at? Obviously, we run feasibilities. That's a numbers point of view. But when you're looking at a flip, what are you looking at first to work out whether it's worth pursuing, whether it's just worth letting go from day dot outside of the numbers?
Yeah, to me, I'll look anywhere really, because you're not looking as many factors. Like say, if it is a unit complex, the strata levy could be a bit higher than normal than I would like, because you're just selling it later on. But if it was a higher strata levy and then someone's got to be able to cash flow that, it makes it a little bit harder.
Yeah.
If it's a bigger group, you don't want it more than 2-story ideally. Ideally ground floor for the downsizers, better for access. Car spot, courtyard is
Yeah.
always good.
What about if you're doing houses? Like what that sounds like apartment.
Yeah,
criteria.
that's
What about
specifically,
houses?
which I've done a lot more of.
Yeah.
So in terms of what am I looking for?
Yeah, for a flip, for a house. Like, what would you look for to go?
Oh, yeah, when you can optimize the floor plan, like
Yeah.
change it from 3-bed to a 4-bed, maybe 1 bath to a 2-bath.
Yeah. So all of a sudden you're
You're-
increasing the criteria of that property, right? Then with comparable
Yeah.
sales, you're not comparing it to 3-bed 1 bath, you're comparing it to 4-bed 2 baths.
Yeah, exactly. You don't really want to be doing an extension if you can help that, because then you're putting into council, there's longer holding costs. So, and it's like you do with a lot of the accelerators, you keep it within the existing floor space.
That's right. So ideally you want
adjust
something
it.
that's got a generous internal size so you
Yeah.
can optimize it, not make it feel cramped
Yeah.
and dysfunctional.
Exactly. You take out a wall, maybe
Yeah.
between the kitchen and living, open plan, nice entertaining space.
So all the things that most owner-occupiers would want when they're buying a property, right? Because when you're flipping
Yeah.
and you renovate a home beautifully, generally you're trying to appeal to that owner-occupier buyer because they're the ones who
Yeah.
pay the premium price.
Yes.
Who bought the apartment that you just sold? Not the name of the person. Like, I know
I could give you addresses and everything if you want.
phone number.
He's renting as a guy. He's renting it out.
Right. So he's an
He's a
investor.
renter,
So
yeah.
he bought it. Investor, going to rent it out. Interesting.
For that
Obviously
one,
not a
but
Henderson
typically, no, that's right. Typically, though, it is the demographic. Interesting enough, is single female.
Right.
Yeah, because they just fall in love with the reno.
Yeah.
So that's what pushes the price up. Because sometimes above the comparables.
That's right. So how did you work the numbers on that most recent flip? So you bought it, good purchase price, obviously.
Yep.
Sounds like it had a lot of shit in it.
Yeah.
Couldn't
heaps.
go to market, so you bought it off market. Minimal to no competition, probably. Probably for most people, they wouldn't walk in there and see the vision. You've obviously done it a million and one
Would've
times.
walked out after they climbed the 2 flights of stairs.
That's right. Yeah.
So
What was your FISO numbers on that originally, and then it obviously
yeah, so
sounds
I
like
had
it
looked at it,
exceeded.
and I would have thought maybe low up to mid 4s.
Right. So pretty substantial difference as to what it ended up
Huge.
selling for.
Huge.
So it's still stacked in the early to mid 4s as well.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you made a few dollars there.
Well, that's
you,
the cream,
you did it
you know.
really quickly, right? So it's not like the market factored into the market grew 5 or 10%.
That's
like
right.
7 weeks.
Yeah. It's like the renos. Typically, I'll do it between 5, 6, 7 weeks.
Yeah.
Around that range. So it's very quick.
And then the market really can't either crash during
Yes.
that time or dramatically
And that's a
increase
great
during
thing
that
when
time.
you get in and out. Yeah, you don't rely on the market, what it's doing. Yes, it's hot at the moment, but sometimes in a flat, or if it's a market going down, you're not as susceptible and influenced by that.
What are some other things that people need to consider with flipping? Because we speak to a lot of people who want to buy and flip, do it as a job, full-time thing. But it's hard, right? It's hard to find deals. It's hard to make actual money, like substantial money, to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, we all see the shows and you fantasize, but what I was saying before, it's really about if you were doing that and you don't have any other property in the background and you're just relying that on your income, you got to make sure you have a pipeline of deals coming up, because as soon as you're out of the market, and as saying like 10%, 15% in Adelaide over a year, that's a lot of money you're missing out on.
That's right. Well, on a $500,000 property,
Huge.
you're talking
At
50 to
least.
80 grand.
800,000, you know,
Bigger dollars.
huge.
So essentially, what your learnings are is before you get into flipping, try and build a foundational portfolio so you've got wealth creation happening regardless if you're flipping or not.
If you get injured or something else happens and you can't make money, at least that's happening in the background.
Yeah. So the portfolio is growing,
Yep.
and then you might have a portion of your wealth or a portion of your serviceability in cash, then rolling in and out of deals. Because
That's it. You can pull it out, investment loan, use that now to buy property.
that's right. And sometimes it's not going to work out, right? Like, you've been fortunate, you've been smart, you've been strategic with the way you did, you've always made money. We know a lot of people, though, who haven't made money. They buy,
Yep.
spend too much, overcapitalize on the reno, misprice it, and they don't make
Yeah.
money. So if that's your 100% strategy, then you're cooked.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
then you go into the next thing with less capital. Whereas if you've got a portion of your wealth in flipping or doing things that's a bit more active, you've still got your foundational properties over here growing in value.
Yep.
If you lose a little bit of money, it's not all bad because you've still got
Still
these
got that
assets
growing.
that
Yeah,
are-
yeah,
that are
exactly.
growing in the market.
Yeah, you find some people just put themselves into so much pain because they'll try and do everything themselves, and it'd be like a year project because they don't understand how the trades and sequencing and the program. I've just speaking to someone like not long ago, and spent a year and made bugger all profit. And then the thing is, because you're so in it, you're not looking at the holistic picture of everything and looking for other deals. Like
That's
maybe
right.
you could have found a deal that a property you could have held that's going to be growing in the background, but you've just been so on the tools, on the hammer, on the paintbrush. You've missed out on that.
Exactly. Yeah, and you've got the experience from your construction background, right? A lot of people don't have that.
Yeah, that helps.
You know, you've seen how to manage a site, how to structure your trades, how things can go wrong.
Yeah.
You obviously know how to scare people as well, walk on site, hard hat on, you know.
Yeah, intimidation factor is probably the best way to get productivity up.
That's right. Yeah. that's exactly how we roll.
I'm pretty intimidating.
That's right, you are,
behind
yeah.
the smile.
There's
when
a
the jacket
ravenous
comes
dog.
off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I saw it down at Bondi this morning.
mm.
Like,
Yeah, sorry about that.
it's dangerous.
Yeah, that
I
won't
was
happen
scared.
again. Won't happen again.
I was scared. Oh, we need to start more of that inside of Henderson, I think. You know, more yelling, more screaming, more like
Helps the
Gordon
culture.
Ramsay.
Helps the culture.
I think it does. You know, like you fuck up a
We
beef
could do
mazza
that instead of
and-
restaurants. Do it on reno projects.
That's
Come
right.
in there and go, what the bloody hell are you doing?
What, see,
Why are you putting this baby blue feature colour up?
That's right. What the fuck is this skirting board? And then throw the skirting at the tradie while he's on his
Get them in
smoko.
between, you know, the sandwich. I'm a shit sandwich. Like, get a piece of skirting either side and go, I'm a shit sandwich.
That's like, I'm a shit sandwich,
Yeah.
tell me. It's true. It works. Mate, write that in the flipping 101. Intimidation right at the top.
Yeah.
Feasibility.
That's the title.
Intimidating, feasibility, and then workflow. Number 3. What's happening in Adelaide at the moment?
I'm glad you asked, Jack. Glad you asked.
Because last time I was there, mate, like Hindley Street is it's hard to escape, isn't it? It's like a magnet. Just pulls you back
It
in.
does. Like, how do I get back here again? It's 4 a.m.
I know.
I should be home.
I know. It's 4 a.m. on a Monday
it's,
too. That's the weird
Look, it's
thing.
getting rejuvenated. I know you're against that. You'd love to keep the character of the strip.
I do I just love character in general.
Yeah.
I love authenticity. And Hindley Street's authenticity
It
is
does.
loose,
Yeah. A
waterhead.
little bit dirty.
They're all there. It's very dirty, but
Yeah,
it's,
yeah.
it's what it's all about, I think.
Yeah, yeah.
Like King's Cross, I think the strip should still be there because it takes you back to a time when things were fun, you know?
Or easier. Times are easier. Yeah, so Adelaide, though, is motoring on. We're still hot. So the last month we did 1.4% growth to bring the quarter to 4%.
Strong.
Very strong, yeah.
Annualised, that
Hi-
looks like what, 15-16% potentially.
Yeah, for houses about 15%. Units done a little bit better actually, just because of affordability. Auction clearance rate, we've been the highest out of all of Australia, 80%.
That's because there's only 3 auctions in Adelaide.
Come on now. Hey, it's true though. Like, and
Auction
I look
clearance rates
back.
are the
I
highest
look
because
back.
there's only 2 auctions.
That's right. But the thing is, if you don't, if one gets passed in, it goes down to 50% then.
That's right. It's true.
So it's a slippery slope.
It is.
But I was never like, the market has changed so much pre-COVID. You were lining up for inspections these days, sometimes.
And what do you reckon?
Like,
What's
get the-
changed that? Because it's still locals,
Stock.
right? It's locals buying. You
And
said that
there are
40%
investors.
less stock now than there was.
The 5-year average, 40%
Down.
less stock down.
So essentially all the buyers that would usually be spread across all of those properties now are spread across 60% of those properties.
Seagull to a chip now, isn't it?
That's
Almost. So yeah, we're lining up.
sandwich.
We're like, bring down the coffee cart from New
Bring the
South Wales.
Henderson. Yeah,
I think
bring
so.
it down. I think we should.
We should have more coffee carts in Adelaide.
I
think.
agree,
There's
100%.
actually an opportunity.
More coffee carts in Adelaide.
Because we're lining up. We're not used to that. We're not
It
used
is
to that.
interesting. But, and things are selling very well.
Yeah. Well, we're still going up. We haven't peaked yet.
What's it look like in the Adelaide market in terms of when you're doing a deal? You go through, you might see something off market, you might see something pre-market, you might be, you know, with all the punters at an on-market property. What's the speed to transaction usually look like? You see something on a Saturday, how quick are you needing to act?
Yeah, and you'll see a lot actually selling before auction.
Right.
A lot of that happening.
So it's very similar to say that the capital markets like your Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne now, like auction campaign, but selling prior.
Yeah, definitely.
What's selling the best down there? We just bought a cracker for a client of ours, Surge.
Oh yes, yeah.
What's that was a
well,
real,
I think like
was it Prospect?
affordability. No, it was Payneham South.
Payneham South, yeah.
So affordability range is still strong, like the sub 600. That's going. Like you even see on the stats, I think that as example, Playford Council went up 20% growth because it's the affordability range.
What's the median there, give or take?
It could be around that price range I just mentioned, around the 600
Yeah.
sub. Like you can get a semi-detached house there, 3-bedder, for 450, but might need some work.
Yeah.
Play for council, depending exactly where you're going. But you got to look out for the good pockets. But yeah, there's a lot of strength still.
What about the rougher areas? Because there are some rougher areas in Adelaide, both north and south of the city.
Yes.
Um,
Probably 25 Ks.
lower
out.
socioeconomic. You know, I see a lot of people talking about those areas. What's happening there? They're gentrifying?
Yeah, they are. They're out, but you've got to be clear on the pockets. Got to look out for housing commission, properties, you know, and you really want someone on the ground inspecting these places, because you walk in the streets and there's a bombed out car. There's trolleys down the alleyway. There's skid marks down on the road.
In the undies as well.
Well, yeah.
Which
That's right. You don't want that.
no, you don't see that.
Yeah, not good for a pill. So you've got to be very careful. You don't rely on just a property manager to do your inspections. You want the buyer's agent.
A lot of that shit
inspecting.
happening, isn't it?
Yeah, but and you can't smell. Like there was one recent, like just smelt. You're not going to get that off a photo.
No, that's right.
You need to be on the ground looking at this stuff.
What are you looking for? Like where do you see the most amount of value now in Adelaide? Suburbs. Let's give the listeners some real gold here. If you
I
had
haven't really.
800 grand, that's just off the cuff. Come on, don't be scared. Just pretend you're down at Bondi again this morning. Pants just you're off. You're on the bar. We're doing it. 1, 2, 3. Sub 800. Say 6 to 800. Adelaide.
6 to 800, yeah.
You want to do an accelerator? You want to renovate? You want to add
Yeah,
some
okay.
value? Where are we?
I like
where are we
western
looking?
suburbs. You're
Western
around. It's
suburbs?
like the SA3 region is Port West.
Right.
let's say,
So
as an
western suburbs is
example.
Adelaide, between Adelaide and the beach.
Yes,
Correct?
But that's the beauty. Like with Adelaide, we're sort of wedged between the hills and the beach, and it sort of just sprawls along.
Adelaide is, for people who haven't been to Adelaide, it's very pretty.
Yeah, thank you.
The men, the women,
Even prettier.
and the place. No, I was
Yeah.
shocked. I ran a marathon in Adelaide only a few months ago, and just by myself. And I ran from Adelaide through, North Adelaide.
Yes,
Went
yeah,
to
yeah.
the running track where you run all the way down. And I think you
Linear
come-
Park. Were you along the River Torrens? Did you run?
Yeah, and I ran all the way down to whatever the beach. The
West Beach.
the North Beach, and then I ran down the beaches.
Yep.
I thought it was
Yeah, it's lovely.
magnificent.
Yeah, it's lovely. So they're quite
And
expensive. those.
yeah, but in relativity,
Of course,
$3.5
yeah, well, that's
million
it.
bucks for a beachfront home, 15 minutes from the city.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not expensive.
That's it. You can see people selling in the eastern states. They sell their home. They've got change left over, and they're buying even better
Crazy.
property asset.
I thought it was incredible because you've still got, it's still a city. Like, we're not talking about a little country bumpkin town.
It used to be a little country town. It felt like.
but you've got everything there.
Yeah.
You've got everything you need in the city. You've got, like you said, the hills. You've got wineries. You've got beautiful hospitality.
Yeah.
Beaches. It's a bit cold.
Sometimes. Yeah.
What do you
It's
do?
okay. You light a fire.
It's cold at Bondi this
You light
morning.
a fire.
That's right.
You
It was
know,
cold
put
at
on
Bondi this morning.
The heater.
But there's a lot going for it, and I think
Yeah.
I think the lifestyle appeal is
There's an affordability factor, and that's what really drove things in Adelaide. But yeah, I would say sort of the Lefevre Peninsula is a good little area because
Right.
you've got a lot of character homes. They need a lot of love, but you're right near the beach.
Yeah.
And then you've got Port Adelaide, that's getting rejuvenated.
Yeah.
Lots happening down there.
you buy something good there for sub 800.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And rent a house.
Yeah.
Renovate?
Yeah. There's one I remember I sent you through.
Yeah, yeah.
It was is in one of the suburbs there. It was like under 700, large blocks, over 700, character home.
Over 700 meters squared, and you're how far from the city?
From the city.
Yeah.
Oh, it'd be like a 20-minute drive
Which
to
is
the
nothing,
city.
right?
Yeah, it's bugger all, but you're right near the beach.
Yeah.
You're a
So
beachside
is
suburb.
that down south, near like Merino?
It's like northwest.
Northwest. So
Yeah,
up.
Merino, like opposite to Merino.
Merino
Yeah.
southwest. You're northwest. Yeah, right.
That's it. Yeah, exactly. So,
Yeah.
there's a lot of opportunities down there because people love character homes
Mm.
as well.
You ever been to what's that island called?
Kangaroo Island?
Mm.
Yeah, I've been there. Yeah,
What do you
remarkable
think?
rocks. I think good
It's
stuff.
nice, isn't it?
Yeah, we went there for a school excursion.
That was a long time ago.
It was. Go down the dune.
I've been there. I went there recently after I ran that 100 miler.
Oh, yeah.
Nice place. Hard to get to. I tried to
Yeah.
hire a helicopter.
And how'd you go?
No good.
Yeah,
Had to
we don't
drive.
have many of those. We're using that to get to the hospitals. We use the helicopters. So,
I said, mate, don't worry about the bloke who's just had a car crash. Like, I want to get to Kangaroo Island. Let's ramp this thing up.
yeah, do they know who you were?
I said, I'm not sure if you know. I've been getting
You should have
coffee for
sent your
Rocky.
TikTok account or something. I think they would have known then.
But yeah, hard to get to.
Yeah.
It's a 3-hour drive or something. 2-hour drive from Adelaide down south on the ferry, cross, then another 2-hour drive to the place
Yeah,
we're going. But very
love
pretty.
to get a bridge over there.
It'd be nice. Or use the submarines, because there's a big thing in Adelaide at the moment. Subs.
Well, that's on the Lefevre Peninsula as well.
Right.
So the outer.
Talk about it. Let's go. The submarines.
Yeah.
What are we
They
doing
got
with
the,
them?
well, that's it's a long-term project, right?
Yeah.
And as you've seen, things have changed already in that. Like, you know, you saw the news how we were going to buy these subs and then we're not buying these subs. So things can change. That's the hard thing. You wouldn't want to buy somewhere based on a 10-year projected project.
That's
right?
interesting.
But it's
So
just
let's talk through that, right? Because a lot of people make investments based on future infrastructure that's not 100% confirmed. There's no shovel in ground. It's a, an idea.
You're speculating at
That's
the end
right.
of the day. I think to me that's just the cream on top.
That's right. That's like doing a reno and someone paying 70 grand more than what
That's
you had
the-
in the FISO.
That's the cream. Yeah, that's right. So you do it based on other factors, but not the future infrastructure.
Right.
If it's that far in advance, because someone else gets into government and then they can it.
They change it.
So don't rely on that.
100%.
For sure.
So sub 800, you're saying the Lefevre Peninsula?
Lefevre Peninsula.
Lefevre.
Yeah, it's a good little spot.
Yep.
Quite like that.
What about 1 to 1.3?
Yeah, you can go further along the coast. The inner ring
Yep.
is always good.
Let's talk through that deal we just did for Surge. 1.2
Yeah, so
something?
Payneham South, that was 4 Ks from the city.
So Payneham South, one of the best suburbs, north of the city.
It's east,
East of
slightly
the
east.
city.
Yeah. It's a blue chip area. This one was corner block over 600 square meters, so it could be a 1 into 2.
Yep. So it has subdivision potential.
Yep. Which we
Granny
love.
flat.
Had the granny flat, which
There's nothing more.
I
we
love a dual occupancy.
I love a granny, man. It's just like
Yes.
the rental income.
Yeah. And that's it. So he's in the process at the moment of advertising that online for
What are we looking at?
$375.
For
But
the granny.
for the granny, I think you'll be able to get a bit more for
And what
that.
are we getting for the house?
The house, he's going to be looking at like 700
So you're looking
So
at
we're gonna
about
get over
1,100 ish
a week.
a week.
Yeah.
On a 1 point,
There's a 1.29.
so 1.3. So you look at what,
Yeah.
4.5% rental yield or something like that.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah. It is.
Few 4Ks from the city, big block of land, development potential
Yeah, a
down
lot
the
of-
track, but
lot of
strong holding
options.
income in the short term.
Yeah, a lot of options. And the granny flat, actually, there was a little shed. She was, the owner was operating a hairdresser from business. So we're going to convert that into the laundry and, yeah, just nice little space as well. So value add.
So good.
But yeah, private access on the side, totally separate from the main house. Separate electrical meter, which is
So it's all set up properly.
all set up properly. Separate gas, water shed.
And you're looking at sub 1.3. So you're getting within a few Ks of the city for that sort of dollar. So in the best suburbs, value up potential as well. Again, good
Yeah.
accelerator asset. How about we go sub 500? Where are we for sub 500 in Adelaide?
So you go further north or south, as they're saying, like the 25 Ks.
Sub 500 at Adelaide used to get you a lot more than it does right now.
Totally. Yeah, it's tough. So it's almost at the point where I would look at, depending on the product you can get, is also look at units, but blue chip.
Blue chip apartments,
units, of course.
small blocks.
Bespoke, yeah. Smaller block,
How many units in a block are we talking max?
like less than 8.
Less than
ideally.
8. So 8 apartments,
Yeah.
good blocks of land, no lifts, gyms, pools, low
Yeah, no
strata.
special levies. You're checking
Yeah.
all that out. Strata costs, like you're looking anywhere from say 500 to maybe 700
A quarter?
a quarter.
Yep.
So it's
pretty
not too
reasonable.
bad. Yeah, compared to.
So you'd probably go closer to the city,
Yeah.
boutique block of apartments, sub 500. How far from the city are we getting in a small block of apartments with that sort of budget?
Well, we're looking at it for a client just recently, and you're like in Prospect area as
And
an
Prospect's one of the
example,
best
and-
suburbs, you know,
and
couple of
yeah,
Ks.
it's good. Yeah, really good suburb. Yeah, not far at all. You're like 5 minutes to the city.
Which is what
On a
we
good
do
run.
in a lot of locations, right? There eventually gets a point where it doesn't make sense to buy a house in that region. You buy an apartment, small block, and use that as your stepping stone
That's
into
right.
that next asset.
Because what you find is these areas further out, they've only popped because of COVID. Since COVID,
That's right.
You actually look at the historical growth.
Well, what did we look at the other day? It was
Well-
Playford, right?
That's right, and it had only done like 1%, under 1% over say 9 years
Per annum.
per annum, but
Under
only because of
inflation.
affordability issues with everything going on. People going, shit, this is cheap, so it's just pulled up the prices going forward, is that going to keep happening? I'm not sure. You know, you can't go at 20% because the 20% growth it did in the last 3 or so years has then pulled the average up to say 8%. So it looks good.
That's right. But when you look
But
at
when
it
you break it down,
it's not good.
Under 1%, and that's not even going up 10%, down 10%. Like
That's
it's
right.
just
It's
flat.
not consistent. So, and that's generally due to the demographic, right? People who live there, they haven't really got strong incomes. They're not, you know, they're not wanting to move through that suburb in a step up to another suburb, which I think is really important. People don't really, they don't factor this in as like the status and the affluence of a suburb is very important. Because often as people start to earn more money, get better jobs, they want their kids to go to better schools, they want to live in a better house, they want to drive better cars. And what you find is these suburbs that are the step ups to the next one, you know, you go through, you know, what would be the suburb that you'd go to before you'd go into, say, a Prospect? So you're looking like the closer you get to the cities, the best.
Yeah.
As you go further out, it's
Yeah, like say the Ingle Farm one, that could have been a good stepping stone for someone.
because that's it, right?
into
Just
the
they
market.
they might start in something, then they move into that next suburb.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you've always got that new buyer pool coming through. They're owner occupiers. They're ambitious.
Yeah, they've increased their income.
That's right, and they continue to increase the price point of that property. We see, I mean, Sydney's more developed than Adelaide, but you see it here all the time. It's in Newcastle, you see it in Melbourne. You know, those suburbs that are that next step up before you get into your more premium suburbs are always the one where there's a higher volume of sales, there's constant owner-occupier movement, which drives good price growth.
Yeah.
So it's very, very interesting. So you're saying sub 500, probably boutique apartment, closer to the city, grow some capital and then get into a
I would
house.
say, and you've actually seen recently units have performed better than houses. And I always talk about what you can't really compare one house with one unit because the price points are different.
That's right.
You could almost get 2 units for the same price as one house, potentially. So people don't think about that, and sometimes you can borrow just that little bit more because the yields are better. So I've gone through that process with a broker and said, if this was the situation with the units, the yield's slightly better, can you borrow slightly more? And you could.
Because
when
your
we looked
rental
at it.
income's more, right?
Because of the rental income.
Increase your servicing. That's very interesting.
And then your net asset base is actually slightly larger than the house.
Because you've got a higher rental yield. That's right.
Yeah.
It's very
It's always
interesting.
something to consider.
What else? Closing words. 8:30, breakfast is on.
In the good words of Fat Man Scoop, if you got $100 bill, put your hands up. You know, it's interesting when I think about that though.
What a close.
What would it be? Because of inflation, right?
Yeah.
It's like $100. You felt like you were rich back
Let's
then.
do it. When did Fat Man Scoop release that song? What's that song called?
You know, in the clubs, everyone wants to put their hands up if they got the greenback.
The greenback. Yeah, well, the greenback now, what's it get you? A carton of beer and a packet of cigarettes. That's really it.
One bag of shopping.
Not even. Depends on what you're putting
Groceries.
in your bag. What are you putting in your bag in shopping for 100?
That's a bit personal. I don't really want to disclose that on this podcast. But what I'm saying is, like, what is it now in the clubs when they're playing that song?
bill.
Is it more like in today's generation? Is like if you've got 100K in an offset account,
Mate,
put
that's
your
the
hands
thing.
up.
Yeah,
Is
here
that
we
the
go.
better?
Mate, potentially. Fat Man Scoop, when did he release this song? You got a $50 bill, put your hands up. Great song.
Yeah.
Because that's the Paralympics.
Because this is important. I think we can pull this together with inflation
100%.
and how that's eroding
Here we go. When did it get released?
your purchasing power.
March 1999. Be Faithful. Is that the song? Be Faithful? Joel, can you confirm whether Be Faithful is...
Joel would know that. I know you would be in the clubs,
Fat Man Scoop.
bump and grind.
Bass drop. Oh. You know that?
That's it.
I'm feeling
That's
it.
it.
You know? Is that the song though?
Should we bring everyone in here and play it? I feel like we just should.
Yeah. Mate, when's the release date? Anyway, let's just say that it is 1999 because I'm searching. Be Faithful. I think that's it. I think
So
Be Faithful
there's an
must be.
inflation calculator you can do.
Let's go. That's it. 1999. Okay, we're released in 1999. Inflation.
Yeah, there's the RBA inflation calculator you can use. I've done it before.
Australia since 1999. What could you buy for? Oh, here we go. The inflation calculator. What could you buy?
Open that one.
What could you buy in 1999?
Yeah.
Mate,
So what are we saying?
Have a guess. $100 in your grocery. So the thing is, a basket of goods and services valued at $100 in calendar year 1999, which is when
He released
Fat
the
Man
song.
Scoop released that song, would get you in calendar year 2023 would cost Cameron.
We're talking, let's say $500. Bit high, was it?
Bit.
Yeah, okay. 300.
Bit high.
Okay, let's pause. We'll cut that, Joel. Let me say that again if you want.
No, let's See, lucky this
Have we
is not-
doubled?
We've doubled.
We doubled.
We're up to $196.46. Total charges, over 25 years it's doubled, which
So
that's at an average annual inflation rate of 2.9%. So you really need $200 bill.
Well, so we need to update this song. They
I
need to
think
be
so.
saying, if you got a $200 bill, put your hands up.
But no one does because there's no such thing. So no one can put their hand
That's
up.
true. And then eventually we're going to become cashless society. So
That's
what do you
right.
say then?
So if you got Apple Pay on your phone, put your hands up.
If you got 1000 on your digital screen, put your hands. I don't like.
It's a hard one to answer.
It's not as cool.
But just an interesting one on that inflation piece. 24 years, it's 2.9% inflation. Do you believe inflation's going away?
No.
Saying, isn't it?
Of course it is.
So let's just assume that over the next 25 years, it does 2.9% per annum. What's going to happen to?
Property.
It's going to double at a minimum, right? Because if our dollar has devalued by half over the 24 years, it's going to double. What usually happens with property? Does it outperform inflation? Good property? It does, unless you're buying into Toowoomba or Townsville, Rocky.
Refer to the TikTok.
That's
for
right.
more.
So, mate, it's an interesting one. But Cam,
Yeah.
it's been a pleasure. It's a good laugh. We always say if you don't laugh, you cry. And if life's not worth living if you're not laughing.
100%. No, it was great to be here,
It's great
Jack.
to- it's
Thanks
great
for
to
having
have
me in
you
this
here.
very intimate setting. On the videos, it looks like a longer table, but we've been playing footsies this whole time under here because we're actually that very close. So
It is nice.
It's been beautiful.
And mate, we'll see you. When are we going to do the next one?
Let's see how this goes, and then we'll put a date in.
God bless. Thanks, Fat Man. This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDFs beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. All right, we're back. Flamingo Property Investing, Jordan Behe. How are you, brother?
Good, bro. How are
Mate,
you?
we got the laptops out today. And it's not for live cams either. We are here to build out property portfolios. And today's episode, what we're going to do is, and actually one step back on that, the reason we're going to do this is because I speak to a lot of people and refer a lot of people across to you who come to us with big grandiose ideas. They want a big portfolio. They've seen people like me and all these other, property people online and that build very large portfolios. And they just think that you can do it. My reiteration to a lot of these people is you can absolutely do it. And to be able to do it, you need the income to support the portfolio and you need the income to be able to support the debt. So what we're going to do is 10 million is a number I hear all the time. I love 10 million assets, 10 million assets. 10 mil sounds great because people think 10 mil net assets, 5% yield gets $500,000 of income. I hear people come to us with $120,000 of earned income and they want $500,000 worth of income. And I hear people that earn $500,000 worth of income that they want $500,000 worth of income. So all across the board, but we hear $10 million of assets. And they want to do it relatively quickly, right? Because I think what a lot of people forget is what 10 million is today is very different in 30 years' time, right? So if you want what $10 million buys you today, but you want it in 30 years, you probably need 30 million of assets because of inflation and all the other stuff. So you're the man who knows finance like the back of his hand. You're the man who knows the servicing numbers, and you're the man who actually sees behind the curtains at everyone's scenarios, what they earn, what they spend, how much they can borrow, and the reality of how many people can actually build a property portfolio that big, right?
Yep.
So we'll start off with 10 mil in gross assets within 10 years. Then we'll start off, then we'll go to 15 years, then we'll go to 20 years.
Okay.
Because, what we know is to be able to grow really quickly, you need to be able to have the capacity to take on debt.
Yep.
So to get to 10 mil of net assets will take you a very, very long time if you can't build a large enough asset base to grow in the marketplace. If you can only hold $1 or $2 million worth of debt, takes a long time for that $1 or $2 million worth of debt to double, triple, and quadruple into a large net asset value.
More than 10 years.
That's right. That's exactly right. So let's start it off. So let's give the context of the scenario. Let's say the individual starts with 200 grand in cash. They've saved up 200 grand worth of cash. That 200 grand worth of cash gets them a 15% deposit on $1 million asset, say with 5% for stamp duty and costs. So they use all their cash and they buy their first $1 million property. Now we're not going to say how much income this person needs. We're just going to work out what they need through the scenario.
Okay.
Obviously with the 200,000 of cash they're starting with, that goes into a property. That property is going to have growth, and that growth is going to allow them to have equity, and that equity they're going to use for deposits. So after their first purchase, all of the funding is going to come from debt.
Okay.
No more cash.
Are we doing this as an individual or a couple?
Um,
What's the more common?
I would say the more common is a couple. And just for context for people, the difference between an individual and a couple, if you're obviously an individual and you earn above 190, you pay a much higher tax rate. So your servicing is different, say.
Yep.
If you had two people on 100 grand a year, you pay less tax than someone on 200 grand a year paying tax, yeah?
Yep.
And that makes a difference, right?
Big difference.
Okay. How much of a difference?
Let's run it.
Let's run it. So just for people who are listening and they didn't get that in the first time that I said it, if you're an individual earning $200,000 a year, your tax rate is going to be higher, which means your net income will be lower than someone earning $100,000 times 2, because they're in a lower tax bracket. And the numbers get worse if you have, $500,000 or $600,000 worth of earned income individually, as opposed to split between a couple of people.
Yeah, let's have a look.
So I've on my laptop, for people who aren't watching and they're listening, I've got our portfolio planning software up. I can't see Jordan's screen, but Jordan, I'm assuming, has some servicing calculators up that he uses to work out people's serviceability with the banks. Again, we're building out a scenario how we get from $0 to $10 million in gross assets, not net assets, gross assets. So we'll be carrying a lot of debt to be able to do that. And we're going to work out how much debt. And we're starting with 200,000 in cash.
Are we going to build some fixed parameters like renting, buying, owner?
Yeah, let's say that these people are rent investors. Let's say they rent in Sydney. So what are they spending on rent? $800 a week, $1,000 a week, something like that.
So let's go 800 a week.
Let's say they have no kids.
Yeah.
Starting young. They're ambitious.
Yeah.
They want to scale fast. They see Jordan's podcast and they go, this bloke knows a thing or two.
All right, so we'll go rent investors, renting in Sydney, 800 a week.
800 a week gets you a nice one to two better.
Cool. And just for simplicity, no debts.
No debts. They ride a Vespa like Perry. They don't have car loans, no credit cards or anything like that. And let's say they're 28 years old, because that's how old I am, and that's what I'm building out in the portfolio plan. So I'm going to say they buy $1 million property to begin with. They go in at an 85% loan to value ratio. They put in a 15% deposit, which is 150 grand, and their stamps on that is about 40. So they're going to use 100% of their cash. And they're buying a property that's got a 7% compound growth rate and a 4.5% rental yield. That's what I'm going to put in. And let's go interest only repayments, assuming they've got the servicing. So we've just gone and loaded up. We've got $850,000 worth of debt, and we've put in $150,000 of our cash. So it's taken our cash to essentially zero by the time we factor in all the other costs associated with buying property. Now it's all equity from this point moving forward. How many properties does it take for us to get to 10 mil gross assets? That's interesting. So
in 10 years, right?
In 10 years, yeah. So just for context, one property at $1 million today, if I fast forward to 2034, growing at 7% per annum, we're looking at about an asset that's worth between 185 and 1.9 million bucks. So we've had 900, give or take, thousand of growth over that 10 years. So if 1 million gets to a gross asset value of under 2 million bucks, how many assets do you reckon we're going to need to buy to get to
today? 5, right? So
yeah,
5.
Give or take, right? We're going to be able to buy 5, but we can't just go and buy 5 because we're only starting with 200,000 worth of cash.
Mm-hmm.
So if I look at my little equity situation here, if we buy one property today at $1 million and it grows at 7%, we're probably not going to have the equity available to do the next one until 2026, 2027.
For a repeat, right?
for
Same
another
$1 million
purchase,
purchase.
right? That's right. Or for another purchase. Because you see here, we start off with 150,000 of equity, which is the cash that we put in. By the time we get to 2026, that $1 million property we paid for is now worth 1.1, and we've got $250,000 worth of equity in the property, which if you leverage up to 80% of 1.1, it's probably not enough equity to pull out of the property to buy another one. It's 880, and we've got 850 of debt, so it's not enough. So we probably need to go to 2027 before we can buy the next one. So this is what people don't understand, right? It takes a long time to be able to build the capital to get the momentum.
Let's take a step back. What about, so assuming renting 800 a week, husband and wife, buying $1 million asset.
Yeah.
We'll plug in 800 a week rental income for like.
Yeah.
So to get that initial loan to buy the first asset at a high level, they would need to be earning approximately, let's run this, assuming like income, if they earn 90 grand each,
Yep.
renting for 800 a week, no other liabilities, and the investment property returns 800 a week.
Yep.
To borrow 850,000, they need about $90,000 each.
All right. So
That's-
we've got 180,000 of income.
Yep.
That
to buy
gets us
property
our,
one.
that gets us our first 850, which means we're capped and we can't buy any more property until we decrease our debt, right? So that's not going to get us to 10 mil, because we know if we only buy one property at $1 million and we take 850 worth of debt and it grows at 7% for the first 10 years, we get to a $1.858 million gross asset value. So we're only a fifth of the way there. So what does it then look like, Mr. Jordan, if we wanted to go buy another property, say, at $1 million, $800 a week of rental income, and all the other things remain the same? We're still only spending $800 a week in rent. I guess the thing that will now change is their incomes, right? Instead of earning $90,000 each, what do we then need to earn to get that second purchase?
Are we putting in any cash, assuming they're
100%
safe?
debt.
100% debt.
Yeah.
So let's
let's
say they
assume that
buy.
we've created the equity.
Yep.
And let's assume that that equity's been created in 2027.
Yep.
So we bought the first one in 2024, or today, say, and nearing 2025, and by 2027 we've then got the equity to buy the next one
Easy.
at 100% debt we're taking on.
So let's say 100% debt on $1 million purchase. So let's say $1,050,000 is what we're aiming to borrow.
Yep. Because $1,050,000 is $1 million purchase price plus $50,000 for costs like stamps and all the rest of it.
Yep. So to get to another $1,050,000 on top, on a like-for-like scenario, they would need to be earning another about 50 grand each on top. So about 140, give or take.
Each. Okay, so let's plug that into our software. So essentially, to get to two $1 million assets, we need to be earning around 140 each. So 280 of combined income. That would then get us to two $1 million assets as a purchase price. That would also allow us to still be renting for $800 a week and have normal living expenses.
Yep.
Copy that. All right, so let me plug that into the game plan software. So we go 2027. If the person starts at 28, they're now 31. They're buying the next property at $1 million. Bang. You do interest only loan or P&I loan?
I've got this at P&I.
P&I. All right. Let's do P, because P&I actually increases your capacity, doesn't it?
Yep.
That's right. So
With
we're
most
borrowing 105% of this property. I'm going to put another one in there. It's a 7% compound growth rate, and you said $800 a week, which is about a 4% rental yield. So in we go, $1 million. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Back to the compass page. Here we go, folks. We are on fire here. We've gotten to a position of $2.1 million in assets. The reason it's at 2.1 million is because we bought the first one in 2024. That's grown. We've then bought the second one in 2027, and we're at 2.157 million to be exact. 10 years, 2034. That gets us now to a $3.38 million market value. So we're 33% of the way there to our gross asset value. Alrighty, now we move on to 2029 to buy our next one, because that's when we're going to have enough equity out of the first two to buy the next asset. Now we're leveraging heavily to do this, right? Because we need to be able to get the equity out of one property to get it into the next one. So, for people who watch a lot of property content online, or they listen to a lot of property content, people often go, oh, well, yeah, but you've got a lot of debt. What's the value of your portfolio? You've got a lot of debt. You've got a lot of debt. The reality is, while you're growing your asset base, you are going to be carrying a lot of debt because you are growing. So the whole idea of having equity sitting in a property that isn't used, if you have the serviceability to use it, is wasteful, in my opinion, because it could be, being reinvested into more assets. So it's very, very normal to carry much higher levels of leverage in your earlier years of investing, not your earlier years of life. Depending on where you start, it's going to be just the earlier years of investing. And then eventually what we'll show you is you get to a point where you no longer need to buy, and then it's just your holding pattern. We call that incubation in our investment life cycle. You go through accumulation to acceleration, which is adding value to the existing assets in the property portfolio. Then you go to incubation, which is a waiting period and letting the market do the heavy lifting. Then you go through consolidation, and then into evolution, which is when you go from growth to cash flow. But I won't confuse people. All right. So Jordan, second property we're on.
Third, right?
Now we're on to the third. We've got the 3.3 million within 10 years. So we're 33% of the way there with 2 properties purchased within the first 3 years of our journey, because we bought the first one in 2024, the second one in 2027. Where do we go to next? Let's assume that $1 million property today is no longer $1 million by the time we get to 2029, which is when we're going to buy the next one, because property values increase. So let me do this. $1 million, I can get the future value of a property, 7% compound growth. What's the future value today? It's 1.4 million. So if $1 million property in 2024, by the time we get to 2029, the same $1 million property is actually worth 1.4 million. So we need to buy higher dollar value properties if we want to buy the same properties, or we're going to have to move into other marketplaces which are more affordable. So third property. Let's say that we stick with the $1 million purchase price today, but it's actually 1.4 in 2029. We also borrow 105% because we're not using any cash, we're using equity.
So 1.4. What stamps on 1.4? About 60, yeah?
Yeah, give or take, depending on the state. Let's say about 60 grand.
All right, so let's just say we want to take on 1.5 debt. To get to that, they need to go from 140 to about 220 each.
220 each. And what are we going from?
140.
So we're going from 140
to
220, which means we need another $80,000 of income each.
Give or take.
Okay, so now we've got a combined income of just under 500 grand. Let's chuck that property in the portfolio, 105%, 7% compound growth, 4% rental yield. And we're going, this is P&I as well, yeah?
Yep.
We're going in. Also, guys, this is all in personal name as well, but whether it's personal name or whether it's trust or company, the underlying premise here is you still need to be able to service the debt regardless of you can maximize your capacity or not. All right, I've put that in the portfolio plan. We've now gotten to property 3. First 2 purchases were $1 million. Second purchase was a $1.4 million purchase, and the reason it's a higher purchase price is because the property that we paid $1 million for in 2024 is no longer worth $1 million in 2029. It's worth 1.4. So here we go. Let's go back to our portfolio plan. Let's pull up what the plan looks like. We're now on 240 of income each, which takes us to just under $500,000. 480 of income.
No, 220 income each.
220 of income each, sorry. 440 of income.
Yep, so 440.
440 of combined income. All right. 2029, the market value now sits at 3.8 million. Our debt sits at 3.5 million. So we're sitting at a 90% loan to value ratio still. Here we go. 2034, 10 years on from when we started, we get to $5.2 million in market value, an equity of 1.9 mil. So we're still only 50% of the way there to a $10 million asset base if we're trying to get there within 10 years. We really then can't buy our next purchase until probably 2032, because we're going to need to let our portfolio grow and allow the equity to be created. So let's assume that we wait we're going to have $260,000 of available equity in 2032, which will take us to an 80% loan to value ratio. So let's say that we don't then buy another property to 2033, because that's really, we're going to have $1.5 million worth of equity then on a $4.8 million property portfolio, which means we're probably going to have around about 600 grand worth of available, 5 to 600 worth of available equity. Well, let's go here, because we're going to have more equity now. So if we wait a few years, that means we can chuck in a higher purchase price. So let's assume that we go to, what did I say, 2032?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that we look at a $1.5 million purchase today, which is $2.2 million by 2032. Now, the reason we're doing the higher purchase prices as opposed to lots of little purchases is because regardless if they're little purchases or they're higher dollar value purchases, at the end of the day, you're carrying the same amount of debt and it doesn't move the needle all that much. So we make less purchases to get to a larger portfolio value in a faster period of time, because let's hypothetically say we had to buy something for $2.2 million. If we're buying $500,000 assets, that's 4 acquisitions we need to make. And shit takes time, right? Like you can't just go out, buy a property, get the next one, get the next one, get the next one. Like it takes time. So that's why we're doing a lower volume worth of assets at a higher purchase price. So again, we're taking on 105% debt because we're borrowing the costs as well. 7% compound growth rate, 4% rental yield. Again, whether it's 4%, 5%, give or take, it's not going to dramatically move the needle all that much in terms of how much income you need. To get to the last purchase, we needed 220 of combined income, or 220 income each, so we need 440 combined income.
Are we increasing the rental income as we increase the purchase price?
Yeah, so my increases inside of the portfolio plan have been 5% per annum rental increases.
And that's modelled in?
That's modelled in.
Okay.
So
I haven't modelled that.
That's okay.
I've kept.
So let's assume that the one that we bought for $1 million in 2024 by 2032 is now, what's that? That is 7 or 8 years. What is that? No, 6 years, 8 years. It is from when we started at 5%. So that's, it's grown by 40%, that income. So now it's gone from being $800 a week now to being, say, $1,100 a week.
All right, let's plug these in.
$1,100 for the first property that we bought. 2027, what's that? That is 5 years. So that's gone up by 25% on a 4%. So that's 800. What's 25%? 800, $200,000 a week now we're getting for the second one. And let's assume that the third one we bought has grown by...
That started at
1.4.
Yep.
At 4%, it's 40 grand per mil. So let's say that one's at $1,150, $1,200 a week.
All right, and the new purchase that we're buying at
4% yield at a $2.2 million acquisition price. And this is also factoring on interest rates remain the same and everything is equal, right?
Yeah. We've also assumed rental expense remains the same.
That's right.
Which is probably unlikely.
That's
right?
unlikely. So we've increased the $800 a week from the first purchase to $1,100.
So let's do that as well.
Yeah, let's assume that they're spending now $1,100 a week in rent.
All right, so we got 3 properties existing, 1,100, 1,000 and 1,150 rental income.
Mm-hmm.
Buying a fourth, 1,650 rental income. 3 sets of existing loans where we borrowed 100% plus costs, about 3.4 mil.
Yep.
Renting for 1,100 a week.
Yep.
And if they want to borrow 2.3 for property number 4, assuming calculations with a bank and not a non-bank lender, they need to increase their income by 120,000 each.
So now they're on 340 of income each.
340 each.
So now they're on about just under 700 grand of combined income, 680.
680.
Still no kids, and they're still living in an $1,100 a week apartment.
Yeah.
Which means they're living modestly.
Yeah.
That takes their total portfolio value to just under 6.8 mil. Total debt to 6 mil.
Total debt would be 2, 3. Yeah, just under 5.7.
Just under 6 mil debt. 6.8 total market value gets our market value in year 10, so 2034, to 7.68 million. So we're still 2.4 million bucks off where we need to be. So let's assume that in year 10, we then go buy another asset, which makes us our $10 million gross asset base. Rental doesn't change on the home at all that we're living in. We're still paying $1,100 a week because it's only 2 years later. but we need to increase the portfolio value from 7.6 million to 10 million, which is a $2.4 million acquisition.
How many years are we in?
That'll take us to 10 years, which is 2034. So what we're trying to illustrate here is if you want to go from $0 to $10 million worth of gross assets, continue to use all equity to fund the purchase after another. So you're leveraging quite hard. You're going to be carrying about $8 million debt by the time we get there. And you're going to have a $10 million asset value within 10 years and about $2 million worth of net equity. What does that number look like from an income point of view? Previous to this last purchase of 2.4 mil, we needed to be on $340,000 of income per person in a couple. So $680,000 combined income. So just under 700 grand, but we need to now add another 2.4 million bucks to the portfolio value. I would be a guessing man and say that their income needs to increase by about 120, 130 each again to be able to get there, because that's what it needed to increase by to get the last $2.4 million acquisition.
2.4, sorry. No. I did 2.2. Yeah, about 135 each. So $475,000 worth of income each.
So 950 of combined income.
Yeah, to borrow 255, which would give them about a 2.4 purchase. Plus a bit of change.
And here we go. Back to the portfolio. We've gone from 0 to 10 mil in gross assets within 10 years, starting in 2024, getting to 2034. We get to a $10,078,000 market value. We're carrying about 80% debt on that, give or take. So about $8 million worth of debt. Was that what it says on your side?
Mine hasn't amortized. Your game plans amortizes the debt, right?
Yeah, I had interest only in it when I first started, but let's assume that was P&I in there.
Right.
Because P&I means you have less serviceability. So let's say you're carrying about $8 million worth of debt on a $10 million total asset value. You need $950,000 worth of income to be able to get there.
Yeah, and you're only renting for $1,100 a week.
That's
no
right.
Car loans, no credit cards. You're living pretty lean for
very
someone.
modestly for someone who's on just under $1 million
yeah.
a year. So I think the good learning from this for the listeners and for my own benefit as well, because when I was younger and didn't understand it, I just thought, it's easy to get these portfolios. But like the reality is, whether you have lower dollar value purchases, higher rental yields, or you have commercial assets, or whatever it is, like the overarching thing is you need a lot of income to carry a lot of debt and have a big portfolio. So trying to scale a portfolio really quickly is a lot of the times a fallacy. It's not true, because most people will tap out 2 or 3 purchases into the journey. But if you have a long time ahead of you, you have time to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Rates might go down, your income will slowly increase over time. That increases your overall capacity. But if you want to go from 0 to hero in a 10-year period, which for a lot of people as well, 10 years is still a long time for people, right? Like fucking 10 years, that's the type of income you need. And you're literally leveraging every bit of equity you have into the next purchase, leveraging into the next purchase, leveraging into the next purchase. 950. Get you $8 million worth of income. You're a rent investor. Now, let's say that by that year, 2034, we go from 0 to 10 mil. We've got, 80% debt. What that looks like then over another 10 years. So let's say we go through that incubation period. We just hold the assets. We don't buy anything else. They grow at 7% per annum. We just cash flow the debt and we don't have to increase our income anymore. All of a sudden what happens is the market value goes from 10,080,000 in 2034 to 19.5 million by 2044. So you've essentially created $9 million of net equity. So now you're worth over 10 million bucks in that period of time. And that's the really powerful piece that I think people miss, is like what happens is you go from having no debt to having lots of debt. And then as long as you can hold that debt, which is attached to assets, it grows, then you've got time on your side to then hold the portfolio. And what you could do by 2044, so you've started in 2024, you've gotten to 2044, it's a 20-year journey, sell down some assets, pay out some debt, either realize the gains and have it in cash or reinvest that money into something else. And that's what then provides you with your cash flow.
What happens in another 10 years?
It's a good question. So we hold the properties then. So we go for a 10-year aggressive acquisition. We then hold for 20 years. And we've seen this shit, right? I'm assuming you see it all the time. Nan and Pop have bought the house back in, the 80s or the 90s, and they've just held the property ever since.
100 grand in Wallara.
That's right. By 2054, your market value, which in 2034 was 10 mil. So By 2054, you've got a market value of $38.3 million. That's growing at a 7% growth rate, which is just above the Australian average. You've got equity of $32.7 million. And the reason it's $32.7 million is because I've done some interest-only loans. But then you've got a lot of cash sitting in your offset account. So you'd be debt-free, you'd have $40 million worth of net assets. Now, $40 million worth of net assets 30 years from now is not $40 million worth of net assets today. So what that looks like at a 2.5% inflation rate, 315. So more than double.
315.
More than double, which essentially means $40 million of net assets in 2054 is the same as $20 million worth of net assets today, which is going to replace your $1 million a year income.
Right.
So that's essentially the methodology that you need to use. Over a 30-year journey, you could replace your current income of, like these people had $950, was it?
Yep.
So about $1 million a year. They build a portfolio. They go from $0 to $10 million in assets and $8 million worth of debt. And they then hold that property for another 20 years, and that goes from 10 to 40. And that 40 then replaces their income of which they started with of the 950. So that's how long it takes, right? It's not an overnight thing. That's a 30-year journey from start to finish to replace the same income that they're on. So whether that's $1 million of income today, or whether that's $100,000 of income today, or whether that's $10 million of income today, the journey remains the same because your access to debt remains relative to your income. So I think, you probably hear this stuff, but people who come to me and they say, I want to have a passive income in 20 years, double what my earned income is today. It's just not reality.
Yeah.
How often do you see people that have a passive income greater than what their earned income is?
Very rarely.
Yeah.
Very rarely.
And most of the time, the people who are in that position usually because they inherited it or something like that.
Yeah. Or they've chosen to essentially slow down on work, or they've exited a business and they're now just doing something, just to kind of get by, or just for fun maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah. But if they're in that aggressive journey stage where they're still climbing that ladder or growing their career, very rarely.
That's right. So that, mate, I think that's an awesome working there. Obviously, the numbers are not going to be relative to everyone, but 30 years is what it takes from when you start to when you are likely going to replace your actual income.
Yeah.
If you work it out you're getting a 5% return on your net asset value.
And
now you can get more than 5%, obviously. You can get higher net yields. You can go into commercial. You can go into other asset classes. But most financial planners, people in the financial sector will tell you a 5% return on whatever capital that you have is a pretty conservative yield amount.
And I would also assume for most people, you wouldn't be able to 5x your income in that period of time, right? Especially from 100 to 500.
That's right. But even for those people, I guess the thing is, because we're starting with a certain amount of cash, unless you're generating a significant amount of free cash flow to be able to save up for your next deposit, which is nearly nobody, you're going to have to wait for the properties to grow to be able to access the equity anyway. So these people 5x their income in 10 years, which some people can do in things like sales and all the rest of it. But that was the bigger unlock for me, and it's probably the big unlock for you, right? Like, we both were in jobs, PAYG jobs, earning a certain amount of money, borrowing money. We got to a capacity issue, and then our incomes now are, probably 20x, maybe 30x what we were earning in earned income jobs.
Yeah, definitely. And I think also going from, say, when you're starting, going from 50 to 250 is very different from going to 100 to 500, right? As that number gets bigger and bigger, percentages really shouldn't apply.
That's right.
I don't know about you, but we don't have that many clients, in all honesty, in a PAYG job earning $500,000 each. And definitely if they were earning $500,000 each, they're not just renting for $1,100 a week, and they usually have a nice car with a decent loan on it.
Yeah.
A couple kids in a bit of private schools.
Yeah, like there's not many young people earning that money, right? Yeah. And that's what I always talk about. The earlier you can start this stuff, the better it is, because you have less life baggage.
Yeah.
When you do have the kids, when you do have potentially the ex-wife or the ex-husband, you've gone through a divorce, you've lost a bit of money, you've got commitments here, there and everywhere, child support and cars and holidays, and it's much harder because the surplus is next to nothing. Like we see, I've got clients who, have mega incomes, but their position is like, what the fuck? How does that happen? But it's because life happens.
Yeah. Life's expensive. Jack.
So the earlier, that's right. The earlier you can start, the easier it is. But don't get caught up in this fallacy where you can have a passive income of 2x your earned income within 10 or 15 years, because it's just not possible, and we've just showed you that.
Yeah. This couple would have done all the right things, right? Focused on the income, low spending, no high unsecured debts, no kids, no private school. So everything to maximize serviceability.
That's right.
And yet it would still take 30 years
to replace their income that they had when they stopped buying property.
Yeah.
Which
it's interesting.
It's interesting. And Frank Raiti is like he's the closest example to me that I've seen it. Like, he went through that corporate ladder, he's bought properties for his whole life, and now he's in a net equity position and he's still carrying debt, but he's in a net equity position where he could sell everything down and actually replace not both incomes, just his income that he was earning in corporate. So there you have it. Live working. What do you reckon, Jordan? What's your takeaways from that?
Maybe I got to reset my goals.
40 mil net assets.
Yeah.
So when you see these people, me included, all the other property people online, 30 million, 50 million, 100 million, whatever it is, just remember that there's no secret. The number one driver of that level of wealth or the level of debt that they're carrying is income. They can have trusts, they can have companies, they can have all the shit. And there are little hacks, but there's nothing that's going to take you from earning 100 grand a year, getting a $10 million portfolio. Like, the income is still relative. And most of these people, what you find is they're business owners.
Yep.
Really strong incomes. They can potentially use different lending options like low doc and no doc loans and structuring, and they can be more creative than the normal PAYG, but you still have to have an income that can afford to service the debt.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I'm glad you brought up that point, because we do often get calls where they've seen something in the news or Daily Mail.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, this guy was a plumber earning 70 grand. He's got $10 million of property. I'm like, is he a plumber today?
That's right.
Usually not, right?
I remember I went over the first time I caught up with Chris Gray. I sat there and I'm like, this motherfucker, he just doesn't look much smarter than me. I was probably on 120 a year in construction, and it was the thing I didn't realize at the time, right? And then as you start to you go through it more and more, you then realize these two things are correlated. You know, the property portfolio doesn't create the wealth.
Yeah.
The wealth is created through the business, which then grows the property portfolio.
Yeah. The business creates the income allows you to leverage, and then that gives you a bigger portfolio.
Right. Where I think a lot of people have this misconstrued, which is like, I buy the properties, which then gets me more properties. That creates the portfolio. Yeah. The properties create the portfolio, but the income creates the portfolio.
Yes.
And then the portfolio generally is born as a badge of honor, right? I'm not shy. I use my portfolio as leverage, and because it shows people proof in the pudding. But don't get it misconstrued that the level of debt and the income are correlated directly.
Absolutely. And we had that chat a couple of weeks ago, right? The bigger your portfolio, sometimes the more stressful it can be with the amount of debt you're carrying. And even if you're earning a decent income, or you'd think you're earning a decent income, sometimes quite painful to hold, right? If you're going through that, what do you call it? Incubation stage.
It's a holding period, right? Where you're, and then you get the doubts too. You're like, fuck, I hope the market keeps doing what it has done. Because you're like, it's costing me a lot to hold these things. And I don't care what anyone says. I've been taking the piss out of a few regional locations on social media recently, and it's all a bit of fun. I guess the underlying messaging from me has always remained the same. If you don't want to take on a lot of risk, don't invest in locations that haven't performed. That's the reality. Lots of people will do well out of it. Jack Henderson doesn't want to touch it. But regardless if you invest in regional and you're getting 5.5%, 6% gross yield, or investing more blue chip, you're getting 3.5%, 4%. Nothing's positively cash flowed at the moment at 105% leverage, because most investors that are scaling are using equity. So you're using debt to fund all of the purchase. So even if you're only 1 or 2% negative on $1 million debt, it's still 10, 15, 20 grand a year, right? Then you times that by 10.
It hurts.
There can be lots coming in.
It hurts.
But there can be just as much going out. So it's fascinating. So there you go. Any closing words, big man? That was good. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, that was good.
There you go.
Yeah.
Stay in school, folks. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDFs beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Flamingo Property Investing, standing with one of Australia's most well-renowned property valuers, Michael Veroli, mate. Welcome.
No, thanks for having me, Jack. I appreciate it, mate.
We were just chatting. You actually have been on the podcast before. It would have been 2021, I reckon. 2020.
I think even older. It was at your place in Bream Street,
That's
mate.
right.
I remember.
That was when we had just Lewis, Sam, myself, and it was during COVID.
Yep.
And we were working from home in our office. And no, our office in Paddington was closed, but we were working from home in Bream Street.
Yeah, and we did the interview. It was on like a dining table and stuff, mate. It was a quick chat. It was good, mate.
Bit of water under the bridge since then.
Mate.
You had your own firm then, didn't you?
Yeah, I had my own valuation firm, and I think you had just gone on your own as well.
We did.
Yeah.
So
I think we're both very fresh in our own.
And now a lot of water under the bridge. What's the team look like now? You were saying 10
10
valuers?
10 of us and a few contractors. Yeah, it just hasn't slowed down.
$1.5 billion in property value this year?
Mate, no, in the last 3 months.
Ah, shit.
Mate, yeah,
sorry.
mate.
$1.5 billion in the last 3 months.
I know.
So what's that work out to be? Roughly, what, $4.5 billion for the year, or give or take?
I have no idea. At the moment, I've lost count. All I know is last 3 months, this financial year coming, it's just been...
Crazy, huh?
It's been crazy.
Let's give people some context. So you're an independent valuer.
That's correct.
You value for individuals, and then you also value for banks.
No.
You don't value for
Don't
banks
touch
yet?
the banks.
Okay, we stay away from the banks?
Stay away from the banks. Low fees, quick turnarounds. I don't want to touch that shit, mate.
Okay. So banks, we don't value for banks, but what you do could be used for banks.
Exactly. So I deal with like your private lenders, your lawyers, accountants. Look, mate, property's a rite of passage. You know, if someone dies, you need a vow, divorce, vow, you need money from a private lender, vow. So
So let's unpack that. So you're an independent valuer. If it was a bank, the bank, you buy a property, generally the bank orders a valuation.
Yes.
Sometimes they're desktops, other times they're people like you and your team. You go out there and you do a full valuation of the property.
Correct.
Give that to the bank, and that's generally what they
Yes.
lend against. You don't go with banks because they don't pay enough money.
Exactly.
You go with people who, like private lenders, for example, or lawyers who are valuing estates.
Exactly.
A lot of divorces, you were saying
Yeah,
recently?
exactly. So look, it also for like your stamp duty, capital gains, superannuation. There's so many purposes you need a valuation for you don't actually realise. People don't realise they need a valuer until you get told you need one.
That's right. And we had a client recently, which you helped out, inheritance.
Yeah.
So in the family, mother passed away. There was an apartment in a really good suburb. There's a few siblings.
Yes.
Some wanted to keep, some wanted to sell. So they had to value the property to work out, well, what is it actually worth?
Yes.
And then that's how they work out what they're going to.
Exactly. So estates, as we mentioned, is quite a big one for me.
So let's talk through some of the most common reasons. Like if someone gets divorced, for example.
Yes.
Let's say Jack Henderson got a divorce. He's got a property portfolio, and we have to work out what that portfolio is worth.
Exactly.
You would come in, value all of the properties, give an asset value for each of them,
And then split it.
And then generally split it. It's usually 80-20 to the wife.
Yes,
right?
yeah, usually it's not like that. It's not like that, usually.
So that's what a valuer does. Let's talk about now, what are the things, like from a valuer's point of view, what are the things that are the criteria or the qualities of a property that generally the things that make a property in a suburb? So let's hypothetically say, we'll use Paddington for an example.
Okay, done.
We're in Paddington. There's a lot of terraces here, a lot of houses. Yep. Most of them are very, very similar. But for some reason, properties sell for 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 million. This one just down the road. Another one sell for $1.5 to $2 million. So let's talk through, if you had a property in Paddington or a property in Brisbane or a property in Adelaide, and it's in a similar suburb, what are the things that will make a property be worth more? And what are the things that will make a property be worth less, for example? We'll start with the most important things. Let's start top of the list. You walk into a property. Here's Michael. He's got his little clipboard with his pen and paper.
But we've got to break it down from there, like even further, because you got to look at it like, who is the buyer? Is it an investor or is it an owner-occupier? If it's an investor, they want it to be perfect. They want it to be all right, beautiful. It's got a good configuration. It's renovated. It's got parking. It's got a decent land size, a garden, and they can rent it out tomorrow. That's what they want. For an owner-occupier, they are looking for their dream home. And generally speaking, maybe an unrenovated, original, shitty terrace is going to sell for more because someone doesn't want to pay, someone will pay a premium for their own renovation.
Isn't that bizarre?
Which it's
we see
crazy.
that a lot, right?
I see it so much where the unrenovated one goes for the more high value than the renovated property because they don't want to buy an existing renovation.
Because they feel bad having to rip that renovation out and replace it.
They'd rather pay a premium and just gut it and make their dream home for what they want.
So when you're valuing a property, you don't just look at the property itself, but you think about who is the future buyer for this property.
Exactly.
What are they likely to want out of an asset in this location? What are the other things? Yeah. What are the other really important things that a valuer will look at? Because the thing that blows my mind, and we get this all the time because we obviously buy a lot of properties, we renovate a lot of properties, and then what we want to do is we want to make sure we get the highest valuation at the other end, right? So we can release all the equity.
And then you do it again, and then again.
But the difference between valuations and different lenders, like we had a valuation recently that was a 40% discrepancy between 4 valuations. The first valuation was $1 million, and the lowest valuation was $1 million, and the highest valuation was 1.4.
Jeez.
Which is crazy. Two of those were desktops, 2 of those were in-persons. The lowest was an in-person and the highest was an in-person. The 2 in the middle were desktop values.
Okay. The desktop values I'll toss away in the bin. You'd have to take a look and see how do they analyse those properties. Do they value it as is? Or is there a development potential, like a highest and best use? Like, can you develop it? Is there a future value? Can you put duplexes? Or can you put semis? So it depends how the valuer valued it and what the bank requested or the client requested it to be valued for.
Right. So how much influence does a bank have on a valuation?
None.
So there isn't.
None. It's the valuer that comes up. We're independent. We're impartial. We can't be biased or seen by favouring either party. We have to be straight down the middle,
right,
and fair.
So how come there is such a great variance sometimes between valuations?
I wouldn't know why there'd be such a variance. Sometimes,
even recently, the one that you did, for example, for our client,
yes, there was a $2.5 million variance.
$2.5 million variance
from memory.
There was absolutely, and they were all in-person valuers.
And the valuers, the common denominator that those valuers had, well, 1, they missed the heritage, and 2, they weren't from the local area. They were just outside. One was Macquarie Park. One was, I don't even know where the other one was from.
Right,
Dural or something. So like the out of area.
They haven't got the context
they
for
don't
the
understand
area.
it. They don't understand the position. They don't understand if the road's a thoroughfare. They don't know. They don't realise. Maybe they didn't realise what the strata levy's worth. There was a special levy associated to it. Sometimes if the valuer doesn't do their due diligence, they're not privy to detrimental circumstances to these properties.
Because often when it's only anyone can go onto realestate.com, go to a certain suburb, put in the sold tab, 3-bedroom houses. And again, there can be a huge variance between property prices, right?
Yes.
Sometimes millions and millions and millions of dollars. But when you actually look at it, you're like, well, this one's only 500 metres away. And this one looks very similar land size. But just the street they're on, for example. Exactly. And this happens more often than not in more affluent locations.
Yes.
But the street that a certain property is on can sometimes make tens of millions of dollars worth of difference if you're in places like the eastern suburbs or places like Toorak and stuff like that. And if you're an out-of-area valuer, it's highly unlikely that you're going to know the intricacies of that market.
Exactly.
What does an owner-occupier buyer pay for a certain property and why?
Exactly. It's a very challenging sort of market to value because streets, as you said, they've got a high end, a medium end, and a low end. If you take a look at Fitzwilliam Road, for example, that's got a high end, low end, medium. Hopetown Avenue in Vaucluse as well. High end where they've got the views of the harbour, then there's a low end when you're closer to the Vaucluse shops and markets where they don't really have that view. You need to really understand these streets and these properties and how they are built.
That's right, because they're not all created equal. Just because it's on the same street doesn't necessarily mean
it means fucking nothing.
It's the same property.
It means nothing. It means nothing. Who cares if it's on the same street? You want to be looking for properties that have got similar attributes.
Interesting. So it could be different streets, could be different land sizes, but it could be a similar view, for example. It could be similar sunlight.
A similar configuration, a similar relationship, just internal, external. It may have a pool, may have a tennis court, it may not. It has to be a like-for-like comparison.
So if you're an average punter, you're an investor right now, pretend you're not Michael Di Veroli and you haven't valued $4.5 billion in properties this year. You want to buy a great investment property, or you're an owner-occupier home for that matter of fact. And you want to buy it because you want to make sure, or let me rephrase that. You want to buy it and you want to make sure that it's going to perform not just the same as the market, it's going to outperform the market. You want a property that ticks all of the boxes. And on top of that, you also want a property that you can add value to. Okay? And let's use some common rules or some common denominators that are common amongst most marketplaces, right?
Yeah.
So let's say houses in Sydney, houses in Brisbane, houses in Melbourne, houses in Adelaide, things that buyers will likely pay a premium for and that will likely make the property outperform across all of those markets. What are they? What are the big things that move the dial when it comes to properties that generally perform well or sell for premium prices?
I'm biased, Bondi Beach.
Bondi Beach.
I'm biased, I'm Bondi Beach. there is no more property. There's no more land there. Okay, it's only going to go up. People
You wouldn't
want
happen
it.
to live in Bondi Beach, would you?
That's why I'm biased. North Bondi, not Bondi Beach North. I'm just on the outskirts there, but I'm a bit biased there. It's a strong suburb.
Right.
Everyone wants to be by the beach. Everyone wants to be by an iconic beach. You go down to Campbell Parade, you got your Thai, Italian, Mexican, Indian. You got everything. You got everything to choose
You're talking
from.
about women or restaurants?
Both. My wife doesn't watch. Anyway, no, but Bondi Beach, it always derives a premium. People want to be in Bondi. And you said on one of your podcasts a very long time ago that you go for the properties where there's 10 people bidding for the auction because in 10 years' time, there's still going to be 10 people bidding.
Likely more, right? Because our population
Exactly.
will be greater.
Exactly. Bondi Beach. That's Bondi Beach for you.
So essentially what you're saying there is the thing that makes the most amount of difference is being in a location that people will always pay a premium for, and there will be an everlasting demand for that location. Okay.
Even though you pay a premium, you'll receive a premium in the
At the
future.
other end, right? And that
Exactly.
premium is likely to be greater at the other end, right?
course.
Because, like I said, population grows, the properties become more scarce.
Look at Victoria Road, for example, that transacted
In
for
Bellevue
what was
Hill?
it? Yeah,
80 million, wasn't
80
it?
mil. Yeah, I went through
Paid,
that.
what did they pay for it? 40? 30 something?
21. Was it 21?
No,
or
it wasn't.
31?
It was, I think they made about 40
can't
million.
remember.
So they paid in the 30s, I'm pretty
No,
sure.
they made 50. They made 50. Something. It was something stupid.
Sickening.
I remember I went through the property.
And they
with
just
the
bought
old
again
owner.
for 43 and a half. So that's the thing. So for people who don't know, Victoria Road, and we're talking in the tens of millions here, and
Yeah,
not everyone
yeah.
can obviously think like that, but Victoria Road is a very, very affluent street in one of the most affluent suburbs in all of Australia, which is Bellevue Hill.
With great size lands, parcel lands, where you get anywhere from 1,000 to 3,000 square meters. It's
Private. It's generally
Estates.
quiet if you're away from the road. 'Cause Victoria Road is actually a pretty busy road, right?
Yeah, because you got the school.
That's right. So that's another interesting thing, right? Victoria Road is a busier road. So if you're using that general rule of thumb, which is like never buy on main roads, never
Yeah.
buy on thoroughghfares,
Yeah.
Victoria Road wouldn't be a road you'd buy on, right? Because it's got a school on the road. It's generally quite busy. It joins two very busy roads, being New
Yes.
South End and Old South End.
Yes.
But it's probably one of the most expensive streets in all of Australia.
For the privacy.
That's right.
For the privacy. There are a lot of them, a lot of battle axes. So like there, it's a long driveway of like 100 meters, and then this grand estate that opens up.
And they have views.
Oh,
if you're on
amazing.
the right side of the road, they face
Exactly.
north towards Manly.
Exactly.
So the big thing that makes the most amount of difference is location. Make sure
Location.
you buy in the right location.
Agree.
Okay, so we tick the location box off. Whether you buy Bondi Beach, whether you buy in, New Farm in Brisbane, or whether you buy in somewhere in Victoria,
Yes.
location is the thing that does the heavy lifting.
Yes.
Once we tick the location box, what's next?
What's next? Well, there's two options you can look at. Two that I look at. The added value. Can you add value to this property?
Right.
So look, a top floor unit in Bondi or in Bar Beach, in Newcastle, wherever. Can you buy the attic space? Can you go up? Can you add more value to the property at a minimal cost?
Right.
That's something that I would also look at when valuing a top floor unit or a ground floor unit.
How about
you
a
get
house?
The courtyard.
How about
now
a house?
with the house?
So if
with
an
the
apartment,
house,
we're looking at things that because people
add
think
value.
apartments are harder to add value to. And the reality is, if you're intelligent,
yes,
there
a
are
house.
smart ways.
Potential for development potential. Can you put semi? Something that you're very good at the moment. Can you knock it down? Can you get 2 Torrens titled semis opposed to strata?
Right.
Can you? And then another thing, if you're an owner occupier, you're looking at the configuration. Are all the bedrooms upstairs and the living dining downstairs?
Mm.
If you've got young kids, you don't want the young kids downstairs and then you're upstairs. Yeah, it's practicality.
Right.
Practicality and a good floor plan is a very important thing.
So we're ticking the location box, and there's a few things on that location box actually, because you need to be right in the macro location, which
Yes.
is your suburb and the region you're in, and then on the micro location, right, it's understanding the little things like what we've spoken about, which is
Yes.
the streets you're on. Are you on the right side of the
Yes.
street? Are you on a street that owner occupiers want to be on, etc., etc. And then when we move down to the actual dwelling type, making sure, and we call it owner-occupier appeal,
Yes.
but it's making sure that it appeals to that owner-occupier demographic, and it has the criteria and the features that they want. Like
Correct.
making sure the kids are on the same floor if it's a double-story home, for example. Like it's got the open plan living out onto the rear yard that is
Yes.
north-facing because it's full of sunlight. And then things where you can add value to that property. Because
Exactly.
again, that's going to increase the value of that asset, and a lot of other properties in that region may not have that.
Exactly.
So it adds to the scarcity element.
Yeah, like can you add a pool to it? Can you add a double garage with internal access, potential for a lift? All those little features that can change your standard property to a luxury property.
Right. And obviously, if you are appealing to the demographic who wants a luxury property, again, you're going to make those kind of
changes.
Buyers pay a premium for the property.
Yeah.
Let's keep going through the list.
Okay.
So we've got the location on the macro and the micro. We need to make sure that the property appeals to owner-occupiers, which is making sure that it has a good floor plan. You've got some value add potential. What are some other things?
Well, condition, but as I mentioned, condition is based upon the client.
Right.
What are they looking for? Are they looking to rent it, or are they looking just to invest straight away and just be able to rent it? So condition is an important factor.
Condition meaning...
The renovation.
Right.
How does the property present?
What, just on that, like, what is the difference between... Let's say that you've got two properties side by side,
Yep.
right next door to each other, same criteria. One has a renovation that's worth $1 million, and one's got a renovation that's only worth $200,000. The valuer doesn't know either of the prices of those renovations, right? They've just got to walk through and look at it. How much of an impact does the price you spend on a reno, if all other things were equal, like floor plan, like land size, like view and all the rest of it, actually make on the property's value from a valuer's point of view?
Why are you renovating the property? That's the question you got to ask. Why? Is it for yourself or is it for resale value?
Could be either.
Could be either. Well, for resale value, I wouldn't do it.
So
But if it's for yourself, I'd be doing it. It depends on the purpose and the situation.
But what would it actually make a difference in the valuation if they aesthetically both look the same, but in one of the bathrooms we've got tiles that are worth $200 a square meter?
It actually would.
Right.
It would make an impact because it's already renovated. You don't have to do any work to it. You can move in. So obviously in that point, it would be more attractive. But as I say, for me and how I value, I tailor it to the client and their needs and their wants.
Right.
And my client may want that unrenovated one because they want to do their own reno and happy to spend $100K more to acquire it.
Interesting.
So it's so hard to say because I know the bank valuers, they come out, they do 10, 15 a day, tick a few boxes value, tick a few boxes value. For me, I engage myself into that property. I engage with that client, create that interpersonal relationship to really understand what they want. So it is so hard to say which will go for more.
Isn't that interesting?
It is so hard to...
And that's the big overarching thing with property is that value is in the eye of the beholder, right? Like what is worth... What a property is worth to you and what a property is worth to me, maybe two completely different things.
Yes.
So having a valuation which is across the board is actually not 100% accurate, which is what you're saying, right? Which is like to a certain person, a property is worth much more than it is to someone else because they may want these things that another person doesn't want.
Exactly.
That's very interesting. And a real life example of this is I've got a property in a certain location that I use. Next door to that property, they're getting divorced and they want to sell it. Now that property next door to mine is worth more to me than any buyer in the marketplace. And I will pay whatever I have to pay to buy it. But they know that.
Exactly.
So obviously I'm going to let that property push to market and do what it needs to do. But it's so interesting because if you had a valuer go through that property and they say market value is Y, well, that's not true because I know that I'd likely pay more for that property than what they're saying because it's worth more to me because I'll have two blocks side by side in a great location as opposed to just one.
Yeah. So one of my statistics, which I really love, is I've completed about 800 valuations for pre-sale from pre-purchase purposes.
Right. So when you say pre-purchase purposes, it's people who come to you and say, Mr. Veroli, I'm about to buy this property. I don't want to overpay. Can you please tell me what it's worth?
Yes. The valuation figures that I've put on to the sale price, there's been a variance of 2%, circa 2%. So I'm fairly accurate when it comes to pinpointing what is this figure. Like, look, there was one in Hillside. I put 36, sold for 36. Ray Street, that went, I think it was 15.16, and I put like 15.2. So we're very, very accurate in that sense over about 700-800 valuations to actually pinpoint.
To be within 2% of the value of something is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I'm very proud of my team and for what we've achieved over the last few years in actually our accuracy with valuations. Right. So when you were saying it's like a personal, how you make it personal with those clients, it depends on the purpose of that valuation. Are they trying to sell their property as part of a development site? Are they trying to It just depends on that individual circumstance that allows us to try pinpoint what we think the fair market value is for their purpose and what the market is dictating.
That's very interesting because obviously the value of the same asset, for example, someone looking at it from an owner-occupier point of view, but then someone also looking as a development point of view, it's worth different amounts to those two buyers.
Developer the less, owner-occupier more.
That's right, because they're buying it for personal reasons. They want to live there. They want to be close to the school and all the rest of it. Developer needs to make a feasibility stack.
Exactly. The profit margins.
What are the detractors? So you walk into a property, we tick all those boxes like you've mentioned. We tick the box that, okay, it's in a great location, it's on a great street, it's got all the boxes ticked from an owner-occupier point of view, we can add some value to it. But then there's things that you go, if it just didn't have X, Y, or Z, this property would be a 10 out of 10. Generally, what are those things, and what do people need to make sure they do to avoid buying properties that have these big detractors?
Due diligence.
Okay, hit me.
Due diligence. Okay, I'm dealing with a lot of matters at the moment, potential court matters, whereby properties have structural defects. The builder's done a shit job.
Interesting.
And that detracts from the value because you've got to reinvest money into this asset. So a property potentially worth $5 million, you've got to sink $1 million in to get it up to standard. Someone will pay $4 million for that. Or probably even less because the waiting cost, the loan, the interest on loan. Do your due diligence, get a building report, get a valuation report, and just ask and go through the contract with a lawyer. Simple as that. Do your fucking due diligence, because you don't want to buy a property that's got a special levy, has got structural issues, and then you're thinking you're moving in, and then you've got to spend all this money to fix water damage.
Very interesting.
That affects value, is the lack of due diligence.
So making sure that you're paying a price for a property that reflects the condition of the property.
Exactly.
If you need to spend 500 grand or $1 million or $100,000 on a property, make sure you build that into what the value of that asset actually is. What about things like, let's say the property is in great condition or in fair condition and you've built that into your price. What are things that generally will make buyers pay less for a property? You know, common ones like main roads, it's noisy, it's dark. But what are some things
Flight path.
Okay, let's talk about that.
Okay, if you're under a flight path, especially if you're in Botany.
Which is common in Sydney. Flight paths are common. In the west of Sydney, certain pockets of the eastern suburbs.
There's flight paths, it's noisy.
Really parts of Brisbane, you know, anywhere where an airport is close to a city will likely have some sort of flight path.
Exactly. So yeah, some people like to avoid the flight paths. That's why you can see in the Botany Mascot area, there's a lot of commercial assets there because that's a
zoning thing, right?
A zoning
where
thing
the council planning goes, okay, well, it's unlikely that John and Sarah are going to want to live under the flight path of an A380, so it's probably best we put an industrial site there. Okay, so things like flight paths, I'm assuming that also, like, what causes that is noise pollution, right? So noise pollution would be the overall thing. Can you hear the main road? Can you hear the train, for example? Can you hear the plane?
Exactly. The car accommodation. You've got a nice car, Jack. Do you want to be living out on the street?
Police took it off me recently, the bastards. Went too fast.
It happens. We're all guilty of that.
I know. So things like garaging.
Do you want to store your car on the street? Or do you want it in a garage?
Watson's Bay, it wasn't a good thing. It was great for marketing.
Great for marketing, but
not
also
so good for the condition of the car.
You got to also consider, you're close to the water, the wind, the salt. It's going to damage the car. It's going to damage the paint. You want a garage. If you've got a luxury car, you've got a nice car, any car, you want a garage. You've got shopping. You want to go undercover to be bringing it inside. Look at the weather. It's torrential outside.
That's right.
You don't want to have to be in the rain.
So how much of an impact from a percentage point of view? Look, again, we're in Sydney. Let's use these Sydney suburbs. Like if you're in a suburb whether it's Bondi, whether it's Paddington, whether it's somewhere in the inner west, same house, same land size, one has garaging, one doesn't. Generally, what can we expect?
$250,000.
On a what purchase price?
I'll say $250,000 on maybe a $4 to $5 million purchase.
So it's pretty substantial.
Yeah.
And then not just the $250,000, but then how many buyers it actually appeals to as well, right?
Exactly.
The one with the garage might be much easier to sell than the one without garaging.
Exactly. It does have internal access. Is it a double or is it a small one where you can fit two little Fiats? It depends. Look, there was one that I was looking at. I'm not going to say where, but there was an offer circa $15 million, but the person who was going to buy it did not realise, and I made the agent aware, they won't be able to fit their Ferrari in the garage because of the gradient. They're not going to be able to fit their G-Wagon in because of the height of the ceiling.
That's right.
You got a luxury property in a prime blue chip position, but the purchaser is going to have to get a new car. Have to get a new car. He doesn't want to do that.
Exactly. You don't want to get rid of the Ferrari, and you want your wife to be able to buy the G-Wagon in there. You know what I'm saying?
Small things you've got to look at.
That's right.
It's the small things you've got to look at.
Panamera.
I know exactly. It's always just get a pushback like me.
So issues with garaging, big detractors, especially in more premium markets where people really care about their cars.
Exactly. Especially in this area.
And then maybe in areas that aren't as premium, but people where they have boats or they have caravans. Like again, it's still very important, right? You need somewhere to be able to park all that shit. Very rarely do you see someone in the eastern suburbs with a Jayco caravan, but
of course.
In other areas, that's very important to people, right?
Hugh Bamford Reserve, that's where all the backpackers go.
That's right.
No, so yeah, the boat. The boats are very premium. Like the jetty, like the depth of the water, what size boat you can have. There's so many impacts. And as well as that, the property, you don't own that jetty and that water line. You rent it from the marine. And that's also another big fucking issue I hate.
Let's talk about Fitzwilliam, because I was actually about to rent a house on Fitzwilliam just recently.
Yep.
It was a waterfront. It had a jetty.
Yep.
How much value does a deep waterfront with a jetty have to a property?
How many people have a boat?
I
don't know. You got a boat. Well, it depends if you got a boat or not.
In a marina.
In a marina, like Hickson Road or something, or
No, it's in the Spit.
the Spit. Okay, gotcha. Just by the bridge.
That's right.
Gotcha.
All right. So all of these things have I guess detracting value, and if
Yes.
they tick these boxes, they obviously add
Yes,
more value.
of course.
Let's talk about things that are not as premium. Let's talk about people who are spending under $1 million on a property.
Of course.
A lot of people at the moment are investing in regional areas, right? They're investing in locations that haven't got a very strong track record, that are, probably a little bit susceptible to the economic
Yes.
environment. Places like Perth, for example, very reliant on one industry, being mining. When it's doing well, doing really well the marketplace. When it's not doing well, we've seen what happens there. And lots of other areas like that. How much of an impact do economic factors have on a property's value? Like, do valuers consider that stuff to go like, I mean, they're valuing a property at a point in time, obviously.
Yes.
But
we can only go by the data and what's happening recently. We don't have a crystal ball and tell you where it's going to go, but we can make a potential forecast, which can be fairly accurate to some degree. No, that brings me back to that one in Varna Street. Remember that one?
Which one?
That I did same-day delivery with the vow that you had for a client in Clovelly.
In Varna.
Street in Clovelly. It was a semi. You could have got it for 2.1.
Yes, yeah.
You could have got it for 2.1, which I thought was a steal, and your client backed out because they thought of the. Sorry, that just reminded me of that.
I remember
one.
that. Yeah,
That's
imagine
worth,
they would have bought
$4
that.
now?
Minimum.
Easy.
Minimum.
Do you see? You can forecast it. You can see where it's going. So, like places
That
like
was a great
Perth.
example, right? So Varna Street's a good street in Clovelly. Not the best street, but it's an okay street.
It's good.
It was an unrenovated semi.
Yes.
Didn't have parking, but you could add parking.
Yes.
The client chose not to buy that property.
The privacy at the back there. That was the.
Which is a very easy fix.
Yeah, just
some nice landscaping. That property, I reckon that'd be worth $4 million now.
Easy.
So probably double.
So like for Perth, I don't know the Perth market. I don't. It's not my area. I don't practice in Western Australia.
Yeah.
But yeah, economical factors. Like if it's pumping, obviously the rents are going to go up and the values are going to go up. But then when it's quiet, it's obviously going to go down. But like properties like that, though, they're quite larger houses and they're also very generous. So you've got the ability to add like a granny flat for a dual income stream as well.
So all those things make an impact.
They all make an impact. They all make an impact.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. What are some things that we haven't considered here with valuations? Some things that maybe you would look at, you would consider that most average punters in the marketplace wouldn't.
Town planning. You just take a look at the zoning and what you're allowed to do. R2, R3, R4. What is it? What's the density? Is what you've got permitted. Is it a heritage item? Is it heritage conservation? Do you have to keep the facade? Fuck, look up on that junction, mate. Like every high rise has kept that the facade of every single property in Bondi Junction because of the heritage. Like, it hasn't made an impact on them because they've just built in a bit more and up. But you got to take that's something I factor in as well. What restrictions are there on the property to add value? Interesting.
Let's change gears. You mentioned Bondi Junction. There's a lot of off the plan apartments. Lots of places like Brisbane City and Melbourne in the Surfers Paradise or the Gold Coast. When we're looking at brand new properties, I'm assuming you valued a lot of off the plan apartments or new apartments.
I avoid them. But yeah, I have. I actually did one in Victoria Road in Bellevue Hill recently.
Slightly different off the plan I'm talking about. But
I know, but your 2-bedders, your 1-bedders and stuff.
But things where, like, I've seen it multiple times where people pay a contract price, 2021 or whatever it is, it finishes this year. Market's in a different place. They expected the property to be worth more. Valuations come in under from the bank. And they have to get someone like you in to try and contest the valuation.
And to settle.
How does that work? Let's talk through that. If people are buying off the plan or they're buying brand new, they are coming up for settlement, and when their property gets valued, its value is less than what they've paid for it. People would come to you for that sort of stuff, I'm assuming.
All the time. I enjoy challenging the bank, and I was challenged them quite a few times, and I've been successful with every single.
So that's probably a thing people don't realise. When you get a valuation done by the bank's valuers, the panel of values that the banks use, if you get a valuation back that you don't necessarily agree with, you don't necessarily have to take that valuation as gospel, right? You can come to someone like you,
Yes.
who isn't on the bank's panel, and you can say, hey, give me the val, which we did for a property in Kensington. Remember that one? The house
Yes,
in
yes.
Kensington?
Oh, yeah, you put that on 40, I think. Yep,
Exactly
I
right.
remember that one, yeah.
The valuer was just out of his mind,
Yes,
saying
they
the
were
property
wrong.
because when you, that's an interesting one. When you buy properties off market for some reason, valuers think that because it's sold off market, the valuation or the value you paid for it is inaccurate because it's not market value, right?
Yes.
We've had this multiple times when you buy something off market and you have to challenge the valuations. So how does that process work? So if someone gets a valuation that they're not happy with or it's under what they thought it was, sometimes you can just go back through the bank and the broker and send comparables. But then if that doesn't work, it'll come to you.
Back to due diligence, Jack. Due diligence.
We want
again.
to challenge the val. We
I know
want
that,
we
but-
want to get an increase. How do we do it?
I know. I'll tell you that in a second because I've got my ways to do it. But let me just say to do fucking diligence. Like no one listens because if you take a look at these off markets, a lot of the time these developers will sell it for a premium.
Right.
Okay. And the contract will reflect a premium, and then there'll be a clause that upon settlement we will refund you 25 grand. We will refund you 40 grand. That's why the valuer needs to do their job and to do their
See, that's
research.
an interesting one. So they'll sell it,
and
they'll
I've seen that multiple times.
So and the reason that developers do that is to then get their square meter rates up of their building, right?
Exactly. So contest it. So what I do is I will. It's off the plan or any valuation that's done that comes conservative. I've had a lot of clients come to me, Mike. They valued my property at 3 million. It's actually worth 3.8. Can you take a look at it? The first thing you need to do is when you get a valuation from the bank, prior to instructing it, request an email that you want a copy of that full report, not the front page, the full report, because you want to see what that valuer is doing. You're already putting them on notice that we don't trust you already. We want to see what you're doing. If I can get a copy of that report, I'll be able to do my due diligence and be able to see what went wrong, what did they miss out on. For what I do, I will value the property at a fair market value, what I think it's honestly worth if you were to put it on the market to sell it tomorrow. You can use that report to then go back to the bank to question them and say, look, this valuation at 3 I think is inaccurate. I've gotten another valuation to assume I'm going to be selling the property tomorrow just to see what a local valuer thinks it's worth.
Yep.
This is what it's got, and then you're in negotiation with the bank and that valuer.
Right. And then it's essentially challenging their valuation versus your valuation.
Which is hard to do. It's hard to do because the valuers, they're proud. They don't want to look like they're incorrect.
They don't want to admit they're wrong, right?
But we're not proving that they're wrong because the valuation is subjective. There's always a range, but it needs to be within an acceptable range, and I will question that.
But we've had multiple times where valuations come in at one price, we've challenged a valuation, and the valuation may not be lifted to what we want it to be lifted to, but it's lifted by a few $100,000 to a level that they didn't value it at originally. So it is worthwhile doing. I had a client
100%.
recently who was actually a mortgage broker himself. He did this himself. He got a valuation back, was post-purchase, so he bought the property 6 months later, got another val. He said there's not a chance the property's only worth this. All these properties have sold around it for this. Where are we at?
Yeah, you just go
And they
in
lifted
polite.
the val by 200 grand.
Yeah, you just go in. Have you considered X, Y, Z? Why haven't you? How have you broken it up? Have you looked at it on a rate per square metre of land, rate per square metre of internal? How did you look at it? How did you come up with your price?
Interesting. And just on that off the plan thing, which is a very interesting one that people I think need to look at and consider, is that often what will happen is when developers sell apartments or they sell anything in a development, the early properties that they sell essentially set the square metre rate for that building.
Yes.
So for example, the first 10 apartments out of 100 complex cells, they all sell for 50,000 a square metre or 30,000 a square, whatever it is. That then gives you a point of contact for what the rest of the building is worth. So a buyer goes in there and the agent goes, well guys, these 10 apartments have sold for X, Y and Z, so these are going to be worth Z. But what can happen is people can pay X dollars for an apartment, and like you just said, in the contract there could be a refund on settlement,
Yes.
so it actually didn't sell for that amount of money.
Exactly.
But they want the perception of the marketplace to think that, so
Yeah.
you think that it's worth more than what it is.
Exactly.
I think a great example of this, and I saw it when it happened, was with Crown.
Oh, yeah.
When Packer bought the double-story apartment for himself
yeah.
at like 60-odd million bucks. And it was just like the perfect example of like setting the square metre rates early in the building, right? It happened in
Yes.
Tower 2 where that
Yep.
apartment sold for 140 million.
Yep.
I'm sure that apartment still hasn't settled yet.
No, probably not.
But every time someone walked into that building, they said, oh, well, this is the building where they sold for $140 million. So everyone thought, wow, these apartments are worth more than what they are. And it happens at different levels,
Yes,
you know,
all the time.
all over
All the
Australia.
time.
So how do people, if they are going to go down that off the plan or the new path, which I advise people not to do, if they do that, how can they make sure that they're not getting stung or they're not getting the wool pulled over their eyes?
Call me.
Call Michael.
Call me. Simple as that. It's simple. It comes back. I've said it 3 times already. Due diligence. Call your valuer. Call a valuer.
To see what it's actually worth.
Yeah. Before you throw all this money down just to find out you fucked up down the end, just do your due diligence. What's a grand to save you from making a bad decision?
That's right, $1,000. Like Chris Gray, who we both know, was a mentor and a good friend of mine.
Yep.
Every property that they purchase, they get an independent valuation
Exactly.
done. So it's not a subjective, like, this is what I think it's worth. This is what an independent valuer thinks it's worth. This is the range. If we buy it within that range,
Insurance policy.
That's what it is. Because anyone can get an independent valuation done, and it essentially is an insurance policy, right?
Exactly.
Because it's like, well, we've paid a valuer. Is it a legal document?
Yeah, it's a legal document, mate.
Right.
I'm only as good as my last val. If I fuck up one, I'm done. Goodbye career. I'll come be asking you for a job.
Saying, all right, yeah, maybe we can employ you here.
Yeah.
I reckon you'd be good.
Didn't
No
have to
shirt
anyway.
on, serving food, this,
Exactly.
that.
I'll be in the ice bath. You have to come get me.
So when we say it's an insurance policy, like let's hypothetically say we get an independent valuation done, and then we sell the property for $1 million less than what the valuation. Is there any comeback on that stuff?
That hasn't happened yet.
But not.
So
I'm
I
assuming
can't.
it's happened in
It's
real,
obviously
not
happened.
with you, but
It's obviously
in the
happened. And those values don't practice anymore.
Right. So it's a bad thing for the value if that
Yeah.
happens.
It's very bad.
Interesting. Okay. Closing words, my friend. Someone's sitting there right now. They're going to auction or they're going to look at properties this weekend. They've listened to everything. They know what we need to make sure we do. And then to make sure the things that we don't get in the property. They know that the valuation is essentially an insurance policy. They know they've got to do their due diligence.
Words of advice. What are the best words of advice?
That's right. Out of the $4.5 billion worth of property, you've probably valued property for some extremely wealthy people. What's the most expensive residential asset you've valued?
I'm not allowed to say. It was really big.
North of 100?
Yeah.
There you go.
It was
not $100, folks. 100 million.
Yeah, over 100 mil. Well over 100 mil. That was a pretty cool fucking property, actually. Anyway, words of advice. Just don't rush into it and speak to the right people to guide you. Not property is a rite of passage. Everyone's going to buy, rent, inherit, sell, invest. Speak to the right people to guide you to make the right decisions. Speak to the right people.
There we go. Legend. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jack.
This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDS beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. We're back! Jordan, welcome, mate.
Thank you, Jeff.
Today we're talking off the plan, house and land, all the beautiful stuff that you've bought a lot of yourself and done extremely well out of, haven't you?
Very well. Wish I did more.
Mate, let's really dive into this today because I'm seeing it more and more through socials. Yeah, I'll do a video, for example, shit canning the off the plan and all the reasons why I don't like it and people should avoid it. And then like the inflow of DMs comes and the comments and people getting in contact. And we had a mutual client recently that had a mixed experience, and that's what's brought up this topic. So let's run through it.
Cool.
From a finance point of view, what a lot of people get sold on with this off the plan shit is you exchange in 2024 and you pay 2024 prices, but you settle in 2027 and you settle at 2027 prices. Like this, the market just always goes in an upward trajectory. What's your experience with that, and what are some of the pitfalls that can unfold with buying something today and settling on it in 2 or 3 years?
From a finance perspective, right?
All encompassing.
All encompassing. Okay. Let's start with finance. So finance-wise, I guess a loan application is usually only valid for 90 days, which then means if you apply for an application today, by the time in that example you buy 2024, settlement 2027, that loan application is going to be absolutely useless, right? So what we would suggest if someone is going to buy something off the plan, you want to get a bit of an idea of what your calculations look like today as a indication, and keyword being indication, because your actual application is not going to happen till sometime in 2027. Now, a lot can obviously change in those 3 years, hopefully for the better in terms of your personal financial position, but sometimes also for the worse. So we have definitely seen scenarios where, based on a personal situation in 2024, they might have made that decision to buy, but if things change all the way up to 2027, they might not have purchased under their new circumstances, but because they've entered into a contract, too bad, too sad. They're going to have to find a way to find finance. Otherwise, they default on the contract and potentially lose their deposit, or even worse. Yeah.
And that's from a finance application point of view. Hypothetically speaking, if you got finance at 2% interest rates and rates are now at 6.5%, chance you may not be able to service a loan, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's say you did your calculations in 2022, if settlement was in 2024, if you had borrowing capacity of $1 million in 2022, you took those assumptions to then buy a property, needed $1 million borrowing. If nothing's changed in your personal situation, external factors, rates going up, you're not going to have enough capacity, which then means in that example, you're probably not going to be able to settle that property.
Exactly. Which I think is out of your control, but probably not attached to the off the plans themselves. That's just finance and the things that can happen in finance. You paid in the mid 3 for something. What was that?
It was high 3s. It was off the plan in Queensland. When I looked at the marketing material, like being based in Sydney, looking at the product you could get for the price point, to me that seemed like a no-brainer. I still haven't been there myself, but like looking at the photos and stuff, it's got like 5-star hotel facilities.
Yeah. Is it FE?
FE, yeah. Distance to the CBD was like quite small.
It's like in the CBD.
In the CBD, yeah. And a lot of stuff happening downstairs. I kind of compared it to maybe, I don't know, like your Darlinghurst, Surrey Hills kind of equivalent.
Yeah.
And when I compared it to what you could get for what that type of product would cost in Sydney, it seemed like good value. So I bought that. That's gone backwards 9 years on. Probably worth less than what it is now. Worth less than what I paid in 2016, I think.
Right.
Yeah.
And what was the commission that you saw on that one?
Oh, that was I think almost close to 10%. Yeah, close to 10%.
So on 380, what you talking, 40 grand or something?
40 grand, give or take. Yeah.
That's wild, huh?
Yeah.
So and this is the stuff that most people don't realize. You know, like FIFA people have an issue. A lot of people, I should say, have an issue with fee for service, which is like, you pay me and I'll get you a great outcome. They're like, oh, I'm not paying you that. Then they go and speak to these off the plan people who, you know, come across as they're trying to help you. Lots of companies out there do this. It's a much lower ticket price. They'll get you in on whatever, a membership or a, you know, application or a mortgage health check or some fucking horse shit. That's their front end product. Then you get into the system and they go, I've come up with an idea. If you've seen The Wolf of Wall Street, where he's like sitting at the table with people and he just says, we'll keep them on the Ferris wheel. I got another idea, a beautiful idea. That's what they do. And then all of a sudden they go, hey, since you're paying your mortgage down fast now, or since you're, you know, saving some money on tax, whatever the fuck it is, you should now start investing. You've got some good equity in your property, your owner occupier property, that generally is the one that you bought with the smarts of, I want to live there, so it's going to be something good. Then you get pushed into these off the plan shitholes, and you feel like it's free. You feel like, oh, I'm not paying anything. They sell you this big dream, buy today, settle tomorrow's prices, make some money in the short term, maybe not even put in any of your own cash, because that's a big spiel. They go, if you spend $1 million on it today, you put your little 5% or 10% deposit down, 1.3 it settles at in 4 years time. The 300 of uplift, you can then settle the property with that equity. How often have you seen that happen? Out of 100 times, percentage.
Maybe 5.
There you go.
5, yeah.
And generally, what were those ones? Really good properties?
5% as
like would they
overall.
be? But the ones that settled with the equity, they're not like your standard cookie cutter set and forget off the plans, right? I'm assuming they're good. They're good new build stock, which you're paying good money for.
Yeah, decent stuff. Yeah. So I think
like the difference is, let's talk about the Surface Paradise. buying high density cookie cutter apartment versus buying, say, Greyer's product up there where you're buying a full floor or half floor apartment and spending a couple of $1 million on it?
We've had scenarios. Again, I'm not too sure. I'm assuming a lot of it might be market movement, but we had this one building we did a lot of work in Surfers Paradise. They would have paid like in the 6s, and they're probably, when they settled, they would have been in the 8s, and then now in the like low 1s.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that's probably a very good news story out of this off the plan type of stuff.
Yeah.
We've also had a project we did out in Western Sydney near Campbelltown Way. Same thing, kind of bought in the 5s, 6s, and they've gone all the way up close to $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
The best off the plan story that I've had was I had a client buy in Bondi Beach off the plan.
Ah,
He paid
blue chip.
I think it was on Campbell Parade. I think he
The
paid.
Pacific building?
I'm not too sure.
How
It was
long
in
ago?
my early days in finance. I didn't know much about
Pacific building, I would say.
Yeah, he paid in the 800s, and then at settlement it had close to doubled. And I think that was when I was still working at the bank, and I remember, I think that's the good news story that I worked on for a client, and that's also what gave me the push to then go and buy my first off the plan.
But what you didn't realise was,
unfortunately, mine didn't double.
the reason that doubled is because it was in Bondi Beach. Probably had ocean views and was a couple of footsteps away from the
Yeah, so, and this guy, it was a really good news story because he had just migrated from Australia. I think it was from South Africa. He put down a deposit before he kind of got into the country, and then by the time he settled, he pulled out cash. And I'm like, man, I could just
Dude,
do this a few times. And
how does no one know about this?
yeah.
But what I heard there is 5% good news story, 95% not good news story.
Not so good.
Yeah, right. So the majority of these things don't do as well as people planned. So yeah, what I was saying was the issue is people then feel like they're getting it for free, right? It's like, oh, we'll put you into this stock, your investment property. But instead of them paying for a fee for service, they're then getting a $50,000 or $60,000 or $70,000 potentially commission check that's they're paying for in the purchase price of the property, but they just don't see it transact behind closed doors because you pay the developer $600 or $700, the developer then pays 60 or 70 out of that to go to whoever it's going to, and the people who have sold you into it. What are the other things people should be curious about? You know, like let's use this mutual client of ours that we both know the story about. Like, if we look at that situation, how could someone similar to that make sure that they don't fall into a similar trap? Because we were just chatting and it was like, I can't believe this happens to people. You know, it's like, how do people sleep at night?
Yeah.
I've heard of some crazy stories around, developers saying that penthouses have sold in buildings, or certain apartments have sold
For X amount when it didn't.
Yeah, or when it potentially did sell for that amount, but then there was like refunds that went around behind closed doors, and all of a sudden, because X apartment sells for $20 million, that then sets a square meter rate in the building, and all of a sudden now everyone thinks, and then that's what the agents go, well, this sold for this. If you work it out square meter rate, you're only paying 2 for yours, or 600,000, whatever the number is relative. That's cheap, and it's like, is it really cheap? I think there was an example of that in the Crown, to be honest, like in the Crown building, like one of the first sales was James Packer's twin floor apartment, $60 million, right? Just happens to be that James Packer was also the owner of Crown, and all of a sudden that set the square meter rate and set the precedence from the building, right? To give the building momentum, it got in the headlines, and all of a sudden everyone else thought, well, if he paid that for it, that must be what it's worth. So there's a lot of manipulation and stuff that can happen in those kinds of projects at all different levels that I think people need to be conscious of. Because like you said, the only thing that really matters is if you put it on the market tomorrow, what will it sell for?
Correct.
Not what does it look like things are selling for. What are some other things? Like there's obviously a lot of this off the plan stuff. They have their own finance brokers internally. They have their own conveyancers internally. They have their whole team of people, and you're just sort of in an ecosystem where they're all feeding you the same information because it's all in their best interest. Let's talk through finance. We're talking about a few things offline before around finance and why they do certain things. For example, we used there was a chatter around if it was a normal broker and you're going to buy a property, most likely they would say, hey, use your cash that you've got sitting there, decrease your non-deductible debt, and let's redraw it back out and do a debt recycling strategy. But potentially if you go down an off-the-plan route and they want you to commit to a purchase today, to go and do a refi, it takes 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks, to commit and put your cash down today takes 2 seconds, right? So,
Yeah.
what are some of the things people need to be careful of there?
So, I guess you want to make sure, again, from what I kind of said at the start with regards to getting an indication that because you're committing to contracts where you don't need to get finance potentially for quite a while, you want to kind of assume you're going for finance today. And if the question is, if you are going for finance today, would you be able to get it? So I guess that mutual client that we were talking about, like if you've got $1 million borrowing capacity, you wouldn't go out today to an auction to buy a $2 million property because you just wouldn't be able to get finance, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of the time we have seen if you've got $1 million borrowing capacity today, someone could go out there and buy 2-3 off the plan properties and then potentially buy 1.5-2 mil worth of property, but then the actual problem doesn't actually occur 2-3 years down the track. So that, I think, from a finance perspective is key. And you want to make sure you've got all that information done and calculations done correctly, and you probably want to get maybe a second opinion to ensure you aren't putting yourself in a position where, if no other external factors change, like the rate thing we spoke about, that in 2-3 years time you are going to be able to settle those properties and not put yourself into a difficult position to decide how you're going to exit one or two of those contracts.
And what about like the structuring piece, right? Like just simple things like debt recycling, which is very, very common, and a lot of people would know about it. Brokers 90% of the time would also know that it's best practice for the majority of people, especially high income earners. But then when you get advice that maybe sounds different to what you think should happen,
question it.
Yeah, like you should always question it, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a good chance that it's potentially not in your best interest, it's in someone else's best interest.
Yeah. So I guess in context outside of off the plan, same thing would kind of apply. Like let's say you've got cash in your offset account, offsetting your owner occupied debt, and you then wanted to go buy an investment property on the weekend and you didn't have enough time to get your finances and stuff in order. What most people would probably do is try to push back that purchase unless it was a dream property or something that ticked all the boxes, and then they would be a bit more prepared, right? So same kind of rules kind of apply. So like if you're buying property, regardless if it's existing off the plan, you want to make sure you've given yourself enough adequate time to put the right structures in place. You're not rushing last minute to then potentially sacrifice the right structure to be able to commit to a contract. Again, in that mutual client example, if they don't have time to pay the deposits as required based on the deadlines that they've been provided, then they either have to take the cash out of their owner occupied offset to pay it down, and then try to fix it up later is I guess what she was told.
Which, you know, may not be possible, right? Because there's no equity to pull out of that property to be able to fix it up.
May not be possible.
Interesting. What other things have you seen either go well or go badly in that space? Because you've done a lot of work in that space for many years.
Majority of the stuff we've seen done well has been house and land packages kind of in good areas, like not super regional and things like that. So we've seen a lot of that stuff done well. Like
your things like Marsden Park and Oran Park and
they've done extremely well, right? Yeah.
Because it's in good parts of Sydney where there is still a scarcity of land to an extent in Sydney.
Yeah.
And there's a huge amount of demand there for that kind of product.
Yeah, so like we've seen clients buy house and land in Marsden Park for like 600, and then now it's worth like what, 1.2, 1.3.
Same as places like Kellyville, Rouse Hill, like all those places.
Yeah, those are, I guess, good examples of good news stories.
Yeah, but that's premium land.
Yeah,
where there's a massive demand for that kind of stock.
Yeah, and I think talking about that stuff, I've actually got a funny story. I've got a client that he had a friend that had done really well in Marsden Park. And I guess similar to me, talking to my client that bought in Bondi, I'm like, all right, this is what I'm going to do. So what this guy did was he had enough deposit probably realistically to buy one, but he had found a land developer that was willing to take a much smaller deposit. I think it was like a 10 or 15 grand holding deposit. Right. So he went and bought 3. And he assumed in that period,
this guy, he's got big balls.
Leading up to settlement, he would be able to save the difference to get to 5-10% deposit plus LMI plus stamps and all of that stuff. Unfortunately for him, that didn't really happen, and then he had to actually sell all of those at a loss when settlement had occurred.
Right, because they didn't grow in value in that
time. It didn't grow in value. And then when he actually then sold, and then a couple of years later, those properties, whoever actually bought them and then got them off the ground, they did really well over that. But I guess this guy maybe a little bit too greedy. Instead of buying one and putting himself in a position where he could get finance, he was like forecasting what his income would be, forecasting what his deposit would be.
The old forecast, huh?
Yeah. It's like, oh, my income's going to double in X amount of years, my savings will triple in X amount of years. So instead of buying one, I'm going to buy three. Good on him, because I guess if it worked out well and he was able to hold it.
When you take big punts, huh? They either pay off or they don't. Unfortunate for him. Has he bought any more property, that guy? Or girl?
No, he hasn't. I don't think he has. No.
Burnt.
Yeah, I don't think he has.
He's upset. It's a very, very interesting space, and you know, my despise from off the plan doesn't come because I have a vested interest in telling people not to buy it. It's because I've seen firsthand. Like my family went through it. My mum and dad bought the off the plan apartment in the Sunshine Coast, sold it 11 years later for less than what they paid for it. They bought the house and land package in Truganina in Melbourne, and you know, just broke even on it when they sold X amount of years later. Like, I've seen firsthand what happens, and then you also hear all of the stories, right? Sure, you hear the positives, you hear the Box Hills and the Marsden Parks and the Rouse Hills, and you know, you hear the experts on my comments on my socials going, "Oh, what about this? I bought it for Y, it's now worth X." But it's like the 95% makes up the majority of those stories where they bought the apartment, it's worth less. They've got massive strata issues. They've got building, you know, defects that are, you know, astronomical, and like it wrecks people's financial future. And it's like, if you've got the capacity, this person that we're talking about had a capacity to go and spend a few $1 million on really, really good quality assets. And all you need to do is look at history to go, well, what's performed, what hasn't performed. There's really good examples of established properties not performing as well. You buy in the wrong locations, go buy something in Mackay, go buy something in Townsville, go buy something in, you know, majority of Perth up until only recently. It's been very flat. So that's an example of established property not doing well as well. But if you're just buying good quality locations that have a really strong track record of consistent performance, you have a much higher probability of making money than not making money.
Yeah, and I think you make a good point. And I then would probably say then on that, then from an off the plan perspective or existing, your view would be if you buy in a good area, it doesn't matter then is it off the plan or existing in your opinion? Yeah, well, what matters is not just the area, but then it's the asset type in that area, right? You buy an off the plan apartment in somewhere like Rouse Hill. Yeah. Apartments in Rouse Hill, I guarantee have done nowhere near as well as houses. Yeah. Fortitude Valley, FV. Yeah. You bought an apartment in Fortitude Valley, guarantee it's done nothing, gone backwards. You buy a house there, slightly different. So it's more market dependent. Bondi, 90% of people in Bondi live in houses, live in apartments, sorry. So it's okay to buy an apartment there. So it's not just about the location, it's about buying an asset that is specific to that location. So in that example, if you bought in Rouse Hill, existing house versus a house and land package? Existing would do better for sure. Right. Yeah, because the older houses in those locations are on bigger blocks of land. They're generally bigger houses. They are a little bit more unique. Where look at the new stuff now, the land's probably a third of the size. Yeah. Average block in Rouse Hill before all these new, you know, whether it's Rouse Hill or the suburbs surrounding it, like all the established Castle Hill. Yep. You know, what's more expensive, Castle Hill or Rouse Hill? Castle Hill. Of course. What's more expensive, Rouse Hill or Kellyville? Rouse Hill. Like, it's because as they get further out, the blocks get smaller, the houses get the same. So if you had the choice and budget was no option, what would you buy? Of course you're going to buy established. Like, there's no argument. And that just, the closer you get to the city, what's better, Castle Hill or Dural? Dural. What's better? And then you just, it's always like, that's the funny thing I always think. If people had an unlimited budget and you said, where would you want to buy? You reckon any of the people that buy in any of these places? Of course not. It's like, where would you buy? You'd buy in Toorak if you're in Victoria. You'd buy in Point Piper, and you'd buy in New Farm in Brisbane. Like, you'd buy in the best areas that you could because you don't have any budget constraints. Now, people don't have that luxury. They have budget constraints, but it's still the same mentality. What is the best area I can buy for my money? Where I think the biggest issue is people go into all these transactions, which is how can I make the most amount of money in the shortest period of time? And what happens, generally speaking, when people do that? 1% of people do well. Yeah. 99% of people fail. And if everyone knew how to make money and off the plan was the panacea, then why is everyone not rich? Because most people, like most investors, go down that path. Like, what is it like? How many investors are in? I think it's about 2 million investors in Australia. Most of those people would have bought shit properties. I guarantee it. Because I speak to such a high volume of these people, and so I see a decent sample size. Yeah. There's so many of the horror stories. I bought this thing. My accountant recommended me this. Blah, 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 blah. Very few people come to me and go, hey, I've got
6 properties that are all blue chip and I've made 10 million bucks.
Yeah.
People only come and speak to me when they've fucked it up, you know, or they don't want to fuck it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's also interesting, like the other thing is I did a video the other day on the life cycle of a property investor, right? And it's, you see it more and more and more with social media, which is like people that got 80 properties or 90 properties or 50 properties. And I look at these guys and I'm like, they're all residential properties. Couldn't imagine the headaches they have for starters, because you got 50 tenants, 100 tenants, whatever it is. But then like even the yields, you see these people, they buy in 6% yield, 7% gross rental yield. Most of the properties would be 100% debt because they're 105% debt because they're borrowing equity and costs from another property to go buy it. So even at a 6, 7, 8% gross rental yield, they're still not positively cash flowed. And then the land tax bills would be astronomical. The maintenance and repairs on all those things would be astronomical. Your insurance and all that shit is just crazy. But like, it's like a badge of honor people wear, and it's like that is not intelligence. Like there's a certain point where you get to a portfolio size where you go, residential just does not make any more sense. I believe that residential is used for leverage. Put 100,000 in, you get a first $1 million property. That $1 million goes to 1.5. You've turned your 100 into 500 worth of capital. You roll that 500 into another property, and eventually get to a point where you have 2, 3, 4, 5 million bucks worth of equity. You don't need any more resi because your resi is already creating the capital. And then instead of trying to stack the resi on top of one another for cash flow, you start to then diversify into other asset classes. And if it is property, like commercial makes 20 times more sense. That's why I love Scott O'Neill. Like he's by far the wealthiest property investor that's come through like the buyer's agent space. He's built the big resi portfolio, learnt the lessons. Fuck, I don't want 100 residential properties now. It doesn't make any sense. Then he's moved into the commercial space. You know, I think he was on the rich list now. He's worth 80 or 90 million bucks. Like that's the real transition. It's like start in resi, get some leverage, use your capital, then roll it into commercial. You have lower expenses. Your tenants pay all the outgoings. Your tenants pay the land tax. Your tenants pay for everything. You know, there's that myth out there that commercial doesn't grow as well as residential real estate, which I think has some premise, but it still grows. And when you get to a point where you've got enough capital that's been created, you don't really need growth because cash flow becomes more important. So it's very interesting.
Yeah,
like there's someone who does the on the stage thing, and this lady mentioned it, who we were talking about before. You know, they get up on stage and this person's got 20 investment properties and this person's got 18. And I'm like, if people are like flaunting that, you should run the other way, because that's not intelligence, that's stupidity. What he's virtually showing you is, I've gotten 20 fees out of this bloke. You know, I've gotten 20, 25, 5 or 6% commissions. Thanks for making me rich.
Yeah.
Like it's an interesting thing where like real wealthy people, like go and tell me any extremely wealthy individual that's got like a stupid amount of residential properties. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, so sometimes when we get clients call us and they're like, oh, my mate's on X income and he told me he's got 10 properties. And I'm like, well, that doesn't really mean much, because 10 properties at 250, 300 grand each, I'd rather be the guy that's got one blue chip asset worth 3 million, right? So I think you definitely make a good point where I think there's this perception. It is almost like a badge of honor. Like the more properties I've got, the more successful I am.
Status, right? It's like a status symbol.
Yeah, and I think we spoke previously, like if I could redo my portfolio, I would much rather have 3, 7, 8, 9 mil properties than say 14 properties with 14 headaches, and I can barely manage 14. I don't understand how it gets to 50,
I literally
100,
have said
200.
That so many times. Like unless because people who don't have it aspire to have it, and I was one of those people. And then when you start to get it, you're like, dude, it's a full head fuck. Like a full head fuck. Like every day, it's like something new. Like I just got an email from my property manager, who happens to work for me now, and I was like, oh, the oven needs to be replaced, and this needs to be replaced. Last week in the Coogee apartment, it was fucking painting and this, and then last year I had a fucking $40,000 or $50,000 special levy, and then there's just so much shit that happens, you know, like, and I'm like, you multiply that by 10 times, and it's like, you've got 100 set of council rates to pay every quarter or whatever it is. You've got 100 strata levies to pay. It's like, it's a fucking...
There's a bill every day.
Fully cooked situation. Where you look at these like real heavy hitters, and mate, they're just like, what have I got? 50 million to spend? I'll go buy a big industrial factory that's leased to Woolworths for the next 20 years. And I know what my net yield's going to be, and they pay for everything. All I do is get a check. You know, there's obviously intricacies of that. But I think as you move up the ladder and you start to grow more wealth, residential is not the place to keep it outside of a an unencumbered owner-occupier home.
How many properties, Scotty, do you have?
I'm not sure.
I didn't know he was worth 80, 90 mil.
Yeah, he's in. I saw him in the AFR rich list.
Yeah, good on him.
But like, it's he's. I just love the way that he talks about it, right? Because it's like you use resi to build your base, which is so true, and then you get to a point and you don't understand this until you've been through it. But like now, my land tax is like 40 or 50 grand a year, and it's like maintenance and repairs and all that shit. Then it's all the other stuff that comes with it, and you're like, fuck, I'm over this. Even though it makes you a lot of money through growth, it's like during that periods of time, you're like, fuck, I'd rather not be putting all this money into it.
Because your cash flow poor.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And then I was looking the other day, a big commercial asset. I think I said it to you. It comes up in
the Newey.
$8 million.
Yeah.
Almost 600,000 of net income on a 5+5. It's like that tenant pays all the outgoings.
Yeah.
How good is that? But you can't buy that type of stuff without building the resi portfolio, right? Because to go into that, you need what, $2.5 million in capital, plus your stamps and everything else. You probably need $3 million. To get $3 million, you need to build that asset base to get there. But then instead of going to buy 8 $1 million resi assets, it would make more sense to go and buy one $8 million commercial asset.
What then happens though if that tenant leaves?
You find another one.
The risk is higher though, right?
Look, I don't think the risk is higher. I think there's just more preparation that goes into it, right? If you know your lease, if your tenant's on a 5+5, you're coming into the last 24 months.
Right.
You would be idiotic not to start the conversation with that tenant to get an understanding of their appetite to stay. And if they're saying, hey, we're likely to move out, hey, we need a bigger premises because the business has grown, or hey, we're shrinking, whatever it is, you have time then to find another tenant. It's not like resi where they just like give you notice and they bounce.
Yeah.
It's when you're operating a business of that scale, like you can't just bounce.
Yeah.
But of course, there's horror stories where I know I've got a client at the moment who's got a few commercial assets, and it's COVID and their business is struggling because of the economy. Like that has an impact. Like they ask for the rent reductions and all the rest of it, but it's no different in residential.
Paddington,
Oxford Street.
Oxford Street, yeah.
Would you like commercial there?
No. I've heard some horror stories.
Yeah, like you see how much vacant retail there is up there, but that's just because it's moving with the times, right? So if you're in a really good retail spot, like you come just off Oxford Street down to the end of Five Ways here, like where all those luxury designer brands are, mate, none of that's vacant because they all want to be together, right? It's like a fashionistas corner. You'd hang out there. You get the Louis Vuitton on.
Some chinos.
That's right. And then another thing that I had a chat with someone the other day up at Settlers actually, is the regional horror stories. So she bought this I think it was a villa, $300,000, settled on it. She lived in it originally and then got a partner, moved out, rented it out. The area it was in was a lower socioeconomic area, quite a bit of housing commission, and you just get troubled tenants, right, if you're in lower socioeconomic areas. And she said, I'm selling it, I'm never buying another, I'm so sick of this, I'm only ever going to buy my own home, because they bought the property in the low socioeconomic area, they got the high rental yield, the tenant just decided to stop paying rent because of whatever's happening in their life, and now she's learnt that tenants have all the power in those situations, right? They can't pay the rent. There's a process they have to go through to issue arrears notices and all that stuff. And then if you want to get the tenant out, you got to go through the tribunal. The tribunal says, yes, you got to be out. 2 weeks comes up, the tenant doesn't get out. Then they got to get the sheriff to go around there. The sheriff it's a full process, right? You're like 3, 4, 5 months down the track. You still got a tenant not paying your rent. You still got to pay your mortgage. And then when they get out eventually, you've usually got to clean the place up. You've then got to re-rent it. And sure, there's landlord's insurance and all the rest of it, but you're not claiming on that stuff until you've already been through the whole motion.
You're out of pocket initially. Yeah.
So I just see all this stuff firsthand, and I just want to minimize that. That's what Chris Gray told me. He's like, just find out what the banks want you to own, which is generally blue chip, good quality locations, easy to sell if something ever happens, always have tenants down the street, and just buy what they want.
Doesn't sound too hard.
No, I think it's pretty easy.
Why do so many of us get it wrong?
I know. I did a TikTok this morning on where have we got here? It was Townsville. Townsville's the next thing. It's the next property hotspot. It's in all the headlines at the moment. I think it was one of the largest quarterly growths in the regional markets. And I just did a little bit of research with Frankie, who runs our research team, and Townsville. Here we go, Jack.
We're talking a median
price of $409,000.
house.
$345,000 for a 3-better. I love most of this is the great one. Ready? So from 2013 to 2020, over that 7-year period, which is, if you listen to any property person, property values double in 7 years apparently. Negative 1.4% per annum over that 7-year. Per annum. Then COVID hits, we have some growth, 10% per annum over 2 years, so we're up 20 odd percent. But then you look at the 10-year growth rate, or the 12-year growth rate, sorry, from 2013 to now, 360 was the median in 2013, 409 is the median now. We've done 1.4% per annum over that period of time. Now at 360, you add in your stamp duty at 4%, so you're in for say 15 grand. So you're up to 375. Insurance, apparently, I've never insured anything in Townsville. Apparently insurance is wild up there because of how loose the weather is. And Jonathan Thurston loves just getting around up there. He's a footy player for the Cowboys, it used to be, or something.
Right.
Nick told me that. You're actually behind. So, but then everyone's investing there now because it's had this really short-term growth, right? Which makes it look like, let's go and invest, like short-term metrics. But when you track the long-term stuff and you're like, you know, would I really go and buy that? It's like, do you remember during COVID, what was that fitness company that went batshit crazy because...
F45?
No. They put all the bikes in your house. Peloton.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah.
Peloton just like come out of nowhere, grew to like, you know, I don't know what it was. The market cap was incredible. And then post-COVID, everyone's like, fuck this, I'm going back to the gym.
What happens there?
It's like, yeah, let me have a look here.
I haven't heard about them in a while.
That's right. Peloton market cap. Now let's have a look.
So what was the 12-month growth?
10% per annum.
10%. That sounds a lot better than 1.5 or 1.4 over 10.
That's right. But when you 1.4% per annum, which is under inflation. Here we go. Let's have a look. 5 years. That's
right.
That's Peloton. Ready? Pre-COVID, trading at $22 in 2019. Then it went up to $162, which is 8 times the worth.
And
Peloton's now trading at $3.55. So again, like short-term metrics, right? Instead of looking at that company as going like, okay, you know, how's it performed over a long period of time? It's like how Warren Buffett invests, right? It's like instead of the up and down, it's something that performs, has a moat around it. He talks about See's Candy, for example, which is one of the businesses that he bought in the early days. It's like Coca-Cola. People are always going to buy Coca-Cola. Regardless if Pepsi's 50 cents cheaper, people like the taste of Coke, right? So that's how I think people should invest in real estate.
Good moral.
Any closing words, Mr. Bear?
No.
God bless.
Thank you, Jack.
Go and buy lots of off the plan. This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDFs beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production. Flamingo Property Investing, we are back. Damo.
Mate.
It's good to see you. Come on, let's crack a beer together,
don't invite me
John,
anymore.
can you hear this? Is that a beer? Toby Silk, CBRE, mate. Good.
Pleasure.
Oh,
Having me on board, boys. There we are.
Mate, you're a bit of a heavy hitter in the commercial space here on the northern side of the beach.
Chucks, mate.
You're
Mate, I'm actually doing all of New South Wales now. But yeah,
so you're not just in the north anymore?
Yeah, predominantly just the north. But then I've expanded the reach out into the rest of New South Wales now.
What does that look like? Because obviously, as a buyer's agent or a selling agent, generally speaking, like you have your patch, right? Is commercial slightly different to?
No, everyone's got patch. So I look after the team. We've got an agent in every single patch. So inner west, city fringe, northern beaches, lower north shore, upper north shore, etc., etc., etc. It goes on. And we have one agent who specialises in that patch, and then I kind of oversee the whole operation. So we get the specialist knowledge of that area, plus the ability for me to kind of cherry pick best buyers or clientele, whoever it may be, who wants to go look at any particular property or opportunity that we have coming to market as well.
Oh, sorry, Dave, I don't want to cut you off, mate.
First podcast back. I've got to jump on questions. You know what I mean?
Go, all yours.
Was that changed since we last spoke? Is that a new sort of thing, or?
No. Like that was happening when I spoke and we caught up with Paul Grasso. Paul was looking after this, but I was looking after the whole business.
Grasso's had 6 changes since then.
He ran. Yeah,
that's Grasso.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a taxi driver now, I heard.
He likes to Phoenix in many different forms, doesn't he?
He's a good man, Grasso. He's a good man. You see him out in Bondi every now and then, the big fella. So what's performing? You're across most of those markets, so Sydney metro markets. What's performing well, generally speaking, in the commercial sector right now? Because you read the newspaper and every second day it's like office buildings this and vacancy rates and
so I look after the fancy title is head of New South Wales Metropolitan Investments. That translates really into mum and dad investors and looking after them, so the private side of things, just to put it simplistically. So what are we seeing and what's going really well at present? Childcare. Everyone still wants to get into childcare, so we're still seeing yields in that space transacting at mid 4%.
Wow.
We just sold.
That's tight, isn't it?
Yeah, we just sold one in Cremorne, only about children, 18.5 mil, 4.7% net return.
And owner-operator, or are they just buying the real estate?
So it was only about children was the tenant, but the person was just investor.
Yeah, right. So they're not actually going to operate the business, but eventually when it becomes vacant.
Just parking money.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so that was something they looked at. But typically, if it's kind of under 10 mil, we see them sitting comfortably around that mid 4%. If you've got a long lease term left, so 10 to 15 years, it's really strong in that space. A lot of investors wanting exposure to it. You don't get any land tax, which is a big upside. And the other benefit is it's heavily government subsidised. So it's almost like having the government as your tenant, right?
Yeah, right.
So investors.
And generally, what's the lease terms on those kind of assets?
Normally, you're looking at initial lease term of 15 to 20 years. I've seen up to 30, and then you'll have rolling options of probably 5-year terms.
And I couldn't imagine if it's a good business as well, right? They're ever rolling out of those assets trying to find something as a replacement would be very challenging, wouldn't it?
Once they build up their clientele, they go quite well.
Yeah,
they're good businesses.
How big was that? Like, how big of a childcare facility is that? How many heads, or how many? What do they call it?
How many head? Like
how many places?
How many places?
So it was a big centre. I think it was just shy of 130 places. I think it was 129.
Wow.
And so it sold for about $145,000 a place, which is a big price. But Only About Children is a big operator that's looked after or owned by a big company out of America called Bright Horizons, and they, in all the leases, put a company guarantee. So if Only About Children isn't able to perform,
they'll take
Bright
it.
Horizons, I think, is the biggest, or I might be wrong, one of the biggest childcare operators in America. They're listed on the New York Stock Exchange, so they're pretty big. So you've got a pretty safe covenant there. So even if the tenant doesn't do well, you know that they're going to look after the lease for the rest of the term.
It'd be highly unlikely that a childcare operator doesn't do well, though, right?
Well, you'd be surprised. That sector at the moment is becoming overly saturated in a lot of areas, and so what you're finding is that each childcare, really, the majority of their children, let's call it like if you're talking about retail, your catchment, comes within 2 to 4 kilometres. So really 4 kilometres is a bit of a stretch, mostly within 2 kilometres of where that childcare centre is.
Right.
And so if they're all piling into the same area, they're effectively just trying to pull children from other centres into their centre.
Interesting.
And then what happens is that you really get economies of scale in a childcare centre at about 70% occupancy. So if you're below that, you're losing money. And then all these childcare centres, as they compete, if they're not getting to that 70, are starting to feel the pinch in that space.
Interesting.
And so we are starting to see a little bit of oversaturation. Yeah, absolutely.
You've been in the marketplace, from my understanding, about 10 years. Is that right? Longer than 10 years? 15 years.
Yeah,
goes
15.
fast, eh?
Yeah, it goes real quick, mate.
And I'm assuming over the period of time, you've seen the marketplace go through ebbs and flows, right?
Yeah.
Like, was childcare a popular asset 15 years ago?
No.
Okay. And if you go back 15 years to when you first got into the game, what was generally the commercial asset of choice for, say, your mum and dad investors that you work with?
It wasn't that popular even back then.
Retail back then?
Pizza, did you say?
Yeah, retail.
No, retail.
Oh, yeah, you said pizza. I was going, mate, epic pizza, which is everywhere.
Just a plug there, if you are.
I think a commercial is something that's become a lot more popular as of the last few years for your mum and dad investors. Like, traditionally, they'd only look at residential, but now it's become more and more popular. So what you would find is that it's all owned by your European wealth. So you'd find like your Greeks, your Italians, the family holds, and they hold it into intergenerational type investment portfolios that they have. But yeah, you'd find that a lot of the investors
were kind of looking at whatever return they could get. So, you might be chasing office, you might be chasing industrial, you might be chasing retail. But the returns back then were kind of like 8%
net.
8% net. So it's very different to now, right?
Which you can still get, but not in your metro markets, right? You're very regional for
100%.
Yeah.
And about 8% now, you probably need something that's a little bit risky. So maybe a strata office space in a suburban market, and with only 6 or a year term left on the lease. So if that tenant vacates, the chance of finding another 10 are very, very low. So you could be left with a lot of vacancy on your hand.
Interesting.
Which is a big expense.
Yeah. And since then, when did you really start to see the mum and dad investors come into the marketplace? 5 or 6 years ago.
I'd say probably around then. Like I think 2017
right
is when kind of everything started to kick off really quickly. Market was pretty hot in residential. I think a lot of people made a lot of money and were looking to balance their portfolios. Negative gearing is a concept, but it can become quite tight on cash flow. So you look at buying commercial properties to help balance that portfolio.
Interesting.
And
was it industrial that they're mainly getting into?
Yeah, look, a lot of people like industrial,
and
industrial has been a strong favourite for a very long period of time. That sector is kind of booming. It's only kind of boomed off the back of COVID as well. When we found that you couldn't be confident that you'll be able to get your shipments in time, so a lot of businesses are now like, wow, we need to keep a certain amount of our products on home soil. So that space has gone from strength to strength, and it's still a very sought after sector. I have started to see though, like in some of the industrial areas, on the smaller end where you've got your smaller businesses, maybe your metal fabricators, your traditional industrial type operators, probably talking more the areas on like the eastern seaboard, so you kind of like your northern beaches, your lower North Shore type areas, those type of industrial areas, not Western Sydney.
Yeah.
Starting to see a lot of those businesses struggling. They can't find staff. And then the electricity costs have gone up. They haven't been able to actually build in those costs into their prices. And so a lot of them, unfortunately, are starting to close up shop.
Interesting.
And with that, we're probably going to find that there's less tenants competing for that type of space. So I think rents will come off the boil a little bit, which will probably see prices start to moderate. But a lot of those areas are traditionally owner-occupier areas. So you've got someone who's lives in the area, they want to have their business running out of the area. And so when you have a look at it based on your investment fundamentals against what it should be on a yield basis, it just doesn't stack up. So
what are they selling for?
Well, like, in those areas, you're probably finding that if you were looking at it based on a market return, on a rental net yield, you're probably seeing them transact anywhere from like 3.5% to 4% net.
Which is still not that great, right?
No, it's not good. It's not good. But the reason being is that you have to kind of compete as an investor in that space with your owner occupiers.
That's right.
And
owner occupiers aren't buying it as an investment, right?
No.
They need someone to operate their business.
And we call that a business value. So they attribute a business value, and so it's more expensive, and therefore it doesn't kind of play with those traditional yield-based calculations and working out what it should be worth and what people should be chasing. So that's quite interesting in that space.
And what would you see like across the board if you were to you put all the commercial assets into one bucket? What would be your average net yield now you're seeing in, say, a metro Sydney market, whether it's north, inner west?
Yeah, strata you're probably looking at 6.5%,
yep.
And then on a freehold you're probably looking around 5.5%.
Yeah, right. So in comparison to resi, like a resi gross yield, you'd be looking at like 3% plus or minus.
Yeah.
And just on that, like with your net yields, are you generally seeing tenants paying, like, is it triple net? They're paying land tax as well, or is it uncommon for them to be paying everything?
It depends on the size of the property and probably the sophistication of the tenant. So a sophisticated tenant, yes, you can do like a triple net lease because they understand it.
Yeah.
If you've got a smaller property where you might be leasing it to a very small business, that those concepts can become quite confusing to them, and it's actually quite difficult to stick a deal together. So a lot of time you'll just do a gross rent because it's just easier to kind of massage it together. So you kind of inbuilt those outgoings into it and do it that way. But on something like a childcare or something which is a decent sized freehold property, you'll be able to get a triple net lease.
Yeah, right. Which essentially means that the only cost to the landlord would be your cost of debt if you're carrying debt.
Correct. Yeah. And your structural costs.
Okay, fees and stuff. Yeah.
So if something was to happen to the roof or something was to happen to the building, that's still your responsibility.
That's
but generally speaking,
expense, right?
Generally speaking, that's going to be covered by insurance anyway.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Now, because you've been in the marketplace for 15 years, I'm assuming you've probably known a lot of people in the marketplace for that amount of time, whether you leased something to them back 15 years ago, sold something to them, and you've obviously seen the marketplace develop. What I'm really interested to get an understanding of is, if you think back on your real estate journey, a few of those deals that stick out to you where you reflect back now and you go, wow, like those guys saw something that maybe the marketplace didn't see, or added value to that, or slowly acquired multiple sites together. Is there anything like that that sticks out where people have made a significant amount of value, or created a significant amount of value from assets that they've bought?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I can talk to a warehouse in Brookvale.
Brookvale's Northern Beaches.
Northern Beaches area. And it was a industrial freehold on William Street, which is quite close to Ringamore. Good proximity to now where the B line is and those types of infrastructure. And it had a good road frontage. And the investor bought it as a freehold. It was empty at the time, paid a really good price. Let's call it 2 million at the time. And he kind of looked at it and thought, what's the way to maximize the income I can generate out of this asset, and therefore maximize the value of the asset. And so because of the road frontage that it had, he thought it would be a good idea to carve it up into 3 industrial units.
So he bought it as one freehold of whatever square meters it was, and thought, well, instead of renting it out to one tenant as one freehold, let's potentially strata title it, or just separate it into 3
Correct, yeah. So just separate it into 3, not even strata tiling it. So let's call it 600 square meters to make it easy. So 3 into 200 square meters each. They each had a little bit of road frontage. And so one ended up leasing to a bakery, because you could do that as a permissible use in that space. One ended up leasing to a bike servicing business. And then one ended up leasing to a surfboard warehouse. And so each of those benefited from having that frontage, and is able to charge a lot more rent than what you would do in a traditional industrial property. And also the rent per square meter went up because those tenants could afford to pay more because of the smaller space. So he would have been looking at probably at a rent, if he was to rent out the whole thing without having carved it up, say $100 a square meter. He was able to then rent it out at $250 a square meter, and then significantly increase the income that it generates. And also, if you were to capitalize that income, the value of the property would have gone up twice.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah.
So what would have been a massive difference from when you first purchased it to what the reval would be?
Yeah,
now
massive difference. Yeah.
Almost double of income.
Yeah, you said there 2.5 times income, right?
Yeah.
And generally speaking with that, because that's obviously a value add, right? Like it's harder to be able to go in and add value like you generally would with a residential asset to a commercial asset. But generally speaking, your rental income that's generated per square meter or for the site itself in a commercial sense directly correlates to how the property is valued, right?
Correct.
So by being able to increase the rental income by 20, 30, 40%, in this case it was a lot more than that, would that then directly correlate to the increase in the value of the asset, or would there be other ways you'd have to calculate it?
Yeah, to put it basically, a 5% return gives you a 20 times multiplier on the value of the property. So if you had rented $100, then you fire 20 times that is what the property is worth. So if $100 times 20, it's $2,000, just to keep it simple. And if you got that to $200, then it's going to become worth $4,000. So you double the value of the property. It's a simple way to kind of look at it. So if you can increase your income that your property generates, then you increase the value of your asset.
And that's a awesome way that they've done it with splitting it. Is there rules around things like, whether you have to strata title it, whether you can just cut it up and start renting it out to lots of different people? Like I'm assuming there's planning restrictions.
Yeah, look, like he had to go to council to get all approved. Like he didn't strata tile it, but he got approved because you got to do like fireproofing and whatnot, so make sure the fire doesn't jump from one unit to the next unit and all that type of thing.
Just with the bakery, you mean? The bakery side? Or just in general?
Yeah. Because if you have a fire in one of your industrial...
Don't imagine they're just with the
it's kind of like similar as residential. Like if you have a fire in one of your apartments, you want to try and prevent it from jumping to the other apartments. It's the same thing. So they want to be able to contain it. So it's just... that type of thing, compliance thing, really at the end of the day, just to make sure, like, again, certain distance to fire exits and all that type of stuff is all covered off. So that's all compliant. So he had to go through that process. He looked at raising the roof, and I just said, look, the money's just not in it, don't bother.
And what would have been the reason for that? Just to
try to increase its utility to other uses. So if you've got someone who wants to do, rock climbing or pallet racking, they want to put some pallets in there, go really high up, utilize the cubic meters of the warehouse. But in this case, it wouldn't have added any value to the tenants that would end up moving into that property.
Right, so it didn't make sense.
So it didn't make sense for him to do it. So,
What about the time frame? So, like, say he purchased that vacant, you said. What was the time frame in order he got that approval through, got tenants in?
that would have all been in the period of like 3 to 6 months. Like, it didn't take long.
Yeah, right. And you had them leased out.
To find the tenants maybe taking a little bit longer, but in terms of getting the approval through, then putting in all the separation and getting that done, that was quite quick. And then in terms of finding tenants, look, in that market, it was a little bit slower than it is now. But he probably had it all leased up within 6 months.
So in the grand scheme of things, within say 12 to 18 months,
it's all done. But the difficulty is, especially in this market, if you try and buy something vacant, it's really hard to get finance right.
There's a lot more vacant as well at the moment.
Yeah. So if you want to do or play out that strategy, you'd have to have a fair bit of capital lying around to be able to then build it, hold it. Then once you've got the rental income, then you could go and refi, and then you could probably take the equity out and do something else. So you just have to have a fair bit of money behind you, or a fair few rich friends who can help you out and syndicate and jump into it together. But there is opportunity.
What do you generally see as the price point, or the entry level price point, where it actually starts to make sense for commercial? And
it can make sense at any stage, really. Yeah, like
you sub $1 million price point for a you're not going to get a great deal.
Yeah, look, I can talk to that as well. Like we sold a really small shop in Mossman, and it was sold to a trader. So what the trader did is he bought it for $1 million. It was vacant possession. He then found a tenant that he put into the property. The tenant provided a really generous income. It was a really prime position retail space, good exposure, just what retailers want. He then was able to do that, then took it back to market, and then he sold it for 1.8 mil. And he did that in less than 12 months. So he had the tenant already in his back pocket, and that was his benefit. Being a trader, he has a lot of connections with a lot of people within the industry, so he kind of knew, I can buy it for that, put the tenant in, get that rent out of that, then I've uplifted the value of the property, then I sold it on. And that's what he kind of does. So he'll look for the smaller opportunities along with the bigger opportunities, but it can be done in any property. If you have a tenant in mind, it's a great way of doing it. So if you've got a tenant, you find the property, put the tenant in the property, you've increased the value of the tenant.
What generally would be, is there like a general disparity between what you could sell a commercial asset for vacant? Like for that example, there was an 800% difference, or 80% difference between what the person paid for it and what they resold it for when it was tenanted. Is that a general disparity, or is it asset specific? Yeah,
it's very difficult to say. You can kind of paint it with one brush and just say, look, you're going to get this much more. It really comes down to understanding, what the value is vacant versus what the value is tenanted, and what rent you could achieve for it, and how secure and how strong is that tenant, and what the perception of that tenant be to the market as well. Right. So there's a lot of things that kind of go into it. It's not easy just to kind of paint it with a simplistic brush. But if you kind of do a little bit of research, understand what type of tenants are really interested in a space that is vacant at any point in time. Like, for example, if you're down in the eastern suburbs and you're looking at the tenant mix down there, and then you went over to Mossman, for example, and you found that there was a vacancy in Mossman, and you thought, this tenant would be doing really well in Mossman. It's a simple calculation like that. If you put that tenant in there, you uplift the value significantly, and then you could sell it on. But you generally want to be looking at a discount. So if you were to do your sums, you probably want to look at a discount on it of somewhere around, at least 30 to 40% from what it's going to be when it's tenanted, to kind of get that value out of the asset. Otherwise, you're just going to be covering your stamps and whatnot.
Yeah. Okay, that's fascinating, because we just purchased the property of which was vacant possession for one of our offices in Newcastle. We put it under option. Like you said, you wouldn't be able to get a finance with not having a tenant, so we put it under option. Signed a 3-year lease at market rent. 12 months we'll exercise that option, and then we'll settle on the asset with us being the tenant, and we'll try and sublease out 2 of the floors. And you're right, like the value uplift. So what we're hoping for is, if we can lease out the other 2 floors at what we think we can, plus we'll occupy the middle floor, we should then be able to get the reval on whatever the rent is total, and then ideally not have to settle with much, if any, capital in the actual deal.
It's a very clever way of doing it.
That's the idea. I'll let you know.
Especially for that guy, he knows the operators and he knows the tenants, right? So that's a very important part. Make sure you got a strong tenant in there. True.
Yeah, understand. Yeah, that's really the big part of that equation.
What about some horror stories? Because I think one of the, for a lot of our clients, commercial generally comes at the back end of their journey, and people are much more confident with residential because they know if a tenant moves out, generally speaking, you got one within the next 4 to 6 weeks at worst case. But the thing they always say is, I've heard vacancy periods are Because most people aren't that educated on commercial real estate, right?
100%.
And that's the big thing is like, I've heard about the vacancy periods of what happens if I lose a tenant.
Yep.
What are the horror stories and generally speaking?
Yeah, I can talk to that. Like I have to be a little bit vague here because I don't want to throw people under the bus. But for example, there was an office building that we sold in 2019 that was tenanted by a singular tenant across the whole building. At the time when we sold it, it was 20 mil. That now will be worth probably 12 mil because the tenant's now moved out and is vacant. And they won't be able to find another tenant for it.
It's probably not the best environment for an office space to be sitting there vacant.
You can't find a tenant. So at the moment, there's so much vacancy in the office sector that all the premium and A-grade space is competing for tenants. So a lot of the incumbent tenants that are in there are downsizing their spatial requirements, a lot of them by like 50%. So what they do is they sublease out 50%. They provide significant incentives to get these tenants in from surrounding area. These tenants will jump in because they want to be elbow to elbow with some of these more premium tenants and also upgrade the space that they're situated within, which obviously lifts up the stature of their business and helps them as well. And they leave behind all these buildings that are kind of B, C, D grade office buildings, and you just can't find a tenant for them. They're just sitting there vacant at the moment. So the owners either have to try and repurpose it, or you have to just sell it at a significant loss.
Have you seen anyone in that space that's doing something quite unique, like that's made a big difference to that?
Yeah, look, what's interesting is that in E3, which used to be B3, and they've changed all the zonings. It's meant to be just commercial, like commercial type space, like office buildings and things like that. But they do permit within E3 SEP seniors housing. So that's for people 60 years and older. So what you can do is you can get some developers who will buy these office buildings as long as they've got the right spatial requirements and the right amenity around them, and that they'll appeal to the downsizer. They'll buy these office buildings and repurpose the office building and turn them into apartments for SEP seniors.
Wow.
And then the SEP seniors will come and buy them down the apartments, and then they'll live in the area. So as long as they have the right kind of fundamentals, nice outlook, right, nice amenity, you don't want to do that probably situated in the middle of the city because you probably have buildings either side and you won't be able to get the right
time. See the air conditioner going.
Absolutely. You won't be getting the right natural light. You won't be getting, you've got all these things that you need to take into account because it still complies with the Apartment Design Guide, ADG. Yeah. So you need to comply with that. But if you can get the right building and you can make it work, and you've got predominantly 3 or 4 walls of natural light, and that's not going to have the opportunity to be built out, then it works.
Could work, but I'm assuming that would be the minority, right? Not the majority.
Yeah.
So what is the outcome for those kinds of buildings? Like if that, for that example, and I'm assuming that's not the only one, right? There'll be plenty of them out there.
Yeah.
What happens to those buildings?
It's funny you say. I just had a meeting with a guy before coming in here today, and he has.
I'm assuming you cut that short, right? Because it's way more important.
That's right. So rush here. And he's got an office building, and he's looking to convert it into a storage building. So something like a Kennards or a Storage King, that type of operation, because he just can't find tenants. He thought if he was to turn it into a storage facility, he can increase the income that the property generates, increase the value as well. So he's looking to convert that. Now you can't do that in all properties as well. So some of the ones that are in the city, for example, it's pretty difficult. You're kind of stuck. So you either try and wait out this period and wait till we go through the next cycle, office demand reappears in the marketplace, and you rent it out again, or you just kind of sit on it for the time being. I think a lot of people are using the opportunity to upgrade their buildings during this period. But if you can't find tenants, you may as well spend money and fix them up and improve them, and so that when the time changes, you get your tenants in again. But in the opportunity to repurpose them to other uses is quite limited.
It's probably a good time if you're a tenant, right, as well, and you can afford, you can get into probably a good space for a lot less, right? So if the cycle changes, naturally you could be in a really good location or something.
Well, some of the incentives that we're seeing out there at the moment are 35, 40%. So to make that simplistic, if you took a 10-year lease, you're getting 3.5, 4 years rent free. So it's like that's pretty. And
what's
appealing.
the actual difference between, say, an A grade building or a B and a C grade building? Like,
Yeah, it comes down to a lot of criteria. So it'll come down to like the amenities which are in the building, so end of trip facilities. It'll come down to
hang your bike when you roll
100%. Comes down to how much natural light it is, you know, how you know the glazing that's in the building, the speed of the lift, the type of lift. So all these factors come into it. So if you want to
shit that really matters, you know.
The lift is a bit slow, isn't it? 100%.
Do you remember the lift in our old Newcastle office? Do you remember that?
The what?
We were in this heritage building with in our old Newcastle.
Oh yeah, to take ages. Right, yeah.
Mate, you jump in the lift, you'd click it.
I think that'd be E or F, wouldn't it?
Right, I'll see you in 15 minutes, and you only have 2 levels. I reckon once a week someone would get stuck because the lift would make it all the way to the top and she'd shit the bed, but it was like a heritage building.
Mate, good way to get to know someone, right?
Yeah, that's right. What do you reckon about this E-grade building, mate? She's a river.
Mate, like 100%. But if you know, if for your listeners, if they do want to go find that out, you can go look at the Property Council of Australia. They've got a way of determining what building is what and why. So you know that obviously shifts with time and as things change. Obviously, what premium changes and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you can have a building today which is A, and in a few years' time it might become B or C.
Especially with the way with tech's moving.
100%, 100%.
You know, like what's the new building in the city that
Salesforce building?
Yeah, and the Atlassian building.
Yeah, Atlassian building. Yeah, that they're building around.
Like those things are incredible.
Central. Yeah, they're amazing. That's going to be a wood office building as well.
It's built out of timber. Yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it?
Incredible.
It's amazing.
Just climb to the top. It's like a treehouse. Mate, conscious of your time, we're running up to 4:30.
Yeah.
So you reckon all price points there's opportunity if you know
absolutely
what you're buying,
yep.
Making sure that there is value in the marketplace,
yep.
and there's the ability to add value. Other opportunities right now, like other than the value, where are there opportunities? Is there opportunity in the office building or the office space, for example, where a lot of people are moving out of that space and you can potentially pick up some deals which in 5 years' time will look like
absolutely
a penny on the dollar.
I think if you've got like deep pockets, right, you want to be anti-cyclical. So you want to go against what everyone else is doing. You want to be like the Warren Buffett saying is be greedy when others are fearful and fearful when others are greedy. So, you know, you should be, if you had the deep enough pockets, you want to kind of lean into that probably office space, even though it's high risk, but that's where you're going to probably find opportunities that are below replacement value.
I was just going to say that. I spoke to a client of ours in Brisbane, and he's raising capital for that exact thing. Now he's like, he's looking at buildings in the city which you couldn't even buy the land for the price that you could buy the whole building for.
Yep. So that presents an opportunity, right?
Yeah.
But you got to have a really long term view on that and got to have the capacity to hold it for quite some time until you're able to repurpose it or find some tenants in it. So that space is a good space. You can also find it in strip retail at the moment, because you'll go down strip retail and see the amount of for lease signs up just due to the economy. Unfortunately, the smaller businesses are the ones that feel the pinch first, and they're the ones to shut up shop. So if you have solutions for that type of space as well, that's where you're going to find the opportunities. Is people that won't be able to hold those properties, they won't be able to pay their mortgage payments. So you'll find opportunities in that space as well. Industrial, not so much. Like that's still pretty toppy.
But what are yields now in industrial? What are they selling at generally?
They've probably decompressed. Like, you know, a lot of our research comes out of the prime and A grade space, so it's really hard to kind of talk to because it's not what the kind of side of things that I deal with.
That's generally
so they kind of say, look, that's probably decompressed like 50 basis points, so 0.5% in that space. But when we kind of look at what we're dealing with, it's a totally different ballpark altogether. You know, like I said, like each industrial sector is different depending on what the demand is and what's the driving force behind it, how much of it is tenanted, how much of it is owner occupied. If it's owner occupied, you're going to find that your yields are very low. If it's mainly a investment tenanted type of area, then you'll find that your yields will be higher, and then people will probably be chasing for industrial 5%. But in those other areas, you're looking at sub 4% if it's a owner occupied dominated area.
Just on that owner occupier piece before we wrap up, hypothetically speaking, business owners listening to it right now, they've got a business that needs a workshop or that needs office space. If they can find something like we've done that is vacant, they can then buy it at a discount, occupy it with their own business. Generally speaking, from your experience, do the banks value that property as if it was just a any other tenant, or would they look at it as, you know, being biased because, well, you're the tenant of your asset?
Yeah, well, the bank's value will come out and have a look at the rent and make sure the rent is in line with market. And if it's in line with market, then yes.
No, mate, you're meant to be paying 30 grand here. You're paying 300.
But if someone's manipulated it, then the value is going to come in and adjust it in line with what the market.
So you can't pull the wool over their eyes, essentially.
Nah, not really. Yeah. You know, when it comes to selling these types of things, then you might find someone who's not as sophisticated who'll pay too much because they don't understand
They
that
don't check
it's over rented or whatever it may be. And that's where buyers agents come in, and they're so helpful at the end of the day, because if you don't have those expertise, you need to get someone else who does, because you don't want to put a whole lot of money into something that is overinflated and then down the track it's worth less. So in terms of going back to your question, the valuers know what they're doing. They'll double check the rents, and they'll make sure that the rents are in line with market. If they're not, they'll adjust it to make sure it is a value based on what market rent would be.
But it doesn't sound like the actual tenant itself is there. If they're paying market rent or thereabouts,
no, it doesn't matter. The tenant won't affect it.
It's not going to impact it. So if you're an owner occupier style of buyer and you need office space, or you need, you know, factory or whatever it is, and you can buy things at a discount that are vacant, put your own business in them, of which you're going to have to go rent anyway, and then feel the uplift of the value. It could be a really good way to be able to get some equity.
Amazing. We see a lot of people doing that, and they buy it in the self-managed super fund and then lease it back to their business.
Yeah, we do a lot of that as well.
Looking after themselves on both sides of the coin, right? Like the business has the confidence it's got a place to stay for the foreseeable future, and then you're looking after your self-managed super fund by having a business that's going to pay for the mortgage and also fill up your self-managed super fund for when you retire down the track. So it's kind of win-win.
Very much so.
Really well.
Mate, as always, thank you.
No worries at all.
That was awesome.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you, man.
Cheers. Appreciate it.
This is general advice and does not take into consideration your objectives, situation, or needs. You should consider if this advice is suitable to you or your circumstances, and please read any applicable PDS beforehand. This is a Henderson podcast production.